51. Uno. I was observing slowly growing plants. It filled me with a strange sense of satisfaction. Was that the feeling exclusive to creation? Who knew? It was hard to tell at first, but the mana-soaking treatment was working. While the changes were minuscule and random, it reminded me how people in my earlier world described radiation exposure in older movies and books. The workings of the chants were exciting. After all, I couldn't call myself a gamer if I wasn't a devout believer of RNG sus. As I said before, most of the changes were small. A weirdly shaped leaf here, a metallic-looking stem there. They were adding up, though, slowly but surely. Even so, there were some speedy exceptions, too. They didn't fare well, but I had some fun observing their antics. One of them was a carrot that grew legs, yes, actual root-like legs, and uprooted itself from the soil while starting to walk away from the gardens. I was curious about its destination, so I let it be. But only after a few meters of brisk jog it slowed down, visibly shrunk, then in 3 more minutes wilted and died, turning into dust. Too bad. In another experiment, a piece of common wheat changed color to red, grew a sunflower-like flower cup, and started burning. For a moment I was excited about a new defensive ability. While I wasn't sure how the plant was doing what it was doing, I speculated that it could be discovered after some dissecting. Then I remembered that it was a plant that was on fire. As if to answer my expectations, the fire sunflower produced some popping sounds from its stem and started to smoke. A few minutes later, all that remained was a pile of ash. I sent some rattlings over to make sure that the fire didn't spread. No sense in endangering other specimens. After all, I doubted that it was some kind of phoenix flower that would rise from the ashes. Some of the other failures simply wilted or turned into dust, like vampires exposed to the sun. I accepted that outcome as a reasonable price to pay. It was easy to understand that while the mana could mutate the plants, there were some unavoidable dead ends on the road of random evolution. Still, I was happy. There was this fuzzy feeling in my non-existent stomach. In my earlier life, I wasn't what you would call a green thumb. Quite the opposite, in fact. The only greenery that managed to survive in my home were either cacti or similarly stubborn plants. It didn't help that I frequently forgot to water them, use fertilizer, or change their soil. Observing the evolving plants was relaxing. A great change from the constant fear and anger that I felt when sentience invaded. Speaking of the sentience, my bliss didn't last long as the humans started to pour down the stairs, fulfilling the orders of their leader. A team after team fought against my defenders, gathered meager experience, the loot, and then retreated. A constant stream of attackers returned with meat, fur, and bone harvested from my rattlings, or with parts of armor and weapons stripped from the defeated undead lebiers. It was rather jarring, only being able to watch and not intervene, but there wasn't much I could do about it. After all, my control over this level was non-existent, courtesy of the anima use side effects. Slaughtering lebiers was one thing, they were mass-produced undead automatons, after all. What hurt more was each rattling lost to violence. What a waste of potential. I had plans for them, and the more there were available, the better. At least the stronger specimens were already staying on my lower levels. My other gripe was the fact that their deaths literally fed my enemy, filling both their experience levels and stomachs. I felt that with their rise in power, chances of pulling some stunts would rise too. Each battle won raised their confidence. Drunk on success, many of the delvers glanced greedily at my substitute boss, an enhanced bile-brain golem, as the system called it. While a great deal weaker than Guardian, it compensated with a lack of the glaring weakness in the form of wires stretching to the ceiling. Not to mention that the first-floor stairway still had bloody sacrificial altar lying inside, and this new defender was immune to its effects, which gave it a distinct advantage over its predecessor. Nothing much happened, though, and it ended with the glances only. The orders given to the sentients explicitly stated that no one was to challenge the floor guardian. A healthy dose of fear after one of the squads wandered near the room's entrance and was nearly dragged inside helped too. The decapitator was also out of a job, his former kingdom cut in half by the dungeon collapse. No challengers arrived anymore, the place changing from a choke point into a dead end. The metallic monster was also not really profitable, the only worthwhile part of it being a veritable mass of metal it was composed of. The bile brain, being the only organic component it sported, was inedible too. Not worth the effort seemed to be the humans' take on the creature. Jailer Jonathan fared not much better. While both he and his Lebir minions were harassed more frequently by the adventurers, not once did they do so without magical support. These assaults turned more sporadic with time, the only draw of my undead being their armor weapons, which rarely included a crackling mace, and combat experience against humanoid opponents. The pseudo-magical weapon I produced should be normally treated as quite a treasure if the circumstances were a bit different. Right now, however, the local market was completely saturated. Pretty much any warrior who wanted to test the crackling mace already managed to acquire it. Normally, the surplus would be sold to the visiting caravan and sent into the Jaynard kingdom. Yet in the current situation, it was clearly impossible. Not to mention the wandering fallen tribes, even selling to the elves. Well, half-elves was out of the question, considering their quite hostile relationship. I noted that both Short and Longiers frequently used racial slurs and derisive language, not to mention their overall attitude. The tensions were high, yet somehow they managed to avoid an all-out brawl. While I couldn't exactly understand what the half-elves were speaking when pointing at humans walking around it, was clear from their expressions that it wasn't anything flattering. Anyway, back to the topic, I could understand a lessened appeal of my weapons, but it seemed like I was lacking a piece of a puzzle. It took me a few hours, but my ignorance was dispelled when I overheard a pair of humans talking about it. No, you see, this is a real weapon. The first man grabbed a large, spiked mace and shook it agitatedly. It's just a lump of iron, his companion snorted in derision. Real weapons have some kind of an enchanted effect or a special ability, like this baby here. He smiled, while carefully retrieving a crackling mace from a leather loop at his waist. Every move he took was slow and deliberate, like he was afraid to damage it. "Bah, toys," snorted the bigger and more muscular man. "You need weight to fight, power, simple strength." His weapon hit the ground, leaving a small indentation, and lifting it up stirred a small cloud of dust. Like this. No, with a simple negation, the slimmer and smaller man activated his own weapon. Streaks of blue electricity danced on the mace's pommel, lighting up the surroundings. "One hit with this monster and you'll be out for a whole day, armor or no armor." A small smile appeared on his face. "And I can choose when to activate and deactivate it." Yeah, stow it. Wait until it runs out of charges in the middle of a battle. At least normal enchantments work as long as you pour mana into them. If that happens, I'll just get another one from the dungeon." This time, it was the smaller man's turn to grow irritated. "Don't lie to me," snarled his friend. "I bet you already have a replacement. I saw you sneaking in with the Gunnard's team." Ha, the smaller person laughed happily. "I managed to snatch 3 of them," he sobered a bit. "Nobody else was interested." "At least the experience is pretty good down there, huh?" "Yup, that's true." The two warriors spoke for a moment about random things, while I was digesting new information. Now I understood why my creations weren't that popular. 2 conflicting emotions mixed in my chest, a hurt pride of the creator and insidious laughter at the sentience, stupidity. They never discovered that while my crackling maces indeed had a limited supply of energy, there was also one, very important aspect to them. Their energy cell, or what I like to call it battery, was interchangeable. It was a pretty unassuming name for a long, sleek crystal ending with an iron cone on both ends. Each of them was small, maybe 10 or 12 centimeters long with 2 centimeters in diameter, but looked decidedly otherworldly, glittering with lines of violent energy contained between 2 metal tops. An irreplaceable thing. And yet the main obstacle I was facing when making new things was the simple fact that I lacked both the knowledge and anima to create something truly interesting. Or should I say truly powerful? I was an average guy who had access to batteries, iron, wires, and cameras. But I aimed much higher. With a huff, most of my attention turned back to leading the stone drones and digging. This time I decided to go with a bit different floor plan than the earlier levels. Unlike the sprawling labyrinth on the second floor with dead ends and countless rooms, I started to dig an endless tunnel interrupted by a chamber every 5 or 6 meters. Looking at the map and seeing my progress reminded me of an old mobile game called Snake. More rooms were added, and the overall length of the tunnel extended even more. An obstacle course for adventurers, I thought with a grin. And in the end, there will be a boss fight. Too bad I can't force the creatures to respawn behind their backs while they deal with my boss, I mused. Who said I could? With a laugh, I decided to add a hidden room at the end of the tunnel, just before the boss chamber. 3 entrances were carved into the rock and filled with movable stone, leaving just enough free space behind them to fit some of my monsters. Maybe I'll go with exploding lebiers from earlier, or should I wait for the kobolds to hatch? We'll see. Anyway, my work continued. Room after room refitted, lengthened, sometimes a ditch added in the middle just to mess with any advancing sentient. That's why I was shocked and stiff seeing the sudden floating notification. The trial of single combat has been created. Your dungeon has become a host to a second trial. The trial encompasses the sparring room. The rules of the trial are as follows. The challenger is allowed to fight in weapon combat against 1 or 2 lebier spar masters. Available, the challenger is not allowed to use anything but his body and his weapons. Any magic is forbidden. Including magic items if the challenger forfeits during the spar. It's not possible to repeat the trial ever again. The trial is fought to the death. Or when the challenger forfeits after successfully defeating a spar master, a large amount of experience will be awarded to the victor after successfully defeating both spar masters during single combat. A skill shield mastery, 60%, club mastery, 30%, or battlefield survival, 10%, will be awarded to the victor according to the performance after the challenger attempts. The trial, no further attempts can be made for 3 days, 72H. What the hell? I quickly dismissed the notification and turned my attention toward the first floor, the sparring room that the blue box mentioned to be exact. What greeted me was a pretty weird sight: a spooked soldier and 2 of my lebiers, standing ramrod straight, with their weapons at the ready. They weren't attacking the human, though, which was heavily against my conditioning. The human was breathing heavily while staring at something I couldn't see. He was wearing the colors I associated with the Jaynard Kingdom Army uniform, a dark blue background with a gray shield sewn in the middle. The rest of his equipment was comprised of an iron breastplate, leather pants, boots, and a helmet. He used a round, wooden shield, a bit similar to my undead, but instead of clubs, a sword was sheathed on his waist. With an average face, average height, and weight, he was an epitome of a common soldier in the Jaynard Kingdom Army. Seeing him hesitate, I turned my attention to the 2 lebiers standing still in the middle of the room, despite a potential victim fidgeting just a few meters away. At first glance, they looked ordinary, just 2 undead clad in black armor with a square shield attached to one of their arms and a mace clutched in the second. It took me a while to understand the difference. The way they carried themselves differed from my common troops. There was a feeling of confidence in them, a sense of power, and most importantly, a glint of intelligence absent from the other undead. Their armor and weapons are also of a better make. Iron armor and helmets completely covered their flesh, while the shields they used looked thicker and maces were more dangerous than those that the other lebiers used. I took a deep, completely unnecessary breath and whispered, "Analyze. Lebier Spar Master. An abomination made from metal and flesh joined together in a mechanical union. This being is covered in metal, and some of it was even used to reinforce its bones and muscles. It uses a square shield to defend itself and a mace to attack. Unlike most of its brethren, this specimen is intelligent and has knowledge of both weapon use and tactics polished over long bouts with its mirror twin. The Spar Master relishes the feeling of battle under the compulsion of the trial it's assigned to. Under normal circumstances, it would train its lesser brethren in the art of warfare. An undead trainer, that's what it was. With anticipation, I searched my mind, hoping against hope, to find the blueprint for them in some nook or cranny, and found nothing. Of course, it had to be that way. stealing my abominations, remaking them. I wanted to scream at the injustice, but only sighed in the end. The only human present started to mumble something under his nose. It took me a while to understand that he was reading. Trial, defeat 1 or 2, then what's that word? He scratched his neck, longish and unruly black hair escaping from under the helmet. Gain experience or a skill? His eyes widened with shock for a moment only to get replaced with greed. Just weapons, he glanced at his sword. No magic. A small chuckle escaped his mouth. Yeah, magic, right. As he stopped reading, I understood a few things. First, the man was a commoner, which meant a type of a person despised by the noble Charles and most of the outpost hierarchy. Second, either he couldn't read all of it or some, but not all conditions remained a secret to the challenger. Third, he was an idiot. I concluded the third fact as he unsheathed his weapon, stepped forward, and exclaimed loudly, "Fight me, you monsters, for the glory of J-Ubhef." His glorious rant was cut short as both Lebiers interpreted his words as a dual challenge and attacked with their heavy iron maces. The human sailed in a beautiful arch only to land a few meters in the back, somehow dropping both his weapon and the shield. With a scream, he huddled on the ground, crying out in pain. What happened later was quick. The human soldier opened his eyes for long enough to notice the advancing undead and held up his arm in mute protest. This, however, didn't stop the Lebiers from literally beating him into the ground. When they were finished, only a hard-to-recognize paste remained on a nearby floor. Since there was no sentient nearby, I quickly absorbed what was left of him and the weapons he dropped. Not much, but I wasn't letting anything go to waste. About an hour later, another soldier arrived and noticed the weird behavior of the undead. They stood still and observed him instead of charging with wild abandon. Curious, he came closer, only to be presented, I assumed, with the same message as his predecessor. "Trial skills 3 days," he mouthed with difficulty. I waited, and just like before, a twinkle of greed appeared in the soldier's eye. He quickly searched his surroundings and retreated while muttering, "Wait for me, my little skill. I'll be back tilde. Yep, the sentients were idiots. Naan, iron-melded revenant. Jaynard Kingdom capital, Shieldstar. Naan was sneaking through the palace. In her earlier life, she never managed to get close to the old, stone monstrosity. Some people whispered that its oldest rooms were made in the last days of the Magitech Empire and carried unspeakable secrets. And horrors, or both. It didn't matter to the Revenant. After all, tonight she was one of these unseen, stalking horrors. Naan blinked through the night, her daggers at the ready. From one shadow to another, she teleported with the grace of a predator, slinking silently and confidently. The sheer size of the place was both a deterrent and a blessing. It would be hard to find the men and women she was hunting here, but then again, she had her daggers, and knowledge from another life. Her form coalesced in one of the dusty interiors, just behind a ginger maid slowly dusting off the nearby chairs. The girl was cute. There were no ugly servants in the palace and looked very inexperienced, but she somehow managed to notice Naan's arrival. Her eyes widened in horror, and her mouth opened to produce a scream. The Revenant acted quickly, a sharp chop to the larynx robbing her opponent of voice. The maid collapsed immediately, coughing heavily, tears flowing from her all-too-big eyes. She lifted her head only to meet a cold gaze of the abomination. "Please," she whispered. Naan only shook her head. A few minutes later, she was already teleporting in a different direction than before, sure of her destination. The maid's bloodied body was hidden in a long-forgotten compartment, left far behind. It would take some time before her absence would get noticed. She should be either finished with her mission or dead. Not that she cared either way. It took her about 30 minutes to arrive in the throne room, most of the time spent hiding from the guards. She could slaughter them with ease, but their absence, unlike the maids, would be immediately noticed. So she squeezed, trying to put her ability to the best use, jumping from one frail shadow to another, sometimes even stalking the patrolling warriors to find another spot to advance a moment sooner. In the end, she managed to finish her journey under the impossibly high ceiling of the king's audience room. Then she simply waited. Her main target still hadn't arrived. Currently, only the king, Eric Jaynard, his daughter Agnes, and a few guards mixed with country leaders were present. Normally, hearing what they spoke about would fill the listener's heart with dread. Naan didn't care. "So are you saying that the newest dungeon outpost somehow defeated the horde advancing on it?" asked the king, scratching his gray beard. He was a tall and strong man once. Now the burden of the duties dulled his eyes and bent his back. "These are news from the runner, your majesty," answered one of the ministers. "I told you that he would prevail, father." Agnes laughed loudly from the side, full of pride. "Yes, yes, the young blue flame is something else." "He has a name, father." The girl's tone turned instantly colder. The king only sighed in annoyance. "I know Charles right." Agnes instantly smiled and nodded. "Your Majesty." One of the surrounding bureaucrats dared to interrupt the father and daughter exchange. "Yes, speak and out with it," Eric answered with a dignified tone. "Could you please notify us which leaders and armies were dispatched?" "It's a state secret. Why do you need to know?" "To prepare for consequences." The people in the surroundings gulped heavily. "Sending high-level generals to battle always has consequences." The minister was pale and sweaty but still stood straight, staring at his king and awaiting answers. Yes. I guess there is no way around it, eh?" Eric turned his eyes toward the ceiling and Naan instinctually hid, not knowing what level was the ruler and what skills he had in his possession. "The western fortress of Kajin will be liberated by the Heckin of Ash." He spoke, and even more people turned pale. "Your Majesty, there will be no fortress to be liberated after Lord Heckin finishes his duty," muttered the minister who asked earlier. With a knowing nod, the king continued. "I decided to send Iron Hand to Grode to rebuild the middle fortress." This time reaction was much better. Some of the people even whispered with relief. "And the eastern city fortress of Frist, your Majesty." "Ah, yes, I didn't send an army there." Eric smiled deeply. "After all, she is enough to clear out the trash." "Why, your Majesty?" "I sent Green Succubus to take control over Frist." He noticed the breathless crowd. "Oh, come on, she hasn't done anything horrid for years now." "Your Majesty, we all know the stories," whispered the minister. "And what's worse, we know that the stories don't even tell the whole truth." "I agree, your Majesty." A new voice joined the fray. A large, muscular man wearing a hawk helmet and clad in dark leather armor arrived in the room. Naan's eyes brightened with desire, her small mouth twisting in a horrid expression of joy. "Lord Hawk," smiled the king, even standing up from his throne. "My king," the man exclaimed and bowed deeply, then turned his face towards the princess. "Hello, Agnes." "Hey, Master Spy." The girl twisted her pretty face as emotions of anger and simple joy mixed. "Are you still mad that I forced you to get back here from the outpost?" he asked while tilting his head. A wry smile appeared on his face, noticing her unwilling nod. "Also, are these your special days in the month?" he said loudly while staring at her eyes. These were only a few words, yet they stirred a hornet's nest. "How dare you?" "Guards, guards. What do you think you are doing?" "No, they aren't," Agnes answered calmly, squinting her eyes questioningly. "I see," he nodded, his smile turning rigid. "Assassins, prepare yourselves!" He screamed into the air, blade masters around him unsheathing their weapons and running toward the king and his daughter. Lord Hawk unsheathed his daggers and took a battle posture. Naan knew that her cover was blown. It didn't matter how, but there was still a chance to attack. Her body blinked and appeared behind one of the nobles, pushing him forward. The blade master defending the king reacted immediately, decapitating the advancing minister. Blood sprayed from the wound, momentarily blinding him and allowing Naan to cut his arm. The skin sizzled as the warrior grunted in pain. The man was well trained, though. He retreated behind his companions as soon as he felt he was at a disadvantage. Growling, Naan teleported again, accidentally making sure that Lord Hawk could see her. A dagger was thrown, and people shouted in fear as it closed on the king, only to breathe out as it was intercepted by an outstretched hand. With a dull sound, it pierced skin, flesh, and even bone before stopping. Then it immediately started to corrode the flesh it touched. Lord Hawk shouted in pain and immediately dislodged the weapon, but the damage was already done. Still, he laughed fearlessly and exclaimed, "Your assassination attempt failed, little one. Surrender and your death will be quick and painless." He lied without hesitation. "There is no escape from this place. Your tra—" His words were interrupted by the scream from behind. "Tina," Agnes shouted, covering her mouth in shock. "You are alive? How?" These words distracted Lord Hawk for a moment, a light of recognition appearing in his gaze. After all, he was the singular person who taught every single one of the Hawks. It was just enough for the Revenant to slip into his shadow and try to sink the second dagger into the human's flesh. Yet Lord Hawk was too fast, quickly using his already hurt hand to protect the vitals. "Kill," Naan hissed, seeing her target still alive. "You little," gasped Lord Hawk while concentrating. His body glowed and the corrosion of the dagger stopped. "Deadly light!" he screamed, retaliating. For a moment everybody in the room was blinded. When they opened their eyes, Naan was kneeling on the floor, clutching her now destroyed arm. Being an undead, her sense of pain was dulled, so she only glared at her attacker while whispering, "Revenge will later." Lord Hawk's eyes widened as her frame twisted, turned into a shadow, and then disappeared. "Find her," he ordered while the 2 wounds on his body were slowly healing. "Somebody get a sealing cloth and isolate these daggers," he added after a moment, pointing at the 2 weapons left behind by Naan. "Revenants are connected to their murder tools, so we should be able to find her with this," he mumbled. In the back, Agnes was kneeling, her eyes full of tears. "If Tina walks the world as a Revenant, then what about Boulder?" she whispered to herself. Outside, Naan was running away, the stump of her arm burning with pain as the light energy battled her metal and darkness. With a grunt, she escaped the palace, her eyes naturally turning towards the north. "Homie," she grunted and shook her head. The smile that appeared on her face didn't look vicious at all this time. 52. Uno. It took 2 more soldiers disappearing after getting their heads bashed in and passing another week before the outpost's higher-ups noticed that something was wrong. An investigation was immediately launched, and soon the next trooper in the line was caught red-handed diving into the dungeon by his lonesome. Under a barrage of questions, and by using some less savory methods, he quickly broke, agreeing to lead the outpost leadership towards his objective. I watched as a large number of guards, red-haired Charles, Master Vincent, crazy guild Master Lois, and suspicious Captain Dury descended the temporary stairs smack dab in the middle of conservatory. I suppose that it was a better idea to enter through here than to risk wandering into the remains of twisted tunnels, where the decapitator roamed with ever-increasing passion. 6 of the guards were chosen to lead this expedition, their faces growing worried when hearing about the task. Their slow and deliberate movements brought a smile to my face. While the conservatory was mostly a safe room, it had its quirks. Besides large silvery ironbarks with a bit too sharp leaves, I also seated some husky, but otherwise unassuming battery devourers. The sentients still didn't know their true value, but I worried, considering the shallow level they were growing on. It seemed like my past judgment was not the best. Besides them, a few axe conifers grew in the corners, while knife bushes and bone ferns cluttered the free space under the trees. The copper grass screeched under the heavy boots of the soldiers, every step they took raising a cacophony. After a minute, I heard the curses and a hissing sound of the fiery dandelion exploding with acid. "What are you, a child?" shouted Captain Dury angrily, berating the still cursing trooper. "Now is the time when you set off a boomer," he asked, calling my creation by the sentient's crude name. Sorry, Captain," grunted the unlucky victim, while hastily taking off his boots and cleaning the scalded foot with water from his leather canteen. "I don't care anymore," Dury sighed. "You," he pointed at the nearby soldier. "Yes, sir," the man saluted immediately. "Help this dunce with bandaging and rinsing his wounds," After that, escort him back to the surface. The chosen warrior nodded, but I spotted unwillingness in his gaze. Can we move on? Charles asked lazily while yawning. He was wearing a red overcoat with a blue flame on his back, describing the noble house he was a part of. His gaze slowly wandered through the surroundings. Yes, there is no problem, sir. I suppose nobody else would be stupid enough to get incapacitated by the simple plants. He raised his voice. We may be on the first level of this dungeon, people, but should I remind you that all of the creatures and dangers here were cataloged by our mages, not to mention the fucking maps you have? He ended with a near scream, and many of his soldiers embarrassingly lowered their heads. It was only now that I noticed that pretty much every single one of them had a sheet of leather tied to their waist. Most were glancing at them from time to time. The map in question was decorated with a few strange symbols and contained a simple but accurate enough representation of my first floor, with the broken parts included. There was a flower with a small ladder sketched in, which should be a sign for a conservatory, an anvil for the smithy, a small statue representing the sparring or food hall, and a skull with crossed bones, which was obviously a way to designate where my floor guardian was. The human ranks reformed, and their vanguard determined to stop wasting time. The large procession slowly followed behind them, wary and prepared. The invaders easily jumped over the spear traps and followed their bound captive into the food hall. Once they arrived, a few lebiers armed with clubs and crackling maces descended from the pedestals in hopes of ambushing the humans. By now, nobody was surprised by this action anymore. The trick with undead pretending to be statues was already discovered by the constantly arriving sentients. If I was still in the control, adding some real statues and maybe a trap or two would be in order, just to keep the invaders on their toes. Sadly, it was not meant to be. As the 8 lebiers charged the enemy, jailer Jonathan hurled his armored body through the kitchen door. I guessed that he already finished gorging on the stone-like food and discovered a dessert, a whole group of Jaynard Kingdom soldiers. With a joyous roar, he grabbed the stone wall and propelled himself forward with the grace of a flying boulder. A second later he landed, and the earth shook as he ran forward, his sudden appearance a shock to the advancing enemies. I didn't have any hopes for my first floor, so this change lifted my spirits a bit. Or so it was until I saw Guildmaster Lois running to meet my creation, while the rest of the humans clashed with the incoming undead. The bandana-wearing rogue took initiative, his charge turning into a slide. He easily glided between the giant's legs, while Jonathan clumsily tried to grab his agile opponent. Lois disappeared from his sight, and for a long moment, the cursed jailer was only confusingly staring at his empty hands. The undead soon changed gears, forgetting about the quick warrior, and instead focusing on the meal laid before him, other human soldiers battling the lebiers in one large group. Many of them were standing in the back, the food hall simply not large enough to give them space to fight. Jonathan roared, only to have his shout of hunger turned into anger when an unbelievably sharp butcher knife nearly separated one of his arms from the body. The screech of metal grinding against the metal was overwhelming. I watched as the blade cut the iron, then skin, muscle, and wires before reluctantly stopping. Normally, such an attack would leave the opponent incapacitated, curling up in pain. Jonathan, however, was an undead. His only reaction to the left arm hanging only on a strip of armor and muscle was another roar and then a furious attack. He turned rapidly, his remaining hand slapping the attacker in the chest and sending him flying. The force of the blow caved in the human's armor and sent him flying a few meters back. With a loud crash, Lois hit the nearby wall and tumbled down only to immediately stand up, his smile now more similar to a vicious sneer, the bloodied teeth bared in an expression of joy. Lois, help him now. Together we'll slay the monster. Guildmaster. A few voices sailed through the air, but the battle-crazy human only shook his head. Do not intervene, he snarled. I haven't had a decent fight in AGES. With a scream of defiance, he charged towards my monster, another blade long and serrated suddenly appearing in his free hand. With a flourish, He dodged a wide swing of the jailer and then vaulted over the undead's back. He slowed his descent with both blades, cutting two bloody lines on the monster's back. The iron armor that jailer Jonathan wore seemed to be completely useless under the assault of what I assumed were magical weapons. Black, thick blood slowly dripped down from the damaged flesh, my creation more angry than hurt, if not counting the lack of one arm. "Yes, that's how it should be done," screamed Lois, and I noticed that the rest of my lebiers had already been beaten to the ground. "No surrender," he giggled, eyes glazed over with joy. "Can you hurry up, Guild Master?" Charles shouted with irritation. "Give me just a moment, sir." The bloodied maniac laughed and pounced back into action. The rest of the expedition was completely unfazed. Captain Dury was refining his look, checking if the dark blue armor he wore acquired any blemishes. Unlike the common soldiers, he wasn't using a normal iron with a tabard worn over it, but rather a specially dyed and carved piece. The gray shield sculpted in its front was especially pronounced. Master Vincent was studying the bone lichen growing on the walls, poking the pale growths full of water with his finger, while murmuring to himself. His violet robe and strange helmet were still unique among the sentients. I paid special attention to his movements since his core should be especially desirable. You never knew when an occasion could present itself. But then again, even not-so-powerful mages were my targets too. The fight between jailer Jonathan and Guild Master Lois ended a few minutes later. I hesitated to call it like that since it quickly became clear that the bloodied human was just playing with my creation. Despicable. Only I was allowed to kill and maim my enemies slowly and deliberately, and I would do so even more if this sportsman decided to grace my lower floors with his presence. As his deed was done, the guild master cleaned up with a piece of fabric, only to lick his lips in ecstasy, tasting both his blood and that of his enemy. Some of the surrounding soldiers trembled with repulsion while turning their heads away. Lois promptly ignored them. A minute later, the expedition arrived at the sparring room. My two Lebier spar masters were staring at the sentients with malice, their bodies unmoving, bound by the trial. As the soldiers moved forward, most of the people present inhaled sharply. They crossed an arbitrary line and, according to their expressions, were surprised by a notification box, similar to the ones I was encountering. It was already a tried and tired reaction chain, an expression of shock, then interest, and in the end, pure greed. After a few seconds, faster or slower depending on their reading speed, the eyes of the sentients sharpened, their throats suddenly dry and nostrils flaring. Most of the soldiers controlled their emotions immediately. It didn't, however, stop me from noticing quick glances thrown towards the higher-ups. Too bad nothing more interesting happened. Master Vincent was the first one to speak, stroking his ragged beard. "A trial, and on the first floor, too," he nodded to himself. "It seems like the dungeon started working on its third level." I was surprised by his speech. Was this ability of mine so common that the sentients understood it already? "Are you sure, Master Vincent?" Charles asked warily, still reading and rereading the invisible box. "It should be. If I remember correctly, most accounts claim that the dungeons tend to create trials as soon as the third or as late as the 9th floor." The only reaction to this enlightening information was a collective asterisk gulp and scraping sounds made when human troops retreated a few steps. "Fuck. Really? But the first floor is already a bitch to clear. And 9 floors. The first boss was only beatable by the Swords of Hope, and even they got demolished on the 2nd floor. Their murmurs were mostly inaudible to the party leaders, but I could hear them just fine. "So these tunnels can go as deep as 9 levels into the earth," shouted Lois. Unlike his surroundings, there was no trace of fear or hesitation in his expression. Instead, there was joy. That human was really weird. While it's certainly possible, I doubt it. Considering the time that passed since the dungeon was uncovered and its current state, I would guess that it's at maximum 4 levels deep, not more. "I see," Charles laughed with relief, while the rest of the warriors reaffirmed grip on their weapons. "Still marvelous. hummed Master Vincent. A fully functional trial on the first floor, with a skill as a reward for perfect completion. Is it rare? Why, yes, most dungeons simply offer some materials, experience, sometimes a magical item. He nodded his head while stroking a gray beard. It's unique. I guess forgotten dungeons really are special. His grumbles grew quieter. If only these damn half-elves weren't so keen on destroying them. Too bad the divine box doesn't tell us what skills would be granted to the victor, mused Captain Dury. Divine box, eh? I thought. What a curious expression. I guess it was rather obvious that they called it like that because of Mirabelle and Brighton, the only two gods I knew of. Somehow I doubted that Gangria was counted amongst their number. Considering that the trial demands a warrior-like elimination process, I would guess that they should be about hand-to-hand or weapon combat. Grinned Lois. His bloodied body seemed to be already fine, the dented breastplate ditched somewhere in favor of leather armor. It's not so obvious, you know, smiled Master Vincent. He eyed the speaking warrior, changing his tone to more serious. There were cases where a mage trial granted a physical skill, or where a rogue was given magical ability. He once again stopped speaking to stroke his pitiful beard. The dungeons are sometimes like that, random. I grinned. That was an excellent suggestion. If given time and chance, I would use it for sure. One more way to screw the invaders. No other way but try, still according to the soldier. He glared at his prisoner. At least 2 other people tried and failed to beat it, and like everything else in this dungeon, the penalty was death. Do we really want to risk any of the higher-ups? Now that was interesting. Captain Dury's words suggested that other dungeons don't kill the invaders, or rather that their trials are less severe. I had 2 pairs set up already, but each of them was a type the gamblers call all in. What was even more curious, even the trial that was forced on me, the trial of combat, had a very Spartan feel to it. More questions? No answers. The other ones died, sire. I saw them raising their hands in surrender, only to be beaten down by the undead. The captive stuttered, speaking while trying to bow. Not only was he bound with ropes, but he also had a pair of chains clamped on his arms and legs. The dirty and torn dark blue uniform identified him as a part of the soldier detachment guarding the place. Shut up, traitor! Captain Dury slapped the speaker, sending him tumbling on the ground. Sir, please, I didn't know it was a crime. The prisoner cried out, blood flowing from the cut lip marring the cold floor. Ignorance of the law excuses no one, smirked Dury. Still, according to the military regulations, the information you provided to the authorities redeemed you somewhat. He pointed towards the 2 waiting spar masters. Thank YUS, sir. Your sentence will be changed to simply hanging instead of quartering. What? No, please, no. Take him away. 2 of the closest soldiers only looked at each other, shaking their heads and dragging the screaming and struggling prisoner back to the upper level. The rest of the soldiers straightened their backs, wisps of greed disappearing from their squinted eyes. I was curiously waiting for their next words when a commotion above ground had drawn my attention. The human and half-elven soldiers were screaming at each other, their hands nervously resting on the blades. Loudly spoken curses were exchanged, while their faces filled with anger and disgust. They were gesticulating, pointing fingers, and nearly brawling. My camera noted it all. The situation was even more complicated for humans, because most of the human leadership was currently underground, leaving Carpenter Tom and Merchant Autelez Camap in the outpost, none of whom had authority over the troops. Because of this, the situation only escalated, which I wasn't too worried about since I was all about lessening the number of sentients. There was something strange going on, though. I wasn't an expert on human interaction, now more than ever since being thrown into an inanimate crystal, but the normal progression of such interaction should be violence. And it was the elves who were stopping it from happening. It was then that I noticed that some of the half-elven higher-ups were stealing weird glances at the empty space. Wait, there was something there. A shimmer-like disruption. It reminded me of how the Predator tended to use his cloaking device. In the older movies at least, not the recent garbage that was thrown into cinemas before my untimely death. I squinted, using the zoom on the camera to the greatest advantage. There were I think two figures were trying to sneak into my dungeon. The humans were none the wiser, their attention solely focused on beating the shit out of elves. I observed as the infiltrators climbed down the stairway and slowly made their way toward the boss's room. Instead of fighting, they chose to sneak by, and no amount of nudging could force the enhanced bile-brain guardian to attack something it couldn't see. The situation on the second floor was a bit better, but not by much. The Lebur exploders charged forward, but trying to pinpoint the location of invaders was a chore. They ducked and weaved, appearing for a moment and then disappearing immediately. And while my undead had some ability to see in the dark, they lacked the life sense that was often attributed to them in games. Not to mention zombies and skeletons, and these were fantasy equivalents of my monsters had any special abilities. They didn't tire, though. That much was similar to how undead worked both in games and on Yana. I was getting nervous, considering how to intercept the intruders when I noticed where they were going. My reaction was to summon even more reinforcements, adding patrols of the Iron Flame rats and electro-touched Leburs, while reinforcing the sentient's belief that they were going the right way. I banked on a game-like idea that the path of the largest resistance was the correct one. It seemed to work, as the invisible elves happily pranced forward, their sharp daggers even disposing of some of my creations. Fools! Like the orcs before, they were walking straight into a trap, towards pretty much the only monster in my dungeon that didn't rely on sight, and was thus immune to their little ploy. The glass progenitor. This monstrous tentacle with always hungry maw hunted by vibration and sound after all, which weren't suppressed by their magic items. Or maybe abilities. I wasn't sure what exactly they were using. The elves stopped at the entrance of the underground lake room, probably surprised by the lack of opposition. I worried that they would just turn back and escape, but it seemed like my worries were unwarranted. Soon their steps echoed creepily in the gloomy room, the only other sound being a whisper of the running water. The invaders were halfway there when the monster struck. A transparent tentacle shot out from the water, instantly impaling one of the elves on the wall. He screamed in pain while hacking at the attacker with his dagger. These were, however, only small pricks to the glass progenitor. The other infiltrator only stared in silence, his face and cloak showered in blood, turning the cloaking device useless. The monster wrapped itself around the dying victim. Not many sentients can survive a pierced stomach, and started to drag him back underwater to feed. The second elf hesitated for a moment, but seeing the water turning red, he chose the only sensible option. He started to run. In the meantime, I gathered most of my monsters on the way downwards and upwards to block the escaping pest. I reasoned that while the half-elven army had a few hundred warriors, they only sent 2 to scout, or maybe conquer. This meant that either the items they wore were priceless artifacts, or their skills were incredibly rare among their people. Otherwise, what would stop them from attacking me with dozens of such squads? If it was an item, I would prefer to have a chance to experiment on it. If it was a skill, then denying the sentient's knowledge about the second level and destroying an important human resource was a win in my book. Or was it an elven resource? Anyway, my monsters were trying to stop the elf from escaping. And they failed. It was mostly because of the pure dodging skill of the invader, but also his determination. Both Leburs and rats managed to wound him, however, even going as far as nearly gouging one of his eyes. The bleeding and exhausted sentient managed to arrive at the first-floor staircase. But he forgot about the floor guardian. My monster was waiting for him, stone fists prepared to pound him into oblivion. It was big enough to block the escape from the room, its large build for once turning out useful. I could see the despair on his once handsome face, as he tiredly raised his daggers and prepared for the last fight of his life. And then, A human arrived while burying a strangely sharp butcher knife in my guardian's ass. I knew I smelled blood, he screamed, pouncing at the golem. Oh, come on, I screamed even louder. 53. Uno. A half-dead elf, a crazy human warrior, and a towering golem were standing in a room. Sounds like the start of a joke, right? Yet the situation was anything but funny. As if hearing my thoughts, the figures in the chamber sprung into action. The golem started to reach behind, intent on slaughtering Lois, who was tightly clutching to its back. It was a natural reaction. Even if the creature couldn't feel pain, the discomfort of having its limbs sliced was still present. This wouldn't do. My goals were different, after all. While the human was annoying as hell, killing the elf who had returned with knowledge of the lower floors remained a priority. A small voice in my head was telling me that this course of action was just prolonging the inevitable discovery, since more explorers would come for sure. Yet I couldn't stop myself. The secrecy was one of the tools I used for my defenses. The fewer people knew about my hauls, the better. I simply had to try. Chasing away the idle thoughts, my mind focused on the present. In seconds, multiple instructions were sent to my floor guardian. Ignore the human. Smash down the elf. Do it now, no dilly-dallying. The large armored golem halted its movement while processing the torrent of new information. Its dull mind had problems even with the simplest of commands, not to mention these complex orders. Its stillness confused the human, who stopped moving and waited for his enemy's reaction. One that wasn't yet coming. During that time, I tensely watched the half-elf's movements, but he just continued to look exhausted. His arms were trembling as he kept up the defensive stance, laboring to take each breath. Drops of red blood were falling on the ground, slowly sliding from his once beautifully carved armor, which was now covered in cracks and smudges. The artistry defeated by the mundane. There had to be a moral here somewhere. No matter. The elf moved slowly, a wince of pain appearing on his face each time a step was taken. But he did try to walk forward. Lois was the first to break the stalemate by jumping down and rolling quickly enough to separate the hurt half-elf and my creation. The scouts seemed to be as surprised by this action as me. I briefly wondered when relations between races had grown so good. They sure didn't look like friends this morning. Thank you. The barely alive elf coughed heavily, a string of blood flowing down his well-chiseled chin. The hurt warrior had unruly, dirty blonde hair and tired, bronze eyes. His whole face and posture screamed noble blood, but not much of it was obvious under the blood-smeared posterior. Oh, shut it, Elfie, snorted Lois. You're going to get your beating after I'll finish with the big boy here. He pointed at the incoming abomination. Let's say you're a dessert, ha 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 ha. His wild laugh echoed through the chamber, forcing the unwilling half-elven companion to take a few steps back. In the end, he leaned against the wall, painting it red and black. Blood. Wait a moment. Why the elf wasn't affected by the bloodlust effect? He should have turned into a blithering maniac the moment he took a step into the room, considering he was literally bathed in blood. Was it some quality of the elven warriors, or some similarly broken shit? My mind was already racing through the elven race passives I knew from different games. Resistance to magic, resistance to poison, resistance to enchantments, immunity to sleep and illusions. Was bloodlust an illusion effect? Not sure, but I didn't think so. The earlier pop-up classified it as black magic. Something wasn't right. My camera instantly zoomed in, eagerly concentrating on his body, searching for bleeding wounds, amulets, active spells, anything that could shed some light on this situation. I patiently scanned each visible centimeter of skin, trying to look under the damaged armor, even as Lois was going to town on my golem, chipping away the large monster's stony flesh piece by piece. At least his magical butcher cleaver wasn't a useful weapon against this type of opponent. It gave me time to concentrate. Anyway, in the end, I managed to discover something. One weird fact: it seemed like all the wounds the scout sported were already healed. It was a recent thing, too, since the scar tissue was forming right now, visibly toughening in seconds instead of days. More importantly, The red liquid seeping down his chin started to look less and less like blood, being both thicker and quicker to coagulate. This meant a few things. Firstly, and most importantly, it seemed like health potions were a thing. HP potions, pots, reds, or whatever else they were called in games had many forms, but one purpose to restore taken damage, sometimes even going as far as recreating cut-off limbs or regrowing shattered organs. To tell the truth, I was surprised that most of the healing items brought by the adventurers were things like bandages, antidote pills, and soothing balms. Pretty much none of them were magical too. Worse, some only had a placebo effect. Now it seemed like access to healing items of greater efficiency was limited, but they existed nonetheless. Which made my little experimental garden that much more interesting. It would be up to fate to decide what kind of ingredients I would be able to grow, but the possibilities excited me. I wasn't so delusional as to presume that a little boiling would do the trick. There ought to be more complicated steps to creating a potion. This road seemed long and perilous, but at least I had a few more shortcuts I could use, like transferring the responsibility to the whole race of overly curious beings. Secondly, no one but the half-elves had demonstrated an ability to create or even use these things. This meant that either it was pricey, rare, or simply somebody had a monopoly on its production, or race-specific, or it was just that my dungeon was too weak, maybe not important enough, to warrant the use of such items. I didn't see Swords of Hope using healing potions. None of them were discovered on the bodies of Boulder and Tina either, and they had a royalty amongst their ranks. Then again, that party might not be a good representation of how the Yana World high-level adventurers dealt with the wounded, considering they had an exclusive healer. Thirdly, this meant that the elf warrior was only exhausted, not half dead. This rang alarm bells in my head. Even now he was trying to desperately regain his strength before the inevitable battle. The only question was, would he have to deal with my golem or just Lois? On that note, my creation was currently getting his ass kicked rather thoroughly. The one dealing all this damage wasn't faring much better, though. Lois' face was scrunched in a permanent scowl, but unlike normal people, he only grew stronger under the effect of bloodlust. The man in question laughed and jumped around like a monkey, avoiding the wide swings of my golem by a hair's breadth, even when struck by a powerful fist, and when his body sailed through the air, landing on the hard ground with the grace of a beached whale. He was still somehow able to recover seconds later. I managed to notice that his wounds started to heal slowly, allowing the guild master to contend with my oversized monster. Yet his battle prowess was all for naught because my golem ignored his attempts to draw aggro and concentrated its attacks on the wheezing half-elf. A few next swings were dodged by the scout, but the increasingly spasmodic moves proved he was at his last legs. This constant avoidance irritated the golem, just like a buzzing fly draws the ire of the cooks. Thus my creation, which was normally a calm and slow-witted creature, decided to finish him for good. It curled up, cut, bent, and scarred stone flesh, tensing with gathered power, and then it jumped. The elf's eyes widened as the golem's massive body unwound like a spring, and its silhouette appeared above him. There was nothing he could do. A second later, a wet asterisk splash sound echoed in the chamber, as the lithe sentient was completely crushed under the weight of my monster. I could feel the joy radiating from the dumb brute as it slowly started to climb on its feet, keen on continuing the battle. Sadly, it was not to be. Using the distraction to his advantage, Lois closed in on the normally protected golem's head. With a swift motion, he climbed the slowly rising giant, reminding me a bit of the shadow of the Colossus game, although smaller in scale. After all, my creations weren't 10-story-high monstrosities, at least not yet. Anyway, the important part was that Lois made his way toward the bile brain, directing the monster unopposed. A moment later, using a two-handed grip, he cleanly cut through the iron cage that protected its squishy parts. The damaged metal fell on the ground with a asterisk clang asterisk sound, and pieces of the flesh followed. The floor guardian tried to fight back, to reach up with its hands, only to stop when Lois stabbed the squirming bile brain with his weapon, the creature's limbs jolting in response, before stopping to move altogether. For a long, long moment, my creation was only standing there inertly before gravity did its thing and forced the abomination on the knees, and then face first into the ground. This left panting Lois as a sole survivor, seemingly taking in the scene of carnage. And what a carnage this was, the room full of scars, mostly left by the missed attacks of the floor guardian. Some of the lesser cuts were added by the wildly flailing guild master and his butcher's cleaver. They looked deeper than those left by the bile brain, but were less pronounced. Only now I noticed that the bloody sacrificial altar had been destroyed in the fighting, its rocky surface smashed and cracked under pressure. Judging by the damage type, it was probably demolished by my golem trying its best to resist the attacks. I shrugged, considering that the new floor guardian was weaker than the earlier version, and how the bloodlust effect was a two-edged sword, not to mention that I didn't have a lot of influence on the first floor of my dungeon anymore. It was okay. I could live with this. The human standing in the room breathed out heavily, shaking off his crazed state. Being a soul winner didn't come without a cost, however. The red bandana he wore had a lot of tears and slashes, barely withstanding the abuse of battle. The leather armor he borrowed from someone had already been destroyed, joining the heavier armaments he lost to the jailer Jonathan. There were pieces of it left, but deep gashes and blue skin were already healing, courtesy of a magical item or a special skill that Lois had acquired. From all the weapons he once hid on his body, only the cleaver remained, both serrated dagger and other weapons chipped and bent beyond recognition. That was a shitty ending, he murmured regretfully while looking at the meat patty lying on the ground, all that remained from the half-elf scout. My secrets were safe, or so I thought until I heard the next words he spoke. I guess I should continue to explore, he grinned maniacally. There should be some powerful monsters left, seeing how the elves ran with their tails tucked in. No, no, no. This is a time when you turn back, prepare, and let me rest. I shouted in frustration, knowing that the only person who could hear me was currently cuddling a batch of kobold eggs. On that note, I probably should break open one or two, only to check if I'll gain any blueprints. But considering how Guardian cherished these little things, I decided to reconsider. I dreaded making him angry, mostly because he was the only conversation partner I had at the moment. Not that we were talking much. The lower floors were still in the process of restocking. My Lebur exploders were slowly making their way towards the central room, their production workshop far away from the front lines, both a blessing and a curse. I also didn't start replacing all the destroyed flora and damaged parts of the chamber, which was why Lois whistled, seeing the destruction. Now, which creature could do that? He wondered aloud, his strange habit a small boon to me. That Charles Noble did say something about exploding stuff, right? He scratched his head, unwittingly freeing some of the black hair from under the bandana. I had little choice. Not wanting him to do what the half-elves did, especially after foolishly losing so many of my trump cards, Lebur exploders, I chose to send out a call. To Leburs, iron flames, rattlings, to my creations. Most of them wouldn't understand the words, but the intent. The enemy is here. The murderous feeling. Stop him, kill him. It was here. A roar echoed through my halls, startling the sentient. A second one followed. Is that a welcome? Lois was undaunted, peering beyond the moonlike room. His expression changed a bit as the first of my creatures arrived. They were the closest and relatively weakest monsters, Leburs. They came in squads, each led by a Lebur captain. When they stepped into the destroyed chamber, instead of grouping up, they started to spread their ranks, deciding to assault the invader at once. This, for some reason, surprised Lois. Did they hear me speak? The dungeon monsters usually tend to stay in their rooms, not to mention organize. They're the same type, so they have leaders, he mused, ignoring my monsters and looking at Lebur captains with amusement. Unless all these guys are of the patrolling variety, his face scrunched. It still feels a bit too much. A shrug. I'm not complaining, though. His complacent expression started to turn more and more serious as the last of all 8 groups arrived at the destination, leaving him alone to contend with 40 reinforced undead. Both sides stared at each other, Lois' eyes darting around, considering his chances, while Lebiers waited for me. "Get him," I ordered, and the Lebier captains raised their weapons, charging ahead. Just behind their followers were closing in, bent on killing an intruder. "Shit," cursed Lois. "What did these elves do to rile the dungeon so much?" he screamed while dodging the first few of the attackers. "Fucking delve killers. Oh, I'll punch the next elfie I'll see even if it'll get me in trouble." His murmurs didn't stop the advancing undead. Lois counterattacked, slicing off a few appendages. The damage which would maybe stop the living opponent, but nothing for those already dead. "When in doubt, run," he huffed, skillfully avoiding the enemy and choosing to break through the weakest part of their siege. That said, one or two hits managed to land, eliciting grunts of pain from the escaping guild master. He chose to run south, towards the metallic jungle and Iron Flame Rattling's temple. It was a dead end. Many of my creations were coming, most interesting of them a group led by the biggest Rattling I ever saw. While normal ones stood at about 20 centimeters, this guy was a staggering 1 meter. More importantly, his whole body was covered in scars and cut flesh, marking him as a survivor of many battles. The oversized claws and fangs closed and opened menacingly, seemingly desiring an opponent to fight against. On his waist, a small, leather belt with a few pouches lay comfortably, ready for immediate use. And like some of the other rats I noticed, his back lacked the spear thrower that his smaller cousins sported. The most imposing thing about him had to be the metal helmet attached to its skin and bone. It defended the rat's eyes and head while giving it a menacing look. The metal was formed into a square, with small slits left for eyes and the lower part completely shaved off to allow for a biting motion. The human was running, but this, enforcer of the Rattlings, was still on his tail. After a few more minutes, and when I had to witness the decimation of 3 more Rattling squads, the enlarged rat crossed paths with Lois. Both sides stared at each other for a long moment, before my rat behemoth breathed out a deep roar and Lois answered with his own wild sneer. "What are you?" he asked, not with fear, but rather barely contained excitement. "Are you some kind of a mutant, and that helmet may be an escaped Master Vincent student?" He laughed. Another, even deeper growl escaped the throat of my giant rat. Then, with a practiced motion, the Rattling reached into its pouch, took out a green-looking pill, and swallowed it. The formerly red eyes of the monster took on a green sheen. "Intelligent, using tools and magical items." Once again, Lois' expression changed. It was entertaining to have someone that easy to read in my dungeon. He would still die, though. "Ain't that a bit too fast? I guess that's a forgotten dungeon for ya." Another second of staring passed, until Guildmaster lunged forward with a loud shout. "Dayay." I wanted to observe the battle, and some small part of me did. But at this very moment, even more sentience arrived in the now-empty floor guardian room. Because of that, my attention was drawn back upwards. I still didn't manage to clean up the place. Human presence only slowly dissipated since Lois' departure. Much to my surprise, not only Charles and Master Vincent were arriving, but accompanying them was the half-elven princess and her shieldmaster. And a few elves, too, not counting nervous human guards. Both human leaders sported sour expressions and were distractedly looking around, the mage immediately spotting the demolished altar and running toward it. Menalia, on the other hand, was drawn to the squashed remains of her scout. She crouched nearby and used her gloved hand to search for something amongst the destroyed flesh and bone. "Was this one of your people, princess?" Charles wasn't the most delicate man in the world. Even I knew that this was a bad way to start a talk. It seemed like the man didn't care, and yet, to my surprise, his conversational partner didn't react badly. "Sanal Cloudrest was his name," the girl answered after a long moment. "He was one of the rarely born shadow children." "They what?" "The princess means those with an innate ability to hide." Master Vincent arrived a moment earlier, his absent-minded voice echoing for a bit. "They are born to the elves or those with thick enough blood and some of the other races." "Master Vincent, did you finish whatever you were doing out there?" asked Charles, motioning to the destroyed altar. Yes. Sadly, there wasn't much to analyze since most of the enchanted circle had been destroyed during the battle." I can, however, say that it was marvelously, if somewhat crudely, carved and animated. His expression changed into one of happiness immediately. He was speaking about something he loved, after all. I was more interested in what it did, though, smiled Charles, his patience visibly growing thinner. The violet mage ignored the looks he was given, chatting away. I can't really place the magic, mostly because it's one of the dark and primal variants, shunned and culled by the modern practitioners. The most I can say is that it deals with blood and mind spheres of influence. He turned towards the elven princess. If time allows for it, could I ask your highness for disabling the guardian without destroying this piece? I would like to preserve these runes in their entirety. He beamed his question, only to be immediately shot down. No, this is a forgotten dungeon one which had drawn the elven blood already. Everything here is to be purged. I won't be a part of any research efforts, Mage. Well, no need to be so hostile, princess, sighed Master Vincent. Then he mumbled under his nose. It was still worth trying, though. That means that this poor sod was one of your scouts? Charles asked once again. Yes, the other child of shadow is missing, however. I can't find this one goddess kiss. And what that may be. It's a secret. You do remember our deal? Sneered Charles. Knowledge for access, are you breaking it right now? The princess stared coldly at the red-haired noble, both of them silent for a moment. Menalia was the first one to break. Fine, she sighed. The goddess kiss is an item which, when cracked, can completely heal the wounded person carrying it. A restoration potion, then? Asked visibly flushed Master Vincent. Yes, we have a constant if a bit small stream of potions coming from our most advanced dungeons. Charles turned his head to the mage, staring at him questioningly. The man in question took out a small, oval sphere and stared at it for a second. Then he shook his head. She's telling the truth. Oh, please, the princess sneered. Like I would tell lies to already dead men. What are you talking, Abo? Asked the startled noble before his voice was drowned by the Menalia's louder orders. Use the gas now? Her shrill scream came as a surprise, as the elves immediately wore something that I could only describe as gas masks. A moment later, each of them took out a glass globe and smashed it against the ground. The thick green gas started to fill the room faster than my magic could purify it. Humans started to fight back, drawing their weapons and preparing spells. Charles even managed to burn one of the assailants to a crisp before he too fell to the ground. Are all of them incapacitated? The princess asked slowly. A few of the accompanying elves rushed to check. Minutes passed as they did their thorough checks. Only when all of the humans were accounted for did the soldiers' representative speak. Yes, your highness, all of them will sleep until death. Technically, it's not true. The curse of sleep can lull them for between 1 to 30 days. Menalia looked at the fallen humans with amusement. If they were not in the dungeon and if there was anyone left to help them, then they could survive. But by using this thing, I'll be free to say that I didn't kill them, truth-seeking orbs be damned. She turned back. Leave them as they are and follow me. We have a dungeon to conquer and destroy. The soldiers saluted and followed her downstairs. Right into the arms of already waiting Lebirs. Not to mention Lebir exploders, who already arrived at the central pond room. The first explosions rocked the floor, startling both battling Lois and killing off about half of the incoming elven soldiers. I was sure that all of them perished, but once the smoke cleared, a big, glowing shield was separating my undead from their prey. Just behind it, the princess, silent human, was kneeling, his arm thrust forward. Jake, are you all right? Menalia screamed in fear, squeezing through her other soldiers. She relaxed only when she arrived near the armored man and touched his shoulder. Hearing his soothing grunt, she turned towards the enemies and glared. You dare to hurt HIM. Waves of visible energy started to arrive at her feet, like waves of lightsea. At the same time, the darkness in the room started to grow deeper, greedier, more monstrous. I could hear the terrified whispers of her soldiers. The lightless lantern. The lightless one. Dark child. They spoke. The lone one, a single of them, whispered only to find that the shadows were growing deeper around him. And then the youngest princess of Luna started to chant. I deny both light and darkness, and yet I glow. And yet I cast the vilest shadows. I am a lightless lantern. I am the power just beyond your sight, O divine. Bathe in my light, O world. At this point, she and her closest surroundings were bathed in light, the rest turning so dark that even my cameras weren't able to see anything. I could only feel as if the lives of my creations were snuffed out like candles. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Lois was still battling my gigantic rattling. I grew bored and checked on the garden only to find it unchanged. Only a half hour later, the chamber started to brighten. My electrical chandeliers survived whatever that was. The half-elves were huddled around the Menalia, their faces pale and tired. Seeing as the darkness was passing, one of them forced himself to speak. "Why, your Highness, please." He bowed deeply, turning to kneel when his legs gave out. "C, can you please stop using battlefield annihilation spells on T, the dungeon second floor?" he begged, his comrades nodding with pitiful expressions. "It not only T-tires you out, but also makes our job harder." "I guess I overreacted a bit," she laughed shortly, but nobody joined, and after a second there was only an awkward silence. Not even the silent shieldman. This reminded me of the other elven girl, who also seemed to have a weak grasp on self-control. Was this something that all elven women had, or was it restricted to just the high-level ones? I guess elven harems were out of the question in this world, huh? My mind raced, focused on random things, trying desperately not to think about the destruction that this one chick would bring to my dungeon. I ordered the drones to quicken the third-floor boss room preparations. The fake core also needed to be moved as soon as possible, especially with this maniac wandering the level. After a moment of hesitation, I also ordered Rattlings to focus on trying to wake up the sleeping humans. The enemy of my enemy was my friend. I would be glad if they managed to stir up some trouble for the elves. To add to my troubles, a familiar telepathic link was closing in. "Need help," a feeling of pain and weakness was transmitted. "Escaping," she added, "need hideout." A feeling of desperation, then hope, home. Normally I would sigh and probably refuse the girl, but right now I needed all the help I could muster. "Welcome home, Naan. We are in a bit of a pickle, but you can jump right in. Teleport here," I answered while showing her a trap room just beyond the greedy glass progenitor. The trap room was turned into a small cell. The dangerous mechanisms were removed and replaced with a simple bed, a chair, a table, and a few other random things. As soon as the Revenant teleported in and collapsed on a nearby bed, I whistled. "Damn, what did you do, girl?" She was bleeding light from her left arm, the corrosion starting to devour parts of her upper body. "Not G-Guardian?" she asked suspiciously. "Oops. I'm also here, little one," a new, warm voice added. "W where's?" "Right now I'm taking care of the little kobolds, you know. You can visit." "No, she can't. We have an invasion, for fuck's sake," I answered angrily. "As you wish, my lord." "W who, lord?" Fuck it. My name is Uno, and I'm a dungeon core. Right now we have a rather big emergency, so please lie down. I'll try to help you as soon as it's possible," I answered in an annoyed tone. "Enemy," she slowly stood up. "Help, help home." Her hand grasped at the empty sheath hanging on her waist. "You're barely standing. Lie down, Naan." "No F-fight." Non-sentient minions are much better to control." I sighed loudly. It seemed like repairing someone's body was going to be a priority for now. "But non-sentient?" She sputtered and sighed even louder while Guardian laughed hysterically. "That's not what you know what? It doesn't matter, just lie down, I'll start my operation." As if to spite me, a notification box arrived just when I was starting to cut her flesh. Berserker Iron Rattling had evolved into Berserker Regenerator Mutant. It didn't sound that bad, but why did its race change? 53.5, my body is a temple. Berserker. All rats were made for a purpose. From the moment we were born out of the womb of our mother, we gasped and grasped at the gift of life and gift of knowledge that was granted by our esteemed Creator. It was at this point in our lives that the Great Divide came to be. A single instance of fate granting decided how the rest of our existence was going to be. Some were given but a word, a letter, a number, the smallest of the small, forced to wallow in mediocrity until the end of their lives. Others inhaled through their long, greedy snouts a single, fleeting vision, one that gave them purpose, which simply burned into their brains in the solemn hours slowly passing since our arrival into this world. Even fewer of us were given a gift of understanding, a deep root of knowledge twisting our insides with passion and madness of a different world. This power allowed us to become something more, something greater. But as we learned, nothing was free. There was always a price to pay. In exchange for a painful sacrifice, we were chosen to grow without end, to change this underworld of ours, to serve the Creator with our claws, our wits, and our flesh, to become a pillar of the secret council. We were strong, but not the strongest. There was one existence that had flown higher into the maelstrom that was our Creator's mind and returned unscathed. Our queen, our mother, our rat prophet, the one guiding us towards the future. I, on the other hand, was just a simple rat, living a simple life. Or at least that was what I wanted to be. There was nothing special or different about my birth. No fanfare, no magical lights, nothing. On the contrary, I was even smaller than my siblings, just one of the many blind, weak, hairless balls of flesh. It was warm, quiet, somber. We all wanted for this bliss to continue forever, but it was not to be. The visions came, forcing both me and my brothers to squeak in pain, to scream our denial, our sudden pain out into the world, to foolishly reject what was given. This was expected. The experienced tender tucked us in, cleaning sweaty bodies with water-soaked rags. One by one, the rats in the nest stopped screaming, their wheezing, tired forms filling every space possible. They were reborn. All of them besides me. I screamed myself hoarse, trying to escape my destiny, my throat raw and bloody from mumbled words and angry growls. The undeveloped claws painted long, shredded lines in my own flesh, forcing the tenders to bind me down in a desperate effort to let a youngling survive. I don't know how much that torture lasted, minutes, hours, days. In the end, my blinded eyes were filled with the sight of a sentient female, singing. Her form was hazy, filled with static, but the words she spoke, the words, they were clean and crisp, like shots fired in the morning. My body is a temple, a shrine to the Lord. And although I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil, for he is within me. And although my fate is to bleed, to kill, and to suffer, I shall not relent. For we are servants of the grand Creator. We are the enlightened ones. The words burned as my soul devoured them greedily, growing and changing. And then, suddenly, my epiphany ended and I was left in the dark, wishing frantically for the warmth and purpose to return. I didn't know that yet, but at this moment my pitiful self was destined to become a part of the secret council. As a sign of my ascension, I had acquired a new skill called blood courage. It allowed me to both regenerate and strengthen my abilities while in contact with blood. Its origin didn't matter. Animal, sentient, even undead fluids were working. I could feel my power steadily growing, just like it was predicted. But being on the receiving end wasn't enough. My body was a temple, and I was certain that each day spent training, sparring, bleeding, and reinforcing my scarred flesh was a living testament to our Creator's power. My stone-like bones were pillars that lifted the rich bricks of the flesh. The sturdy skin, turned hard and strong by the hours of constant fighting, was constantly covered with paint made from sweat and blood, while my fangs and claws were temple guards, separating the grain from the chaff. I knew my strength, and every part of my young mind desired recognition. With time, I was granted a name berserker, mostly because of my fighting style. According to the mother, it was a title given to the strongest of the sentients from another world. They often forgot themselves in the middle of a battle, reveling in chaos, death, and destruction. I was proud, ready, and then that pride was cruelly broken. My first real battle came, one against strange, translucent creatures. and one during which I was taught the harsh way of the world. It took only one attack from the monstrous creature to shatter my sturdy bones. If not for my posse of rats, I would end my journey right there, in a belly of the beast, before I accomplished anything. It was a waking call. I needed to get stronger. The temple was to be an unbreakable thing. Otherwise, how could it answer the expectations of our Creator? So I did what I could. That included asking my council brothers for help. They gladly answered, hoping to both test their abilities and show the depth of their faith. Crafter fashioned a helmet from his strongest metal, a foreboding alloy he called warp steel. Its silvery hue kept greenish strength hidden, like a rattling lair ready to strike. Mechanic and Mage worked on permanently attaching it to my skull, while Scientist created a new type of drug, something he simply called green pills. While the name was mundane, the effect was anything but. They enhanced my already great strength and reinforced the regeneration, allowing me to even regain lost limbs. I was cautioned, however, to never take more than 3 at any given time. Otherwise, the effect could not be predicted. After that came training, and even more training. The temple had to grow, after all, and it did so as my flesh and bones were strengthened. And when sentience invaded our sacred lands, the long-awaited call was given. The Creator called, his pleasant static flowing through my brain. We all knew what that meant. For glory, squeaked my companions. For the dungeon. For the rattlings. Kill, my low growl joined their voices, silencing the commotion. It came as a surprise, rats other than my posse not knowing how to react. I sighed internally. My confrontation against the glass nightmare did not end without any consequences, but losing the ability to speak was a small price to pay for a warrior. For a long moment, the uncertainty and fear slowly trickled down, poisoning the gathered rats with fear. Luckily, one of the more bloodthirsty warriors shouted and immediately dispersed the gloomy atmosphere. The berserker had spoken. We hunt. We hunt. I nodded approvingly. Courage was good, but I preferred to not scare my lesser brethren without a reason nonetheless. After that sorry incident, we started to move, the surrounding rats flowing after me like a living tide. We ran through the hidden corridors, small chambers, and twisted tunnels whose walls still bore signs of combat against goblin and kobold scum. A scar here, a broken weapon there, a small indentation left after a missed attack. They remained a grim reminder of our fragility. Not once or twice, our paths crossed with some of my council brethren. They also were compelled to answer the Creator's call with their own skills and forces. Tactician and strategist were having their hands full, coordinating the advance troops and preparing a crippling strike against unsuspecting invaders. For now, the untasty ones were holding the line, their devotion to the cause unflinching even in the face of certain annihilation. Behind the common, rats Mage and Mechanic, for the first time in underworld history, led their forces into battle. Warp acolytes and rat mechanists were chosen to stop the advance of tall ones, the latter with the power of their green stones, and the former by using their strange, half-living contraptions. Young rats hurried forward, their eyes full of hope and greed. For glory, for the master, for our home, they squeaked while readily advancing. Many of them would be dead before this day ended. But such was the will of the Creator. Others will take their place, and those who survive will undoubtedly grow stronger. Along the way, I even managed to meet Scientist wandering away from his secluded laboratory. A rare sight. Behind him, a bunch of scared assistants carried countless colorful vials, strange machines, and various pills. K-Kill, I mumbled, and his servants shivered in response. Cowards. Oh, Burr, is it you? He, on the other hand, squeaked in delight. I nodded fiercely, and he continued speaking. I noticed that despite the passage of time, his body was still covered in blue vein-like lines. The number of scars and damaged skin he bore was not much smaller than those decorating my own battered body. What a surprise! How are the pills? Are you feeling any after effects? Kill, I answered, shaking my head in denial. They were perfect, produced personally by the claws of our resident genius. I did not doubt that they worked as intended even in longer engagements. Scientist was showing off his new power after the Creator decided to bestow the gift of Warpstone on our kind. Well, we better get to it. I have been ordered to advance towards the first floor using our tunnels. My job is to make sure that the poisoned tall ones get better. His snout twisted in an expression of disgust. I know that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but it still doesn't sit well with me. We should kill them all, consequences be damned. My only answer was an angry roar. Yeah, I know. He twirled his surprisingly agile claws in a gesture of surrender. I'll finish the job that was given by the master, but if in the process of doing so a few sentients die or get sterilized. His voice trailed off, and I could see the expression of wonder slowly appearing on his face. The rats behind him recognized it immediately and stumbled against each other trying to get out of the way. I too shuddered. Scientists' experiments were dangerous. There was a time when we worked together, and to this day I pray to the Creator each night, thankful for my survival. Sensing the change of atmosphere, I nodded to the mesmerized rat and turned tail. My team followed, not knowing why we were moving but not keen on asking. Perks of being a boss, I guess. Even after we left, I could still hear the echoing whisper. They have cores, right? Now I wonder how would they interact with Warpstone, or maybe just an incision will soft meet wither when exposed to the glorious anima crystals, or would it mutate? What about the eyes? Scientist mumbled under his snout. Yes, what about the eyes? I shuddered. It seemed like the other tall ones were up for some bad awakening. Not that it mattered, they would all die in the end. Our Creator demanded so. And speaking of dying, our small group was closing in on our target. The lone warrior we were chasing still advanced crazily, not looking back. I could see the glory in that. To burn brightly before one's demise was a good thing. My nose twitched, instantly stopping the ruminations. I smelled blood. Rattling and human blood, but it was the former scent that dominated the air. Seconds later, we arrived at the battlefield. Corpses in various stages of dismemberment were strewn about like in a scene straight from a nightmare. The air was wet and heavy, with the added flavor of sweat, piss, and fear dispersing slowly. And amongst the bodies stood the invader, a black-haired man wearing scraps of leather armor and rags that were once modest clothes. Once red bandana now looked like a scrap of waste. In his hands, a strange butcher knife was vibrating with hidden energy, slowly devouring the fluids covering its blade. It was a bewitching, terrible sight. One that I welcomed. An opponent. A real opponent granted by the Creator. I roared while my face distorted into a happy sneer, not that the human could tell. Kill. The man responded with a laugh of his own. His eyes were anticipating a surprise strike and searching for the right angle to attack. Perfect. What are you? He asked, not with fear but barely contained excitement. Are you some kind of a mutant, and that helmet may be an escaped Master Vincent student? He roared with laughter again. Kill, I answered with deeper emotion. Fulfillment to kill or be killed. Seeing him observing my form, I used this time to repeat my mantra. Prepare, never underestimate the opponent. A green pill ended up in my mouth, a motion I trained 100,000 times. The small pouch I carried on my waist had about 20 portions left, but the usage limit was still fresh in my mind. I did not want to die before fulfilling my duty. After I swallowed the drug, a feeling of strength slowly traveled through my veins, reinforcing bones and muscles, making my mind swirl faster. I stared at the human with amusement as he spoke. Intelligent, using tools and magical items, his expression changed. Ain't that a bit too fast? I guess that's a forgotten dungeon for you. The man complained playfully, still talking to himself. And then he lunged forward with a scream. It was a decent attack, quick, ruthless, and utterly brutal. Butcher knives aren't known for their precision after all. He swung it down, aiming to disable my left arm, but I instantly dodged, starting a swipe of my own. The attack missed, cutting the ground instead, a deep gouge showing both the human's strength and his weapon's might. My swipe didn't find its target too. As he agilely used the momentum and fell forward, spinning a bit before landing. "Ta-da," he jested, but I reacted with another attack. This time I opted for a charge. My helmet was made from the strongest metal known to a rat, after all. Raising speed, I flew forward, my legs and arms barely touching the floor. The air cried, torn apart by my quickly moving flesh. Then the sound stopped, and I felt the sound of a collision together with a screeching of abused metal. Even under the effects of inertia, the human managed to slip away, hurt, but not dead. I ended up headbutting the wall, a tremor of force nearly knocking me out. We both turned and stared at each other in surprise. How the hell?" the invader stuttered, looking at his nicked blade. "This is a magical weapon, for fuck's sake." I checked the integrity of my helmet and was shocked to find a nick in the warp steel's smooth surface. It seemed like our equipment was on par. A few more bouts followed, both me and the human scoring the hits but not weakening each other. It seemed like his ability was similar to mine. The blood helped him to keep up and regenerate. At least until I swallowed the second pill. My muscles grew explosively, but it wasn't all strength. An explosive gain in speed was also experienced. Small, green lines started to appear on my flesh, reminding me of how scientists looked after a few catastrophic experiments. The human's answer was simple. "Fuck you, you cheater," he mumbled, his eyes slowly losing the spark with which he started our battle. I decided to end this fight, all the more since I could hear constant explosions from the direction where most of our forces advanced. I felt restless. The sentients should already be dead, and yet the battle continued. 4 more attacks, and the invader was on the ropes, stumbling back like a marionette with broken strings. I lunged forward, both of my claws piercing his shoulders with a wet sound. A small scream of pain followed, and the man was immobilized against the wall. I opened my mouth to bite his head off, finishing this battle in my favor only to hear him whisper, "It's a draw, fucker." With a strength surprising for a half-dead person, he lifted his damaged butcher cleaver and cut straight into my belly, spilling blood and guts on the ground. I started to feel cold weakness spreading from the wound, but with the last spurt, my jaws clamped on his neck, severing the head from the rest of the body. After that, both me and the sentient fell on the ground. He a dead pile of flesh. Me a soon dead Rattling. I could hear my subordinates screaming panikedly, their squeaks filling the air. My snout unknowingly stretched itself in an expression of happiness. Such loyal little rats, I thought, feeling the darkness just behind the corner waiting to claim me. But it didn't. Instead, a red-hot pain seared up from the wound, traveling quickly through my flesh and bone. It hurt. It hurt so much that I wanted to die, a long, piercing scream building up and leaving my damaged lungs. And again, the waves of fire continued to travel through my flesh. I could feel myself changing. The stomach wound repairing itself. My brain, my head, growing and filling all the space left in the warp steel helmet. Both the legs and the spine were filled with muscles, tendons, forcing me to stand upright. The arms grew slender but still powerful, claws turning into fingers. I couldn't see my face, but the snout that always was there simply disappeared. And most of all, what is HAPPG? I could talk now. The explosions once again rocked the dungeon's second floor. Wonder had to wait. There were rats in dire need of help. 54. Uno. It was chaos. I tried my best to attend to 3 places at once, to keep Naan contained and not foolishly attacking the invaders, while also preparing her for an operation. At the same time, I was checking on my newly evolved minion and charting the launcher's progress. While I was certainly capable of some multitasking, this was still a bit too much. Why can't I simply be left alone? A word of complaint escaped my mouth, the only recipients being Naan and Guardian. Both didn't answer as the former was busy squirming, trying to loosen my ropes, and the latter was observing his new pets, or rather their eggs, as not one of the kobolds had hatched yet. I focused on binding the unruly revenant down, more and more copper tools being prepared to deal with the dangerously pulsating bright thing. That arm of hers was already lost, both flesh and metal devoured up to the shoulder. The only thing I could do was to cut it all off and dispose of or isolate the corrupted tissue. The only thing that remained looked like a half-translucent, pustule-like growth, which somehow reminded me of jellyfish. My first choice was to contain it inside a big glass receptacle. I still didn't know what this weird substance was, but the ability to devour both metal and flesh seemed interesting, if rather dangerous. This, however, meant that it could be weaponized maybe in a similar fashion that the person who hurt Naan did, which was a piece of information that I should drag out of her as soon as she became less delirious. On the other hand, if handled improperly, the material could very well devour my dungeon. Bah, no risk, no gain. Just to be sure, I stationed a few of the iron flame rats nearby, deciding that in the worst-case scenario, they were to be used as an impromptu sterilization unit. The good all-fire should be enough. Afterward, a small part of my consciousness was left in the temporary operating theater, creating tools and ordering minions. Soon I could feel the saw slowly grinding down Naan's flesh. The living metal, her supple muscle, hardy bones, I felt it all. At the same time, I could also tell that my copper tool had to be constantly regenerated if I wanted to shear her body all the way through. Of course, it would take time, but I was anything but patient. I turned my attention toward the tunnels where the fight against the sneaky invader took place. My cameras displayed a scene of total carnage. There were scraps of flesh, broken bones, and fur, with headless and armless corpses strewn everywhere. To add insult to injury, various rattlings were thrown about like dolls destroyed by a petulant child. And blood everywhere, painting both the ceiling and walls crimson red. Slowly, the scene was getting cleaner, my constant devouring of foreign materials starting up now that the sentient was dead. Only the scars and crumbled rock would soon remain as a silent witness to the destruction. The human was dead, his haughty body crumpled like a useless rag, his head torn off the torso by a monstrous force. My first evolved minion was still nearby, his muscular body breathing heavily. A reaction to winning the fight, or maybe the evolution? Who knew? The system called him Berserker, and he really looked the part. I observed him for a second. He looked similar to the video game character from Vermintide, was it? At least I thought so. A rat ogre, I believe that's what the monster was called. The current form of Berserker was certainly similar, but there were also differences. For example, his face had a shorter, more human-like snout with teeth reminiscent of the shark instead of the rat, a few rows of scary fangs, ready to tear the flesh from the bone. The hands also looked different. The claws were still there, but in a more subdued form with an ability to wield weapons and perform complicated maneuvers. Not simply weapons, but tools. That said, my regenerator mutant still had a lot of bestial features, including the overgrown muscle, vicious expression, and green, glowing eyes. And the mane. Yeah, a lion-like mane formed from brown fur reaching down to his shoulders. At least now it could walk on 2 feet, which put it at little more than 2.5 meters of height. Savoring the sensation, I spoke. Analyze. Regenerator mutant. Called Berserker. A surprising effect of overusing a never-before-seen magic drug. Its primal form was a simple rat, but after the enforced evolution, the final effect is anything but ordinary. This large, vicious rat humanoid has nearly unlimited ability to regenerate, but unlike its distant cousin, Troll, neither fire nor acid will disrupt its function. Instead, only destroying both the brain and the heart at the same time will slay the beast. Some of the magic still remains in the creature's bones, and as such further mutations are possible. Despite becoming a member of a completely different race, Berserker still considers himself a Rattling. As a progenitor of a new species, he has been graced with enhanced intelligence and emotional capacity. Threat level B. Lovely. A real monster. I had already decided on a perfect role for him. As indestructible as he was, Berserker seemed a perfect fit for the 3rd floor's boss position. Especially if I equipped him right. Some cursed armaments would feel just right. I couldn't wait to try my hand at kiting him out. Right now, the newly evolved monster was slowly making its way to the battlefield, eager to stop the Longier's invasion. I was giddily waiting for his arrival, expectantly waiting for both the aggressor's reaction of horror and perspective of quickly approaching carnage. In the meantime, my attention turned toward the second-floor entrance room. I had to make sure that my newest enemies weren't pushing too hard. And with this came a surprise. I did order the Lebiers to hold their ground, to keep the attackers busy with something, anything. They were expendable after all. But the forces trying to keep the elves in check were mostly comprised of ordinary Lebiers, a few Lebier captains, and even fewer Lebier exploders. Some Rattlings also joined the battle, helping my creatures with both sneak attacks and covering fire. Normally, each of these minions would be doing their thing. Exploders would be charging. Lebiers would be charging. Captains would be charging. Most of the Rattlings would be charging also. Yeah, pretty much all my creatures would recklessly run to their deaths, catching the defenders' arrows with their faces and squishy parts. Not ideal, right? And yet this time it seemed like my rats were taking command. That in itself was not a surprise. They were one of my most intelligent creatures, save a few unique beings spread around the floors. What was, however, unexpected was the fact that the undead were actually listening to them. My Lebiers usually tried to fulfill their orders in the simplest way possible and, of course, to the letter, while ignoring anyone or anything trying to distract them from the task. This was their greatest strength and their greatest undoing, and now they simply stopped doing so. I was stunned. How did the rats manage to override that trait of the undead? My shock lasted a few more seconds, until I noticed something else out of ordinary. While most of the Rattlings were simple rank and file, some of them looked different. For one, on their heads, they were wearing metal circlets with small, green gems. What's more, the sensation I felt from them was familiar, and very so. The green aura they radiated, the power so similar to my own, crystallized anima, of course. The thing that the rat kind seemed to covet so much. Lebiers would surely listen to somebody who felt just like a smaller, weaker me. Wait, did I just witness the creation of a necromancer caste? Well, they weren't able to raise dead, so maybe that was a not entirely accurate description. Rattling dark mages, then. When I debated how to call this addition to the underground rat empire, the Rattlings in question continued the attack. They squeaked orders right and left, pointing their little paws in the direction where the undead were meant to go. And the Lebiers obeyed, working in small teams to disrupt enemy defenses, jumping from cover to cover like they were on the beaches of Normandy. It was clear that this change came not too long ago because Longiers were in full panic mode. "Shoot the blue ones," screamed one of the defenders. "They explode." "What do you think I'm trying to do? I can't get a clean shot. They're being shielded by the other undead," answered another with a frustrated tone. "Princess." "I know." The blonde mage barely grumbled, sending a long, sharp beam of light towards the advancing undead. The ones in the front were cut in half, falling on the ground like damaged dolls. It didn't stop their advance, though. The defenders curled up, expecting an explosion, but nothing happened. "It did," asked a confused elf. "What the—" "It was a decoy. Keep your eyes peeled," a spotter shouted, reacting earlier than others. "A decoy? How the hell are they learning so fast?" "Goddess bless us, more are coming." Chaotic screams filled the air as one of the exploders, dyed with ash to hide its color, approached the defense line. "A blue one." "Brace," a command followed. "Fuck that, hide!" The shouts of warning echoed as Menalia softly spoke to the accompanying human knight with a grumble clearly noticeable in her tone. "Are you all right, Jake? Another one is coming." A grunt of acknowledgement was the man's only answer as the silent warrior steadied his posture, took a deep breath, and extended the shield once again. I could tell that this wasn't the first time he did so during this battle, and that it was taking its toll. The undead started to run, an electric weapon lighting up in its hand, covering the surroundings in a blue, unearthly light. After a few seconds, the speeding Lebier hit the half-translucent barrier, his body exploding in a blaze of glory. The chamber shook heavily. A few pieces of dirt fell from the ceiling and another crater was added to the room's decorations. The defender's only response was another grunt, but the shield held still. Still too weak, I mouthed bitterly, but my mood instantly improved as I zoomed on Jake's face. My camera had discovered a speck of blood forming in the corner of his mouth. The man immediately swallowed it down, throwing a quick glance in his master's direction. Seeing as she was still absorbed in studying the advancing enemies, his calm gaze too turned toward the battlefield. "Where are the reinforcements?" she whispered under her breath, sending another beam of light at my minions. I didn't know if it was an effect of her reckless attack or maybe a tactical decision made by the Rattlings, but most of the electrical chandeliers had been destroyed, not being able to reappear for as long as the sentients occupied the hall. My undead, however, could see perfectly in the dark, the Rattlings being not much worse at it. Their enemies, the elves, also seemed to have some semblance of night vision, but it was of a lower quality than the one used by my creations. I judged so mostly because their arrows became devilishly accurate only in a small circle of light remaining around them. The surrounding darkness stirred, and elven soldiers echoed its activity. "Something's coming. Prepare your bows. Wounded, get back to the healer. Check your ammo." One of the warriors was especially religious, or maybe even a priest as he started to chant. I stirred, but no magic lights appeared from nothingness. It seemed to be a purely morale-raising tactic. "Oh, our goddess, Mirabelle, you who watch over our world, our eternal guardian, patron of the sacred swords, the defender against corruption, light in the darkness, bless us as we stand in your name, protectors of the Luna Kingdom, shields of the sentient races, luminaries of knowledge, servants of peace." He stopped to take another breath, only to continue his obnoxious preaching in an even louder tone. "Bless us as we praise your name and cut away the darkness. Oh, our goddess, Mirabelle." A moment of tense silence followed, interrupted only by a few rattling squeaks. The Longiers didn't know it, but orders were given to the Lebiers. Only a dozen or so invaders remained, not counting the princess and her shield knight. On the other side of the room, about 30 undead slowly were getting in formation, the common variety up front, their square shields at the ready. Behind them, a few of the remaining captains joined shoulders to cover a single Lebier exploder, currently being covered in dirt and ash. The rest of my reinforcements were still coming. Lebiers, Rattlings, the regenerator mutant. Another few nervous minutes passed, both sides preparing for the unavoidable conclusion. I could see the sweat forming on their brows, widely opened eyes scanning the darkness surging with activity. The elves were full of fear, their hearts beating louder and louder as the silence dragged on. And then a noise came. 1-2. 1-2. The undead's feet struck the ground in perfect harmony, like soldiers on a parade. Are they marching?" asked one of the elves, his voice strained. "By the gods, what is happening here? Oi, how fast are they learning?" Soon from the surrounding gloom, a dense mass of Lebiers appeared, their rhythmic march getting on the invaders' nerves. "I was afraid of this. The Forgotten Dungeon has access to military data," Minalia muttered under her nose. "There is no other way. We have to change our attitude. It's no longer simply a dungeon conquest. No, this is war. The only question is how deep this rabbit hole goes. Did it only find some books, maybe magical aids, or—" the princess trembled. "Or did it find a damaged, or, gods forbid, fully functioning strategos?" She shook her head, clearing the grim expression. "I will analyze this later. Survival takes priority. For now," she coughed, her voice growing sharper and louder. "Prepare yourselves, men. First rank fire, second rank ready for melee combat." Her command woke up the remaining elves, their bodies quickly reacting to the orders, even though their minds were still in chaos. "What is our motto, men?" she screamed. "Never again." "I didn't hear you." "Never again we will purge this darkness," a vigorous shout answered her. "Even if all that's left of us are bones." Soon a first volley was sent loose, and in answer to that, the Lebiers were ordered to charge, their once neat formation quickly breaking out. From the gaps, captains with heavier armor and better equipment could be seen trying to get to the front. Many things could be said about the Lebiers, but there was no coward amongst them. Then again, do undead even feel fear? Elven sharpshooters added a few more arrows to the mix before switching to their daggers and knives. With a shout, the second line stepped forward, shielding them and clashing with my undead. The sound of colliding metal and gasps of pain filled the air. "Give them hell," Menalia shouted while cutting down an undead after undead. Her men followed, suddenly devoid of fear. The battle raged on. I could easily infer that in pure skill they were far above my minions, their blades cutting, shearing, tearing Lebiers, breaking their bones. Their reaction speed, coordination, and morale were all top-notch. I even saw one of the frail things kicking the undead Sparta style, sending the undead tumbling down. But how do you fight against an opponent who doesn't stop even when you cut off both of his arms? Who doesn't tire? Who doesn't fear death? And most importantly, who has the numerical advantage and doesn't care about the casualties? Blue 1, a terrified scream cut through the air as the half-elves spotted my little surprise. The Lebier exploder was advancing in the thick of the battle, surrounded by my captains and a few dark mage rattlings sitting on their shoulders. I silently thanked them for their sacrifice. They will be remembered. Defend. The hoarse order sounded, and then, following it, an explosion happened. BOOOOOOOMs. A monstrous detonation cut through the sentients and undead alike, raising a cloud of dust that filled the entire room. A few moments passed, the sound slowly returning to the chamber. Yet the sight that greeted me was once again not what I expected. Two barriers were glinting in the weak light. A yellowish one created by the shield knight, and a green one. I gritted my teeth. It didn't matter. The barrier meant that the princess survived. That was bad. She seemed to be a force behind this invasion, and this ambush failed to eliminate her. I started to hurry up my forces, bent on killing her off before she escaped to the surface. And then I stopped. "Your Highness, are you all right?" A concerned voice cut the air. I knew that voice. It belonged to the half-elf Agric Oakbound, the royal aide. "Fuck it. Your Highness," he screamed, his large, muscular figure moving cautiously. "Oh, shut up," a tired voice answered him. The dust settled, showing that, as I thought, Menalia survived. No serious wounds could be seen on her body either, barring a few scratches. She was currently clutching the kneeling knight's back, the man throwing up large amounts of blood. "I told you to not overextend yourself," she spoke quietly to the human while ignoring the surroundings. "Why do you always do this, Jake?" The knight's only answer was a weak smile, followed by another bout of puking out blood. "Your Highness," the leader of reinforcements started to speak, suddenly looking much less sure than before. The men behind him, I counted at least 50, shuffled hesitantly. "What?" she asked in a sharp tone. "What are your orders, princess?" He squeezed through his throat. A moment of silence followed. Jake puked out some more blood. "Kill them," she answered in a cold tone, not turning her gaze in the slightest. "I want all of them dead." "Your wish is my command," Agric shouted, turned around, and led his team to clear out the chamber. It was clear that he wished to be as far away from the royal princess as humanly possible. Yet he didn't forget to leave a bunch of guards in the chamber before going off to fulfill her demands. Thanks to leaving so eagerly, he didn't notice that Menalia's hand was tightened so hard that it turned white. Jake, however, was able to see it. With a slow and careful motion, his gauntleted hand reached for hers, and one by one her fingers were pried loose. Only then did the princess's gaze soften. "You fool," she whispered. All that romance happened while in another part of the chamber my minions were getting slaughtered. To tell the truth, most of the survivors were Lebier captains and the dark mage Rattlings. Currently, they were retreating east in a tight formation. One or two lacked limbs, and the rats had their share of their own shrapnel wounds, which meant that their shields were completely foolproof. But that didn't stop them from steadily moving back. All around them, heavily damaged lebiers were doing their best to slow down the attackers. "What the hell is this?" asked one of the elves. "Yeah, are we fighting the dungeon monsters or thrice-cursed mercenaries?" "Stop your nagging, pursue. You heard the princess, didn't you?" "As did you," one of the officers grumbled. "I also heard that another batch of soldiers was sent for." "What? But it's already too much for a dungeon dive." "Are you daft?" the man said indignantly. "What part of this massacre looks like a dungeon dive for you?" "Bah, what's the worst that could happen?" "Fool," the elf summoned an earth spike, slamming it against the rattling shield. The poor creature screamed, but the green barrier still held. "See, that's what a forgotten dungeon is capable of, on the second floor." "They're running," a shout cut the conversation short. Indeed, my minions decided to change their strategy and legged it. I blamed the decision on the Rattlings, as the lebiers didn't have any self-preservation instinct to speak of. And yet the pursuing sentients followed right behind them, but their efforts were hindered by a slow drip of lebier reinforcements. A few more minutes passed, and the escapees left their pursuers in the dust. I wanted to turn the situation around when another batch of soldiers descended the stairs. This time they were led by Ian Sleekit, the second aide, a delicate-looking but dangerous man. "My princess," he bowed, "what are your orders?" "We go after Agric." She spoke curtly, her human knight already healed, though still looking a bit pale. "But we don't know if he went in the right direction. Shouldn't we map the space independently? Isn't that the standard procedure?" he asked while raising an eyebrow. "Normally I would agree." Minalia nodded, now calm and composed, the earlier murderous rage nowhere to be seen. "But it seems like the dungeon had devoured not only the technology but also tactics manuals." "Are you sure?" "There is no other explanation." For a moment the princess's face contorted. After a brief inner conflict, she sighed and beckoned the man to come closer. "Princess?" he asked curiously but listened anyway. "There is a probability that the dungeon has devoured a strategos," she whispered into his ear. "Truly." "Calm yourself," Minalia chided the man immediately. "It is only a theory. The changes in its behavior might be also an effect of devouring some magical curio containing the necessary knowledge." "Yes, I understand now. We must reinforce Agric immediately. We cannot let the past repeat itself." "Yes," she nodded seriously. "Sure, this is not an insect dungeon, so the consequences should not be so severe, but it's good to see you're not a complete fool, unlike your friend." Agric can be a muscly-bound idiot sometimes, but he is like a brother to me." Ian smiled abashedly, scratching his head. "I see," a long sigh followed. "Let's go then and hope we are not too late." "Yes." In the other part of my dungeon, the man in question was currently screaming out orders. "Keep up the ranks. Do not let them surround you." "Sir, what are these things?" "By the gods, I don't know, but they look dangerous." Agric responded while sweeping the legs from under a rattling contraption. If I had to describe what it looked like, an egg with two pointy legs and arms would probably be most accurate. In the middle of the said egg, there was a small slit radiating a green glow, but I could also glimpse a sweaty rattling pulling levers and buttons at a breakneck pace. I tried to analyze this thing, but the only result I got was that common rattlings were piloting these mechs. Were they mechs? I hesitated to use this word. At a height of about 50 centimeters, they swayed like drunks, not capable of moving in a straight line. On the other hand, their steampunk-looking lower limbs were fitted with a mass of gears and transmissions which somehow worked despite being obviously overcomplicated. This contrasted with how the upper arms, I hesitated to use this word, looked. It felt incongruous. They were after all only simple metallic rods with sharpened ends. Did they not have time to finish these machines, or was it planned to be this way? Their method of attack was also unsophisticated, simply bashing their armor against the half-elves' knees or trying to pierce them with their arms. After the first moments of confusion, the invaders started to laugh. "What the hell are these things?" shouted one of them. "Aren't they clumsily cute when you look closely?" Another added in a relaxed tone. Look how they try to keep balance. Hello. Do you think the commander will allow us to take a few of them back home? Grinned another. The merry atmosphere continued as my rattlings tried their best. I felt bad just looking at them. And then, the situation changed, the laugh dying in the invaders' throats. A mini-mecha exploded, killing both the rattling pilot and the enemy. 55. Uno. I nearly started giggling seeing the sentience expressions. Their shock-filled faces and sudden change of tone were very satisfying. No more laughs and jests. No more disrespecting my creatures. Or they'll pay the price in blood. Most of the soldiers took a few steps back, instinctively gathering into a large blob of flesh and pointy armaments. Clearly, a human herd behavior at work. They stared wildly at their nearly dead companion. The unlucky soldier gasped a few times, his body still desperately clinging to life, before gurgling and slowly sliding down on his knees, falling into the bloody dirt. I noticed that his crotch, chest, and face had been completely obliterated by the explosion, flesh shredded from the bone. It was both a vicious and effective way of getting rid of the opposition. Not counting the death of a rattling pilot. Speaking of which, the state of his mini-mech was much worse than that of his victim. The upper part was completely gone, the strength of the explosion turning the metal into murderous shrapnel. Bent and sharp metal shaped outward like a gruesome flower was a piece of clear evidence that the explosion originated inside the machine. Its two arms were still barely connected to the destroyed shell, but could only dangle helplessly. The egg insides were completely melted and covered in green glowing dust, pretty similar to how radioactive waste was depicted in various sci-fi flicks I saw in my old world. Only flecks of flesh and bone remained of the rat pilot, the smell of burnt fur filling the surrounding air. All in all, an expected outcome for something that looked similar to reactor overload. There was one thing that confused me, however, and that was the reaction that the Rattlings had. Instead of capitalizing on the invaders' inability to act and attack, they too stared at their former companion's metallic grave while squeaking to each other. My social skills were lacking even when it came to reading humans, not to mention the bestial faces of ratkins with their whiskers, fur, and squinty eyes. But there was something even I noticed. Confusion, fear, hesitation. These emotions were present in each of their actions. It slowly dawned on me that the mech pilots were as surprised as me, or even our enemies, by this explosion. In short, this course of events was an accident. This changed my mind quite thoroughly. While having self-destructing creatures in my roster was certainly nice, Lebir exploders being a perfect example, it was a completely different case if I couldn't control when they burst into a blaze of glory. A ticking bomb, that's what it was, nothing more. Even worse, if one of them could start a chain reaction. I shuddered considering the consequences. While I was in my own little world, another rattling force arrived as two sides were busy staring at each other, neither of them all that keen on starting the battle. An unusual commander was accompanying the army of reinforcing mechs. Unlike the others of his kind, he was not piloting a metal contraption, but rather moving through the skillful use of spider-like limbs attached directly to his back. His head was covered with a mass of metal, wires, and lenses forming something similar to a crude science fiction helmet. With his arrival, a new wave of squeaks followed, as surviving creatures joined hands with the newcomers, the volume lowering immediately as the mechanized rat spoke. His words were short and harsh, stirring the rattling population present and turning them against the sentients. The confusion was gone. A group of the machines readied their flimsy weapons and waited for the signal. On the other side of the room, sentients weren't wasting time either. At least I could understand what their commands meant. Shield bearers to the front. A thin line of elven warriors carrying round shields stepped forward, crouching and preparing to push back any attacker. Despite most of their soldiers preferring to use daggers, there was a healthy mix of various weapon types in the invasion force. Spear troop, follow up and support. A few more elves surged, efficiently executing the commands. A wave of pitiful spears suddenly poking out of the formation like a seriously bald hedgehog. Bows at the ready. Another order was given, straightening the backs of the archers, each of them preparing to fire. Their role would be minimal in the upcoming clash, mostly because my creations were encased in a defensive layer of metal. The few who weren't, including surviving Lebir captains, were aided by rattling dark mages instead. Because of that, my minions were protected against ranged attacks. Try to trip the fuckers, stop them from coming closer. Remember your training. Pierce their eyes, mouth, and balls, that always works. Sergeant, they don't have balls. Bullshit, what are they using crotch protectors for then? Focus, focus, or you're dead. A constant stream of encouragement, curses, and instructions was cut short by the hoarse and loud scream. By the goddess sweet ass, is that a unique? A boss, what, where? Their leader, Agric, shouted even louder while running to the spotter position. Show me, he gasped while his subordinate pointed at the mechanized Rattling. It's right there, sire, that weird one covered in metal and stuff. He spat on the ground, thick saliva mixing with dust. An abomination, this place, it spews only monstrosities. It's not a training ground granted by the gods, but a curse. It should be destroyed. He stopped speaking for a moment before adding, Goddess protects. Yes, Goddess protects, Agric nodded absent-mindedly. You're right. Judging by the size, it's not a warrior type. We haven't been drowned in fireballs, so it's not a sorcerer either. We wouldn't even see a rogue coming, so that leaves only one choice, a commander. He scratched his chin. What are your orders, sir? Call our mages. We'll try to snipe this bastard. According to my experience, once we blow his head off, the rest should panic and disperse. At least that was how it worked in other dungeons. But these old rules don't seem to work in this thrice-cursed place. The spotter complained quietly, but obediently turned back to fulfill his orders. A few moments later, a group of enemy soldiers wearing light armor converged on Agric's position. They were of various ages, their diverse-looking faces full of concentration and zeal. The elven leader started speaking immediately after they arrived. Earth mages focus on blocking. Pull some boulders from the ceiling or ground and try to make the terrain as rough as possible. These things seem to have a hard time walking on the flat ground. Let's make them work for it. Two of the surrounding soldiers nodded, immediately moving forward and pelting my creatures with various pieces of rock and dirt. The damage dealt was minimal, a bent mechanical arm here, a scratched outer shell there. I was, however, worried about the mini-mechs crashing. I too noticed their unsteady movements. Gingy, concentrate on healing. Don't waste your energy attacking. I don't think water could help in this situation. Yes, sir. A slender and delicate elf saluted, turned back and returned to the back lines. His formerly white gloves were already stained with blood and sweat. And you three? Agric stared at the remaining faces. I have a job for you. These monsters aren't like the other ones we encountered. They have a chain of command, they fulfill orders, plan, and they have a leader, a general, an alpha, whatever you want to call it. The mage's expressions grew even sharper. I didn't know it was physically possible. Fire magic has a reputation of being the strongest and most violent out of the four elements. I want to prove that reputation today. Cut off the Hydra's head. Burn it. You can count on us, grinned the youngest one, his girly face twisting in an angry expression. I saw the decimation that the royal entourage experienced. These creatures will regret attacking our forces. It is the will of the goddess to destroy anything connected to the Magitech Empire blasphemy, said another one. Could you please show us the target? Yes, of course, let's go. After a while, the trio of mages appeared on a temporary hill made up of boulders and loose dirt. Earth Mage's job. From their elven leader pointed at my rattling commander. I see the monster, Master Agric. Me too. They immediately started to prepare for their long-range attacks. With faces full of concentration, they coalesced the flames, slowly growing their size. A chant followed, like a strange melody begging the fire to form and mold into shape. Normally, I would find the process fascinating, as ordinary magic was still beyond me, but I've been spoiled rotten by the Blue Flame Noble. His spells were stronger, keener, faster, more exciting to watch. These sparkles, they were on a level of parlor tricks. My Rattling commander wasn't one to take his chances, though. He pointed towards the concentrating mages and let loose a string of commands. Following that, a few of the Lebir captains moved forward, the dark mages on their shoulders casting their greenish barriers, effectively stopping the assault before it even started. The elven mages still tried, letting grunts of exertion as the spells flew through the air, arm-length arrows made up from flames. A beautiful sight. Yet the force behind them was laughably weak and was easily dispersed either by the sturdy shells of Agnes or the barrier. Pa, Agric angrily kicked the ground. "No easy way out then," he mumbled. "We need to take the fight to the enemy and do it skillfully." His soldiers weren't very keen on advancing, the explosion and subsequent death of their companion filling them with a healthy dose of dread. On the other hand, my Rattlings were currently in the middle of waddling through the room, their egg-mechs pretty useless in rough terrain. As the battle started to heat up, I vividly felt two things. Firstly, the elven blonde princess was currently running towards the commotion, her soldiers reinforced with a new team straight from the surface. Secondly, the Rattlings managed to wake up Charles Blueflame, the Jaynard Kingdom noble. The man in question was currently sitting on his knees, retching. I immediately changed the focus of my attention in order to observe his actions. Helping him was a long shot, but the risks were minimal, and the more chaos could be stirred above ground, the better. Considering the man's character, I was pretty sure he wouldn't take this insult lying down. The red-haired Blueflame spat out a few more times, thick globes of stomach acids mixed with something weird splattering on the ground. His face was twisted in an expression of disgust. "What the hell is this green goop? It's all over my face, worse, even my clothes are smeared with it. I smell like shit." It was at this moment that he noticed my Rattlings making a strategic retreat. He stared at it for a moment before yelling, "You little get back here!" Like in a comedy skit, he clambered to his feet before unsteadily running after the rats. His gait was, however, much too slow, and my creatures easily escaped into their tunnels. Only after losing sight of them, Charles looked around, his face slowly brightening with an expression of understanding and anger. "What happened?" he spoke to himself. "We talked about elven equipment, then I was attacked, drugged, betrayed, my men Master Vincent too." His gaze jumped from one figure lying on the floor to the other before resting for a moment. "They want to destroy the dungeon core, even the whole dungeon, my work, my future. These fucking horse and elves." His eyes snapped open and his jaw clenched tightly. "They wanted to kill me, one of the Blue Flames, these sons of bitches, insane, incestuous zealots. Are they thinking that with all the shit that has been happening, we don't have time to fight them?" He kicked one of the guards lying on the ground awake. The man curled up from the pain while coughing his lungs out. It was, however, enough to wake him up from his trance. Seeing this reaction, I wondered what these Rattlings were doing to the sentients if the solution to waking them up was so simple. "Get up," Charles shouted, and the human soldier redoubled his pitiful efforts to stand up. Only after seeing him scrambling did the noble turn to another one. "I have to get back to the surface, to my forces, organize an expedition, get revenge." His face twisted again, this time with a wild smile. "I'll show you bitches that disappearing in the dungeon can happen to you too." With steadier movements, he started waking up to the rest of his companions. For the common soldiers, a solid kick to the noggin was enough, most of them groaning in pain, but quickly coming to their senses. The armor of the few was dirtied with green. When it was Master Vincent's turn, Charles changed his approach to more delicate. He bent down, reached for the mage's shoulder, and started to shake him. The old man soon opened his eyes, and a brief moment of confusion was immediately replaced with resigned clarity. "The young princess is a ruthless one, I see." He smiled weakly towards the noble. "This was the most unpleasant surprise. How did you manage to avoid the effects of green poison, sir?" "So that's how it's called? Fitting." Charles nodded, suddenly looking calm and collected if one failed to notice fire burning deep in his reddish eyes. "It was a fluke, really. These small rat monsters were nibbling on my face when I awoke. Fortunately, they didn't focus on my vitals, trying instead to go for the meat. They probably thought I was dead." "I see. While it's true that green poison cools the body and slows the breathing down, it still should. The mage's expression turned complicated as he continued his mumbling for a long while. It was clear that he didn't believe in the explanation, but decided to not continue the topic. "What are your plans then, Sir Charles?" "Let's retreat for now. We have to get back to the surface. After that, I plan to kill off the elves there and lead an expedition to stop Menalia from destroying the dungeon core." "It is a rash decision, sir. Why, it could even start a war." Start a goddamned war. Don't you see? We were already at war from the moment that Elven B. Charles composed himself immediately. It was strangely artificial, like a break attached to his mind. Speaking badly of royalty never ends well. He mumbled quietly, his jaw clenched tight. "From the moment these accursed elves tried to kill us and used this moment of weakness to destroy my future." He breathed heavily for a moment. "There was no need to hesitate." "The knives are already out, Mage," he nearly hissed, his hatred of the situation exceeding the fear of the magician. "As you wish, sir, but let me remind you that technically the princess didn't try to kill us. She could easily defend her actions as wanting us out of her way for a time. What you're trying to do, sir, on the other way, it could end badly. It can't be misinterpreted." The old mage sighed, securing his strange helmet on a bald head. "The truth orbs can only divine what happened in the past, not recognize future intentions. Our minds are fickle things like that." Yes, I know, it doesn't matter in the end. The time for words is long past." Charles spoke impatiently. "Move out, men on the double. Gather in the first-floor forge room right now." He looked around. "We need to avoid elven sentries. Sergeant, send some men to scout." "What if we encounter Luna Kingdom's forces, sir?" "Retreat and return with reinforcements if they have a numerical advantage. And if not, then slaughter them all." "Yes, sir." The man saluted and started giving orders. Soldiers in blue-gray uniforms started to move under his command. I felt another pull, this time from the hidden hospital room, guarded by the always-hungry glass progenitor. It seemed like my work on Naan's body was nearly finished. Well, calling this crude butchery an operation felt overly pretentious, but I used whatever tools were necessary for the job. And this revenant, this strange, intelligent undead, was a tool I wasn't keen on losing. Anyway, my focus returned since the coming up part was going to be much more complicated. Cutting something off was easy, as it usually was with destruction. Creating, however, was another can of worms, especially when I had to use my precious anima to fill in the gaps. Knowledge. I didn't know how reliant I was on something like a smartphone or internet access to understand even the basics of science. At least I had no problems with replicating human limbs, considering the droves of adventurers that died in my dungeon and were summarily consumed. With their flesh turning into energy and experience, I also acquired information on how they were built, while some weird restrictions stopped me from recreating them as they were before I still could build up from the sum of parts. That was how lebirs, bile-brain golems, and even Decapitator came to be. Because of this, a prosthetic made from metal was a child's play. Putting in the wires instead of veins, substituting meat and fat with mineral wool and skin made up from thin iron sheets. Now the main problem. Even if I had enough knowledge, experience, and confidence to attach this metallic arm to a living, breathing human, how would I make sure that it worked on an undead? Did they even have nerves to connect to? No idea. If they had, would I need to connect the prosthetic while using electrical impulses or something completely different? No idea. Would I need to add something to her brain for the newly created limb to function correctly? Once again, no idea. Yeah, so, because of that, I decided to just take this chance and entrust her future to my weird, greenly glowing magic. With this in mind, I tightened my grip on her body, countless mechanical appendages covering her flesh, making sure no slip-ups were possible, and started my work. The limb was lowered and fitted smoothly like a missing part of the doll. I even managed to add some hook-like blades to the fingers without inhibiting her dexterity. They would spring out of the arm, like claws from the cat's paw, silent and deadly. I smiled. It was but a small touch, yet it still felt meaningful. And then I let my mana flow, the green glow intensifying, covering not only Naan's newly created arm but also the rest of her body. She groaned, but my countless copper arms kept her steady. Then came a scream, along with a hoarse moan filled with pain and a tingle of pleasure. The energy surged, somehow changing my earlier creation and giving the cold metal a semblance of life. It also stretched the metal, covering a part of Naan's shoulder and becoming one with the undead's flesh. Another scream escaped the Revenant's mouth as I watched with fascination how she was becoming one with the machine. After a second of staring, I knew what was bugging me. It reminded me of Roman gladiators. There was probably some kind of fancy, old name for it, but I didn't care. The important part was that Naan was already whole. And with this, my forces received an upgrade. Feeling a bit giddy, I released my iron, copper, really grip. The Revenant opened her eyes before staring at the ceiling. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I managed to repair your arm. It should be all right now." Her head turned, taking in the gray gleam of metal, the iron slowly turning darker and darker. She didn't smile, but there was a seriousness in her eyes. "And new," she stuttered over the line. "Yes, as good as new. Now tell me how you feel." Seeing as the appendages retreated, she sat down on the table, and a moment later took a few steps forward. Only to collapse immediately. Hey, what happened?" I yelled in panic, my investment suddenly turning worthless. Heavy, she grunted, her new arm stuck to the ground. Now that you mention it, making bones and skin entirely from iron maybe wasn't the best idea." "Unwieldy," she added. Hey, I was doing my best. I even added claws to your design, really cool like." "Claws?" "On the tips of the fingers. I mean I made them, but the magic could have changed their properties. Just try to focus on the *ssing feeling," I blabbed on. Naan kneeled for a long moment before slowly standing up. I could see her muscles stretching, trying to find a balance between her left arm made from metal and her right one composed of skin, flesh, and bone. A second later, she curled up her fist, and from the tips of her other hand, razor-sharp needles extended, glistening with poison. "Well, that's something new," I mumbled, shocked by the sight. "I still prefer hooks, though." "Gee, good," Naan answered while carefully examining her new weapons. This adjustment took her a few long minutes before her attention returned to the present. Enemy. Where? "Hey, wait. First, please tell me about your little escapade. Then we get you some weapons, and then you can go and hunt my enemies, okay?" asked in an infantile tone, hoping to get through her brusque facade. The Revenant stopped thinking. I could see the gears turning in her head. In the end, she acquiesced to my request. In about 15 minutes, I was exposed to the recollection of the world's worst storyteller. Her abrupt changes of pace, simply leaving out great parts of her adventurers, and the need for literally forcing her to elaborate was absurdly difficult. I managed to assemble the truth piece by piece. There were still unclear and straight-up insane parts of what she told me, but I didn't have time to nitpick. The elves were getting deeper into the dungeon. My lebiers, rattlings, and rat beasts were doing whatever they could to slow them down, but it simply wasn't enough. What's worse, Berserker was going after them, but his slow march was not even close to the tempo that the blonde princess imposed. I needed somebody to slow them down. A dexterous and strong fighter. I needed Naan's aid. At least on the bright side, my drones already made a third-floor boss room, and the fake core was being transferred there right now. This also allowed me to give Berserker floor guardian privileges and made him effectively immortal. "You gain some, you lose some, I guess. From what I understand, there could be some hunters coming after you?" She only nodded. Now this was outside calculations. For a moment I felt the urge to throw her out, but that passed quickly. Naan still had her uses, not to mention her ability to speak and sneak was something that none of my other creatures possessed. "You still haven't fulfilled your part of the deal, too." I was, of course, talking about what she promised Guardian after turning her into the monster. Sorry, will, go." She hung her head like a child. Now I felt bad for bullying her, just for a moment, though. "No, don't bother. I have another proposition, though." Her ears perked at my suggestion. There is a band of elves in my dungeon, demolishing level after level and being very naughty guests. In naughty. You see, I would very much like it if somebody made sure they weren't going to bother me anymore. Would you be willing to take up this task? Why yes, Naan's home, Ennu H home, friends. She jumped straight up, lifting her hands into the air, a clear sign that the assimilation is going nicely. After a second, her face clouded. But. What would be the problem? No weapons. Oh, you're right, that's not a problem. While fancy stuff was beyond me, as long as I only needed to replicate something that sentience brought to my dungeon, easy peasy. 2 daggers extremely similar to those that a rogue named Tina once brought to my tunnels materialized on the floor. I only changed the color to a bit darker, just to fit Naan's style. She immediately picked them up, trying cuts and slashes. Right, good, left, no. With disappointment, she threw one of the daggers behind. Of course, her new arm wasn't going to be the same as the old one. What needs to change then? I asked, curiously not keen on simply guessing. Naan scratched her head. Thicker. Thicker, you say? And not enough, she nodded. How about this then? I asked, summoning the serrated dagger that elves sometimes used. The Revenant examined it for a moment, attacking an invisible foe before shaking her head. No. Does it need to be a dagger? No. A sword then, or rather a butcher's tool. It should suit you. This time I summoned something different. Something that was left by that accursed human and I couldn't fully absorb. It was similar yet different from my cursed weapons. While the options I had were all of the grandiose kind, a sword that cuts even steel, wielder hands included. A tower shield that stops any attack once at the cost of the wielder's life. A helmet that allows to see in the dark but makes wielder blind in the sun. A dagger which takes life but half of the damage is transferred to the wielder, and so on and so on. Nothing was really useful, so I wasn't really worried if sentients managed to get their greedy mitts on them. The butcher knife in question, though, a marvel. Its effect was simple, to bestow a regeneration and reinvigoration effect on a wielder in exchange for heightened aggression. By how the numbers worked, I guessed that it had killed many more than my own cursed toys would, since by the virtue of being innocuous enough. But to be used by an undead seemed perfect. It was also heavy enough for Naan to wield it. And most importantly, she seemed to like it, as whooshing sounds confirmed. How is it? Tea thick. Good. Are you ready then to visit our guests? Yes. Good, they're here. I sent her their current location, and she shadow jumped immediately. I observed lazily as she appeared at the back of the advancing troop. The elves lost 3 of their people before even understanding they were under attack. Complacent, but understandable considering that their whole rear was covered by the Silent Knight's shield. A whitish barrier hummed and moved with each step he took backward. Quite a skill, really. 2 more lost their lives screaming in fear and confusion, their throats cut mercilessly. Before the rest arrived, both the knight and my revenant were staring at each other. A second later, Naan sailed through the air, weapons ready to strike, only to bounce comically from the suddenly expanding shield. She got back up immediately, tilting her head in wonder. With a wide swing, Naan attacked, her butcher knife nicking the barrier but not breaking it down. A few more brutal hits followed, but there was still no effect. The rest of the elves noticed that something weird was going on and they started to turn back, prepared to deal with an assailant. This thing blocked a powerful explosion. I sent. I don't think that you'll be able to break with just physical strength. Use your teleportation, girl. Naan nodded before jumping a few steps back and throwing her butcher knife at the barrier. The Silent Knight steeled his arm, tensing at the incoming attack. Using this as a distraction, the Revenant jumped into the shadows once again, before appearing behind the human knight. Her dagger flew through the air like a snake, turning and moving. There was nothing more he could do but use his shoulder as a shield. With a grunt, the dagger dug deep into the flesh, the man's shield failing as he fell on his backside. A lovely snicked sound resounded as poisoned needles emerged from Naan's fingertips. She came closer, a predator hunting her prey. But it came undone in a second. "Leave him alone, you bitch!" A scream sounded, and following it, a beam of light assaulted the revenant. If she was any of my other creatures, this would be her end. But she was. Without the slightest sound, she disappeared only to appear again a few meters back, her butcher knife already readied, while the dagger was still stuck in the knight's shoulder. There was an expression of curiosity on her face. "What are you?" asked Menalia while coming closer to her defender. "An assassin from the Jaynard Kingdom." "Jaynard Kingdom," Naan repeated her words, focusing on the hateful sounds. The princess, however, misunderstood her intention. "Bah, so you are one of those blasphemers," she spat on the ground. "To think that one army of the undead is not enough for you heretics." "Heretic. Don't lie to me. I can smell your undead, tainted nature even from here." A wild sneer appeared on the otherwise beautiful face. "I will clean the world of your kin. Body after body will disintegrate in my blessed light." "Weird." "Why you bitch?" Menalia glowed. An explosion of light followed, scorching both the ceiling and floors. "Taste this." "What?" Naan answered while attacking a few soldiers standing behind the elven princess. They defended desperately, their cries for help ignored by two women. "Light," she pointed at the Menalia. "Shadow," she pointed at herself. "Nobody wins." "That's what you think, heretic." "Princess, no. I am both light and darkness." Her form blinked between black and white, strange energy focusing near a small space on the eastern part of my second floor. "Run?" queried Naan, while pointing at the mad elven princess. "Yeah, of course, get back," I shouted, wholly not amused by the perspective of having another part of my dungeon demolished. Naan blinked away, and Menalia let out her aggression, resulting in pretty catastrophic consequences. 56. Uno. As Naan safely teleported away, the elven princess spat out something I could only call a vaporizing ray. The black and white colors surrounding her were compressed, then twisted together in a straight beam. It was unleashed through the tunnel, burning all opposition to ashes and quite literally unmaking parts of my dungeon, turning rock, sand, and brick into gas. Only an empty space was left behind, the air still hot and sizzling. She aimed her attack slightly downwards, so the destruction reached my third floor, punching through the level divide with ease and creating some kind of a ramp. The rest of my minions quickly backed off to what they perceived was a safe distance, staring daggers at the elves, but not stupid enough to attack. That was the Rattling's self-preservation instinct in the works, I guess. Their commander squeaked a few times, ordering the retreat, but his minions were still stalking the supposed winners of this engagement, if I could even call it that. While the remaining elven warriors barely sported any wounds, not counting the enemies eliminated by the bloodthirsty revenant, the same couldn't be said about their mental health. Gasps, whispers, and gazes full of fear focused on Menalia, a clear indication of the unnaturalness of the power she unleashed. I noticed that a few of them were even erratically clutching their weapons. The elven royal in question was currently lying on the floor, gasping for breath. Her pale face and trembling hands induced panic in the surrounding soldiers. They both feared her and were afraid she would die. How curious. "Jake," she whispered, her pained voice barely audible over the noise. How is he, that damnable undead?" She clenched her jaw, swallowing loudly as her upper body was lifted and kept upright by Agric Oakbound. He cradled Menalia in his arms, and unlike his followers, his face was filled with concern, not primal fear. "Your Highness, how many times have I asked you to control your temper? The magic you wield is mighty, but not omnipotent." He sighed heavily after speaking. Jake," Menalia whispered, clumsily trying to move while ignoring the man's sermons. "Take care of the knight," he ordered softly, surrendering to her desire but not even bothering to turn his head away. There was a certain doting quality in the way he touched the girl, not as a male, but rather as an older brother. A pair of Agric's subordinates instantly ran towards the human. His form was helplessly sprawled on the ground, and a thick stream of blood was flowing from the wound made by Naan's dagger. His helmet had already fallen off, and Jake was currently busy clenching his teeth, trying not to scream, while clouded blue eyes and short brown hair sweaty with exertion were a clear indication of the pain he felt. "Are you all right, sir?" stupidly asked one of the soldiers, while the second one quickly opened a satchel on his waist. He pulled out a piece of white cloth and a small, translucent bottle. A moment later, he started to disinfect the wound before attempting to use his bandages. Jake only grunted in response, his hands still clutching his trusty sword and a magical shield. To not let go even when facing death, this was some powerful conviction coming from a mere human. "It seems like he is mostly unharmed, at least by the explosion. The dagger wound left by the undead seems okay too. I mean," one of the soldiers winced. "It splintered the bone, but there is no sign of infection." "What? Let me see. Here. You're right, strange. Even simple zombies or skeletons usually carry weapons covered in filth and rust. I was sure that powerful whatever it was would be even worse." "Yeah, but then again, the undead down here are just different, so in a way, this girl was not an exception." He shook his head. "Whatever the cause, the princess's night is clean. That's all that matters in the end. I shudder what would happen if he died." His companion nodded. "Help me carry this chunk of metal, and don't touch his weapons. You don't want to know what happened to the last guy who did." Now that these guys had mentioned it, why wasn't I producing some proper, tetanus-inducing weaponry? Why, indeed. I guess this all came down to the production method. Armaments were either born from my mana, which meant reproducing the human and elven swords, spears, axes, etc., and these were only rarely in a bad condition since in my dungeon, any dungeon to be precise, the state of one's weapon directly influenced their chances of survival. There were of course fools who charged with a club in hand while wearing pitiful rags, hoping that their luck would allow them to snatch something precious from my halls. But their armaments, like their lives, were simply of too low quality to be of any use. The other option I had for making weapons was the idiot-smith banging them out on his forge. Still, these items were coming out as good as new too, if of infuriatingly low quality. But be it as they were, I did not have a lot of leeways to transport them into lower levels. The first floor was firmly under the grip of the sentients. It didn't matter if these were half-elves or humans. Anyway, the point was that these armaments were all new, and while turning them rusty was possible, I felt it was also counterproductive. Especially since there was always an option of getting some manure and soaking them in. Wait, did I really just plan on bringing a ton of shit into my dungeon? Sigh. Let's just delegate. I forced a small slab of stone to materialize, then sharpened my copper appendages and used them to scratch out a few pictures on its smooth surface. Simple ones, a pile of manure with a straight sword stabbed into it. As the last touch, a rat skull with bones underneath was added to the picture. The next step was to summon the Rattling Queen and try to convey my idea. She appeared instantly, flanked by her guard rats and listening intently to what I tried to tell her. Unlike the rest of her kin, instead of fighting, she remained in the rear while providing moral support and a steady stream of new rats. Within a few minutes, her beady eyes brightened as she moved her head between the tablet and my copper appendages. It was like, "I get it. Leave it to me." Then she squeaked loudly, her scream echoed by the surrounding rattlings, and moved to grab the tablet. A while later, and she was already triumphantly leaving the chamber. I sure hoped that the rats would understand my message. Still, it was but an additional idea to enhance their prowess. I had many more, but not enough time or anima to implement them all. Some of them were already in progress. The magic plants were growing. The first of evolved berserker was clumsily chasing the invaders around, while other minions were building mechanical contraptions and discovering magic, searching for other ways to prosper and conquer. It was all going great. Snickering, I turned my focus back to the surface, only to notice that Charles' men had already arrived, and they weren't wasting any time. The outpost was abuzz with activity, screams, and cries to be exact. The humans were hunting elves. A few bodies were already strung high on the remaining walls as a warning, the rest scattered on the ground with fatal wounds carved on their backs. They were probably caught while trying to run. Only two groups of survivors were still battling the Jaynard Kingdom soldiers. The bigger one was comprised of about 30 elves, desperately trying to defend the entrance into the dungeon. Against them, a grim-faced phalanx marched, full of soldiers wearing blue-gray tabards, their spears poised to kill. They had archer support too, and Charles Blueflame was leading the troops from the back, his eyes and hands soaked in reddish energy. The magic he emanated looked even wilder and sharper than before, fireballs and flamebolts taking out the defenders even before his soldiers came into the striking distance. I was watching as one of the attacks exploded under the enemy commander's feet, a tall, lanky elf with a permanent smile affixed to his face, which quickly disappeared as he fell to the ground, confidence replaced with fear and suffering. He screamed, the face scalded by flames, the rest of his body in even worse shape. The leather armor he wore was mostly consumed by the magical inferno, while flames licked his legs and arms, cooking the flesh. He was still somehow alive, probably because two of his guards used their bodies to stop the majority of the explosion. Their fate was much worse, as they turned into scraps of meat. The commander survived but was completely immobilized, to which his rotund adjutant reacted immediately, kneeling and starting to chant. A small wisp of bright magic escaped his clenched hands and entered the elf's body. A healing power. What a waste. I stared greedily at the first real priest class I saw in action. "What are you doing, humans?" The adjutant was also scorched by the flames, but still very much alive. He screamed his lungs out, voice hoarse from pain and desperation. "This is an act of war. The might of our country descend upon your heads. The Luna Kingdom will retaliate." The troops ignored his outburst and continued to advance without a word, their eyes full of hatred. Silence ruled until the noble leading them shouted back with anger and indignation. "An act of war, you say?" Flames danced near Charles' hand like fickle fireflies, an interesting phenomenon I didn't see before. "This works both ways, knave. How would you call an act of leaving a noble of Jaynard Kingdom to certain death, then?" Charles' expression soured as he continued his speech. "An act of war, right?" he finished with a hiss. The half-elf's demeanor changed, and both the leader and his aide suddenly grew solemn. It seemed like, for the first time, they understood that their lives were in jeopardy, too. "This has to be some sort of a mistake," the tall elf yelled desperately, his barely holding body cracking under pressure. "We don't know anything about it. Let's stop and talk," he pleaded. "Your whole race is a mistake," jeered Blueflame. "There will be no holding back. My flames will burn your very soul. Prepare for oblivion, cur. At least spare the nobles. Let's be civilized. Don't burn all your bridges." His cries fell on deaf ears. A few more magical projectiles escaped Charles's hands and decimated the defending elves. The time for talking had long passed. Following that, both sides of the conflict clashed, metal meeting metal while the flesh was gouged and cut. Even more screams filled the air as the last elven band rushed to the rescue, adding to the already chaotic battlefield. It was a defensive battle, one for which the Luna Kingdom forces were completely unprepared, their short weapons no match for the spears, shields, and swords used by the humans. There was no lofty warcry being called out, no beautiful speeches, only an abattoir full of humans and elves desperately trying to kill each other, covered in sweat and blood. The solid formations broke and fighting devolved into a series of duels. I saw one of the gray-wearing soldiers using his tower shield to bash an advancing opponent, cold metal crushing the elf's nose, and red blood raining on the ground. The smaller enemy was sent flying, tumbling to the ground. As he lay there, stunned, the human lifted his armored foot to crush his head, only to get interrupted by a charging elf whose weapon sunk between his shoulder plates, forcing the man to the knees. Before the elven attacker could capitalize on the damage, a different Jaynard Kingdom soldier bashed his brains in, only to get jumped by another crazed lunar. They fought for a moment, the dodge-based movements against sturdy shield and spear defense. In only a few seconds, long elven dagger left cuts on the human's exposed flesh. The gray soldier's movements grew slower and slower until the enemy blade managed to bleed him dry. In turn, the killer was surrounded by two fresh combatants, and instantly pierced by their hungry spears without a chance to recover. And so on. Chaos continued. No one begged for mercy, and no quarter was given. Only a few gory minutes later, I could easily tell the winners from the losers, or rather living from the dead. Despite the ferociousness of their attack, human fatalities were minimal. They still paid the price of victory in blood, though. Smaller and larger cuts, sheared flesh, poisoned stabs, and more were present in most of the Jaynard Kingdom forces. Being saddled with wounded who needed caring for was nearly as bad as losing the entire force. Because of this, the human forces were crippled, at least for the moment. Yet Charles Blueflame stood proudly amongst the corpses, staring at the battlefield. The red wisps were still present, but their ferociousness had already faded. Soon they would disappear completely. For now, the noble was giving out orders, commanding his forces to throw the dead into the dungeon and scavenge weapons, armor, and anything else soldiers deemed usable. It would take time before they finished, so I decided to check on my revenant. She was sitting on a bed, being all quiet and creepy, staring at the nearby wall. "How are you feeling, Naan?" "Weapon lost," she answered sadly. "That is not a problem." I conjured another dagger. It was identical to the one that she used earlier. Naan picked it up with pure joy, touching the sharp blade for a long while before securing it on her waist. "I want you to attack the half-elves on the second floor at least a few more times." "No." "What?" I answered, not used to opposition. "Not Jaynard." "Huh." "Against oath." "You mean the revenge thing that brought you to life?" She nodded seriously. "Does that mean that attacking those being the target has some consequences?" "Feels wrong." "Could you describe it in more than 2 words?" I asked incredulously, only to get a glance full of anger in return. "No." "Oh, come on." For the first time in a while, I felt this frustrated. Feeling her rejection, I weighed my options. Lying would get me somewhere, after all. Insisting that the elves were connected to the Jaynard Kingdom should force her to move. But as the old adage says, cheaters never prosper. What was left? Carrot and the stick, I guess. The problem was I didn't know what would work on Naan. She was here because of her revenge, but telling her about humans on the surface would only divert my forces. Moving her to the lower level and on the path of the invasion should put them in conflict too. And yet it would be counterintuitive to alienate a potential ally over something so trivial. Yes, trivial. The Elven expedition was going deeper and deeper, and their aim seemed to be the destruction of my core, which was hidden on the first floor. The fake core was already readied, the chamber prepared, only the boss berserker was still absent, slowly making his way down. It was unlikely that he managed to catch up with the invaders. Which meant I needed a substitute boss, something strong enough to give the attackers trouble, possibly even kill them. That would be good too. But I needed a monster powerful enough for them to believe that it was my last line of defense. My options were mostly rats, bile-brain golems, lebiers, and various smaller animal creations. Not much to choose from. After a moment, I decided on an enhanced rat beast. These guys were a bit similar to Berserker, the real boss of the floor, with their burly physiques and aggressive behavior. The descriptor said something about mental regression, but I didn't need a genius planner. A muscle head would do just fine. With this idea in mind, I turned my attention to the third-floor boss room, only to get interrupted. "Where?" Naan asked, somehow feeling that I left her alone. There might have been a small drop of remorse in that word, too. I'm currently summoning a substitute boss." "Watch." "Hey, you want to watch?" I stopped to think, why not teleport here? With a nod, the Revenant blinked away from the isolated room and reappeared in the shadows nearby. She looked around, noticing my fake core already safely nestled into the wall and busy converting most of it into copper. With the room's high humidity, some of it was already turning green. She came closer, extending her hand and tracing the crystal's surfaces with blackened fingers. "You..." "In a sense," I answered warily. Giving out information was always dangerous. To allies, to friends, to family. They could always turn on you, betray you even in good faith. They were mostly a liability, And yet, it was the first time in this world that I had someone to talk with. Naan nodded sharply and stared at the substitute for a few more moments. Seemingly satisfied, she lifted her head. Make. Yes, yes, don't hurry me, I grumbled instantly. The revenant ignored my words and instead started staring around with an expectant expression, or as much expectant expression as she could show on her cold face. I sighed and focused my mind. The magic churned and a rat beast appeared before us, its form still unstable. Drawing from anima, I started adding mass to the minion, the monster becoming burlier, its bones turning sturdy and its face even more animalistic. I didn't know it was possible. A bear-like rat was taking shape, with a comically small head on wide, strong shoulders. The green magic was making sure that the nerves, tendons, and brain matter were growing correctly. And then Naan interrupted me. Strong, she commented, stupid. I sent her a sour mental feeling. It was all that I could currently manage, weak, she finished. An annoyance welled up in me. A feeling of if you can do better, then don't just stand there, was transmitted before I could stop it, some of it spilling through our link. The small revenant tilted her head in surprise. Help, Naan asked, and not waiting for my response started to meddle. She lifted both of her hands, fingers slowly entering the half-shaped mass of flesh and bone. Some of my work was instantly undone, leaving muscle, but turning it lean and more focused on endurance than explosive strength. She started to weave, reminding me of how an orchestra conductor was shaking his baton during the concert. Each stroke added and took something from the beast. Its face turned more intelligent, with wild cunning hidden behind an expression of animal rage. The fur first turned black, then fell off completely, leaving something similar to the naked mole rat, similar to the ones I saw in Fallout games, only a few sizes larger. The revenant took a few steps back. She critically looked at the effect of her meddling before taking a pondering posture. What now? I barely managed to speak, still focused on keeping the shape coherent. It was not yet finished, not yet alive, not complete. Not enough, she muttered, seemingly agreeing with my assessment. With a strange hesitation, she lifted the cursed butcher's cleaver from a sheath on her waist. Naan observed it for the moment before returning to her earlier position, fingers deeply embedded in the new creature's body. One need, she muttered more to herself than to me. The weapon started to vibrate, like a wild beast that couldn't wait to get free of its bonds. Naan was not having any of that, however. She clenched her teeth, using both of her hands to cajole and threaten the cleaver. One, she screamed. With a asterisk wang, sound the cursed blade surrendered, slowly disappearing into the newly made boss creature. And it changed in response. The black skin became more pronounced, and small plates of armor began growing on every free surface. A few moments later, my former rat beast now resembled an armadillo covered in black, oily scales. I breathed with relief, but it seemed like the transformation wasn't over yet. Metal continued to grow, covering the front and rear legs with something similar to plate armor, only littered with small blades. 4 grooves appeared on its stomach and were instantly covered in iron too, reminding me a bit of how the plane landing gear folded in movies. Much to my surprise, the work of the blade still didn't end. Another groan of abused metal came from my creation, and with a last, grand push, a cleaver-like horn appeared on its head. I let it go, cutting the umbilical cord between us as the exhaustion left me feeling weak and tired, reeling from exhaustion. Naan had collapsed too, her body twitching on the floor, clearly out of control. Her pale face was, however, completely calm, black eyes wide open to observe the first moments of my new monster. What was that, girl? I gasped, my first real experience in creating life a shocking ordeal. It felt strange, weird, personal. Completely different from what I was doing before. And dangerously addicting. New. I know it was new. I mean, how the hell do you know so much about creating dungeon monsters? I screamed. Don't know, she answered calmly. What do you mean, do know? Then what was that? If I had fingers, I would have pointed at the new sub-boss slowly coming to life on the dungeon cold floor. It roared lazily, feeling the attention. Weapon, she said, but sensing my discontent continued her explanation. Slowly, desire, life, power. She stopped for a moment, freedom, kill. Seemingly satisfied, she nodded to herself, answered. You know that I don't really understand what you just said, I lamented. A moment later I stopped, a sudden bad premonition changing my words. That was quite a lot of exertion. I hope it didn't drain my power too much. With a heavy heart, I focused on my second floor. And there it was. There it fucking was. My control over the floor was slowly slipping once again. It was an ethereal, weak feeling, for now at least, but it was clearly there. Fuck. It was time to dig deeper, kill more creatures, and to rush my experiments. I grumbled once again before leaving, but still didn't forget to use analyze on my newest creation. Its description turned out interesting. Armored rat beast of thirst. A mutated variant of a common rat beast, a powerful melee combatant in its own right. Standing at more than 2 meters in height and weighing a few hundred kilograms of pure aggression, this armored creature is nothing more than a brutal animal. However, under the wild exterior hides cunning and intelligence focused on one purpose, killing its enemies. Unlike most of its cousins, the armored rat beast rarely bites or scratches its victims. Instead, it focuses on stabbing with its blade-like horn and, when possible, turning into an armored ball of misery and death. It also often ends up trampling or even squashing smaller opponents, using every centimeter of its body to fight. One of the rare traits of this monster is its obsession with blood. It loves drinking it, spraying it around, bathing in it. This vital liquid has a rejuvenating effect but also enrages the rat beast, making it reckless and because of that easier to kill. Threat level C. While not a boss-class monster, it seemed rather powerful. Certainly enough for a third-floor guardian if berserker didn't exist. I didn't have any more time to admire the beast, though, since the elves started to move. My consciousness teleported back to the second floor while making sure that Naan returned to her room. The Silent Knight was moving around while carrying Melania, his wounds already healed, while two leaders, Agric and Ian, were talking. "Do we retreat or continue our delve?" asked Ian seriously. "Delve. Please don't argue semantics." The mage waved his hand dismissively. "I still don't understand why the elders appointed me on this mission. I'm more of a bookworm, certainly not one keen on such uncouth adventures." "Are you sure?" Agric's gaze suggestively wandered to the princess silhouette. "Damn politics," Ian cursed helplessly. "Anyone with eyes can see that she has already chosen a partner. The blood must be kept clean. Bah, primitive superstitions." Agric only shrugged his arms in response. "So we go back or we go down?" Ian repeated his question. Instead of answering, Agric started to kneel. "What are you doing by the goddess?" the mage hissed. "Quiet, please." The muscular elf put his ear to the ground. A few long moments later, he started standing up. "We go down." "Why, what did you hear?" "Something is stalking us. Large, heavy, probably powerful, a dungeon sweeper." "What be? But this place is young. Too young to build something like that from the ground up." "Forgotten dungeon." "That can't be an answer to every question." "We already broke the rules," Agric answered while staring at the destroyed floor. I guess you're right. Going back won't work anyway, since humans would grow suspicious of their leader's disappearance." Ian's back straightened. "Then it's a race between us and the sweeper. We'll see if our little war party will manage to kill whatever boss is waiting for us on the third floor before it catches up." He swallowed heavily. "This place has only 3 floors, right?" 3, 4, or 5. "What are our chances then?" "The deeper we go, the smaller they are," answered Agric before jumping down to the 3rd level. "Hey, I know that." Ian did the same as his friend while complaining. The rest of the elves, about 100 people, followed in their footsteps. Soon the sounds of the battle echoed on the lower level as cunning rattlings, large bile-brain golems, and loyal lebiers clashed with their advance. Unlike before, Menalia was kept in the middle, safely carried in Jake's arms. The burden of battle had fallen on the shoulders of the common soldiers, their ranks thinned with each step. My halls were too narrow for the invaders to use their numerical advantage. Instead, my creatures made roadblock after roadblock, peppering them with spears and charging into melee when they came closer. From the small tunnels, more and more rattlings emerged, nipping at their heels or cutting through the armor they wore. A harassment tactic was being used by the rat commander, Rattling, and half-elven blood spilling on the ground with every second. Not even half an hour had passed since the Luna Kingdom forces descended, and the morale was already at an all-time low. The men chanted religious songs and freely used magic and weapons at their disposal. My minions were getting killed too, the enemy growing used to how they fought, but the zeal of the rats never waned. Another interruption came, though. "My lord, they're being born," Guardian screamed through our link. "Who?" asked Naan with a bored tone. "The kobolds, girl, the kobolds. My care had borne fruit." The schizophrenic vampire was ecstatic. It was easy to understand what his next words would be. "My liege, can you please get here? I want them to bask in your presence from the moment of their birth." I sighed deeply. Yes, yes. After all, there is nothing important going on, right? I am sorry, he sniffed. I just thought. Damnation, he can't even shed tears. And yet I could feel his beaten puppy feeling seeping through the link. Worse, I knew that his lamenting wouldn't stop until I relented. The sentients were still battling through my halls, not making a lot of progress, so. "I'm coming." Two, Naan mumbled, already recovered from her earlier meddling. "I sure hope you're not going to create any more freaky shit, Naan." I teased, but she remained silent and I could soon feel her growing confusion. It was sometimes hard to tell what level of her intelligence was. A human, child, small dog, or worse. There was just so much missing inside that brain of hers. "Doesn't matter," I shrugged. "Just remember to either ask me before you do anything or do it in a place where I can't see you, all right?" "Yes." She teleported, escaping any longer discussion, and my mind followed suit. In a cold, dark room, a bunch of large eggs was slowly vibrating, preparing to hatch. Nearby, an armored giant was fussing, walking from one place to another in hysteria. His movements were jerky and uncoordinated, a bunch of wires being the only thing keeping him in place. "Soon, soon," he sang, lowering his frame over the little things. From the corner of the room, I could sense a few rattlings waiting and observing in mute wonder. Then, like they were listening to the silent command, the egg's surface broke, and the first of the kobolds emerged with a wild scream, its pale white flesh greeting the gloomy world. A few words popped into my mouth, seeing the newest dungeon's denizen. "What an ugly little thing." 57. Uno. It was a really ugly little thing. Its pale-looking claws had penetrated through the crunchy eggshell, the cracking sound echoing in the chamber. After that, a small, fierce snout appeared, more similar to a metal mask than to the head of a normal monster. A pair of clouded, slitted eyes glanced at the surroundings before focusing on Guardian's large frame hovering over it. "A squealy." The kobold bellowed its lungs out while instinctively reaching out to the giant. It took a few, wobbly steps before falling face first on the ground. And it was no wonder it did so with an overgrown left arm, atrophied legs, and fragile-looking torso. It was clear that something went wrong during its growth period. It squirmed and shouted as its small body was slowly crawling toward Guardian. My minion delicately scooped the kobold in his arms before falling to his knees, waiting for the rest of the monsters to emerge. Soon the rest of the eggs began to hatch, and more white-scaled reptiles emerged. The air echoed with a strange chorus of cries, little monsters slowly making their way toward the biggest person in the room. Each of the kobolds carried the same mark of disability. Their scales were sickly white, their bodies unusually fragile. Observing their elongated skulls, agile tails, and surprisingly dexterous fingers, I wondered what exactly went wrong while wondering about the future. My musings were cut short by Naan's comment. "One," she spoke while pointing her finger at an unhatched egg. "Is it dead? What should we do with it?" I wondered aloud while already receiving new monster blueprints. The hatching granted me a pretty extensive amount of knowledge about their race. I now innately understood that they were a part of intelligent, tribal people, similar and yet different from the Rattlings. The main noticeable problem with their physical makeup was the shared frailness of their flesh, though. With no magical ability, no special biological ways of fighting like poison or camouflage, it seemed like I just acquired nothing more but a bunch of freeloaders. What a disappointment! We only need to wait, my lord. No need to get hasty, Guardian asked in a tone even more pleading than usual. Yes. In the meantime, we need to decide their fate. Weak kill. Naan's opinion on the matter was clear. No, how can you say these things? Way of things, she shrugged, ignoring the armored giant's outburst. After a moment of silence, she added, die anyway. So is that your way of showing mercy? I asked, amused. Something in my tone must have struck the chord because the revenant stared at the mewling kobolds while adopting a focused expression. Mercy, there was a question in her voice, a small, nearly undetectable feeling of uncertainty. As if to add to the chaos, the last egg hatched. That in itself was a normal occurrence. However, differently from its brothers and sisters, it didn't choose to crawl into Guardian's direction, but instead focused on Naan herself. With a weak cry, it stubbornly dragged its small and weak body toward the unmoving undead. I didn't know if the lack of the girl's reaction was because of shock or indifference, yet the next occurrence answered that question. Guardian decided it was time to take action. He strode forward, his arm already full of little kobolds, packed like some strange lizard bouquet. The giant extended his free hand to pick the small escapee only to be stopped by Naan's metallic appendage. What are you doing, girl? He asked in confusion. Let me pick it up. I need to start training them for my lord. The undead slowly shook her head. Choice important. You can't do that. You just advised our lord to kill them all. Choice. My lord. Let her have it, I answered. My first course of action was to follow the Revenant's advice, to kill them all and be done with it. But a moment later, I asked myself a question. Why should I kill them? Was there anything gained from their death? Was I getting back any resources? Experience? Items? Was there any purpose in their deaths, other than simple mercy given to those too weak for this world? And if so, since, when the feeling of mercy mattered to me, their lives were insignificant but not worthless. Their blueprints were already safely secured in my mind. As long as they remained in my chambers, they didn't use any food nor water, or any of the more important resources for that matter. Additionally, for some twisted reason, their mere existence was a breath of sanity in Guardian's life. What was even more important was that Naan decided to adopt one as a pet, or something, which meant they had their uses. Worried words broke through my contemplation. My lord, are you feeling fine? Yes, why are you asking? You weren't answering my questions. I feared that you had changed your mind. On what topic? Keeping the little ones alive. Why? Why would I do so? I could feel your disapproval, my lord. The iron giant was still kneeling on the ground, his head lowered. Even I know that they're weak, small, broken. His free hand caressed one of the rowdier kobolds. It squealed in delight. But because of this weakness, I know that they can be trained into your loyal servants, like me. Change, it was Naan's time to shine. Could you please explain? I asked, a bit annoyed at her single-word communication. Explain hard. She stopped for a moment, picking up the wayward kobold. Unlike Guardian, she didn't do it gently. Instead, her metal fingers lifted it up by the scruff of its neck, observing its struggles and confused hissing. Change, metal. She pointed to the kobold's arms and legs. Oh, I immediately understood what she meant. But doesn't that mean you need to wait for it to grow? Or does your metal have the ability to change its shape and volume according to the user, my lord? I don't remember having such a convenient ability. Then you'll have to take care of the little one for some time, girl. Become a mother. I could hear soft laughter in the giant's voice. "Naan, mother." She wrestled with the idea for a moment. "No." A quick shake of her head followed, the black hair swinging in the air. "Master, disciple." She stared even harder at the small, white kobold, now safely cradled in her arms. It hissed questioningly, not understanding what was being spoken in the slightest. "I'll train them anyway. These arms may be weak, but they're far from useless. In time they will grow into new defenders of our dungeon, my lord," Guardian exclaimed happily. "Yes, do that," I agreed without any further fuss. Things were moving at a breakneck pace, and I was starting to feel nervous. The half-elves were already in my dungeon, trying to destroy me, albeit focusing on the fake core. I hoped that my ruse would be enough to stop them. The humans at the surface were busy reinforcing their little outpost, their patrols once again conquering the first floor and grinding the shit out of the trial located there. Besides that, I noticed a commotion. Something up there had the soldiers and workers scurrying about like ants with their homes on fire. I needed to check it out. As a sort of farewell, I used a quick analyze to understand what this new addition to the dungeon signifies. Kobold of the Pale Tribe. Like all other kobolds and goblins, these monsters are classified by their tribe, a unique way of addressing the adjustments to the local environment. This specific name comes from the white scales covering their bodies, but also a feeling of etherealness common to their kind. While weak physically and often riddled with disabilities, as an effect of cleansing the corruption flowing in their veins, in exchange their bones and skulls are infused with metal, making them unnaturally sturdy. A normal kobold specialization lies in trap construction, yet this particular tribe seems to follow a different path, one of mechanical mastery and body enhancements. Their future is uncertain but bright. Threat level E unmodified. Okay, that was creepy. How in the hell did this description account for the decisions that were made just a moment ago? Or was it more of a natural path that the kobolds would take even if left alone? They were under the influence of the fake core for a long bit of time after all. No matter. Whatever the reason, I had more important problems to take care of. My focus shifted up to the surface. The outdoors looked a bit different, signs of devastation mostly taken care of. The silvery trees and other shrubbery were slowly regrowing, a touch of metal in their bark and leaves being a clear sign of my influence. Half a dozen new tents had been erected some way from the compound, the armed guards nervously checking them out every few seconds. It seemed like they were more interested in what was happening inside than barring access to the various onlookers. My only means of scouting the surface were still only a few surviving cameras, so I couldn't exactly see what was happening inside. Thankfully, only after half an hour past two familiar figures emerged from the tent with grim expressions on their faces. Master Vincent, the helmeted mage, and Charles Blueflame were walking slowly toward the outpost's wall while exchanging words. I, of course, focused on listening in. So the reason is still unknown. Yes, sir, there was no change in their look, no coughing, no external symptoms. One day they just fell asleep and never woke up. You knew about the elven poison, the mage interrupted. Curse of sleep, Charles nodded approvingly. Yes, that one. Don't you have any idea what this new ailment could be? Master Vincent shook his head. I checked and checked again. They're just sleeping. None of the tests I brought back any results. He stopped for a moment, scratching his chin. I did find one commonality, though. Every single one of the ill soldiers was accompanying us when the princess released her poison. Then, the old mage raised his hand, stopping Charles from speaking out. But it still doesn't make sense for this to be a reason for this malady anyway. Only some of them fell ill after all. Why not all of us? Why not me or you? There have to be differences. I thought it to be mana in our bodies, but that doesn't match either. About 3/4 of the bodyguards accompanying us were fine. He stopped his machine gun-like speech while breathing heavily. I simply don't know what the reason is. The mage stopped speaking in a lower and much more tired tone. Master Vincent. And it is terrifying. The old mage's face twisted in fear, but he quickly controlled his expression. I will continue my tests, poisons, magic, curses. If any of the patients wake up again, you'll be the first to know. He smiled tiredly. What is the chance that this illness started to spread because of the dungeon? Charles asked worryingly. Considering that this place is a forgotten dungeon, who knows, really? The Lunar's past fate was the best example of not underestimating what kind of monstrosities can emerge from these halls. A new disease, sure, some kind of slow-acting poison, why not? The forgotten curse, possible. An incurable, soul-devouring parasite, can be. Violet-robed Mage hung his head down. The only thing I can tell you for sure is that this illness is unlike anything I met before. So we'll have to just wait. I'm afraid so. I see, just for a good measure, bind the patients to their beds. Why, sir? I'm afraid that this malady did come from the depths of the dungeon. Charles stopped for a moment, his eyes glancing at the sunset in the distance. And because of that, some more dubious methods might have to be used, like killing off the carriers, for example, or burning this whole place down. Master Vincent massaged his temples. Very well, I'll ask my pupils to start restraining them. And I'll give the orders to the guards. With a small nod, both of the men parted, one returning to the isolated tent he came from while the other walked towards the human outpost. I thought about their problem for a moment, but I don't think that any biological warfare weapons were being developed by my creatures. And even if they did so, I was sure they would first ask me to deploy them. More like I hoped. Yet it was still not the most important matter. There were other problems to address. Like elves steadily cutting down my defenders and getting closer to the last room on the 3rd floor. After the initial success of my rattlings, the enemy reacted, changing their formation to more condensed and giving notice to the tunnels dotting the dungeon walls. The effect was clear to see fewer elves died and more of my creatures bit the dust. On the other hand, the speed of their advance had fallen too. As a little pick-me-up, the surviving dark mage rats already caught up, helping their brethren in harassment. The egg mechs were far too big to fit in though, and instead backed up angrily stomping berserker. At least I wasn't the only one having problems. How long until we arrive at the core? Asked Ian while conjuring a wooden spear and sending it at the nearby rat. The monster's head popped like a squashed fruit before it fell on the floor. The rest retreated. No idea, Agric shrugged. At least unlike the other floors, this one is pretty straightforward. Yes, thank the goddess for small boons. I grumbled. My 3rd floor setup was far from finished. While I already populated every single room, there weren't many tricks in place, bearing the secret door just before the boss chamber. Hearing sentients call it easy wounded my pride more than I anticipated. There was, of course, the checkpoint filled with a few electro-touched lebiers, but I didn't have a lot of faith in their resistance. Or rather, their chances would be far greater if the enemy still didn't have about 80 soldiers on their side, and that was not even counting the elven princess, her knight with a magical shield, the 2 leaders. Yeah, they were fucked. I tried using the remaining time wisely, moving some rattlings to raise the defenders' count, but it was mostly done for appearance's sake. The way down to the core room couldn't be too easy after all. It was the other way around. It had to be wrought with perils. The price for success had to be paid in blood. Otherwise, people would grow suspicious. Even the artificial, or should I say not sapient, dungeon cores were programmed in such a way as to protect them from destruction. I couldn't do worse. To my surprise, the formerly rowdy undead started to suddenly fall in line. All lebiers were quite stupid, but the electro-touched variant took the cake. While the rest of their brethren tried to keep together and sometimes even employed a small semblance of tactics, captains being a praiseworthy exception, these guys simply ran in a straight line towards their target. Only the addition of the sudden arcs of electricity, sometimes extending from their flesh, made them more dangerous than their less advanced brethren. Now, instead of chaotically moving from one place to the other, they were instead dividing themselves into small groups, searching for places to hide and ambush incoming soldiers. The room was barren and clean, but with a few ingenious moves, they managed to fit in various cracks or simply lie down on the floor, playing dead. A moment later, another batch of rattlings arrived while dragging behind some half-dead vegetation. which surprisingly managed to reconnect with the ground in only a few seconds. The new rats were different from the rest, their brown, loose robes covering most of their bodies and faces. Leading them was a little bigger specimen, with arms and legs covered in roots. Their leader squeaked a few more times, his subordinates dragging even more greenery inside. The plants were quick at reattaching themselves, but their leaves and branches weren't looking that good. And yet there was something familiar about them. I focused on them, and suddenly knowledge flooded into my mind. Handberries, that was their true name. A plant that was never before seen in this world, grown in my own private garden. With dark green, thick leaves and delicately looking branches, it was similar to its cousins growing above ground. It even had edible, if bitter, berries. There were a few unique qualities to its kind, though. The first was how handberry loved to grow in mana-rich locations. The second one was how its berries had little hooks, used to cling to anyone stupid enough to squeeze through between their bushes. And the third. The Rattling leader squeaked once again, and under his command, brown-robed rats cut their paws in one decisive, quick action. Then, after another squeak, they sprayed the red blood over the bushes. Handberries grew explosively following the amount of sucked-in liquid. I really hoped that the Rattlings used blood because water from the nearby river wasn't accessible. And I really hoped it wasn't some kind of a religious ritual. In a few minutes, the formerly barren room was filled with plants, not only hiding the remaining electro-touched lebiers, but also providing a natural barrier against advancing elves. Finishing their job, the brown-robed rats left one after another. A small jungle remained. The invaders arrived about 20 minutes later, their vanguard entering the room before stopping. One of them went back, only to return with Ian and Agric a moment later. The two half-elves stared at the dark green chamber for a moment before snickering. "It's a trap." "Yup, it's a trap, all right," smiled Ian. "Then, can I ask you to do your druidic mumbo-jumbo and give us a way forward?" Agric bowed slightly. Ian, however, was angered by his jest, the elf's brown eyes turning into slits. "How many times do I have to tell you? It's not that hard." He raised his voice. "Druidic magic is not the same as nature magic. I'm not a priest. It would be like saying that a human light mage is equivalent to a healing priest." "Yes, it's all mumbo-jumbo to me anyway." "Damn brute," Ian sighed, combing his girly black hair. "Just stop talking, okay? I'll get even angrier if you don't. I get this shit from my family every day, you don't have to add in." Agric grew serious immediately. "I'm sorry. I forgot how your people are when it comes to these things." He added in a quieter tone. The atmosphere turned somber until Ian smacked his bigger companion on the shoulder. "Let's not talk about it." He smiled a bit forcibly. "I'll take care of it in the jiffy and we can continue our conquest." He turned a bit serious. "I guess the sweeper is still behind us." "Yes," Agric nodded. "And it's gaining ground. Our tempo slowed too much. We might have to sacrifice some blood to speed up." "I see." With confident moves, Ian walked forward, stopping a few meters before the impromptu jungle. He raised his arms, spreading them wide, and started to chant. A long string of words I wasn't able to understand continued for about 30 seconds, until he ended the sentence in a stronger, commanding tone. And like they were listening to his speech, my plants started wilting a short moment later, uncovering the lebiers hidden in their gist. Of course, the main trope of fantasy, elves and plants. How did I not predict this? "Undead," the elves shouted, noticing my forces. "Archers to the front," Agric commanded, his subordinates surging forward. "Pepper them with arrows." The elves followed his words to the letter, speedily killing visible enemies. Lebiers fell in silence. After the first line of defense was decimated, the Rattling commanders ordered a rabid counterattack, their minds still struggling with the fact that the invaders could control nature. Both the undead and remaining rats ran forward haggardly, keen on tasting their enemies' blood. Yet most of them died even before reaching the melee range, only a few surviving long enough to deal at most superficial damage. It was a total defeat. The elves knew that too, cheering for a minute before returning to their earlier turtle-like formation. Their further advancement was pretty much unimpeded. Even the secret doors that I meticulously prepared were discovered, another ambush thwarted by a rain of arrows and shield magic from the barely recovered knight. Despite the pain visible on his face, he still kept the white barrier up, barring the way for my exploders, making them an easy target. Half an hour later, they arrived in my final chamber, where the fake core was safely embedded in the wall, a black crystal in the sea of green copper. The room seemed uninhabited at first glance, the armored beast lying in wait, its black scales blending into shadows. "Our target is in sight," reported one of the vanguards. "What are your orders, Commander?" "We can end it right now," another spoke with passion. "One arrow and it's done." "Don't be a fool," Agric suddenly appeared at their backs. "Do you think a common weapon can destroy a dungeon core?" He shook his head. "That is why Princess Menalia brought the royal family's dagger with her." "To be truthful, powerful magic can do the trick too," added Ian, slowly glaring at the final chamber. "It seems unfinished," he said after a moment. "Yes, but I am sure that a guardian beast waits somewhere in these shadows," grumbled the more muscular of the two elves. "We will have to spill more elven blood to deal with it," he sighed. "No matter. Sir, get the soldiers proficient in defense to move ahead. The rest of you follow, and for goddess' sake, fire your arrows as soon as the beast appears. Don't wait for my orders." "Yes, sir," countless voices answered. "Stop," and yet another order came from the back, halting their attack. "Princess, why are you here?" Agric tilted his head in surprise. "Let Jake go first," she spoke confidently. "He'll stop the core's guardian and I'll deal the finishing blow." "But are you at your full strength, my lady?" "Not quite, but I'll manage if it's only a singular monster." "Princess, there is also a sweeper following in our footsteps. Is it not wiser to conserve your strength until we defeat it?" "What are you talking about?" Menalia answered, clearly confused by something. "The dungeon beasts are known to lose their drive when the core is destroyed." "That is not quite correct, my lady." Ian was the one who chose to speak up after a moment of silence. "While it's true in the context of normal monsters, those who were created with a higher purpose in mind may very well survive the destruction of their master and pursue their original directives." "But you're not sure." "Nothing is certain when it comes to dungeons, my lady." "Then we take the chance. Who is to say that this chamber's guardian won't surge forward at the same moment when we try to deal with our pursuer?" Silence once again followed her words. "See, we fight." "Princess," Agric coldly raised his voice, "allow my soldiers to go first. We'll defeat the beast and in the worst-case scenario, weaken it for your finishing strike." He bowed deeply, asking for her permission. "I do not wish to lose any more soldiers, Commander," Menalia spoke softly. "This is our duty. Please allow us the honor of the first strike." For a long while, the muscular elf and the royalty stared into each other's eyes. There was silence, and then a sigh of resignation. "Do as you wish." "Thank you, Princess." Agric saluted and then turned back while barking out the orders. A few minutes later, about half of the soldiers followed their captain, while the rest quite literally blocked the tunnel with their bodies. A battle approached. In the safety of my real core, I trembled. This magical dagger seemed like trouble. Worse, like something I didn't plan for. But there was no other choice now. Let's just say that I too like to live dangerously. 58. Uno. The soldiers cautiously trickled into the room under the guidance of their commander. Agric had chosen to lead them from the front, weapons kept at the ready, as his blue eyes scanned and analyzed the future battlefield. His subordinates followed behind the man straight back in a condensed clump of leather armor, daggers, bows, and, most importantly, fear. They didn't know it yet, but bunching up was a mistake they were going to pay dearly for. The chamber they entered was a sufficiently terrifying place in my humble opinion. A strong 4 out of 5. I even managed to spruce it up a bit, adding a nice, monstrous ambience, each sound made by the invaders multiplied and deformed by the haunting echo. The room was much longer than wider, yet still leaving enough free space for 10 soldiers to walk hand in hand. But that only concerned the part of the room that was bathed in light. As for the rest on both other sides, it was instead hidden under the cloak of darkness, a perfect avenue of an attack. This arrangement created a clearly artificial carpet of light stretching from the entrance towards the far-off wall where my fake core was embedded. The lighting effect was created by using the electrical chandeliers hanging from the ceiling in such a way that their fruits were partially obstructed by naturally growing stalactites. The floor and walls were made from a simple gray stone, but I splurged and added columns on the left and right of the carpet of light, trying to preserve the feeling of sanctity and importance I thought should be present in this place. This made the advancing soldiers look small and weak in comparison to the chamber they were in, and my fake core by proxy. "Do you recognize the patterns on the pillars?" murmured the princess, and I reacted with surprise. "What patterns?" "No, Your Highness. They seem familiar and at the same time foreign." Ian was quick to answer, his eyes glued to the final room. My cameras too zoomed in on the closest column. They were covered in something that looked similar to the ancient script, with no real words, using something similar to Egyptian hieroglyphs or Chinese pictograms. There was, however, a feeling of everlasting dread and hopelessness infused into them. Just like, are they connected to the Magitech Empire? It's hard to say. They should be. A degree of change is to be expected, though. The dungeons are known to introduce and mix elements of different cultures. He scratched his chin. Let us not forget that this place was once a human castle. Who knows what the core gained by disassembling its architecture? I see. While this relaxed exchange was taking place in the back, the vanguard soldiers weren't having a good time. "It's a trap," whispered one of them under his breath. "No shit, genius." "Shut up and keep your eyes peeled," added another one. "Keep the ranks, archers ready your weapons." "Mages, where are the mages?" "Gingy is in the back." One of the earth mages got done by the rats. The other is in the middle of the defensive formation. One of the fire throwers was held in reserve. He observes with the princess. The remaining ones stand with us. "I dislike that term, you know," a robed figure grumbled, the unruly reddish hair escaping his wide cap. "Also, we left the least experienced one in the back. Believe me, he would cause more trouble than it was worth." "I understand. Nobody likes being put on fire by allies," murmured one of the more scarred soldiers. "Keep it together, men." Agric was one to silence the elves. "You're not children, act like it. Something is hiding in the shadows, don't let it get a jump on you." Captain, these rooms always have a guardian. They usually represent the creatures that the dungeon focuses on." The leader scratched his chin for a moment. "Considering what we saw thus far, it could be either a rodent or an undead, maybe a golem. Or a combination of these." The second fire mage added his face and figure hidden completely by the robe. "I just hope it's not some kind of unkillable undead." "I think you will get your answer, soon." As Agric screamed out his final words, my armored rat beast lost its patience and silently jumped out of the shadows, a large and dark form gaining momentum in seconds. "Look out." "Wha? Foo." The elves didn't have time to react. Only their leader barely managed to get out of the charging beast's way. The man behind him wasn't as lucky. His chest immediately skewered, and the body was dragged away by my monster. Two others were trampled, their bones thoroughly broken, while their screams joined the chorus as the temporary guardian finished its charge. "Ugrayalias." The armored rat beast roared its challenge, its brutal face lighting up with joy as it saw the elven ranks falling in confusion. It turned back slowly, small, beady eyes searching for a gap to exploit. Still staring at the soldiers in disdain, it shook its horn, letting the impaled body fall on the ground and glistening its black scales with red blood. The wet asterisk thump with which their dead comrade hit the stones beneath seemed to enrage the remaining elves. They gripped their daggers even harder and charged forward while screaming insults in the air. Above their heads, a small cloud of arrows already targeted the black beast, falling on the overgrown rat like locusts. The vicious expressions of the archers turned to shock when instead of the satisfying sound of metal piercing flesh, they heard only asterisk tink asterisk. Asterisk tink asterisk. Tink as the arrowheads helplessly fell on the ground, deflected by the monstrously strong scales. This slowed the frenzied charge somewhat, but not all of the attackers were deterred. A few of them jumped ahead, their powerful swings simply bouncing off the beast's hide. "Why won't you die?" screamed one of them with fury, only to get instantly skewered by the bladed horn. "Focus on the eyes and mouth," shouted another one, his life too ended in but a mere moment. "Look out! Dodge!" The beast moved and the soldiers were thrown into the air, their bones and muscles broken by the mountain-like physique of the charging monster. Archers let loose another volley, hoping for a lucky strike more than anything else. The result was, however, the same as before. Their arrows were no more effective than the thrown sticks. "Scorch it!" Agric shouted, and mages started to summon their flames. Just like with the Blue Flame Noble, they had to do it slowly and carefully, focusing on control more than power. Yet the rat beast was not a fool, recognizing the danger and quickly changing its target to the fire wielders. Its clawed feet screeched on the stone as it forcibly turned a few hundred kilograms of muscle in place, reorienting itself towards the incoming magical attacks. "Shit! Block it! Spears to the front!" The elves, on the other hand, were using their bodies and weapons to desperately try to stop the charging monster. "Oof! Diarrhea! My fucking leg!" Yet one after the other, they were simply thrown away, mangled flesh and bone left in the wake of the advancing beast. Powerful, unopposable, invincible. At least my creation seemed to look like that, until one of the luckier warriors managed to cut the inner thigh of the rat beast, causing it to tumble and then fall to the ground in a great explosion of sound and dust. A few pillars were broken in the process, gray stone shooting out like shrapnel. This allowed the mages in the back to focus their fire. A fireball and flame arrow were created and thrown in the beast's direction nearly immediately. The explosion sounded, followed by the irate scream and slowly falling dust that had risen once again. For a while the whole chamber was silent, the invaders holding their breath in a vain hope that their enemy was defeated. And as if to break that expectation, a crazed roar echoed in the room. "Gravia earlier." I smiled. It was truly made of the sturdier stuff than the other monsters. This time the roar conveyed not only a challenge, but also hatred and indignation. "We kinda pissed it off, eh?" mumbled one of the surviving soldiers. "It bleeds, it can be killed." "Yay, but how many of us will die until we manage to do so?" "Why the princess isn't helping." "Shut up, follow orders." "Gather round," screamed Agric. "Defensive formation, soldiers aim for the joints, archers focus on the eyes, mages keep the heat on, blast it no matter where it attacks." "We may kill some of our soldiers this way, Captain," one of the fire wielders spoke out. "Then so be it." He turned back, his eyes calm and thick with a sense of purpose. "What is your name?" Me, sir." The Earth Mage seemed a bit out of it, his youthful face covered in grime and blood. Not his own, though. "Yeah, you soldier." "Sund, sir." "Okay, listen up, Private Sund. Can you destroy this place?" "Pardon." I'm asking if you can break down the flat terrain that this beast uses to kill us off." Agric pointed at the nearest floor. "You and your deceased friend already had done it once before." Sund twitched for a moment at the mention of his former companion, but managed to quickly regain control. "In the battle against these undead and rats, fucking rats," Agric growled. "Do you remember? I would like you to stop it from charging." He stared at the younger elf, his voice already back to normal. The mage in question gulped heavily. "Are we all going to die if I caw, sir?" he asked in a trembling tone. "No, of course no." The larger elf sighed loudly while clamping his hand on the subordinate's shoulder. "But more of them will die, so don't screw up." Deep breaths. "Why, yes." "So, can you do it?" "I'll try. I have a shield spell." "Most of the Earth mages have one," nodded Agric. I can use some of the debris here to make small walls, partitions. Hills, it should work. He trembled a bit more. I think. Then do it. Agric turned his head. Hunber Kijat Urbak guard the mage with your own lives, he squinted. Understood. Yes, SIR. Good, the second round starts now, Ugrayarariza. While the elves were preparing, my armored rat beast also wasn't wasting time. It stalked the darkness, searching for the best avenue of approach. Instead of attacking silently, however, it had chosen to announce its presence, the blood craze already taking hold of its sanity. With a burst of energy, it emerged from the darkness, a monstrously large rodent covered in black scales, and immediately charged toward the temporary elven formation. It was a simple plan, really, to rely on superior speed and mass in order to cut down the amount of time that the enemy had to attack it. Unlike before, its enemies were ready. The fire mages were throwing their blazing magics, while the soul earthwielder made it impossible to approach the formation freely. The earlier scuffle also left the beast not without wounds, 2 patches of melted scales decorating its left side damaged from the oppressive heat, a weak point for iron arrowheads and weapons. It was the start of a decent, bloody battle, one worth watching, and one which was cut short with a single, powerful word. Enough, a woman's voice echoed in the chamber, her blonde hair reflecting the ever-present flames. Just die, monster. At Menalia's command, a beam of light appeared out of nowhere and cut the armored rat beast in 2, thus ending the encounter. The flesh of the monster sizzled as it fell to the ground, an expression of unwillingness and fury still present on its brutal features. The elven survivors stared at the dead beast, some with an expression of bitterness, others simply filled with joy. Slowly the soldiers started to cheer, at first quietly, only to finish with an overwhelmingly loud ovation. Their minds were filled with but a simple miracle of managing to wade through this deadly battle. The water mage was already busy with mending flesh and bone, bandaging the wounded, and cleaning up the survivors. In the meantime, Agric and Menalia were having a little chat. I was listening in with curiosity, of course. Your Highness, what are you doing? Saving your life, of course, she answered haughtily. The man sighed in response, slowly massaging the bridge of his nose. Firstly, we had everything under control. Losing half of your squad meant that the battle was under control. Princess, were you a part of any other dungeon subjugation party? No, but how's that impor? It is important. Agric cut her off. He lifted one of his fingers. Firstly, we all. He pointed towards the soldiers, mages, and archers. Every single one of us. He squinted his eyes. We are expendable, you are not. But, secondly, he lifted another finger. Did you recover completely? The muscular half-elf asked keenly, his eyes searching for any sign of weakness. I mostly recovered. Menalia stumbled a bit in her answer. And what do you mean by that, Your Highness? How many light beams are you capable of producing right now? T2. Another sigh made Menalia tremble. That's what I am talking about. You're our hidden weapon, our strongest blade. He stared at the rejoicing soldiers. Yes, a few more elves will live today, but what about tomorrow? Agric tiredly turned his gaze back to the princess, who shuddered in response. Why, yes. Thirdly, did you consider that we have a sweeper on our tail, and that we all may be going to die down here anyway, simply because you were too impatient? I am strong enough to beat any monster in one, maybe 2 hits, she declared proudly, her blonde hair swaying with every move. There are things out there. Agric started talking before waving his hand. He gave up. Doesn't matter, what's done is done. Please do your duty so we may try to return, and who knows, maybe we even manage to avoid the sweeper. He smiled bitterly and then bowed, at which Menalia nodded uncertainly, her steps leading her towards the fake black core. I won't lie, I was terrified. This was one of the things that might one day end my existence. One of the fates that I was desperately trying to avoid. As she came closer, a cold feeling of fear engulfed me more and more. Unconsciously, my distress was transmitted to all the dungeon's denizens. And they reacted. The roars, squeaks, and pure emotion of fear filled the halls. "Do you feel it?" asked Ian, flanking the approaching princess. "Yes, what is that?" she asked, her eyes wide open. Even though the dungeons aren't really alive, they too fear death, and as you approach with a royal family's dagger, a tool of their destruction. He stopped for a moment, the regret and sadness filling his young face. "They wail, they scream. Sometimes I think that if they could, they would beg." "Are they truly not sapient then?" Menalia asked, her hand lifting a long, straight dagger to the light. It glimmered at first glance, but a simple weapon, if not for a small, reddish gem embedded in its hilt, just like my fake core in the wall. "Every time we extinguish one of them, we try to ask." His tone changed to a mask of a much older and much wiser being appearing on his face. Ian was reciting now, his words heavy with an ancient feeling. "Is there no other way? Speak to us, understand us. Oh, the light brought from the heavenly spheres, we do not want to waste your gifts. Answer, scream out your purpose and roll. Allow us to believe in a godly plan. Survive." He ceased speaking, tensing his ears for an unheard answer. For one long moment, I wanted to answer. To cut this charade short. To speak with somebody else than my subservient monsters or brainwashed followers. To stop this damn loneliness of mine. But I didn't. The fear, the terrifying visions of the second death didn't let me. And thus it was decided. Ian breathed out, turning towards Menalia. "Please, princess, do the honors." "Yes," she nodded crisply. "I just need to lift it up and then plunge the blade into the dungeon core." "That is correct." "Won't the metal break, though?" She took another look at the weapon. "It doesn't look very sturdy." "It is, however. There is old magic in the works here, one that we don't understand, one that we don't need to understand. Never." He smiled weakly. "This part always dampers my mood. I can't shake the feeling that what we are doing is simply murder." "What, but it killed goddess knows how many people?" Menalia disagreed loudly. "After we invaded its home, after we are trying to kill it, so please do it quickly." "Yes." Without any other warning, she lifted her weapon and struck the blade in the middle of the fake obsidian core. The dagger entered easily, its hilt slowly growing brighter and brighter. "Is it broken?" asked Menalia. "Nothing is happening." "No, it should start soon." Something stirred in the dagger's handle. Something old, a greedy ancient being. A monster. A devil. It yawned loudly. The invaders couldn't hear it. But I could. Then it opened its maw. Wider, wider, and wider, until the only thing that remained was the greedy, monstrous mouth and two small, bright eyes. A second passed and it bit, devouring the fake core in one sloppy chomp. Another second was lost, and then this part of me was gone, and I understood that this was a large, tragic mistake. The fake core was fake, but it was also part of me. My memories, my feelings, my dreams. And now it was irreplaceably destroyed. Then the pain came, like a wave, slowly strangling my mindscape with darkness, forcing me to retreat, to run, to hide. From one memory to another, it tried to steal my very being as I fought against the current, slowly being dragged towards the still wide-open maw of the beast. My mental scream came out unknowingly, enraging my followers and scaring both Naan and Guardian. I fought. Of Sek on D, of FT or Sek on D. Who knew for how long? It felt like minutes. It felt like years. One desperate fear, against another desperate fear, against the slowly consuming. Darkness, darkness, darkness. The whole place shook, my senses curling up like a kicked puppy. I yelped, I begged. Nobody heard me. But darkness, darkness, darkness. Garbled words penetrated the fog of my consciousness. That is how a dungeon dies, and this is why I hate these jobs. They faded away, and when I thought that it was the real end, a different, cold, soothing darkness came, and I lost my consciousness. Uno. Sometime later. Bam. A sound echoes somewhere. Bam. It comes and goes. A simple thing yet full of rage and longing. Bam. Like an old clock, it regularly strikes the hour. Or was it a second, a minute? Bam. What was even a concept of time, really? Especially here in this soothing dark. Bam. Wait, was that the sound of my alarm clock? Do I need to go to school, to work, huh? Bam. I didn't remember setting such a vulgar and brutal-sounding soundtrack, though. Bam. ROAR. Okay, something seemed weird. Bam. Okay, I'm waking up. Can't a dude sleep a bit longer on his free day? Sheesh, people today, maybe 5 more minutes. Bam. Okay. Fuck. How did I open my eyes again? Huh. Wait. Something is not right. No eyes. Bam. From where all this light had come. Bam. And you, who are you damn fucker, always banging on my doors? Just follow the noise, yes, just like that. Follow the noise, Uno. And kick his ass. Bam. Gotcha. Huh. What happened? My lord, a happy screaming voice echoed in my brain. What are? My lord, you're safe. Oh, thank the unfeeling gods. Hey. I thought it would be my fate to be alone again. Gwa. The heavens are just, my lord. Will you shut the fuck up? Why yes, a small, squeaky voice answered my question. Much better have I drunk something. Could dungeon cores even have a hangover, or two, at the same time, but more importantly? What the hell happened? Where are you? Where is Naan? What is going on in the dungeon? And what's the situation above ground? Bam. And what the fuck is that sound? Ah, that may need a longer explanation, my lord. Start with the sound. It's driving me insane, or not, the overall situation more important. Yes, you see after the half-elves broke your subcore, we all kinda lost our minds. The Rattlings were most affected, pretty much pouncing on any enemy available. The undead simply stopped functioning, about 3/4 of them. The ranks of your minions are currently greatly reduced. Bam. You still didn't tell me what this sound is. A clock? Did I install a clock in my time of madness? No, you were just sleeping, my lord, and I was just getting to it. I could hear him swallowing dryly. Pretty impressive considering we were having a mental conversation. After your assumed demise, Berserker blocked the way out of the final chamber and started attacking the invaders. And he has been doing so ever since. Wait, what? More importantly, for how long was I out? About a week. 7 days. He is at it for 7 days. Yes, my lord. I have to see it. My focus turned toward the 3rd floor. It moved slowly, like a rusted machine forced to work against its will. I still managed to turn it towards the loudest place underground, and a curious sight had greeted me. A tunnel blocked by an invisible wall, similar to one that the silent night produced. Outside, the protected space berserker was slowly letting out punch after punch, shaking the barrier, and the whole surrounding dungeon and thus producing the sound. Every few hundred or so attacks, the elven princess Menalia was counterattacking. A beam of light was summoned, cutting berserker's flesh, only for it to completely regenerate a few moments later. She was red-eyed and panicked, nothing like the noble lady I remembered from a few days ago. I could hear curses muttered under her breath and symptoms of slowly setting panic. The other elves were trying their best to remain calm too, but none of their attacks had left a dent on the monster. Truly a creation I sacrificed a part of my soul to create. For how long are they at it? Since your supposed demise, my lord. And why? Berserker tries to avenge you. That night projects the shield to defend the survivors. The princess and the rest of the elves try to kill Berserker before their defense collapses. And how do you know that? I asked Naan to scout for me. And why was that needed? There was commotion above and below ground. A good general knows the importance of good intelligence. I cannot disagree, so tell me what's happening. That red-haired noble. Blue Flame. Yes, I believe that is the name. I think he is getting hanged. What? Go up. Up, up, up. Gotta see it. 59. Uno. My consciousness flew higher and higher, the speed of ascent more similar to drilling through the earth than earlier soaring quickness. The minutes of traveling through the dirt passed slowly, so I started asking some important questions in the meantime. Guardian, are you there? I sent a mental message to my loyal minion. Yes, my lord. What are your commands? He answered quickly, not bothered in the slightest by my sudden communication. I want to ask you a question. Then I will try to answer to the best of my abilities. Do you know anything about the anti-dungeon tool that the half-elves brought with them? My lord, I wasn't present when the invaders attacked your subcore. How would I know? I nearly face-palmed. Of course, only I had access to cameras. My minions weren't privy to such things. Something that I might consider changing in the future. For now, a simple explanation would suffice. The elven princess, Menalia, brought with her something that looked like a dagger with a red gem handle. They called it a royal family's weapon or something like that. I trembled for a moment, remembering the traumatizing feeling that came after she plunged it into my subcore. It broke a part of me, devoured it, rather. I see. So, any thoughts? I'm not familiar with the methods employed by the Luna Kingdom or the elves in particular. He answered with some hesitation. I inwardly nodded. They weren't even around when Guardian was turned into a vampire. I can, however, say that the most important ingredient of dungeon binding practiced in my country has always been a dormant core. He stopped for a moment. Maybe the elves use the same principle. Are you suggesting that the red gem I saw was a former dungeon? I asked incredulously. A mental nod was my only answer. This makes sense, I muttered. There was a certain sense of familiarity and sameness when confronted with the hungry being contained within. A shudder came through my invisible body. Would my kidnapped core be used for similar sinister purposes? The dagger was dangerous, that much was certain. I was, however, playing dead right now. Was a single item, no matter how powerful, really worth breaking that facade? I desperately needed time to grow, to learn, to rebuild my forces. It was better to play it safe. My focus dispersed as soon as I managed to arrive at the surface. If the slow rate at which I was currently moving was the only side effect of my subcore destruction, I would be more than willing to pay this price. A curious sight greeted me after emerging, or rather when I took control over one of the surviving Devil Eye cameras. Pretty much the whole population of the outpost, a few hundred souls, was currently standing in a large clearing just beyond burned-down buildings. The civilians, adventurers, soldiers, and orders troops were condensed into a homogeneous human mass, which to me looked no different than a bunch of sheep. Guarding them, or should I say herding, was a small contingent of soldiers clad in black armor. Their choice of clothing would seem overly edgy and even comical in normal circumstances, if not for the gloomy aura that they emanated heavy enough to keep the commoners in line. A shabby-looking platform was erected close to the human mob, made mostly from the rough-hewn boards gathered from freshly cut silver trees, still wet with resin in some places. On top of it stood a large, muscular man with a commanding posture. He wore an easy-to-recognize hawk's helmet and expensive-looking black leather armor. A faint feeling of power radiated from his body as his growling, deep words slowly spilled from the lower, open part of the mask. I knew him. Or should I say that Naan knew him? One of the targets of her revenge was the leader of the Jaynard Kingdom's special forces, Arrogant Hawk, a powerful warrior in his own right. Lord Hawk was his name. Before him, under a light guard, stood a familiar figure. The red-eyed and red-haired noble was currently clenching his teeth and fists, listening intently to the droning Hawkman. Once again, I could see small, nearly invisible wisps of flame dancing around his body. Now that was interesting. I stopped scouting and instead focused on simply listening to the speech. and just in time, is thus guilty of allowing the property of the Jaynard kingdom to fall in the foreign hands. He is also guilty of damaging the relationship between our allies in these trying times. The large man breathed out and in, his countenance telling me he was as bored as the people who were forced to listen. After a while, he continued. There are, however, bright points in Charles Blueflame's administration of the outpost currently called Silver Oasis. These consist of surviving the fallen tribe's invasion without any aid, as well as helping the royal Princess Agnes Jaynard in her expedition. To that, I can also add keeping the military and defensive presence in the hands of our kingdom, despite foreign influences. The speaker straightened his back. Thus the verdict is as follows, he bellowed, and the rest of the human mob murmured in anticipation. No matter the times, the masses always craved entertainment, and seeing the powerful fall from the grace certainly counted as such. Charles Blueflame is to be stripped of his noble status, of his hereditary Blueflame bloodline, and the leadership of the Order of the Fates untold. The former noble clenched his fists even harder, his eyes never leaving the ground before him. However, he is allowed to retain control over the Silver Oasis outpost, and the soldier contingent left to keep order and retain control over the former dungeon. Only now I noticed familiar faces behind the outspoken man. The Princess Agnes Jaynard, tall, sad-looking Lone Mountain, and Earth Mage Peter. They seemed to accompany Lord Hawk on some official business. The silence followed as Charles raised his eyes to gaze at the one judging him. The atmosphere could be cut with a knife. Do you accept my verdict, Charles of the Silver Oasis? The former noble opened his mouth not once, but twice before swallowing hard and speaking out in a deep, hurt voice. I did only what I thought was necessary for the glory and survival of the kingdom. He continued with a raised tone. I used whatever could be used according to our tenets. As we do all, the official immediately dismissed his claim. Yet you were judged and found lacking. Do you accept? He repeated his question. I accept, Lord Hawk, Charles shouted back loudly while whispering the rest of his words. May the gods have mercy on your souls, because I won't. The anger, the fiery fireflies seemed to disappear, and only a tired, disillusioned young man was left behind. Good, guards, please return the outpost commander to his quarters. I still have a few questions to ask him. After the delve, of course. The soldiers saluted, and Charles was escorted out of the clearing. Then the man called Lord Hawk turned back to the audience. The members of the Order of the Fates Untold are ordered to return to the capital and await a new commander's orders. He flashed a smile. Of course, those who want to follow your former leader may do so. The Order soldiers mostly bowed slightly. I had a feeling that not many of them would remain. A shame. They probably had some of the more interesting skills and magical abilities I would love to experiment with. While I can't order the guild to leave, let it be known that according to our past experiences, the destroyed dungeon will only produce a minuscule amount of monsters and items. Your presence would be welcomed at the other Jaynard's Kingdom locations. Yet I understand if you can't make an informed decision with the disappearance of your guild master. Lord Hawk stared down the adventurers present, and but a few were able to withstand his gaze. I will scout the dungeon and rescue any survivors in your stead, murmurs followed. That was not a question, he added. Most of the soldiers are ordered to return too. This announcement was met with a small ovation. It was clear that the troops stationed here disliked the post. Bearing a small contingent of guards needed for an outpost of this size, you can draw lots. I don't have any control over merchants or mages which made this place home, yet I would strongly recommend you to move into more secure and important locations. He stopped, gauging the reactions of Audelez the merchant and Master Vincent. Both of them seemed to ignore the contents of his speech. The dungeon has been destroyed. And that is all. The man finished his speech not mentioning anything to the frightened civilians. None of them, even Bald Tom, dared to speak out despite outnumbering the black-clothed guards and simple soldiers by a dozen each. Being shooed away, the rest of the freshly named outpost's population dispersed, returning to their duties guarding, harvesting my first floor or rebuilding. Using this time, a small delegation of the half-elves approached Lord Hawk, their faces full of discontent. "What do you want?" the man asked grumpily, his weary tone a clear difference between a commanding tune he was singing earlier. "We want to raise a protest against your verdict, Lord Hawk." Their representative spoke out, his scarred face and a missing eye a clear sign of being a part of the earlier purge. "The man in question murdered dozens of our brethren. Stripping him of the nobility is but a trifle. We demand death for death." "I think you're misunderstanding something, Nifir." The masked man growled in anger while the elves took a step back, stunned by a sheer killing intent. "Why? I was not punishing Charles for decimating your forces." A brutal smile appeared on his face. "Your people were happily strolling on our land, filth. They knew the consequences," he sneered. "I punished him for allowing your princess to steal our dungeon core." "Boo. And before you start mewling, know that according to your death-for-death ruling, I should stroll right into your Leaf Hill village and tear their dungeon core out," he said while putting a hand on the elf's shoulder and squeezing hard. "Do we understand each other?" "Yes," another squeeze came as the elven representative hissed in pain. "Yes, I understand, human." "Good," Lord Hawk slowly released his grip. "Now get your cronies out of here while I'm still in a passable mood. The Lunar King will hear of this." "Oh, I hope he does. In the meantime, I will be waiting for an apology." Lord Hawk smiled crookedly. Yet as soon as the elven delegation left his vision, it disappeared immediately, replaced by a calm, composed demeanor. "Are they gone?" he asked, seemingly in the air while keeping an aloof tone. "A small group of them left immediately, probably to report back to their superiors. The rest still wait for something." A black-robed man emerged from the nearby shadows. "The princess is still alive, it seems." "Agreed." "Was that necessary, teacher?" "What specifically, the noble or the Nifirs?" "Both." Lord Hawk sighed audibly. "That is why you still have much to learn, Shadow. Heh. I would ask you to not snicker at my pseudonym." "Give me some wine, then." "Fine." The self-proclaimed Shadow produced a wine sack out of nowhere. He threw it through the air and his companion caught it deftly. "Now talk. What was that all about?" "Let me ask you the question, then. Would any of your trainees be able to survive the fallen tribe's invasion, beat back the elves, conquer most of the dungeon, and keep the half-elven princess at bay with only some mages and soldiers under their command?" Lord Hawk popped out the cork and noisily drank a few large gulps of liquid. Faced with the problem, his companion kept quiet for a few minutes before hesitantly answering. "Maybe, if I had my level and some of our resources." "And if you did?" "Still a maybe." "Oh, don't bullshit me. I trained you. I know what you and your subordinates are capable of." The larger man pointed his finger at Shadow. "You are killers, warriors, one of our kingdom's hidden daggers, but you are no generals. Tactical know-how, yes, but leading armies, not one of you knows how to do it. And that's why I gave him a choice." "I don't understand. Our kingdom has generals." "Yes, Jaynard Kingdom has strategists, generals. Would you follow their orders, though?" Shadow's silence was enough of an answer. "He will be left here alone for about, what, half a year, maybe even more. That depends on how the situation develops." Lord Hawk shrugged. "For a noble used to power, to being in the center of attention, luxuries, staying out here would be akin to torture. After some time passes, a certain organization will extend an invitation to him and a proposition to return what was unjustly taken from him." He narrated. "You want to bend him to our will." Lord Hawk waved his hands. "Oh, don't be so dramatic, nothing so drastic. It's not like I can just kill off Agnes' lover, right? But a bit of poking should be okay." He chuckled coldly. "This will be mutually beneficial cooperation after all." His expression changed for a moment, a tremble, albeit mostly unnoticeably to bystanders. "Besides, it's not like I can do anything to one of Hecken's bloodline, exiled or not." "There is more," murmured Shadow. Lord Hawk raised his arms in a gesture of surrender. "Of course, there is always more, layers under layers," he grunted. "Did you feel the energy he was emanating?" "That was him, at his level, certainly unnatural." "Yes, I suppose he got some rare class during the delve. And you know how much we need any edge we can get." "That I can understand. Strength is power, power is justice. And the elves." These were my true feelings, hate the fuckers. They enter our land, destroy our dungeon core, and still want reparations, like they somehow had given us a boon or something. Lord Hawk huffed in indignation. And the true motive? His subordinate ignored the outburst, drinking a mouthful of the liquor instead. Since not all of them left in a hurry, this means that the princess still lives. The larger man's demeanor changed in an instant, the facade of hatred thrown out like every single mask before. And since Manalia is their precious little experiment, I would guess that one of their monsters guards her still. We haven't found any traces, though. Lord Hawk shook his head in disappointment, sighing once again. Yes, I know. It's just hard to imagine skills of such power to exist. You don't need to, they do. I see. With a bow, Shadow disappeared in the darkness. I knew that the Jaynard Kingdom was the right choice. Lord Hawk mumbled to himself before draining the remaining liquor. As they finished their conversation, I focused on the other part of the outpost. Something out there caught my attention. Still, the silver oasis, eh? I guess that was because of the trees. Would that mean I was a silver dungeon? Kinda tacky, not that it was important to know how the sentient races called me. I shook off the random thoughts and turned my attention towards the place where Charles was being imprisoned. The mana there behaved strangely, not to mention that a small rock was thrown from the ground and produced a noise. After a few more tries, a familiar figure appeared on the balcony. Truly a Romeo and Juliet situation, except in reverse. It was Agnes standing on the ground and Charles looking down at her from his tower. I did what I could, she spoke sheepishly. I am not blaming you, princess, the former noble answered in a wooden, cold tone. A timid note was instantly gone from her voice. Call me by my name. You promised, Charles. A red halo appeared around the man quickly and immediately vanished as he controlled his emotions. He glanced at the surroundings, then, after a second of thought, jumped down near the princess. I'm sorry, Agnes, I'm just tired. I know that you are. They walked a few meters in silence, the proud princess following just behind the man. In the end, he leaned against a freshly grown tree, the silver of its bark contrasting with his crimson hair and eyes. They seemed more vibrant than before. Charles stood in silence for a few long moments before slowly confiding in Agnes. You know I always wanted the best for my family. A resigned sigh escaped his mouth. Blue flames, he spoke with a wistful tone. What a heavy name. I persevered. I tried my best, despite always being the weak one, the one who was not worthy, the one who was left to be forgotten, in the dust. The red fireflies returned, slowly circling the angered man. And when I do what was best for our kingdom, when I bleed for it, defending our people, our land. He breathed in before shouting his true emotions. This is how they repay me. Charles, you know it's not that simple, Agnes said helplessly. The politics demand sacrifices. The people are short-sighted. She grabbed his tensed shoulder. The man turned, his eyes shining with an otherworldly light. No, he whispered, his fury suddenly turned into a cold, gleaming emotion. It's always the same. What I lack is power, enough power to not be trampled like those civilians. The former noble stared into the princess's eyes. This is also what you currently lack. Yet wasn't that what you always pursued? She admonished him calmly. Yes, but there was always hesitation in my steps. He gazed at the bustling outpost, silver oasis. No longer. You are a fool. Isn't that why you like me? The somber atmosphere dissipated with his frivolous words. Fool, she repeated while pecking him with the lightest of kisses. He returned the attack, and soon they were rolling on the ground, losing pieces of armor and clothing. The atmosphere turned far too pink for my tastes, and my attention drifted away. I had more interesting things to observe than humans trying to reproduce. For example, the one they called Lord Hawk was preparing to delve into my defunct dungeon. Getting some rations and washing down the earlier wine took him only a moment, and soon he walked down the halls like he owned the place. My traps and acidic plants were avoided with ease, like the man was led by some invisible force. After a few minutes of such anger-inducing travel, he stopped just before the first-floor trial room. I thought that he'd try to compete in it instead. He just sniffed the air while commenting aloud. A solo melee trial, pretty rare, still inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. With a small nod, he continued speaking to nobody in particular. According to the report, there was also a smithing golem, the curious undead and unique plants, and of course the rats. His mouth under the hawk's helmet visor twisted in disgust. So incoherent, no matter. Let's check what's on the second floor then. With a spring in his step, he turned back and jogged towards the second-floor stairway. Just like before, the sparse traps and monsters were completely inconsequential before his graceful step. This time, however, he stopped after killing an exploding lebier, leaning over its decapitated body. He sniffed loudly and continued the commentary. Yes, the smell of the elves is unmistakable, even if they're mostly half-bloods. His mouth twisted once again as he poked and prodded my dead creation. Now this thing is quite interesting, and undead clad in metal is common enough, but the way it reacted was curious. Not to mention I never saw this kind of metal. I wonder. The report mentioned something about the monsters exploding. Let's get back some pieces of it, just in case. Without any visible effort, he used his dagger to carve out pieces of the energized metal, while stowing them in one of the many sacks dangling from his waist. I really want to explore this floor, but duty comes before leisure. He nodded sternly and sniffed the air once again. At least their princess is of pure blood, easy to track. Within the next 15 minutes, the singular invader managed to follow the elven tracks down to the hole made by the earlier invaders, magic. Seeing the wanton destruction, he only shook his head with a disappointed expression. Stupid was a simple comment given. After jumping down, he glanced towards the twisting tunnel, but his head turned back as if drawn by some invisible force. What is this? Oh, ooh, is that another trial? Lord Hawk seemed torn between following the trail and the direction where my trial of greed was located. Just for a minute, maybe 5, nothing's going to happen in the meantime. Despite said words, his legs still led him towards the elves, even while he glanced back every minute or so. It should be enough that I inform Agnes about it, leave her to be its conqueror, or even for that disgraced lover of hers. His smile blossomed under the helmet as he sniffed the air once again. It's still good enough to know that it's here. The smile turned into a sneer, especially because the elves don't have that information. After deciding on the course of action, he started to run, devouring the distance at a worrying pace. I pinged Berserker and asked him to hurry, thus making sure that his enraged form started to wail on the barrier that separated him from his prey. The half-elves grew frantic in response, their lives suddenly in jeopardy. Despite his efforts, the silent knight, Jake, coughed out some blood but kept the barrier intact. Seeing this, Menalia scrambled to his side, desperately trying to keep him alive. The earlier light magic was gone, replaced by her babbling and the occasional ray of what I assumed was a healing spell. The princess seemed completely different from the high and mighty noble lady that invaded my dungeon a week prior. No longer did she wear clean and high-class robes, neither her hair was immaculately done, but instead she sat on the dirty ground. Her eyes were red, arms trembled under the stress and pure exhaustion. Formerly delicate skin was now full of scratches and bruises, as all healing was used to keep her defender alive. She was but a shell of her former self. This seemed to reflect the state of every single elven survivor I was observing. A week of imprisonment reduced these proud soldiers to ragged beggars. 2 of the leaders, Ian and Agric, were standing in the corner, conversing in hushed voices. I, of course, started eavesdropping. Is it worth it? Of course, don't be a fool. Ian's answer rang hollow. We're expendable, remember? He wistfully whispered. It sounds weird coming from your mouth, though. Agric spoke sorrowfully, his gaze remaining on the lamenting princess. Don't you feel any pity? His companion shook his head. What do you want from me? He gritted his teeth. To admit that I'm a hypocrite. No, I know damn well that I like her. He motioned towards Menalia, even if I'm just a stallion in their fucking breeding farm. His voice turned low, barely a whisper. But I'll very well compromise to avoid my fate. I understand, but I don't approve. Do you? Then why were you designated for this mission? The larger man shook his hands. doesn't matter. Ian chuckled darkly. Let me guess, somebody wants you dead. A small, nearly imperceptible twitch was enough for the mage to continue. I don't care who you fucked, who you shamed, or who you angered. It doesn't matter. We all are expendable, so don't preach to me, friend. These last words were meant to be prickly but sounded. Fatigued, desperate. We're all just trying to survive in this fucked-up world. Anyway, Ian continued in a brighter tone. Something happened. You mean this sudden attack? Yes. You think it's the reinforcements? The mage's gaze wandered to Menalia. No, too soon. A third party then? Who? Fallen tribes, humans, or our misguided elven compatriots? Whoever this is, I would prefer they didn't arrive here only to be splattered on the walls before our very eyes. Ian answered tiredly, rubbing his reddened eyes, which a moment later widened in shock when he noticed a man standing by the barrier. Hello there, friend, Lord Hawk waved happily, ignoring the raging berserker. How are you doing? It's nice that you survived. The last lines were a bit monotone, but the survivors ignored that detail. A rescue, Menalia shouted excitedly. Good sir, please help us defeat the beast. Yes, yes, the black-armored man chuckled. His words once again turned formal. I am Hawk of the Jaynard Kingdom, and according to the tenets of the Northern Kingdom's alliance, I am obliged to help you. Look out, one of the elves shouted, as my mutated minion grew tired of the conversation and instead swung his large fist at the human. Yet the attack missed, as Lord Hawk dodged the hit with ease, his attention turning towards the dungeon boss. Curious, he spoke, staring at the towering ratman. Higher strength and intelligence pumped into a rat. A roar of rage and another few swings were the only answer. The human lowered his stance, easily running between the beast's legs and touching the muscles on its back. Quite strong but otherwise unremarkable, he sighed. A waste of resources. Why do dungeons do these things? How foolish. I wasn't quite sure if Berserker understood the spoken language, or if was it the opponent's constant evasion that tugged at his patience. But soon the area was full of dust, gravel, and roaring beast. This lasted about 10 long minutes. Lord Hawk was constantly jumping back, avoiding the attack by a breadth of a hair, while his mouth was twisted in a curious expression. But the endurance not completely trash. The invader unfastened his daggers, taking a familiar stance. Now, how's the resistance to damage? With a ferocious grin, the human advanced faster than an eye could see. A second later, Berserker was roaring in a different tone. Pain slowly dominated the fury. This lasted only a moment, though, as the wound regenerated, and quite humorous whack-a-mole ensued. Or it would be so, if the victim of such a game wasn't my most powerful creation. Regeneration, excellent, Lord Hawk shouted in ecstasy between the furious stomps of Berserker. A few minutes later, he was still untouched and the battle still raged. Something I deemed unbelievable. These were some completely inhuman amounts of endurance. How high was his level? Did the abilities given to humans by the system add this kind of advantage over monsters? I cursed my inability to gauge them, as I could do with my creations. Soon the human invader grew bored and used some kind of skill to attack Berserker, or rather to try to kill him. He aimed at the head and in the middle of the chest, barely missing the heart and pinning the third-floor boss to the wall. After that, a long sigh escaped his mouth. Seeing what this forgotten dungeon was capable of really pisses me off, he grumbled. Your Luna Kingdom owes us a lot right now, so much potential, wasted. The elves only stood there silently, hesitantly staring at their would-be rescuer. What? Lord Hawk bellowed angrily. Disable that barrier and prepare to. During his words, Jake did as ordered, losing consciousness soon after. The human, however, had other problems. By the gods, what is this smell? He yelled angrily while trying to cover his nose with a piece of cloth. Piss, shit, blood, sweat, you. The one to step forward was Ian, his face a mask of dirt and blood. He bowed deeply before starting the conversation. We were imprisoned in this hellhole for about a week. Our supplies wouldn't last, thus we were forced into some hard decisions. What have you done, knife ears? Bellowed Lord Hawk. Do you know this adage, sir? Ian ignored the insults and continued his slow, steady words. If you have 80 people and supplies for 2 days, then if you have only 40 people, they would last for 4 days. Besides, our race knows the wastelands well. We don't waste our bodily fluids in critical situations. Stop, Lord Hawk seemed like he wanted to puke. The same goes for not wasting the dungeon core guardian. After skinning it, we drain the blood and... Just go, the human gulped heavily. You just added a description to every single smell I don't want to identify. After a few more moments of respite, he lifted his hand in the air. Before you return to the surface, tell me, what was your plan if I did arrive? Ian only stared blankly for a few seconds before he started answering. Our supplies should last us only about 3 more days. He breathed in and out slowly. If nothing changed by that time, then a plan was to swarm the beast while the princess and her entourage escaped to the surface. And you are the part of the said entourage, sneered Lord Hawk. Once again it took the elf a few seconds to respond. No, was his simple answer. I am expendable in this mission. No, I don't want to know. Go up, kid, and leave the core and whatever was left from the dungeon guardian to the sentries up top. I'm not doing it for free, after all. I'm probably older than you, human. Doubt it, but whatever. With a shake of his head, Ian saluted tiredly before turning back to his surviving compatriots. You heard the man. Get your things and move, on the double. After giving the orders, he turned back towards the human. A word of warning, the beast will revive. Yeah, of course it will. It's a dungeon still, even without a core. Lord Hawk answered in a confused tone. No, you don't understand. Ian pointed at Berserker's body. It regenerates completely. Once we managed to blast its head off, we celebrated, thinking us free of the beast. 5 minutes later, it was back in the fight. He shuddered. It tore apart a few of our men before we managed to put the barrier back up. You don't mess with the sweeper. He mumbled the final words. Ah, sweeper, an uncouth word for dungeon justice dispenser. Lord Hawk sighed. The more I hear, the more I want to kill you all for wasting such a promising dungeon core. He shook his head in disappointment, a cold, killing intent radiating from his body for a mere second. It was quick, but enough to freeze everybody in the place. The Alliance, Agric was the one to step in, his muscular figure looking somewhat small before the powerful human. Yes, I know. Lord Hawk waved his hands, the freezing feeling disappearing like a breeze. Go up, before I change my mind. This time the elves weren't hesitating. In a span of a few minutes, they packed their things, including the cursed dagger, my destroyed subcore, and remains of the armored rat beast, and evacuated. After Lord Hawk's clearing, there wasn't much to stand in their way, and I decided to quietly let them leave. The mention of some unknown force guarding the princess was getting on my nerves, and to tell the truth, I had something else to do. Unknowingly, I gained another level. All this death and destruction were worth something in the end. This meant a new playground, a new underground complex, and I just knew how to utilize it. My plan was to build a laboratory specializing in body modifications, and another subcore focused on the job. Now, where to start digging down? Drones, I need your help, I announced unnecessarily. It was building time. 59.5, that which is the most precious. Rattling Queen. Minutes after receiving a divine tablet from the Creator. The mother of the rat kind, the holy priestess and sole interpreter of his will, was currently racing down the branching tunnels in a rather unsightly fashion. Her hurried steps were directed towards the main chamber of the secret council. Queen's large body swayed with every step, and rolls of fat on her chest thundered as she desperately ran ahead. Her sweaty form was traced by a group of followers carefully carrying a divine tablet bestowed upon the rats by their benevolent creator. Despite barely being able to keep up with their ruler, not a single one of the rat servants was thinking about complaining. Instead, they were elated with this newfound duty. Yes, the relic was heavy and unwieldy. Yes, they swayed dangerously with each step, not to mention how hard it was to fit it into the bending tunnels. Yes, the punishment for any scrape would mean a death sentence. And yet under all that sweat, grime, and pain of torn muscles, a clear pride in fulfilling the duty given by their maker was shining through. A feeling of pure happiness in fulfilling their holy task. Rattling Queen, on the other hand, was panicking, her mind currently in disarray. It was a sudden, raw emotion of surprise with the added spice of bitterness instead of joy. She knew that the change was coming. After a period of inactivity and development, the Rattling's resolve was finally going to be tested. The message she received wasn't clear yet, a longer, and much more detailed investigation would be needed to interpret its full meaning, not to mention a theological discussion between the faithful. But the sheer bloodthirstiness and heavy, cold feeling of danger contained within were easily recognizable, filling rattling bodies hot with expectation. "Squee!" she roared, failing to keep the boiling emotions hidden. Her cry was echoed by the other rats, curious snouts peeking out of the underground homes. As she moved through the common tunnels, more and more of the rattlings were getting in her way, squeaking with surprise and excitement. It was not often that the greatest of them walked these halls, not to mention the hurry and sharp intention she excluded. Rattling Queen didn't waste any time, squeaking aloud to her lesser kin, her regal voice silencing the crowds. "Rejoice, my brethren, rejoice, our Creator had spoken, the change is upon us. The great crusade, the great culling, spread the word, gather the secret council," she ordered noisily, her voice echoing off the tunnel walls. "To the great hall, kindred, join us in the hearing." The surrounding rats stood still for a moment, stunned before springing into motion like well-oiled, ravenous machine. The air was full of excitement, the chattering rattlings swirling energetically from one place to another, making final checks, fulfilling their duties or simply gossiping about the glorious future. The way forward was clear, and Rattling Queen used that opening to stride ahead. Barely half of an hour had passed since she began her journey, and it was just enough time to arrive at her destination. She slowed down, her large body entering the most important chamber of the underground empire with practiced dignity. The room has been enlarged and polished over many days by the loving claws of the rat artisans, and filled with trophies of rat-and conquests. Broken helmets, damaged weapons, and even cleaned bones were neatly placed on small pedestals to remind visitors about the important tenets of the rat race. Some represented the might of the rat warriors, their cunning, their unshaken belief in the Creator. Some were different, the only surviving mementos of scouts, mages, and artisans. Those who laid their lives willingly for the strengthening of their kind. Others consisted of failed experiments, destroyed weapons, and seemingly brilliant ideas turned wrong, to remind the living that the path of progress was painful but rewarding. One would think that these items were exhibited around the chamber because of their importance to the secret council. They would be wrong. Neither were they here because it's where their queen gave her speeches. This room carried a much greater purpose. It was, after all, dug out by the then feeble claws of the council, to be that much closer to the Creator's real core room. It was a holy site, a room of meditation and yearning, a room of promise, a material sign of the covenant between the rattlings and their maker. And another relic of their Creator was about to join those already present items. Just behind Rattling Queen's silhouette, a heavily breathing entourage barreled into the hall, carrying the blessed tablet with their trembling claws and battered backs. Despite pain and tiredness, not one of them wanted for the burden to be lifted, their small, beady eyes glowing with fanatical purpose. Yet the end came for everything, even for their blessed duty. A minute later, they were ordered to put their load on the floor and rest. A few squeaks of protest escaped their snouts before a glare from their mother quelled any thoughts of rebellion. They executed the task with great concentration, propping the tablet against the wall and allowing the other rats to see its full glory. The images carved into it seemed simple, and yet there was a sense of sacrum present, a greater meaning hidden just beyond the lines, as if waiting for the bright-eyed rat to uncover them. With a soft asterisk thunk, the stone hit the ground and silence reigned, various gazes licking the relic with a mix of desire, awe, longing, and servitude. The time of reverence was cut short as a bunch of rat warriors appeared from seemingly nowhere, taking positions around the blessed object and tensing up, ready to defend it with their lives. Behind them, a red-eyed tactician arrived with another group of soldiers, blocking the door with their thick bodies. "Mother," he bowed deeply, his subordinates following the motion. "It's good that you are here." Rattling Queen smiled, her large form now safely tucked in a throne carved from stone. "Make sure that no rat approaches the relic of the Creator without our consent." "Yes," he answered softly while motioning the warriors to keep their guard up. The next few minutes passed in silence as more and more rats arrived in the chamber. Some of them joined a swirling mass of the common rattlings just beyond the doors. Others were let in by the strict guards and took their rightful place on little pedestals spread out in a circular pattern. A constant murmur of squeaks, growls, and roars filled the chamber with a familiar cadence, even the leaders of the rattling race softly gossiping with each other, while sending glances at the newest addition to the room. Soon Rattling Queen spoke aloud, silencing the noise. "I think we should start now," she breathed out heavily. "I am disappointed that not all members of the council deemed this meeting important enough to participate." Her glaring gaze slid against a few empty seats and those filled with replacements. "Mother, I believe that poor attendance is because of our Creator's recent moves." The red-eyed tactician bowed deeply, his warm voice soothing Queen's anger. "Berserker, scout, scientist, mage, and mechanic are already on the battlefield. I and strategist will soon follow. Thankfully, our presence will be not needed until the last moment due to warp acolytes' new abilities." "I see," she mused for a moment before nodding sharply. "We have no choice in the matter if it's our Creator's will, yet this matter cannot wait. I hope that their replacements are good enough." A wave of bows followed as the rats bent their knees, pledged fealty, and touched the cold stone with their heads in a uniform reaction to her words. Now, children," she chided them lightly. "There is no need to bow and scrape. I know well of your loyalty, yet now I need your counsel." Queen spoke, her large form looming over the assembled rattlings. "Our Creator had bestowed upon us this holy relic. I can sense that it was created with a higher purpose in mind, to lead us forward into the future." She swallowed dryly. "But I cannot discern the path that it wants us to tread on, and thus I want to hear your opinions on the matter." Her gaze traveled from one rat to another, her servants covering before fervent intensity visible in her eyes. "So speak out. Grace me with your wisdom." Those present turned their attention to the tablet. On it, a triangle with a pole sticking out of it was drawn, next to crudely carved skull and bones. The whole picture was simple, yet chaotic. The first thought of every rattling present was composed of words, "What the hell is that?" Before their fervent belief squashed this heretical notion. They squinted even harder, trying to discover a greater truth hidden beyond carved lines. And yet any outsider could point out a simple truth after seeing the picture. Uno was objectively not good at drawing. These words were even a bit of an understatement. His work was reminiscent of children's doodles more than of anything else. Not coherent enough, not detailed enough, not thought out enough. Yet his fanatical rats were keen to interpret the message in the most grandiose fashion. The first one to answer was the mechanic's replacement, his wide-eyed wonder clear in the spoken words. Yes, this lowly one thinks the Grand Creator wants to convey war, destruction, death." A small trace of saliva dripped down the rat's mouth. "To wage war upon the surface." An uproar came from the common rattlings gathered outside, repeating the spoken words, while their chanting overwhelmed the chamber. "Wars, wars, wars, wars." "Silence," the Queen roared back, her voice immediately taking effect. "I wanted interpretations, not delusions." The rat in question shriveled up hearing her stinging words. "Next one." Yes. For another 20 minutes, various rattlings were speaking out. Yet not one of them managed to interpret the meaning of the tablet in a way that satisfied their ruler. With a deep sigh, the Queen's eyes rested on a silent council member. "What is your opinion on the matter, strategist?" she asked flatly, already raising a hand to her brow. The eyes of the rat in question suddenly brightened, his dull countenance changing into an overly energetic form. Calculating. he spoke out, his snout moving at a crazy speed. This lasted for a few minutes, the mumbles keeping surrounding counselors at the edges of their seats. A moment later, he flashed a dumb smile and started speaking with a mechanical undertone. Prophecy 98% probability. Death 90% probability. War 85% probability. Change 70% probability. Strategist swallowed, his eyes moving at frightening speeds, reading invisible lines. Change rising to 78% probability. Expansion 70% probability. Target not found. Not enough data. The light in his eyes slowly faded and was instead replaced with a glazed expression. A moment later, with a single motion, he curled up and started rocking back and forth, seemingly entering a catatonic state. Seeing that strategist finished relaying his answer, the rats present breathed out a collective sigh of relief. Only Tactician's face was scrunched in displeasure as he mumbled under his nose. Now I have to drag him back to the command center and stuff him full of powder. It's a small blessing that he is still somewhat useful, while high. Shaking his head, the red-eyed rat leaned over his companion. The things I do for the glory of the Creator. It seems that not even his unique skill can help us with this matter. Queen spoke out, a hint of regret and relief visible on her face. Still, we have other things to discuss. The tablet interpretation will be moved in time. For now, let's focus on more mundane tasks. Tell me, what have you done, Rattlings? Tell me and fill me with pride. Yes, Mother. Crafter. A Rattling wearing goggles on his head answered with a bright expression. The great iron thingy is nearly ready, Mother. Soon all will know the glory of Creator and Crafter, he hissed happily. Good, then we're on schedule. Berserker. Not present, Tactician answered swiftly. Understood, I won't ask anything of you and Strategist. The Rattling Queen smiled softly. Scientist, she continued. This lowly one will answer in the scientist's name, Mother. A part of the speaker's skin has been burned by some substance, leaving only raw, reddened skin. How's the development of green pills? A limited success had been achieved, O great one, the maimed rat squeaked out. Most of our brethren are simply too fragile to withstand master scientists' methods. He swallowed dryly, then continued. I was informed that our team will search for suitable specimens on the battlefield. Preposterous, shouted Tactician. Are you suggesting to use of our precious warpstone on the filthy sentients? It's reckless, agreed the Mage's substitute. We need that knowledge. It's better to get them in a controlled environment, disagreed Scientist's follower. A blasphemy. Waste of resources. We are expected not to empower the surface races, but beat them down. Need to kill, not SSSS strengthen, agreed a small but brutal-looking Rattling. Philistines, there is no single way of fulfilling our mission. The maimed rat spat out his words with disdain, looking expectantly at their leader. Silence. One word from the Queen was once again enough to quell the warring parties. I agree with Scientist. We need that information, and we can always kill off the experiments later. The tall ones are no match for our magical and scientific knowledge. You all saw it, how they live like animals, without a purpose, without a creator's light. Yes, Mother. Both sides of the quarrel bowed, their expressions suddenly calm and tranquil. Mechanic. This one will speak in the master's name. A slender rat with a few mechanical arms spoke out. The machines are ready. We are still lacking data, but we can work out the kinks on the real battlefield. Our warpstone consumption remains below the predicted level, which means more machines and more experiments to be done. A wide smile appeared on his face. Soon our enemies will taste the might of the mech driders. Driders, mouthed Scientist substitute. As in spider mechs, his brow rose even higher. But they don't have enough legs. We are still working on that. It's the vision that counts, sputtered metal-clad Rattling. Good, Queen once again was forced to interrupt the counselors' exchange. We'll see how they behave on the battlefield. With a nod, another rat was called out. Scout. Absent. A small, ordinary-looking rat answered the question. Despite the small size, a brutal, primal feeling was excluded from his figure. We SSSS search, many things up there. His claw pointed towards the ceiling. Tall on S, tall SSSSS, short on S, untasty on S, all above, new home, new things, for the queen, for the master. The hiss was unnerving to most people, yet the weird intonation didn't faze the rattling leader in the slightest. Always working in the shadows for the betterment of rat kind? Excellent. Her gaze moved. Feeder. A rat in a brown robe perked up. Master Feeder is currently communing with the new plants born of our creator, he squeaked excitedly. There are many new variants of the existing species and even completely new ones. Useful in defense, murmured Tactician. Yes, a few of them already have been identified. We also have candidates for new materials, weapons, poisons, and food. Capable of SSSSS surviving beyond our home, hissed Scouts Rattling. We are testing that right now. New materials, are they waterproof? Added Crafter. We are also testing that. Did you identify any poisons? We're always glad to get some new ones. Paralytic and deadly variety were discovered for now. We are testing them at this moment. Our newest counselor seems to be a bit lacking in the results department. One of the rats sneered. Master Feeder said that the evolution of some species is not yet finished, and the last-minute mana infusion from the creator can completely change their behavior. That means we only need to wait for good news, right? Once again, Queen decided to cut down the rising discontent. Yes, Mother. It's Mage's turn, then. Mother, a Rattling wearing a strange diadem with a green gem answered, his words slow and measured. The ranks of the warp acolytes swell with each day. We already managed to unlock minor offensive spells and defensive barriers. Are you suggesting that there are offensive uses for the barriers? Tactician interrupted the speaker with a strange expression on his face. The mage's substitute stared at him for a few long seconds before answering. We already managed to prove their offensive power. Unintentionally, targeting seems to be a problem, though. That's too bad. Continuing, the warp acolyte stopped speaking, collecting his thoughts. We also noticed a curious effect on the creator's untasty ones. Though, they listened to us. A murmur traveled through the gathering, rats whispering to one another. Because of this, we would like to formally request gathering a untasty one specimen from the surface. This can be arranged, hissed the Scout's representative. Do you need an undamaged one? He asked with a vicious expression. Complete dead, and the torso should be enough to prove or disprove our theory. Yes, consider it done. Thank you. Is that all? Asked Queen, her mood visibly lifted by the works of her children. There is one more thing we managed to do. And that is, don't keep me in suspense. Our representative was sent to the Expanse to test new communication magic. He survived the journey and managed to contact us. Mother, kindred rats, please enjoy the snaky place. His small figure roared as the green gem emanated sickly-looking light. The freshly cast magic coalesced into the air into a small, circular mirror. A second later it glazed over, and a forest of cattails filling the barely visible cave appeared inside. Did we connect? This lowly rat needs to make a report. A Rattling with silvery fur and beady eyes was looking straight into the magical projection. This one is called Wet Nose and is currently employed as a scout and glass dragonfly rider. A wide smile appeared on the rat's snout. And what are you seeing is a snaky place. It's another dungeon similar to ours, but it's filled with snakes instead of rats. Nasty, nasty snakes. He mumbled the last words with hatred, as the collective gasp filled the room once again. Strangely, the rat in the projection didn't react to it in the slightest. We don't know for how long the Mage here will manage to transmit, so this lowly one will dive above the enslaved dungeon core of this place. Please observe. The speaker quietened down, his tensed silhouette filling the lower part of the screen. Above him, the ceiling filled with bright crystals was suddenly replaced with a weird structure, composed of stone, metal, and strange, blood-filled runes. The whole thing was pulsing every second or so, like a big heart made from granite. It had a triangular, pyramid-like shape with a metal pole extending into the air from one of the sides. The vision changed as the dragonfly slowly flew over the structure. Shit, they know we're here. A sudden shout had awoken the dazed audience as the small armored figures swarmed out from the nearby burrows. Shouts in a foreign language filled the air as the few of them armed with ranged weapons tried to swat rattlings out of the air. Crossbows to the left! To the left! A rat called Wet Nose was currently swerving to the side, desperately trying to change his mount direction. After a few tense moments, he managed to do so, eliciting shouts of praise from his impromptu audience. Hey, are you okay, Mage? He turned back, his eyes widening with concern. By the Creator, they got you. Wait a moment, there was a bandage here, somewhere. The transmission was cut short as the warp acolyte on the other side died or lost consciousness, leaving the counselor's substitute worried and red-faced. I am sorry you had to see it. We will send another mage up there as soon as possible. The rat's words trailed off as he noticed the strange atmosphere in the chamber. A total, complete silence. One of the guard rats broke the calm. Did you all see what I saw? The crusade. Our Creator had spoken. Yes. Kill, maim, devour. Snaky place, it's the snaky place. The commotion continued for a long time, the rats suddenly understanding where the target of their expansion ought to be. A strange building housing the enslaved dungeon core seemed eerily similar to the tablet's picture, the message now seemingly obvious. The first rat crusade, called by the later historians as the Battle of Snaky Place, was now in motion. Rattling Queen. Private chambers sometime later. The sole mother of the Rattling race barreled tiredly into the room, slowly sitting down on a king-sized bed made out of various furs and fabrics. It was a sign of her station, a rightly earned luxury, and yet right now it reminded her only of the heavy burden that came with leading her brethren. There is no other way now, she lamented, her strong front non-existent in this private space. Only her Creator could hear her now, and she knew that he would understand. The war is now set in stone. We will bleed for our faith and our future. A small tear slowly formed and then fell on the ground in crushing silence. She sniffled, her bestial features smoothening suddenly. And to think I was so adamant, so foolhardy, believing that nothing could stop us. Thinking that our only way forward is to follow the bloody path of evolution, climbing the bodies of our predecessors. Queen's beady eyes were filled with regret. Alas, it's too late to change the direction. Our Creator had spoken. Who am I to argue? She tiredly stared at her clawed hands. We have to sacrifice what is most important to us, to become strong. How is it that I don't mind being weak anymore? The rest of her words were drowned in a sudden noise, as the small shadow appeared from the inner part of the chambers before darting toward the Rattling Queen's body. Mommy, are you back? Was it hard to sit in the council room? The chairs are too hard for my butt. Was there anything interesting? Do you have anything yummy? I was bored. A string of sentences exploded from the mouth of a small rat as she clung to the gigantic form of her mother. My child. Are you crying? Mom, why are you crying? The small rattling eyes glazed over immediately, hugging her parent with all the meager strength she could muster. It's nothing. Mommy, why are you sad? Please don't be sad, the child continued. Shh. Rattling Queen slowly squeezed her daughter in a warm hug, eliciting squeals of joy from her progeny. Let us stay like this for a moment. Let me enjoy it. Mommy, whispered the small child. Shh. Mommy, why are you so sad? Was it something I did? I will do better. I will be a great rat queen just like you. Mommy. Stay like this, child. A trembling breath left her lungs as she prepared words that could not be taken back. You will be going on a journey, little one. Oh, a squeak of interest escaped the child's snout. When are we going then, Mommy? You misunderstand, child. Rattling Queen hugged her child even harder. Mommy, I can't breathe. You will be going on a journey, alone, my poor little child. Nuwu, not without you. Shh. Mommy Nuwu. The sounds of sobbing and cries echoed in the Queen's chambers that day, before quietening into despairing, tired silence. The duty came even before love, and the little rat was bound to join the Rattling crusade as a new queen. Both she and her mother prayed for salvation differently. None but the Creator could hear them. Yet the god of rats never cared. 60. Uno. Despite preparing to leave and pretty much throwing the elven troop, out Lord Hawk himself still roamed my boss's room. With a steady gait, he walked from one half-broken wall to another, stopping by each column, trying to read or maybe just remember what was carved on them. His hands touched reliefs made by the sculptor with strange reverence as he muttered quietly under his nose. Interesting and weird. I remember similar designs, but these look like a child's play when compared to the old masters, not to mention some unsightly influences marring the overall beauty. He paused. And yet the feeling of pride and power is still present in the stone, even if the people it describes are long gone. He closed his eyes, whistling a haunting tune under the mask. The melody swirled and danced for a few long moments, echoing off the chamber walls. Was it magical? I couldn't tell. Yet, despite no words being spoken, I could feel the elation and longing contained within. Soon the tune came to an end, the human invader just swaying his head in denial like a beast shaking its fur dry. It doesn't matter, the past will remain but a memory. His fingers clenched into a fist. For a long while he simply stood there, contemplating in somber silence. I really wished he stopped and disappeared from my dungeon, preferably right now. Gotta live in the present. After saying these words, Lord Hawk straightened his back, turning the attention towards slowly regenerating berserker. It makes sense that more than 5 minutes are needed when the weapons are still lodged in its flesh. He squinted, observing my minion with interest. Remarkable, if I could mass-produce them. His voice trailed into the darkness. With a sharp motion, he pulled out his weapons, the unmistakable sound of cut flesh and chopped bone filling the air. A moment later, he shook them clean with a single, crisp movement. Too little, too late. A mutter so quiet that it was nearly impossible to hear escaped his mouth. After saying these last, parting words, Lord Hawk turned around, leaving my wounded monster behind. Berserker's heart was beating slowly, as his bones were mending and flesh was slowly regrowing. There was still some time left before he would be ready for action again, which was a blessing in disguise. The scary human would be out of the dungeon by then, leaving my last floor boss livid, but alive. His mood was of no consequence, only the peace returning to the dungeon mattered. I was glad that Lord Hawk ended his dilly-dallying. My drones were already trembling with excitement, a promise of work filling them with enthusiasm. This display of emotion was a rare thing from usually solemn diggers. Due to the lack of facial features and their puppet-like shapes, it was hard for them to convey their feelings clearly. Thus, most of the time, they simply refrained from doing so. Yet right now they were stomping in place, raising their claw and shovel-like arms in the air, while making a surprising amount of noise. My earlier declaration seemed to touch a certain chord in their minds, forcing them to announce their will to the world. That to build was their purpose. That they desperately wanted to create. And last but not least, that after so much time had passed, they had something to do. Only a single week had passed, by the way. Their single-minded desire was adorable to watch. Amongst them only Sculptor stood still, common looks hiding a mind much more complicated than his anima drone brethren. A sharp spectator would discover, however, that instead of the digging tools, he was armed with knife-like metal fingers. And while he appeared to be calmly waiting, these deadly appendages trembled from time to time, reflecting the electrical chandelier's light and betraying his agitated state of mind. Seeing the amount of work he put both into the boss chamber and the third-floor trial, I was sure that he'll continue enriching my dungeon as soon as the pesky invaders leave the premises, and probably confuse the hell out of them with his weird reliefs. I had to put aside some free time to review them. My only worry was that he would wander off to the first or the second floor, where our enemies were sure to gather. Ah, but then again, Sculptor was an immortal existence within my dungeon. To change gears, I started to plan where the fourth-floor entrance should be. My options were fairly limited. It had to be placed either in the greed trial chambers, behind the boss golem, or by adding a secret door in the back of the fake core room. In the end, I decided that the latter would be the best. In case of discovery, I could always pretend that it was built before my destruction. Not to mention that, according to sentience knowledge, the staircase was supposed to have a guardian beast standing in the way of any intruders. This role would be taken by Berserker as soon as he was able to, thus effectively blocking the humans from accessing my deepest and newest floor. Unless the real monsters like Lord Hawk decided to pay me a visit. This decision meant that my drones had to wait for invaders to trickle out of the third-floor tunnel, and preferably the whole dungeon before starting their work. It seemed like my choice of digging only a single serpentine route was not as correct as I thought at the beginning. In the future, I need to consider this problem more seriously. Adding secret tunnels or just crisscrossing them with larger amounts of subterranean roads was also an option. I still had some time to decide. At least with this turn of events, the humans and half-elves should leave me alone. I needed time to grow, to gather forces, and most importantly, to understand this dangerous world I was thrown into. Gather intelligence, plant spies. Before I was mostly ignoring the great outside, but this simply couldn't continue. People like Lord Hawk were a danger I wasn't going to underestimate again. Comparing him to a dungeon monster, was he in a class threat, S-class, or Shudder something even stronger? Even a simple intelligence net on a surface would be sufficient for now. As for operatives, the undead were out of the question, same with my more monstrous creations. I guess the rats were the best choice. Small, smart, and adaptable. The evolution of their technical and magical know-how brought a grin to my face. The only problem I had with them was the worrying direction they were currently pursuing. My thoughts raced as I planned for the future. And then somebody disturbed my concentration by contacting me through a mental link. Smell familiar, enemy. It was rare for Naan to willingly communicate in this manner. She still much preferred talking over sending her thoughts away. I once asked her about it, and the revenant simply answered human. Remain. I was merciful enough to not point out that there was nothing left in her that was considered human. With her half-metal, half-undead body, completely black eyes, and frenetic desire for revenge. What is it? I still answered, trying to delay the inevitable. Lord Hawk was one of the beings she had a grudge against. I remembered his description from before, a human so powerful that the undead assassin had no choice but to escape before achieving her goal. Normally that would be a small matter, but Naan's very existence was determined by fulfilling it, so I had to be a bit deceitful. Enemy? She asked again, her tone a bit confused. Well, yes, there were some human adventurers and a bunch of elven ones too, I said, trying to distract her. Jaynard, it was curious how a mental message could be so full of hatred. We already talked about it. I fumed. Hold it in long enough for the powerful ones to leave. After that, I don't care about your little vengeance, just don't get caught. Smells stronger. Of course it is. Do you think humans sent some weaklings to save the expedition? My mind was spinning, searching for facts, trying to convince Naan before she did something irreversibly stupid. It would end just like your journey to Shield Star. The sentients are much stronger than you give them credit for. Powerful few. So what? These few are enough to thoroughly kick your ass. And one of them is right here. Don't be a child and try to learn properly from your mistakes, knowing your strength and that of your enemy are the basics. Coward. Ha, I scoffed. Even if I am, so what? A full force of my disdain hit her hard. Did your so-not cowardly retreat into my home go any better? Escape and fight another day. You did that too. Only the disagreeing silence answered my words, but I could feel that her confidence was shaken. So I continued my speech. Let me ask you this. Would you rather use any means necessary and fulfill your goal in the end, or rather fight honorably and die halfway? My attention turned, slowly moving through the soil, rock, and tunnels of the dungeon. This new mode of transportation was pretty irritating, yet there was not much I could do about it at the moment. They say that the revenge tastes best cold. I continued my sermon. Do you want to die in a blaze of glory, barely damaging the enemy? Or, I stopped, keeping the tension up. Or do you want to grow powerful and cripple them, destroy their hopes, and annihilate any strength that they possess? I asked viciously. It was all an act, of course. While I didn't like sentience and their dungeon core enslaving agenda, there was no hot emotion of revenge burning in my heart. I would exploit them when possible, kill, and devour their mana whilst growing stronger. But to rule the world, destroy humanity. Who cared about these? This was not personal in the slightest, unlike what the Revenant felt. A mental nod came back from Naan's side. Grow, stronger, she repeated obstinately. These few minutes were just enough for me to arrive at her location, the hidden room on the 3rd floor, just beyond the glass progenitor's greedy tentacles and the underground lake. Much to my surprise, she wasn't alone. A small, pale, lizard-like creature was currently desperately trying to avoid her jabbing fingers, twisting its body in an exhausted manner. The kobold, Reincarnated, I had pretty much already forgotten that these little fellows even existed, and more importantly, that one of them stubbornly clung to the Revenant girl. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing her actions, I mumbled, more to myself than anyone else. "What the hell are you doing?" "Training," she answered serenely, still poking the barely dancing, should I say dodging, lizard. "Squee," it called out, begging for mercy, but the metal fingers didn't stop or even slow down in the slightest. Seeing that the kobold clenched its feeble hands and continued the training that looked suspiciously similar to torture. On the bright side, the creature that chose Naan as her caretaker was free of visible disabilities, unlike his brethren trained by Guardian. Yet his thin arms and legs, combined with fragile bones, meant this didn't account for much. It was weak. Even an anima drone or a simple, unmodified Rattling would be able to beat it. Then again, for now, it was only a child. "How long since you started training this fellow?" I asked from idle curiosity. Naan turned her head, brown, braided hair gleaming in the subdued light. "Beginning," she answered. This took me a moment to process. A half-minute later, I continued the interrogation, my words subconsciously sharper. I could taste an incoming headache. "Wait, do you want to tell me that you trained this kobold hatchling non-stop since last week?" "A week?" "That's beside the point. Still, it's unreasonable to keep him training without rest." "Why?" "Because it's not efficient." Naan shook her head in denial, her completely black eyes somehow following my figure, despite her current ethereal state. "Eat not," she spoke. "Pee not." "What about simple sleep, though? I know that technically their bodies don't need it, yet it's not necessarily true. A mental strain is as dangerous, if not more, as physical damage." "Rest? How much?" "3 hours a day." Once again she shook her head. "Minutes." 3 minutes per hour?" I asked incredulously. A simple nod was my answer. "Are you insane?" "Alive, still." She pointed at the creature, now lying on the ground with its tongue out. It gulped for air as its exhausted body trembled with each breath. The kobold, seeing the undead's attention turning back to him, squeaked weakly and tried to crawl away. Both I and Naan observed his reaction with amusement. There was something cute in its desperation. The Revenant strode forward, quickly pinning the creature to the ground. It fought her metal arm, but Naan's body hid a surprising amount of strength, making the struggle completely futile. The kobold calmed down after a while, seeing as he wasn't forced into another training session. Instead, he curled up and went to sleep, causing normally expressionless Naan to lift her eyebrow. "See," I asked, "just let it rest for a few hours a day." The Revenant once again tilted her head in thought and nodded a minute later. I breathed out, noticing that Lord Hawk and other invaders already left the halls of my dungeon. Naan's mad charge had been prevented, and the consequent destruction delayed indefinitely. "Great." With a smile on my face, I turned towards the 4th-floor entrance, where my drones were already hard at work, slowly digging downwards. Unlike the earlier levels, the soft soil had been already fully replaced by a much sturdier gray rock. It gave me hope to adequately protect my subterranean kingdom, and at the same time slowed excavation down to the crawl. A few more hours passed, as I worked on ideas on how to make my minions work faster. Yet all of them, explosives, drills, or even lasers, were either impossible to create, too loud, or too dangerous. It would be bad if the surface races somehow discovered that a supposedly dead dungeon was still building floors. In the end, I decided to simply wait. Time was, after all, something that I had in droves at the moment. It was already the morning of the next day, according to my evil eye cameras, when a commotion above ground happened to gain my attention. People were shouting, soldiers preparing their equipment, and Lord Hawk was currently talking with both Charles and Princess Agnes. Their faces looked a bit pale, so I immediately started eavesdropping. "And because of that, we're going straight back to the capital, Princess," the superhuman monster said while smiling faintly. "I must ask you to gather your things, get your followers ready, and come with me, Your Highness." After sending a suspicious gaze his way, Agnes opened up her mouth. "Can you at least tell me the real reason, old man?" she purred like an angry cat. "I too don't want to force you out of your love nest so soon, you know." He joked lightly, making both Agnes and Charles turn a bit red. "How? It's the smell." He laughed even harder while touching his nose with the tip of his finger. "I surrender, I don't care anymore." The girl only shook her head while sighing, but her gaze refocused after a mere second. Her smiling eyes turned cold once again. "The reason, then?" Lord Hawk reflected her change of tone, immediately turning serious like his joking countenance was but an illusion. "A message arrived from the capital," he said in a hushed tone. He painted a pretty bad picture. "Details." "I don't want to spread panic," Lord Hawk said while scratching his freshly shaven chin. "It seems like the armies of the three had been stopped." "Details, old man, really. I'm a princess and I need to know this stuff," she complained while keeping a cold expression. "Yes, yes. Just remember that this needs to stay between us." The green succubus was stalled in Frist when her counteroffensive stumbled upon a large army of undead. She is known for her mental magic, which is useless against the dead, but she can always fall back on the nature spells, which is probably why she can still hold the fort. "Frist is the closest battlefield, maybe we should reinforce." Princess nodded while adding a few words. "How's Iron Hand faring then?" Yoren started to rebuild Grode, but a massive horde of nature and elemental creatures took him by surprise. Golems aren't very good at spotting enemies after all. Currently they're being besieged. At least the walls had already been rebuilt by the old monster. He remains as obsessed with the order as always. "So he is safe then? Good." With a gulp, she asked the last question. "And how is Heckin of Ash faring?" Hearing her words, Charles also turned towards Lord Hawk with an interested gaze. "The scouts are not sure." A grumble escaped from both Agnes's and Charles's mouths. "What they can say is that he is probably battling against some type of ice mage or similar ice creatures." The older man continued in a soft tone. "We knew that sending that fucking force of nature out there was equal to wiping Kajin out of the map. We hoped that by sending the Blue Flame Patriarch outwards we would contain the damage. Yet now it seems like our predictions were all wrong." "What do you mean?" "The northern reaches are the kingdom's richest grain province. Many farms have already been annihilated, and many more will follow. Our people will starve." "Yes." "Is there no hope?" "The king is mustering a militia army to beat either the undead or the nature creature's horde. It was not yet decided." "Many will die." "Yes." "This feels wrong." "I know," Lord Hawk's tone turned dark. "Using the lives of our soldiers, of those who need to be protected as a—" "No, you misunderstand." Agnes shook her head. "I just find it weird that all three of our great generals found their match so quickly. Something like this hasn't happened in decades. More like never. Is there some greater, sinister force behind these events?" "Girl," Lord Hawk sighed, "I'm sure that both the court and the king are trying to work out this coincidence right now." Agnes nodded, her short blonde hair shaking. "I understand. Does that mean we are to join the expeditionary force?" "That is the plan. With your levels and the aid of my subordinates, there is nothing to fear." The muscular man hesitated for a moment before turning towards the former noble. "Charles." "Yes, sir," the red-haired man answered through his clenched teeth. "Do you want to come with us?" After a moment of hesitation, Charles answered. "Although the Patriarch is currently fighting on the battlefield, I must refuse. My place is here. I am no longer a blue flame." "I see," A fleeting smile appeared on Lord Hawk's face. "Since you want to stay in the Silver Oasis, I'll let you on something good. On the 3rd floor, I discovered a trial. Use it to become stronger." "Thank you, sir." This time, Charles's words were full of sincerity. "Don't thank me yet. These fucking elves managed to wake the dungeon sweeper. It's a high-level regenerating beast. Intelligent, too, much too strong for your level. But don't worry, Agnes. It should remain in the core room." Lord Hawk immediately soothed her worries. "And if by some twist of the gods will it would abandon it, then just escape to the 2nd floor. It can't pursue you." "Thank you for sharing your valuable knowledge, sir." "Haha, don't worry about it, little lover." The man grinned under his helmet. "I'm sure that with time you would have discovered it yourself. I just sped up the process a bit. Even if I did manage to do so, days, weeks, or even months would have passed by then. A power gain now belays power gained in the future." Charles was still bowing deeply and remained in this position until Lord Hawk grunted approvingly and left the vicinity. As soon as he left the surroundings, the red-haired man whispered, "I just don't understand him." "Are you ready for goodbyes, Charles?" Agnes smiled sweetly. "There still should be some time left." He laughed crookedly. "I like your enthusiasm." They clasped each other's hands and departed. The soldiers were still screaming, supplies were being moved out, children were crying, and civilians gazed at the ensuing chaos with wide yet dead eyes. Nothing immediately interesting was happening. I would rather watch stairs to the 4th level being carved by my drones than wait for something to happen on the surface. And I did. 2 more weeks passed quickly as I observed the slow desolation of the Silver Oasis. More and more people were leaving, and the remaining soldiers and civilians were barely holding on. The former noble constantly led parties of his soldiers downstairs, sometimes even taking a few civilians along. They killed my monsters and harvested meat, iron, leather, bone, and every single other useful thing that could be squeezed from the dungeon. I was observing the slow work of my drones while looking after the magical plants that sprouted on the 3rd floor. Well, magical plants were a bit too grand a descriptor. There were 6 new types in total, one of them being a mutation of already existing species. The 2 most interesting additions were azure potato and rock fruit. The former was just that, a bright blue-colored potato plant. It grew underground, and the edible part had a bit thicker skin. It carried a weak poison which, when consumed, led to stomach pains and diarrhea. This could be easily remedied by boiling the potato for extended periods, yet doing so also destroyed most of the nutrition contained within, lowering its usefulness as a type of food. The rock fruit reminded me of the coconuts from my old world. It was circular and brown, covered in thick hair. The outer part of it was pretty sturdy and contained both white plant flesh and the equivalent of coconut water. These fruits grew on something I could only describe as bamboo plants covered in short, bristly leaves. Unlike the potato, it didn't contain any poison. It was only that the edible parts were unbelievably bitter and only poor or desperate would try eating them. On their own, both plants were barely passable as food crops. That is if one didn't mix the white coconut flesh with blue potato. As soon as the plant juices come into contact, a miraculous reaction happens, neutralizing both the poison and awful taste. What remains is a nutritious white paste that could be boiled or even eaten raw. A clear success. With these additions to my dungeon, Rattlings could try their claw, at agriculture. To tell the truth, they were already working on the seeds. Countless figures covered in brown robes were either darting around carrying supplies or presiding over strange rituals. Nothing to see there. The rest of the plants were more defense-oriented. For example, something that I called spewing root was a mutation of a carrot. It was mostly growing underground, with a periscope-like growth sticking out of the soil. The innocent-looking stick was in truth an organic dart gun. Its ammo was a breed of paralyzing needles that spewing root produced on demand. The older the plant was, the more growths there would be. Still, there was only a single dart contained in each gun, and any that were lost had to be replaced over time. The root itself was edible, rather good tasting even, this time without any caveats. Clinging Thorns was a wood-devouring parasite ivy that evolved from a simple berry bush. It preferred to cover vertical surfaces, doors, chests, lost shields, etc. over normal soil. It could grow on living trees, too. The thorns weren't poisonous, but instead produced a maddening itch in places where they pierced the skin. Some berries could also be spotted among the thorns, tempting the adventurers stupid enough to reach for them. While small and not very nutritious, their taste was pretty unique since they contained minute traces of caffeine. Which was interesting, as I didn't notice anything that resembled coffee amongst the items used by the sentients. Of course, there was always a chance that those who gathered above my dungeon were of much too low station to have access to such luxuries. Then there was Compost Gem, a very gently named plant with a terrifying ability. It looked like a pumpkin, a small, obsidian-like fruit. When disturbed, which was surprisingly easy to do, it sprayed the surroundings with a disgustingly smelly liquid. Calling it a skunk plant would probably be better. It was so overpowering that the victim continued to cough, vomit, and cry for hours after exposure. Not to mention that the aroma had to dissipate naturally. How do I know that? I saw brown-robed rattlings make that mistake. The last one was a mutation of the plant called spike sundew. Unlike its above-ground cousin, my dungeon sundew was gray, had a rock-like camouflage, and preferred to live in tunnels, not open spaces, climbing along the walls and the ceiling. It also produced spikes when stepped on, skewering anyone standing close. Because of it, false doorways started to appear on the 3rd floor of my dungeon. A few more days passed, as I observed rattlings busying themselves with plants. They moved some of the specimens, groomed and culled others, working in what I could only describe as a zealous frenzy. Anima drones weren't far behind. Their constant clinking slowly crushed the stubborn rock, making space for rooms, tunnels, and most importantly, my laboratories. This also meant that I could start on my new pet project, a half-living, half-mech hybrid a bit similar to how the last surviving Dwemer was depicted in Elder Scrolls III, Morrowind. The reason for it was simple. I needed a species with dexterous hands and at least mediocre intelligence, which sadly disqualified both rattlings and the undead. As to how I gained access to mechs, well, I can recreate anything that dies in my dungeon, and rattling egg mechs most certainly did. More importantly, I don't need to understand how something works if I was only I mean copying it. These cranks, clockworks, handles, not important. The sliver of crystallized anima in an engine-like machine, also not important. Copy it all. The only problem I had with it was how explosive it was. But it's going to be fine. For sure. 61. Uno. My anima drones were digging, full of enthusiasm and energy. After all this time, the 4th floor and my future laboratory were getting done, piece by piece, meter by meter. I started with a simple design, the main chamber containing a stairway in the middle and 3 large tunnels branching north, east, and west straight from the entrance room. The plan was to curve them in, creating a crisscrossing web of small rooms and big hallways. Right now the place looked rough, and uneven like it was wrenched out from the surrounding stone by force, its walls lopsided, erratic, and wild. The iron picks decorated the underground surfaces with differently sized holes, like ugly pockmarks on a grumpy teenager's face. They told a story of a fierce battle between my servants and the stubborn rock. Unlike before, the drones weren't focused on ironing out the details, but instead blazed through, eager to prepare a workable space in the shortest amount of time possible. Only after this goal was achieved, I would allow them to turn back and smooth any irritating irregularities out. During this frenetic work, many pieces of material ended up cluttering the ground, my machine-like digger puppets mostly ignoring them, sometimes crushing the rocks under their heavy feet. There was only one being who behaved differently, avoiding the obstacles with surprising agility. Sculptor was making his rounds very slowly and carefully, studying the bulging walls and sometimes leaning over a damaged stone. I observed him for a few long minutes, admiring his innate grace still shining through a utilitarian form. Sensing my attention, he immediately pleaded for something. It took me a moment to understand, yet strong, straight emotion was relatively simple to decipher. "Leave the rest to you," I muttered. He nodded quickly, the lack of facial features for once not an obstacle. There is a lot of potential here. A sigh escaped my mouth. It was nice that my creations were getting independent. I would only prefer a few more warlike characters to be born. Right now only Naan and Berserker filled that quota, and the Revenant wasn't even native to my dungeon. Strength was valued higher than artistry in this world. Those who starved had no need for inedible paintings and sculptures, for dance and music. It wouldn't fill their screaming, empty stomachs, yet there was no need to strictly forbid his actions. He was born out of pacifistic drones, machines dedicated to building, not destroying. His sole purpose was to make my underground hauntingly beautiful. More importantly, I was the one who made him this way. Even if I was thinking it was a stupid idea right now, there was no need to let it all go to waste. Do as you wish. I'll ask your brethren to give you some free space. Sculptor bowed deeply, his metal knife fingers dancing in anticipation. As soon as he was able, he leaped forward and started to carve images into the stone. I expected a high-pitched sound to appear, yet instead, he worked with unnatural ease, cutting off pieces of hard rock like they were simple clay. I wondered for a moment if the same would happen with the invaders' armor and flesh if they attacked this seemingly harmless puppet. One more thing, I added, and Sculptor stood perfectly still, indicating his attention. The theme of this floor is laboratory, so try to keep within its confines, okay? A fervent nod was Sculptor's answer. You know what laboratory is, right? I asked, not sure about the breadth of his knowledge. After a brief moment of silence, he strode ahead confidently and lifted his arms in a thumbs-up gesture. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother. Shaking my head, I switched gears, my mind cleared from the antics of this would-be comedian. I was observing his hard-working anima drone brethren. Their picks tapped the walls with an innate rhythm, gouging deeper and deeper into the stone. A few more seconds passed as I listened to this weird melody and rested. Then I was ready to focus on my newest self-imposed task: creating a new breed of minions. Concentrating, I summoned the diagram of Rattling egg mech and started to analyze it. The mechanisms inside looked complicated and advanced, yet not in a modern way. It was a combination of levers, gears, and electrical cables. In the middle of it, a splinter of green energy was pulsating in a violent manner. I frowned. No wonder that when pushed too far, the machine could frickin' explode. Yes. Right. My eyes wandered around various metal parts, bone gears, and weird contraptions. Minutes passed, then hours, and I still had no idea how the whole thing worked. It was like studying a racing car engine. Yes, I can tell where exhaust or place to put water or maybe even fuel was. But more than that, who knows, was that pipe needed? Was the pressure involved? If so, by using liquid or maybe gas, could I change the length of the metal wire connecting these largish parts or completely replace them with some sturdier materials? Would the final effect explode? No idea. After lamenting about my ignorance for a long while, I decided to grit my teeth and continue with my original plan. I was not going for a complete redesign, but rather chose to focus on adding external parts, thicker plating, and additional reactors. I was following the philosophy of more was better. Anyway, a single Rattling mech had only 2 legs and demanded an inhuman ability to balance when simply walking around. I couldn't even imagine how hard would it be to control it while running. Such a flaw was unacceptable. I needed servants that could fulfill delicate and dexterous tasks, without being forced to worry about falling on the asses every few seconds. The solution to the problem was simple: to thicken and extend the legs while adding 2 more in order to balance the whole structure. Yet there was another issue. I wasn't knowledgeable enough to introduce my changes into an already existing blueprint. After some pondering, I decided to simply mash the 2 mecha together, while also modifying their lower appendages to have joints instead of straight metal poles. Of course, I used anima in the process, since an explosion happening on my lowest floor was something I wanted to avoid. The finished machine looked a bit similar to a spider, but obviously had only 4 iron legs instead of 8, with a slightly oval cockpit and skittery, disgusting movement. There was also a problematic fact that the levers used to maneuver the legs were fitted rather far apart, thus demanding a great reach from the pilot. Not to mention that the person riding on the top had to keep watch over all the blind spots too. The easy way to solve this problem was to simply remake the machine from the ground up, but I was not very keen on wasting even more anima on the damned thing. Something else would have to do. I already had an inkling of the solution. For now, I decided to postpone the issue since there were more pressing matters to attend to. With the base already completed, my next step was to cut away the upper pieces made from metal. The upper part of the mecha was unnecessary. First of all, unlike rats who were using it in the past, my plan included a fusion of flesh and machinery. Secondly, these defensive measures were just getting in the way since I didn't want my creation to be a frontline fighter. One may ask what they were getting in the way of. A pair of mechanical hands, for example. Or rather a pair of simple graspers, each of them made from 3 long, finger-like metal tubes. They were to be installed close to the front, allowing for a wide variety of dexterous movements. Once again, anima came to the rescue, adding and then attaching the new parts to an already existing blueprint. The twisting metal was something else. I watched with awe as it came to life and then simply clicked in place. It was something that I wasn't capable of doing on my own. And I wouldn't be able to do so for a long time. However, with each use of the capricious green energy, I felt my controls slowly slipping, the second floor becoming more rigid and harder to control. It was still on the level of inconvenience, yet I knew the symptoms well enough to fear them. Because of that, my plan changed. At first, my creation's sole purpose was to be a helper, a servant, and an assistant. Yet along the way, I decided that some sort of defensive system would be absolutely needed, just in case these greedy invaders would dare to breach the 4th level of my dungeon. I mused for a moment, quickly deciding on a crystallized anima as the source of both defense and offense. It was to be seen if my new minion would be able to utilize it correctly, but in the worst-case scenario, I could simply add a rattling black mage to fill in the gaps. With an unseen, maniacal grin on my face, I continued to work. All around me, the drones were rhythmically carving at the 4th floor. And a few more days passed in the blink of an eye. Nut, 5th-level warrior of Silver Oasis Militia. It was a long day. The leader of the militia and de facto noble overseer of the Oasis was mercilessly training his ragtag band of warriors while dragging them through the dungeon. A former dungeon to be exact. Not that the people being whipped and shouted at cared about such trivial information. Nut's muscles were seizing up from the exertion. Years of living as an outcast in the Shield Star's slums sure didn't prepare him for this draconic training. All the members present wheezed heavily and coughed their lungs out by the time their red-haired leader deemed it fit to stop running. The 1st floor might seem like a safe and clear location right now, yet it was clear that each meter of it was conquered through the blood and sweat of Jaynard Kingdom soldiers and adventurers. Something that both the militia leader and the older guards didn't allow the new additions to forget. The levels were tasty, though, so nobody complained about the rough treatment. Most of them came from either a criminal or civilian background, and as such both pain and hunger were a common thing to endure. Each of the new recruits was even given a spear and a crude wooden shield. They also wore a leather tabard without any heraldry. Still, that big investment was a clear sign of the leader's trust. After all, this equipment was much better than dirty daggers carried by thieves and vagabonds. Even constantly dissatisfied, Nut recognized that. This change of status was a sudden blessing, manna from heaven, something that normal people would welcome with all their hearts. Yet some of them had thoughts much darker than the others. Power did that to people. They grew overconfident, greedy. It was especially true for Nut, but also for the pair of stone-faced, grumpy siblings and an enormous hulking man simply called Big John. There were some who called him Dumb John, only to get their face kicked in at the first opportunity. The giant man might be stupid, but he certainly remembered a slight. The run that the militia squad was forced to participate in was the last part of the excursion. It was supposed to build both muscle and willpower in the recruits. As the last people to leave the dungeon, they were accompanied by Charles Not Blueflame himself. A part of the members disdained the man, thinking him a spoiled brat, yet there was no doubt about his personal power. This kept mouths shut. Fear was a powerful deterrent after all. Nut sometimes dreamed about usurping the power in this little community of his and running daggers through anyone who dared to question him, just like some nobles did. Yet these delusions remained as only distorted visions of an oxygen-starved mind. Not even he was foolish enough to stab the princesses chosen. A voice wrested him from these idle thoughts. "You've done well, men. You can rest now." Charles's small smile was a lantern in the darkness for the militia team. "My lord, can we really?" One of the bootlickers, as Nut called them, answered with a hopeful voice. To tell the truth, his emotions were shared by most of the recruits. "Yes, as always, food and water are waiting for you in the barracks." Said barracks were a makeshift, large building made from roughly cut wood that housed both regular guards and improvised militia organization that the leader of Silver Oasis was so busy creating. "My lord, when we're going to push into the third floor?" asked a sword-wielding soldier. He was one of his elders in the force, but Nut didn't really remember his name. "Not for some time. According to Lord Hawk, there are things down there that would wipe us out in an instant." Understood. There was a glimpse of unwillingness on the man's face, but his loyalty won out in the end. "Any more questions?" A silence followed. "No, good, dismissed." Instantly losing interest, the red-haired man turned back to his butler, who single-handedly ran the Silver Oasis Settlement civilian administration. Most of the soldiers dispersed immediately, returning to their dormitory and crude cafeteria, where stew made from unknown meat was waiting for them. Nut, however, stayed in the back of the plaza, his large ears catching the gist of the conversation between Silver Oasis's two most powerful men. "How goes recruitment and training of the archers, Adam?" "Rather good," the butler answered curtly. "You mean that we have a lot of volunteers, right? Not that they're any good." A snarky tone could be easily heard in Charles's words. "Yes, my lord. They are enthusiastic, but some time will pass before their aim will get any better." "Do you think that some live practice would help?" "That would be inadvisable." The former noble sighed heavily. "Yes, I guess you're right. I am too impatient. It's not like this is the capital and we have endless human resources to draw from." After a moment of silence, he continued. "Master Vincent still refuses to lend us any of his apprentices. Not until we plan to go down to the lowest floor. It seems that the samples that Lord Hawk gathered earlier are currently requiring his full attention. He also took command over your comatose bodyguards. Let him, it's not like our doctors know what happened to them, and why I am fine." He combed his unruly hair. "Not a single one out of his pupils wants to get some money on the side. I would urge you to remember, Master, that those who stayed behind in this place are the ones fanatically following in Master Vincent's footsteps. They aren't easy to sway," the old butler admonished. "Yes, yes," Charles conceded. As he did so, he noticed a militiaman loitering in the plaza. "You," the red-haired former noble squinted his eyes accusingly. "Yes, you," seeing a weasel-like man squirm under scrutiny only raised his suspicion. "What are you doing here?" "Me, sir." "Of course, who else? And no lies, please. I dislike having to order a flogging without a valid reason, you see." Nut swallowed audibly while crudely saluting with his fist. I am. My lord, I was just waiting for my F-friend to arrive." Seeing disbelief on the former noble's face, he cursed mentally. "I know that my F-face means that nobody will believe me, but really, it's the truth." He bowed deeply while continuing his whining. "Please, let this old nut go. This week me won't survive flogging." The man hummed, examining a cowering militia member before him. Nut was an average-looking man with a cunning, slim face. He wore his uniform sloppily, the thick leather tabard barely covering his vital points. Both the shield and the spear he carried were dirty and in a state of disrepair, despite drills and equipment maintenance every day. A conspicuous dagger dangled from his waist. He had a slick, oily black hair and black eyes. The Oasis leader was ready to decide his fate when a shout interrupted his next words. "He knew what? I'm late, sorry." Another man arrived at the scene, a rather fat person wearing civilian clothing and sporting black hair with an innocent, pudgy face. Mutation, thank the gods, the militiamen sniffed loudly. Please tell our lord that I'm not a suspicious person. The newcomer seemed shocked at the attention, seemingly only now noticing with whom Nut was having a conversation. Master Charles, how can this humble one help you? Mutation's tone immediately turned servile, his face full of smiles. The former noble only waved his hands. It doesn't matter now. Take your friend away. I will let it go this time. He still glared at Nut suspiciously. Yes, thank you. We will take our leave. The two suspicious characters left the noble's surroundings while bowing and scraping. However, as soon as they left the premises, their expression changed, growing sharper and angrier. What the fuck are you doing, you fool? Snarled Mutation, his face losing earlier innocence. Do you want our operation to fail so badly? Remember that you're so deep in this shit that you'll hang with us if we're ever caught. Oh, shut up. I was trying to gather some intel. It could save our lives in the future. As if your eavesdropping ever helped with anything when we still were in the city. PFFFT, the only dungeons we were allowed to enter in Shieldstar were meat dungeons. And as lowly porters only, what possible secrets do you think I could snatch from low-level adventures in that place? Nut scoffed. This is different. The people in power are just a few meters away. They walked in silence for a moment, neither of them speaking despite swirling emotions. Mutation was the first one to cave. So what? Teased Nut. What did you hear that was worth being flogged for? Remember, I saved you from the leader's wrath. That's got to be worth something. Nut trembled. That guy is no joke. I was going to be flogged just for loitering around. No fucking joke. He sighed. I heard from his own mouth that they're keeping out of the 3rd floor until they manage to recruit another mage. The old guy or his pupils don't want a slice of the pie. They have something to keep them busy for now. I see, Mutation gulped audibly. So we're doing it tonight. Yes, see you near the entrance. I'll be there. A few more hours passed, and a group of black-clothed individuals gathered near the entrance into the dungeon. Amongst them were both Nut and Mutation, but also Big John, and stone-faced siblings that most of the criminals called 1 and 2. They never shared their real names and even now mostly kept to themselves. After a few minutes, they were joined by 4 similar-looking characters. The newcomers were all muscular and carried thick blackjacks under their uniform gray cloaks. A small symbol of a hand could be seen, tattooed on their necks. These guys, Nut whispered angrily. Mutation only shrugged. There is a surprising lack of criminal element in this little town. This place is more like a village. Whatever, anyway, the family has sent these 4 enforcers to help us out. It would be in poor taste to refuse. Even if we're the ones who did all of the prep work. Oh, stop being a child. It's not like you don't know what happens to those who refuse to deal with the family. I get it, Nut whispered softly. It just doesn't sit well with me. Understood, now stop whining and let me deal with them. His voice turned a bit louder. Hello, friends, my name is Mutation. This guy here is called Nut, that is Big John, and these ones are called 1 and 2. He, in turn, pointed towards his companions. The slightly bigger newcomer leading the rest of the syndicate members nodded in response and answered in a raspy voice. Call me Silence. These guys are my helpers. There is no need to know their names. Mutation flashed an irritated expression before returning to his former serene facade. I see. I assume you were briefed on the plan. The cloaked man nodded again. The guards at the entrance have been bribed. Get in, go to the 3rd floor, and snatch anything that looks interesting or expensive before the noble boy up here catches on. Then retreat immediately. Good, let's not waste any more time then. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at Uno's dungeon. The guards had already abandoned their posts, so the way down was clear. The criminals hurried in, using that gap to descend, not noticing 2 pairs of eyes observing their movements. Which group is it? Asked a gruff voice. Do you think I'm counting how many of these rats are being thrown at the problem? I think you do. It was ordered by the leader after all. Fine, Killjoy. This should be the 16th team that went in. Nobody returned. No, we're running out of the scum. As they entered the first room, the occasional sleeping soldier or civilian could be seen along the walls. Some of them waved toward the incoming team, thinking them as reinforcements. Seeing the curious expression on Silence's face, Mutant decided to speak up. These guys are here to prevent the dungeon from spawning any more creatures. The first floor is pretty much completely monster-free right now. I see. Interesting way of doing it. Hey, you seem knowledgeable. I heard that there was a trial located up here. Mutant only shook his head. It is, but don't even think about attempting it. The staircase down isn't guarded. The trial room is. Seeing the unwilling expression on the man's face, he continued. While you could probably defeat the guards, I don't think it's worth risking the wrath of Jaynard Kingdom. Aren't you exaggerating? Who would care about a little ruckus? A dangerous smile appeared on Silence's face. Both Lord Hawk and Princess's lover, Charles, covet this place. No, that doesn't matter. The criminal's face paled a little. You're right, there is no need to garner even more enmity without a valid reason. I'm glad you feel the same way, Silence. The group beelined for the second-floor stairway, entering the food hall for a moment and then walking through a long hallway. Big John had to be warned to look out for the crudely hidden traps. About halfway, though, a strange sight appeared on their left. What the hell is that? Silence pointed at the metallic jungle. Mutant sighed. For a man called Silence, he sure speaks a lot. Wait, maybe that name is intentional. Still, he couldn't just ignore questions from a member of the family. This place has many names. Some call it underground forest, some metal garden, but most of us simply call it a fucking nightmare. Nut nodded with a fierce expression. Do you see these small, yellow, dandelion-looking plants? They fucking explode and spew acid. They're fucking everywhere, and the weakest breeze or tremor can bathe your feet in it. It hurts like hell, agreed Big John. These trees, cute, silvery-looking, right? Seem valuable, right? He scoffed. Well, they are not, and what's worse, their leaves are so sharp that they can take your finger right off. Oh, and that right there is a new addition to the nightmare zone. That long, green thing, do you see it? He pointed towards a liana hanging from the closest tree. Looks harmless enough, right? But the moment you walk under it, the thing coils up and tries to strangle you. So never, and I mean never, walk under one of these death traps alone. I see. Silence stuttered, taken aback by the fierce hatred that his companions emanated. There was wariness in his eyes. Let's not dilly-dally. The lower floors are much worse. Oh, I see, the cloaked family leader answered in a faint tone. His expression lost the earlier light undertone, hardening with resolve. It seemed like he understood that this mission could be harder to finish than he expected. After dodging a few more traps, they arrived at the staircase leading down. The boss room before it had been cleaned out, leaving only bare walls. Without waiting, the group descended to the second floor, warily observing their surroundings. If you see a blue undead, fucking run, muttered Nut, his companions nodding fiercely. Why? They explode like many things in this crazy dungeon. The men behind Silence swallowed dryly, their hands inching closer to the weapons. Blues, Big John spat with disgust. Kill fast. Despite the warnings, all they could see was a long, menacing hallway. The group advanced slowly, members of the militia creating a makeshift shield wall, with their spears poking fearfully outside. A few moments later, they arrived at the central pond room, or as the invaders called it, the lake. The name persisted mostly because nobody that had entered the real lake, where Glass Progenitor dwelled, returned to tell the tale. The group of humans stood in silence, taking in the sight of already regrown silvery trees. The pale light of electrical chandeliers was mirrored in the large pond, taking most of the free space. Keep your eyes peeled, murmured Mutant. What are we looking for? Asked Silence. Blue undead, black undead, rats, big rats, and very big rats. Nut counted while the rest of the militiamen nodded. And zombies, added Big John. Yes, big fucking zombies clad in metal. He spat on the ground. These are just things that we had seen. There could be something worse down here, too. Fuck, it was a new voice. One of the brothers grittily spat out a curse. What now? Nut's face paled before anything even happened. Something unexpected always meant trouble. Look at these, the second brother answered, pointing his finger at a small bush with wide leaves growing in the vicinity. It had yellow, longish fruits growing on it. When they looked around, it seemed like it seamlessly populated their surroundings. They weren't out here in the morning. Yes, this is bad, right? Everything down here is bad. Should we retreat? No, an angry voice answered. Silence was staring at the militiamen with contempt. What are you afraid of? A simple plant? Cowards. Big words for an adventurer still stinking of mother's milk, smirked Nut. Do you want to taste my blackjack, scum? Calm down, Mutation was forced to intervene. And I mean both you, Nut, and Silence. His glare squashed the argument in the bud. Anything new discovered in the dungeon means trouble, always. They're designed to test us after all, so caution is advised, required if you want to keep your life. Silence nodded. Yes, but I haven't finished yet, glowered Mutation. On the other hand, we have already invested too much in this endeavor. Do you think that the guards we bribed will remain silent? Nut's eyes shifted uneasily. If we retreat now, we'll be on the run and penniless. I know. We can only press on, remain focused, avoid trouble. He nodded toward Big John and the two brothers. We're skirting the furthest edges of the room. Go east. There is a hole there leading right to the 3rd floor. Following his directions, the group continued their journey pretty much unassailed. A few random undead accosted them on the way, but leaderless they were easy prey for the militiamen. Their shields withstood the enemies. Wild swings and spears turned the attackers into a piece of Swiss cheese. After finishing them off, the militiamen and members of the family quickly looted the undead, gathering a few pieces of metal that weren't directly connected to their rotting flesh. This situation repeated a few times until slowly and carefully they inched near a large hole torn into the floor. Without a single word spoken, their team came closer to it, peering into the dark abyss below. After a minute's silence, decided to speak out. Do you know what the hell did that? No idea. My guess is that Lord Hawk decided to quickly get to the lowest floor, and this shit happened. Mutation answered while wiping clean his sweaty brow. Fuck. What level is that man, then? Who knows? Nut shrugged. Does it matter if he's a level 20, 40, or 60? We would die in a blink of an eye anyway. You're not wrong, but aren't you curious? Curiosity gets you killed, Nut breathed out heavily. Listen, have you seen Lord Hawk in person? No, why are you asking? Because I did, and for fuck's sake, believe me, you don't want to stand in the same room as him. A bloodthirsty beast, that's what he is. What? How did you come to this conclusion? I don't know about the beasts or whatever, but isn't he just a leader of the kingdom's elite warriors? A powerful man, but that's all. Silence was still unconvinced. Nut here has a special skill, one that is not really useful for a warrior. It's called Death's Intuition. Mutation spoke slowly and quietly. The family enforcers had to strain their ears to hear him. It allows him to sense how likely his death is. And it was ringing like crazy when that fucking Lord Hawk was in the room. A memory of that moment was enough to make Nut sweat bullets. I see. Now, Big John, please tell me you didn't forget to bring the rope. Forget? What? Not. A stupid grin appeared on the giant's face. Got a sweaty tits. Don't scare me like that, you big oaf. A brief bout of laughter filled the air above the makeshift 3rd floor entrance. Soon the criminals descended into the unknown. 62. Nut. A mismatched group of criminals bunched up over the looming hole torn into the floor. Its sharp edges and the icy wind flowing from the lower level were enough to rob them of the courage to go on. As they stared into the abyss, Nut felt that this whole place and situation was unreal, divorced from their everyday life. The militia exercises he was forced to participate in, as most of the men of recruitable age, made sure that none of the new members even looked in this direction. This deliberate avoidance was easy to notice, and naturally, it kindled their curiosity, yet none of the trainees was stupid enough to ignore a direct order. Now Nut knew what they were steering clear of. He wished he didn't. The sight was just too much, even more so for the faint of heart. The blackness that filled the hollow was thick and greasy like oil, barely moving away when they shone a light over it. The dark carried a sinister vibe, something that all of them felt. It filled the criminals with dread, the fear of the unknown, as none of them, maybe not counting Big John, signed up in the hope of battling dangerous creatures. They planned to steal easily accessible loot or maybe just gather a few rare plants in addition to some valuable materials. They all knew that the Oasis helmet-wearing mage paid a pretty penny for any discoveries. So did his disciples. Nothing had prepared them for this nightmare. Even if the place was only a mark left after a past battle, it was still proof that an unknown monster capable of easily punching a hole through the rock existed somewhere underground. That kind of opponent wasn't something they wanted to encounter. To make matters worse, both the Silver Oasis natives and the family members were mentally exhausted. Sneaking their way downstairs and battling the dungeon creations took its toll. At least until now, no one had been hurt. Would it stay this way? The clock was ticking, but rushing recklessly would only end up in a disaster. Nut's face scrunched in worry as he signaled Mutant. His friend nodded solemnly, then spoke aloud. "Let's make a temporary camp around here. Refill your water skins from the lake. It's safe, the earlier expeditions already tested it. Eat, drink, and recover. We will need our strength for the last push." Most of the people present agreed with this notion, Silence's men being the only dissenters. "I don't think there is any need for rest." The syndicate leader pointed in the direction of the hole. His 3 cronies stood back, silently observing the situation. "Our prize is down there. It's the last obstacle. We must press on." He strode forward, his flushed face appearing just before the Silver Oasis party leader. "I disagree," Mutant answered calmly, observing Silence through his squinted eyes. "We still have plenty of time, and preserving our strength before facing the unknown should be a priority. We have only one shot on this. Of course, if you and your men want to pave the way forward, then please be my guest." He shrugged. "Just don't come back crying when the monsters kick your ass." "HMPH, you sure are good at rhetoric for a petty criminal." "We all have our talents, and it's not like you have any right to complain. We're the ones battling and killing the monsters while you folks leisurely follow behind us. Do you want to die so badly? Then go on, burn this excess energy off." The pudgy thief huffed in annoyance and turned his attention towards Nut. His tone softened immediately. "Can you please check our surroundings? The brothers will prepare our campsite and Big John will serve as a guard. We should also have a rope ready in place by the time you come back. You know well enough that I specialize in moving unseen through towns and villages, blending in the crowds, using taverns to gather information. This," Nut waved his hands in distaste, pointing towards the rugged, gray surroundings. "This is totally out of my expertise. You know that we didn't have the time to gain the cooperation of a ranger. You're the only one of us with at least some experience in the matter." The fatter man patted his friend's shoulder. "Don't worry, we believe in you." Nut hissed, "And now you're piling up even more expectations." Still, he complied. The slovenly militiaman shook his head as he left the spear and shield behind. He would be relying only on the dagger hanging from his waist. He decided that since he wasn't going far, he could always rely on his companions in case of trouble. "At least there doesn't seem to be any danger around here." Nut slowly surveyed his surroundings. While the hole was centered around the middle of the tunnel, both left and right sides had some leeway, allowing a careful person to pass through unimpeded. Then, a moment later, he froze, his fearless aura dissipating as he remembered that the death's intuition worked only when he was actually in danger of dying. Not a moment later, not a moment sooner. It also reacted to the killing intent of powerful creatures and people. Thankfully, Nut managed to remember this important little detail after a few close encounters, and before strutting into the risky part of his journey. His form grew smaller as if chastising himself for the earlier bravado, the leather armor and helmet easily blending with the surroundings. Despite the reluctance to risk his life, Nut still took pride in his skills. How to move from one dark spot to another. How to breathe softly and never let his guard down. How to avoid dying. The minutes passed slowly. It felt like hours as he cautiously explored the eastern tunnel. Surprisingly, the tunnel immediately beyond the hole was clear of hostiles. Only a few undead were wandering nearby randomly, patrolling the next intersection. Looking at their clumsy movements, Nut released the breath he didn't realize he was holding. Even if he was noticed, these enemies would have a hard time following him over the narrow path. The thief hesitated, then turned back. He was curious about what was located to the north and south of the patrolling creatures, but even his ability to stay hidden couldn't shield him from flesh-hungry undead. That was what he was taught, anyway. He didn't want to test the validity of these claims with his life on the line. Nut slowly moved along the rocky walls, traveling in the direction of the brightly lit camp. He managed to return much quicker, startling Big John as he emerged from the shadows. The darkness was plentiful near the damaged area, as the otherwise common chandeliers were rare in this area. The food had been already prepared. Nut sat down with relish, savoring the simple meal. So, Mutin hovered nearby, his face beaded with perspiration. The hole is traversable, for most of us anyway. I wouldn't count on Big John making it through without some kind of safeguard. The giant grunted dismissively in response. On the bright side, we're pretty safe from the undead. They're much too clumsy to get around it. The rats? I didn't see any. Good. What did you encounter out there? Silence asked, inching a bit closer. Not much, Nut shrugged. There is a crossing nearby going north and south. Also, a few of the undead seem to be clumped over there. I would say they are guarding something, but with the level of intelligence they displayed thus far, it's hard to tell. He shook his head. Other than that, I didn't find anything interesting. Too bad, murmured family's leader. Why didn't you move deeper? Because I treasure my skin? Seeing the man's surprised reaction, he continued in a bored tone. Listen, the undead are known to have the ability to detect living beings in their vicinity. Hiding in the dark won't do shit against it. Nut stopped speaking just long enough to devour a spoonful of stew made from unidentified meat. This is good. He gulped down another bite. His expression hardened. It's one of the reasons that this place gives me the creeps. Both the undead and the rats are my natural enemies. Their special abilities, their sense of smell, their ability to communicate. A nightmare for the rogues like me. Still, we need to lean on your skills, Nut. Mutin cut into the discussion, his childish face taking on a comically serious look. Yes, I know, there isn't much choice. Big John is out of the question, the brothers are our muscle, you're busy with planning and the rest. Doesn't really count. Silence angrily snorted at the derision contained in these words and stomped away, but didn't disagree with the thief's analysis. With a tired sigh, the lanky man turned back to his friend. You want me to scout the lower level, right? You're reading my mind. Damn it. Nut stood in silence for a long while, silently considering running away before succumbing to the inevitable. Fine, I'll do it. It's not like we have a choice. Make it big or die trying is our only option. Just make sure you'll raise my cut accordingly. Seeing Mutin's quick nod, a small smile appeared on the thief's face. Good. Get Big John started on a rope. 1 pull means get me out of here. 2 pulls mean danger, and 3 pulls mean it's safe. Right. No problem. Seeing everyone agree, Nut unhurriedly emptied half of his bowl. His mother always told him to fill his stomach whenever possible, while his father scowled at this advice. Son, you'll survive a dagger to the gut only when your belly is empty. Nut was certainly his mother's son. If he had to risk his life, then he would do it on a full belly. You're not taking any of your weapons. Same as the last time, they would only be a hindrance. My dagger has to suffice in a pinch. He spat on the ground. These fancy spears and shields would work only if I had comrades to form a shield wall with. It's not like they taught us how to use them in a fight. It seems that kind of knowledge is reserved for nobles and their pets. It's not like it would make any difference. We didn't train long enough. One of the usually silent brothers shot back, his eyes squinted as he readjusted to the camp's brightness. His calm countenance visibly differed from red-faced Nut. That's not the point. So what is the point of your little speech? Or are you just spewing out venom for the sake of it? Asked the second brother, slowly inching closer from the surrounding darkness. That we're being used. We get training, food, experience for free. Not to mention that nobody died thus far. What more do you want? They're rearing us like one would a war animal. Why can't you see it? And besides, Nut's eyes turned sharp, his hand wandering to the dagger on his waist. If you like it that much, then why are you even here? After this little operation finishes, we will be wanted men. You have some gall. The older of the brothers stepped forward, his cleanly shaven head visible in the flickering light. We have our own circumstances. Oh, I wonder, Nut hissed in response. Let's all calm down, Mutant said, calmly stepping between the two sides. The deeper we go, the stronger monsters we will encounter. Don't waste your energy arguing. There are plenty of enemies out there. I guess I can let it slide. As the party returned to their posts, Nut was still mechanically shoveling the food into his mouth. Outwardly, there was nothing wrong with him, yet right now his back was sticky with cold sweat. He felt his skill tingling, but not from the direction of the brothers or even Big John. No, it was the family enforcers who elicited a response. They're fucking dangerous, thinking about smashing me down just because of a random dispute, he thought. And what's worse, the moment we discover something valuable, they're bound to just cut us loose and run. In the end, it doesn't matter if the third floor is safe or not. He clenched his teeth. If the possession of the skill taught him anything, it was that the people who wanted to kill him had to be eliminated as fast as possible. In the case of Lord Hawk, he could only endure, but right now. They're not leaving this place alive. Are you all right? Asked Mutant, his pudgy face filled with worry. Nut knew the man long enough to understand that he was concerned about his scouting ability, not personal well-being. I'll manage, he scoffed, refocusing himself. Is the rope ready? Yes, Big John already secured it, and one of the brothers checked the stability. It'll hold. Good, let's do it then. Showing bravado he wasn't feeling, Nut marched towards the hole's edge. What followed was a slow and painful descent into the darkness. From start to finish, there were only a few meters and a few minutes until his legs touched the ground, but it was much longer. Unlike before, the floor wasn't made from smooth stone, but rather strange and springy things. Clang! As Nut stepped on them, a curse escaped his lips. Really, copper fucking grass? He looked around, noticing that the ground was covered in the brown plant, with the sharp knife bushes growing near the walls. Not counting these, a whole lot of unknown flora was happily growing in the lightless environment. Normally, Nut would be ecstatic about the samples. New types of plants meant more money after they returned to the surface. Right now, however, a much simpler thought rattled inside his skull. Which of those fucking plants are dangerous? As an explorer, no matter how inexperienced, he knew that dungeons rarely made creatures and items that weren't lethal. Thus, seeing the straight, whitish trees growing near the walls, the varied bushes and exotic flowers made him doubly cautious. Step after step, clang after clang, he moved over the coppery bed, first advancing west, where the tunnel seemed to expand in a large, silver-green area. The lights grew brighter as he hid behind a plant he recognized, a thick bush covered in sharp leaves. Nut poked his head out, his eyes widening at the sight of the organized movement in the room. There were dozens of rats wearing brown robes working away in the near silence. Rarely one of them squeaked, ordering their brethren or the undead to finish some tasks. Amongst them, a sole figure drew his attention, a giant rat, half covered in pulsating roots. The scout immediately dived back behind his cover. Shit, a leader-type monster, he mumbled under his nose, trembling. Think, what did they say about them during training? They lead other creatures, duh, obvious. Some are aggressive, others passive. Even the passive ones are territorial, he gulped. There are those who manifest magic skills or magic-like abilities. Most of them are intelligent and capable of strengthening their subordinates. His whisper turned even more frantic. But what do they do after the dungeon collapses? I don't fucking remember. He massaged his temples in panic. Calm, I need to be calm. He poked his head out once again, only to notice the root rat staring directly at him. A soundless scream escaped Nut's lips. A retreat. Without any hesitation, he turned back and ran in the direction of the hole. His thoughts were galloping. Fuck that. A leader-type monster can lead the whole room towards us. We don't stand a chance. Seconds later, he arrived, ready to pull the rope and inform his comrades about the danger. And then, preferably, get the fuck out of here. Then he stopped. Wait a moment. I didn't feel my skill feedback kicking in, he thought. It means that the creature either ignored me or isn't powerful enough to do us harm. Nut mused. Then I guess we're safe. He stared at the brownish flora surrounding him. There is always the eastern route to scout too. It would be a shame if we retreated before getting something worthwhile out of this place. The feeling of greed started to win out. Let's do it. The thief decided to bet on the other side of the tunnel. Slowly and methodically, he avoided the copper grass, using the fallen boulders as impromptu platforms. His advance was completely silent. He also made sure to not step on one of the 3 sundews lying flat on the ground, their smooth surfaces easily recognizable amongst the rubble and copper grass littering the place. Looking at them curiously, Nut threw a large rock on it only to wince as the plant's sharp spears attempted to skewer it. These fuckers are down here too, eh? I swear I'll find and strangle the guy that called them sundews. He mumbled to himself, remembering how some careless civilians had been hurt by the plant's equivalent growing on the surface. The tunnel he chose was curving southwards and ended up in a brightly lit room that contained a stairway leading upwards. Nut glanced at the chamber from far away, noticing that it had a much more civilized feel than the rest of the tunnels. I smell loot, he mumbled happily, but still had the presence of mind to retreat and gather his comrades before continuing. Turning back, he failed to notice small green sprouts tracking his movement. Seeing their prey leaving before it entered the optimal range caused the little monsters to sulk, their barrels pointing sadly at the ground. Unaware, Nut returned to the rope and pulled it 3 times. The next half of an hour was spent with his companions slowly making their way down. The ever-present darkness present unnerved them, but at Nut's behest, no torch was lit. He quickly explained the dangers he encountered, mostly the rats he saw next door. Hearing that tale, any voices of dissent, no matter how they longed for light, were immediately crushed. The team walked through the blackness in a single file, led by the slouched scout. I'll repeat it one more time. Step only where I step, move quietly, and for God's sake do not touch anything, he spoke, mainly looking at the big John lumbering just behind him. The giant nodded in acceptance. Minutes later, it was clear that Nut's warnings had fallen on deaf ears, the large man physically incapable of following the agile movements of the thief. Big John managed to barely dodge out of the way of sundews, spears, only to tumble right into the pressure plate of another. There was an ominous asterisk click as his foot landed in the middle of the plant, and with a powerful sound, sharp wooden spears emerged to pierce the incoming prey. The large warrior tried desperately to avoid the incoming attack, but his effort only partially paid off. His thigh was pierced anyway, both the trained muscle and throwaway leather armor a small obstacle for the bloodthirsty enemy. Jaya, the giant bellowed, snapping the spears with sheer force and sending the carnivorous plant reeling back. Shut up, Nut whispered angrily. The damage was done, however. A moment later, Big John crashed on the floor, whimpering in pain. The copper grass floor reacted with a choir of metallic noises. In any other situation, the sound would feel poetic and peaceful. Right now, they couldn't help but feel that the flora was jeering at them, celebrating the invaders' demise. Fuck, Silence swore while glancing back restlessly. Big John's screams echoed in the tunnel, which could bring unwanted trouble. The eyes of the criminals were turning colder and colder the more they looked at the fallen giant. If only you retards were competent enough to follow orders, he gnashed his teeth. What are we going to do now? Huffed Mutant, his face paler than ever. Let's just bandage the wound, then cauterize it, his fat friend flinched. Is it necessary? Down here I would rather bet on the smell of cooked meat than blood. Nut smiled grimly, heating his knife over the quickly lit-up torch. At the same time, Silence turned to him and spoke through the clenched teeth. We will go ahead. His gaze was clearly focused on the skinny criminal, not Mutant, the nominal leader. "You're welcome to follow." "Sorry, I'll stick with my guys." "It could get you killed." Nut shrugged. "I'm good at running away." In his mind, he added, "and not stupid enough to follow the guys who wanted to kill me before." "Have it your way." Silent's stare lingered on him for a long while until he turned back to his cronies. "Let's go, prepare your weapons." On his command, the cloaked thugs slowly took out the blackjacks. Nut squinted his eyes. These were proper weapons, totally different from the shabby equipment given to the Oasis militia. "HMPH?" One of the bald brothers snorted derisively. "What?" "It's all good, but if they wanted to have some blunt instruments, why not buy the lightning maces? They're magical, sturdy, and cheap." He stared at the family's thugs. "Overall, they should work much better when braving the underground." Nut tilted his head. "I guess you're right." He observed the thugs' confident stride. Their eyes were full of greed. He could nearly tell what were they thinking. It was not his problem. Shrugging, he turned his attention to the whimpering giant. "Now, John, be a big boy and make sure you won't scream." Will it H hurt?" "Sadly, yes." "Then I don't want it." "For fuck's sake, don't be a child." They conversed back and forth for a few long minutes until Nut managed to convince Big John that there was no other way. Focused on the task ahead, none of them noticed the slight rumble coming from their surroundings. With a cloth gag filling his mouth and bound hands, the large man looked like an animal ready for the slaughter. He gnashed his teeth in pain as the searing blade roasted the wounded leg. Normally, there would be a lot more screaming and kicking, but the blood loss had already weakened the giant. The whole process lasted no more than a few seconds, his companion working quickly and precisely. A sickly, sweet smell filled the air. The speed he worked at was not solely for Big John's benefit. As long as the odor of blood was present, not to mention the horrendous screams the giant tried to produce, none of them were truly safe. By the time the blessed silence returned to the tunnel, the party noticed a sound growing in the distance. The copper grass clanged louder and louder, smashed by the hurrying feet. Because of the gruesome scene, the rest of the party reacted slowly to the approaching threat. The militiamen barely managed to enter in a defensive stance, their spears sticking out dangerously when the fastest of the arrivals shouted in a weak voice. "Stop, FF friendly, we are friendly," he gasped, the earlier run draining Silence's endurance. Not much has remained of his earlier confidence, with only one of his companions making it back alive. Their clothes were torn and full of holes, while their skin bled from wounds made by cutting and piercing weapons. Seeing their state, Nut's face twisted as he bellowed. "What's going on? Where is the rest of your guys?" Silence ignored his question, his eyes darting around the place before collapsing on the ground. His blackjack was nowhere to be seen, replaced with a worn dagger. After a while, he stopped gasping for air, a bit of color returning to his face. He curled up, whimpering softly. "Damn it, man!" Nut stood just above him, his face flickering. In the end, he unclenched his fist and turned towards the family henchman standing nearby, motionless like a human-shaped statue. "Can you tell me what happened?" There was a dangerous undertone in his voice. The man turned pale, his eyes dilating. Still, he swallowed his fears before answering. "T they're dead, SPP plattered, E everywhere, S slaughtered. Killed," he suddenly screamed. Hands Ari reaching, pale fingers, H-who hungering faces, hungering, T their hatred, their greed, monsters. The thug continued to repeat random words, a disjointed speech turning their blood cold. He was immersed in his personal nightmare for a few long minutes before quietening down, visibly deflating and finishing the rant in a tiny, weak voice. "Don't go. Don't leave me, please." "Fuck, what the hell happened?" Nut repeated his question in a much softer tone. "Let me see." Mutant hesitantly stepped forward, in a few calm movements checking the erratic man's eyes, hands, pulse, and nails. With care, he barely managed to extract something that looked like metal shrapnel from his arm, eliciting only a small yelp of pain. Immediately, the blood started seeping from the wound, prompting him to bandage the poor sod. There was also a strange needle sticking out of his clothes, which was carefully extracted. After that, he moved to clean Silence's wounds, finding him in a much better condition than he appeared at first. On the other hand, The shivers, dilated eyes, and small chuckles escaping his mouth told a different story about the criminal's psychological state. So, Nut asked impatiently. Something tore them a new one. I can see that. Details. New monsters, probably. Some of them seem familiar, though. The shrapnel is easy, these blue fuckers ambushed them. This explains the trauma. Nut gulped loudly. He still remembered the first encounter the militia had with the exploding undead. They lost good men that day. What about the needle? Now that's a problem. I mean, it's coated in something, probably poison. No idea about how dangerous it is, and these chumps aren't in the position to tell us. We can only infer that it's bad. That's not much to go on. Well, yeah, but at least we know that there are at least two types of enemies out there. True. Their conversation was disrupted by loud wailing, alternating with bouts of a hysterical laugh. Silence was having a field day, screaming and kicking. Hi ha 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 ha, we're going to die, all of us, damned, left in this underground grave. This was too much for Nut, already angered beyond reason. Oh, shut the fuck up. A quick slap returned the family's thug to his senses. Tell me what you saw and what happened to your companions. The lanky man demanded with a cold expression on his face. His thought process had changed, degrading Silence's importance from a powerful enemy to a mere annoyance. Hoo 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 hoo, the despairing man chuckled hollowly before raising his head to meet Nut's eyes. We're dead men walking. This place will never let us go. My people are dead. I am dead. Can you please start making sense? You'll see, you all will see. So you're not going to work with us? Nut cracked his knuckles. What's the point? Then what do you want to do now? Asked Mutation in a serious tone. Retreat, Silence's answer was clear. Then do it, we'll go ahead. Nut spoke at the same time as the family's henchman. Are you stupid? We'll never manage to return on our own. So, the lanky militiaman smiled. What are you afraid of? We will all die if we continue. It was a mistake to come here. I disagree. You have already paved the way forward with your bodies. As long as we observe our surroundings and don't touch any weird stuff, we should be fine. His expression sharpened. Right. Both the brothers and Big John nodded seriously. Mutation was also on board, his sweaty palms and pale face telling a tale of determination. On the other hand, Silence, and with the last of his subordinates, were only staring wide-eyed at the sudden commotion. You're all insane, he rasped. Nut ignored the trembling man. Big John, are you ready? His comrade stood up with a grunt. Hurts, I'll get over it. Give him a sip. Mutation produced a leather flask from somewhere. It'll numb the pain, just don't drink the whole thing, we may need it for later. With a smile, Big John swallowed a large portion of the liquid, ignoring Mutation's cries of protest. Good. He flashed a wide smile, breathing out a nearly visible cloud of alcohol. Let's get moving, Nut ordered while turning back to the family's henchmen. Do you want to stay here or follow us? There was a trace of disdain hidden in his voice. Seemingly noticing it, Silence grit his teeth. His eyes widened, darting between the rope and the back of the other criminals. W will follow. You'll understand what we faced. His voice trailed off, the small tremble coming over the man. We'll see. The group moved slowly and methodically with their shields prepared. Only a few minutes later, they noticed the change. Both the floor and the walls were now made from carved stone. While covered in vegetation, there was an unmistakable, intelligent design behind it. Following the family's footsteps, they arrived in the stairway chamber and noticed marks of the earlier battle. Pieces of armor, cloth, and flesh were strewn about, the smell of blood overwhelming their senses. There, shouted Silence, recognizing the shooter plants that were the cause of their demise. The team stiffened in worry, but no matter how long they waited, nothing happened in the end. The world stood still. The secret doors in the four corners of the room were already opened, revealing small, dark alcoves void of anything interesting. The four vivid statues of humanoid figures standing in the chamber created an unholy ambience, even if each of them was damaged nearly beyond recognition. Let's get closer, Nut mumbled, and the whole team moved while trying to maintain the shield wall formation. The tensions were running high as they walked step by step. But once again, nothing happened. It was only when they arrived in the vicinity of the innocently looking plants that understanding appeared in their eyes. "Little fuckers are spent," Nut mused while nudging the weakly swaying plant with his feet. "Seems like we're in luck." "Okay, people, keep the shields up. We don't know what else is out here," he ordered. "Now we have 3 ways to go," he pointed to the ceiling. "We can move up the stairs, which is a stupid move, as there should be some unknown floor guardian waiting for a snack." The choir of grunts attested that the rest of the team had the same opinion. "We can move back through the chamber where a leader-type creature had been spotted," he grimaced, "which could bring a whole lot of shit on our heads. Or we can go through there." He pointed towards the ornate door surrounded by the statues of escapees twisted in various forms of panic. "These options are not great. I know, we need to make an informed decision." "Our only real option is the door, and you know it," mumbled Mutation. "Yeah, but it gives me weird vibes." "Is it your ability speaking?" "What? No, just my intuition." "It's nothing, then." Sure, you can interpret it this way." Nut waved his hand in defeat. "Do as you wish, let's go." The door was hard to open. It seemed like there was some kind of safety mechanism involved, trying to keep it closed. This didn't discourage them as they pushed and pushed, their combined efforts slowly managing to force a small opening. One by one, the humans slipped through before unavoidably it closed, temporarily trapping the adventurers in the next chamber. "Hugh, that wasn't so bad." Nut spoke aloud, observing the ornately carved rock door. Yet when nobody answered, he turned around full of worry. "Hey, guys, what are you?" His words trailed off. "What the fuck is that? By the bell, sweaty tits." He stared agape at the chamber, trembling in fear. "By the gods." I told you, you weren't listening. We're dead men walking." Sounds of mewling, prayers, and pure horror assaulted his senses. Nut, however, didn't have time to reprimand his companions. He was busy staring at the room full of plants with eyes. Dozens of creepy eyeballs were filling every free space in the chamber, more and more of them noticing the intruders and turning to get a better look. Their unblinking stares weren't hostile nor friendly, just detached, like a crazy mage observing an animal lying on the sacrificial table. The only thing that allowed Nut to keep his calm was the fact that his ability wasn't screaming out, which meant this situation wasn't lethal. Small comfort in this nightmare. Then he noticed the blue box floating before him and screamed in surprise. "A fucking trial, out here, by the mercy of the gods, WHY?" A moment later, he added. "The trial of greed, I don't like the sound of that." As he read through the explanation, his face flushed between happy and terrified expressions, something that a certain dungeon core observed with fascination. Nut mumbled, "Trial of combat, choose, can't retreat, 2 fights." He corrected himself. "At least 2 fights, but then magical weapon, armor, We're going to die down here, am I right?" 63. Uno. I peered over the 3rd floor trial in amusement. Somebody managed to reach it at last. Well, to tell the truth, it wasn't that big of a challenge. Yet for some reason, the adventurer teams seemed to avoid it. Come to think of it, the same could be said about the whole 3rd level. At this moment, from 3 ways down, humans had discovered only a single one. Both the true staircase guarded by Flamecaller, the Iron Flame Rat King, and his entourage, and the path leading under the central pond stalked by Guardian and his kobold minions were hidden from their sight. And it seemed like this state of affairs would persist as long as I didn't repair the hole left by the half-elven princess. It was an easy, unguarded way down, so why search for alternatives while it was available? I could certainly understand that notion, that laziness. The situation wasn't helped by the fact that the hole stuck out like a sore thumb located smack dab in the middle of my 2nd floor eastern tunnel. Now that I think about it, this might have added to the meekness of the explorers. I mean, anyone in his right mind would be worried about the monster, or, in this case, a person capable of such destruction. especially since the half-elves didn't describe the contents of their adventures to the humans, thus nobody in Silver Oasis knew the truth, Lord Hawk being the only exception. Still, it seemed like he didn't further share his information. Was it a lapse of judgment on his part, simple forgetfulness, or maybe a part of the larger plot? I shrugged. It wasn't important. There were more pressing matters I had to take care of. The most irritating one was this itchy feeling telling me time and time again to repair the damage done to the second floor as soon as possible. These ideas were probably a part of my dungeon core instincts. Right now it was easy to squash them, overruling the need with logic, but the same couldn't be said about the future. Creating new minions and preparing the laboratory floor put a strain on my resources. It was only a matter of time before I was forced to surrender, stemming the flow of the intruders down to a manageable stream, which in the process would announce to the world that I remained unbroken. It had been some time since I was declared dead, and both of my shallowest floors were now being constantly raided. Or should I say that the first floor had been completely tamed, and the excursion parties continued to spread their tendrils to the second floor. Most of the exploratory teams avoided moving east towards the glaring hole, and instead focused on either farming my minions in the central pond room or exploring the 3 other cardinal directions. Well, right now only 2 of them remained, though. Since not a single human returned from the western tunnel, where always hungry glass progenitor was dwelling under the waves, that road of expansion was abandoned too, despite the lack of information or because of it. The word of mouth ended up creating some otherworldly horrors much more interesting than those I had in stock. Still, the gossipers were uniform in claiming that some man-eating monster was behind the disappearances. They weren't entirely wrong. A combination of the tentacled monstrosity and Naan's hatred towards the Jaynard's Kingdom troops meant a 0 survival rate for those foolish enough to explore the underground lake area. With 2 of the 4 paths barred, sentients turned their greedy gazes elsewhere. Their recon teams encountered heavy Lebir resistance to the north, but that didn't dissuade them. It was even the other way around. Many prowling monsters meant better experience and loot after all, at least that was what the dungeon logic dictated. Not dying instantly was also a plus. Thus my guard posts defending battery devourer farms came under heavy fire. Still, unlike before, they weren't critical to my effort. I already stockpiled more crackling maces than I could use, so the rest of the monsters just kinda grew in silence. With time, the resistance was broken, and I couldn't stop laughing when I gazed at the exploration team's bitter faces. They battled away hordes of my monsters, braved dangers and collected scars, only to be rewarded with a field full of battery devourers, the man-eating plants shaking happily at the sight of incoming prey. Unfortunately, they pushed through once again, the red-haired Charles showering the flora with his destructive magic. Most of the devourers succumbed to the fire, their flammable stalks and leaves turning to ashes. Their demise pained me greatly, yet I knew that they would repopulate in time. Unbothered by the sentients who lost their drive when it became obvious that no grand treasure was hidden behind the backs of my guardians, they would grow back or simply pop asterisk into existence. This result meant that the situation in the southern tunnels had changed. The minions out there were a combination of iron flame rats, rat temple warriors, beasties skewed towards the fire element, and tamed glass dragonflies who carried rattling pilots. In the back, large numbers of Lebirs were stationed, just in case. They looked a bit different than the rest of my forces. Their armor was carved with what I remembered about runes, which wasn't much. It was an experiment of sorts. When it wasn't working in bore, I mean in desperation, I started to replace these mystic symbols with various shapes, adding a danger factor to their look. I was trying to check if adding these would produce high-level minions. Yet it turned out that the changes weren't enough. Outside their fancy armor, the performance in battle was pretty much the same. Thus, the experiment ended up in failure. I decided to keep them, though. You never knew when they would come in handy, even if half of them looked like rejects from Fallout or Wasteland series. Anyway, these halls were the current target of the Silver Oasis Natives expansion. Their adventuring teams, or should I call them militia squads, smashed their heads against my defenses many times. Each of their visits was repelled by combined forces of iron flame rats led by their temple warrior brethren. The fire magic that invaders brought to the table proved more a detriment than help, my servants proving resistant or outright immune to its effects. Adding to this, a constant harassment by the dragonflies and their rock-throwing riders meant that no intrusion managed to make it past the first room, the grandly named metallic jungle. The place was full of silvery trees and other vegetation, making it hard to keep a stable formation. The rattlings of all types were able to strike without warning, their hit-and-run tactics impossible to avoid. Adding to it, pockets of lebiers operated in small, cohesive teams, attacking and then retreating under the command of Rattling's black mages. Due to the difference in their performance, humans started to call them runic undead and classified the monsters to be an advanced form of the lebiers. I hoped that this recognition would propel them into becoming something more. Alas, both their strength and behavior didn't change. Yet. Interestingly, the rumors about the third floor had already spread. The knowledge about berserkers' appearance and powers were twisted by word of mouth, but remained horrific enough to discourage most of the humans, leaving only stupid or desperate challengers to contend with. And that neatly led me back to the team of criminals currently imprisoned in the trial room on the third level. They weren't the first to sneak into the dungeon in some senile hope to gain riches and power. On the contrary, they seem rather commonplace nowadays. All their predecessors ended up as fuel for my growth. These guys, however, were a bit different, be it by luck or skill they managed to reach the trial room. But as the doors closed behind them, a familiar sense of panic engulfed the chamber. The feeling of losing control. The eye plants were watching the intruders intently, each of them recording the posture, used weapons, their expressions, and droplets of sweat slowly dripping from their faces, nourishing the ground. After a beginning wave of emotion, the sentient who stayed in the middle of the room were warily staring at the surrounding flora. Luckily for them, none of these plants were combat capable. After a few minutes of this type of psychological warfare, nothing happened, so the high tension had naturally passed. The invaders were free to investigate what interested them, an invisible text, no doubt describing the trial that stood before them. I was curious once again. It was clear that the contents of their magical blue boxes differed from those presented to me. There was something else at work here, something that I failed to grasp. Shrugging, I forced the trial description to appear before me. It had been some time since I made this place, and a refresher was in order. Trial of Greed. The trial encompasses the Hall of Eyes, Chamber of Daggers, Chamber of Swords, Chamber of Axes, Chamber of Spears, Chamber of Maces, Chamber of Shields, Chamber of Helmets, Chamber of Gauntlets, Chamber of Breastplates, Chamber of Greaves, the Great Greed Hallway, and Cursed Golem Enclosure. The rules of the trial are as follows. The challengers are allowed to walk into the Great Greed Hallway unmolested unless they dealt damage to non-hostile entities in the Hall of Eyes. In case of damage, the curse-type punishments apply. The challengers are allowed to enter any of the chambers on the condition that they have to defeat the golem inside to proceed. The golems are armed with one piece of cursed equipment each. Each defeated golem adds its piece of equipment to the cursed golem, raising the difficulty. The main trial begins when the challengers open the Cursed Golem Enclosure, or eliminate all auxiliary golems. Once challengers enter the trial, they cannot escape, unless it's finished or all of them are dead. It was just like I remembered it, or was it? I could sense small discrepancies, like some things were clearer or even changed in the time I wasn't looking. A few words here, a sentence there, and the meaning changed completely. I stared at the blue box like my gaze could bore holes into it. An avalanche of questions followed, all left unanswered. I could feel someone smirking back at me with deranged, happy joy. With a shake of my head, the bright box dispersed into nothingness, but the sense of wrongness remained. I felt it, the time was running out. Yet while the situation had changed, so what? I only needed to adapt and overcome, and to tell the truth, what could this pathetic band of criminals even do to my honed war machines? I already decided that I'll survive, even against all the odds. Even if I have to, with another shake, I clear my head and focus. The invaders, that's what's the most important right now. Where was I? Right, third floor, the Hall of Eyes, and the humans were here, arguing. Why, I was not surprised. We can't go back, Nut bellowed, his teeth clenched. This place won't let us read the description again, damn it. But we must, or we'll die. Silence's tone was much too different from before. A broken man, or just a good actor? I thought that I saw a flicker of coldness under his panicked expression. The family's man isn't wrong, you know. Mutation added his 3 cents to the discussion, his eyes trembling each time they met the gaze of a camera. What do you want me to do? Search for a way out? I already checked, there isn't any. Really, even with your skills? By the bell's sweaty ass, I'm no ranger. How many times do I have to repeat that? The lanky man punched the wall, sending a wave of unease through the lidless eyes observing them. Yet the threshold of damage was not reached, so no retaliatory curse was activated. This place is far outside my knowledge. You all knew that. You all knew the risk. I understand. Mutation answered lifelessly, his earlier energy gone in a blink of an eye. Besides, did you even read the descriptor? The words of the world are saying that it's guaranteed that we won't leave before finishing up this place, which means facing the boss. I was hoping for a better solution, muttered Mutation. Just thinking about facing the enemy as powerful as this mysterious roaming guardian is enough to stop my fucking heart. There isn't any other way, old friend. The moment we stepped into this room, the decision had been made. A heavy silence followed. It was Mutation who broke it with his solemn words. Then we'll have to try to barrel through. Just do enough to survive. I am happy with the path of the least resistance. That still means beating one of the golems and then the boss. The slim thief rapped his fingers against the stone. That's a tall order for a ragtag team of militia. Fightin', Big John smiled, hobbling closer to the carved door leading deeper into the trial. Wait, I said wait, you big stupid log, Nut shouted while running after his companion. Mutation, Silence, one of his minions, and the bald brothers were left behind, looking at each other in confusion. We better follow. I would prefer to leave this dreary room behind. The fat man was sweating, his eyes glancing at the unblinking flora of the room. With a muffled sigh, he turned back to join his companions. With a small nod, both of the brothers gripped their weapons, hurriedly following. That left only Silence and his minion. Boss, the subordinate whispered, his hand clutching the remaining blackjack. What are we going to do now? Shit. Silence lost his earlier panicked demeanor, returning to a sly and ruthless visage. With nervous movements, he stroked the daggers hidden on his body while his gaze wandered. We need something to show the chief after the failure of this mission. Failure B, but we managed to discover the trial. Isn't that enough? And who do you think will monopolize this place? The family, other syndicates, local criminals, he snorted. Of course not. They're going to fall into the hands of the nobles, Blue Flames, Jaynards, they're all the same. We can't stop that from happening, even if we sabotage this team, a secret that big won't stay hidden for long. Silence started to bite his nails. But we can still profit, and with this we'll acquire a means of survival. From the sale of magicked weapons. Yes, the descriptor hinted at these being available as a reward for defeating the golems during the trial. A real magical weapon would go for a fortune, especially since most of their production is limited to country-controlled dungeons. They rarely appear even on a black market. True, that's our chance. Silence's gaze landed on his subordinate. Whatever happens, you just need to follow my orders, understood? Of course. Then go join the rest of the gang and see what this place hides from us. A forgotten dungeon's trial, I wonder what it hides. A small chuckle escaped his lips. I need to think in peace. Yes, sir. As his subordinate left, Silence's countenance changed once again. The sure and cold expression he sported melted, instantly replaced with wide-eyed terror. We are fucked, I am fucked, they won't forgive me. He sniffed. Their eyes, they begged to be saved. He curled up on the ground. I see, couldn't help you, Hort. I am sorry, sorry. His sobs continued for a few minutes. I learned that he knew both of the dead personally, and for many years. Hort and Numako were their names. Irrelevant. In the end, he just sat there, his eyes red from crying. And like a switch was flipped, he sprung up, glaring at the surrounding cameras. "What are you looking at, huh? What are you lookinat?" His red face and bared teeth seemed nearly monstrous. "Do you see this fist?" he screamed, punching out. "Do you see it? It's steady, courageous, and it will blow all you fuckers away. The humans will be the ones to rule the day." As he finished his rousing speech, a small cough came from behind. Silence slowly turned back, only to see a confused face of Nut. "Hi there," he muttered awkwardly. "Humans." I wanted to sigh in disappointment. Even during the greatest trial of their lives, they can't help but betray, plot, and turn insane. But that was why it was so entertaining now, that I wasn't a part of their world. A moment later, I observed as Silence and his subordinate Nut in tow joined the rest of the criminals gathered before a large, carved door. The family's leader's demeanor changed completely. Twitchy and embarrassed as he was, the non-syndicated members stared at him with a mix of disgust and pity. Only under that shell of weakness and madness, a sliver of cold intelligence slithered unnoticed. Shameless but effective, to use the rest of the party as meat shields and try to desperately survive. It was something I could understand. "Now who wants to open these?" Nut pointed at the stone halves. I didn't bother with any traps or special activation conditions. These gates were purely physical obstacles. Normal. They were normal. Then again, after their creation, Sculptor went a bit crazy, adding various pieces of his knowledge to the stone. And by knowledge, I mean a mumble of lore about devils and gods, inspired by video games I played in my past life, sprinkled with a big dose of mythology. At least he tried to keep it thematic. The face of a middle-aged man with curly hair was carved into the gates with great precision, his madness-addled eyes staring intensely at the newcomers. He sported a bright smile, and 2 iron tear-shaped clappers were attached to his cheeks. Only I knew that it was supposed to be a depiction of Midas, a symbol of greed from Greek mythology. For the people of this world, it was only a creepy, crying old man. "Did you discover any traps?" "None, but if they're magical, then we're shit out of luck." "There is no need to hesitate," answered Mutation. "The descriptor doesn't say anything about the traps, only a trial of combat, so let's believe in the system." He took a deep breath and stepped forward, his hands landing on the clappers. He grasped them tightly, then started to pull with a subdued grunt. A second later, a way ahead started to open. "Slow," Big John stomped ahead impatiently, grabbing the rough inner surface of the door. "What are you doing?" Nut screamed once again, but in the end, nothing happened. No trap, poison, or lightning activated. The gate opened, and a large hallway, the Great Greed Hallway to be exact, appeared before the invaders. 11 more doors set on their left, and the biggest one, overlooked by a lonely arch, waited at the end. "Well, that was anticlimactic," rasped the lanky thief, relaxing his grip on the weapon. The spear hung down, mimicking its wielder's mood. "I welcome this kind of trial," gasped Mutant, even sweatier than before. "Ha, just with fewer D-doors, peeperty-peeplies." "Ha, yes. Let's explore. Remember, do not touch anything if you value your fucking lives. I guess that behind each of these doors is a golem. We don't want to face every single one of them because of someone's grubby fingers, eh?" With a few affirmative nods, the rest of the party spread out, leaving only Silence and Mutant near the door. The former was trembling in fear, while the latter slowly regulated his breathing. It was clear now that the fat man opened the gates only to raise the group's morale, which, admittedly, worked well enough. The place was pretty large, with a floor made from flat stones, exquisitely carved walls, and large amounts of electrical chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. It was bright, silent, and rather wide, a perfect arena for what was supposed to happen. And then I took another look at the scenes depicted in the carvings. "Why? Sculptor, why? Why were you depicting the fucking god of war protagonist, Kratos, ripping his enemies apart? What the fuck?" I mean, I remembered these scenes vividly. They left a lasting memory, their sheer brutality, and the innovative cruelty leaving a deep impression on a child like me. But to make them a focus of this whole Colosseum. What is that? And here it comes. Is this a story of some demigod fighting against the monsters? A temple, then. In the dungeon, does it show a long-forgotten legend, maybe a hero of old? But they look so realistic. Here you see how he rips out an eye from this cyclops. Or how he cuts off their legs. Or how these wings are getting pulled out by his sheer strength. Marvelous. The two usually silent brothers were laughing and constantly running from one scene to another, like people who saw comics or manga for the first time. It was Nut who returned them to reality. You know that this guy could be a boss of the trial, right? These words put a damper on their mood. That's true. Ah, but the descriptor said something about the golems, unless this thing is an advanced one. It would be tough to survive then. Not to even mention being able to win against it. Their exchange was interrupted by Mutation's loud clapping. Please return, we need to talk. A few moments later, the whole team understood the gist of the challenge. How the rooms were decorated with various types of weapons and armor, and how they had to choose from at least one, beat its guardian, and then defeat the boss. So of course, they started bickering, trying to pick the easiest opponent. I would say that axes, maces, swords, and spears are out of the question. Why, a magical weapon like that would set us for life. You do remember that to claim it, we first need to beat its wielder, right? We can do it. Really? Nut nursed his growing headache. How many golems did you encounter? None. Then what makes you so fucking sure that you can beat it? We have numbers and our training. They're not worth shit. Hey, what did you say? You wanna go? Gentlemen, a loud voice interrupted the incoming scuffle. Too bad. It would be entertaining to see them beat each other senselessly in the depths of my dungeon. I could even let the winner go. Just kidding. We should go for a helmet or a dagger. Mutation finally took part in the discussion, after remaining silent for a long time. Why, whined one of the brothers. The idea is what kind of weapon or armor would be the easiest to contend with. His hard gaze wandered from face to face. Not to bring back the best loot. Even with all of us present surviving the ordeal, we would still get a cut big enough to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. And it's not a certainty that all of us will survive. These words silenced the malcontents. As to whether we saw a golem before, of course we did. They... what? Went? Mutation sighed, combing his sweaty hair. On the first floor there is a smith golem endlessly churning out weapons, armor, and various tools. Each of you was forced to observe him for a few hours. He smiled. How the fuck did you forget that? Every fucking single one of you bothered me about it for weeks. Weeks. The faces of the surrounding warriors grew paler as they averted their gazes. Only Silence and his minion stood in confused calmness. The past is the past, brother. We remember now. Mutation's face twisted in anger, quickly dimming, and then returning to his uninterested default state. Whatever. The collective sigh of relief nearly reignited his fury, but the man somehow managed to keep it under wraps. Anyway, assuming that they are the same type of monster, we can guess that they can wear armor, use weapons, are very strong, and are good at enduring enemy attacks but not very fast or agile. Their intelligence should also be questionable. Why? Don't you remember? Knew what? Oh gods, give me strength. After drinking a small sip from his canteen, Mutation continued. Don't you remember when one of the helmet grandpa people tried to do his dumb experiment? The one about messing with the golem. Yes, the fat man waited for them to finish up, yet seeing the shifty expressions, he raised his hands in surrender and continued the story. They took some of his botched jobs from the finished pile back to the materials pile to find out how intelligent this thing was. And vice versa, a material was shuffled into the stuff ready to go. The effect Well, the dumb thing ignored the ingot and reforged the whole breastplate into a few swords. His gaze wandered among the listeners. I remember the guy who had to donate the armor bitching about it. Yeah. So they're not very smart. It would seem so. And how do we use that knowledge? I don't know. A collective sound of disappointment left the lungs of the party. Listen up, you dumb fucks. Mutation was at the end of his patience. I won't make a strategy meeting about a foe we didn't even encounter and we have no intel on. We can only guess. That, and I want to make you all aware of what risks we are taking and what can be done to mitigate them. If you don't want to listen, fine, let's get on with it. Vote, dagger or helmet. Even you lot should understand the difference between attack and defense. Helmet. Also helmet. Dagger. Helmet, a moment of confusion. D-dagger. It was strange. For the first time, the brothers reacted differently. Dagger. Helmet, the smaller chance to die, the better. Silence mumbled under his nose, surprising not only his stogie, but also the rest of the criminals. This means 4 for the helmet and 3 for the dagger. We're set. Get ready, Nut bellowed, preparing a defense formation. A shield wall with spears poking out like needles of an ill hedgehog. Another order and the sharp ends turned mostly in one direction. Do it, Mutation nodded, and the lanky man sprinted towards the carved door, pressing a marked button. For a moment, nothing happened. Nut returned to the formation, lifting his gear and breathing loudly with excitement. Then the wall rumbled, and a line appeared in the middle of a scene depicting Kratos slaughtering some of the Ares' soldiers. A second later, big, metal-clad hand smashed the crack open. With a scream of protesting stone, the golem walked into the light, freed from its tomb. Its look surprised both the invaders and me. Unlike the idiot smith, which I should probably check on, no matter how uncomfortable it will be, the new monster wasn't covered in armor or flame-resistant flesh. No. Instead, it sported a large, 3-meter-tall skeleton with barely humanoid proportions. Large, strong legs were supported with wide feet, while 3-pronged hands looked more like claws used to tear and cut than the fingers of a sentient creature. I would swallow the lack of armor, weapon, and even the obvious attempts to monsterify my design, but one thing I couldn't stand. Why the fuck does it have a glowing weak point? And it's right in the middle of its fucking chest. I get it. Dungeon cores were bound to be trainers and game masters, designing a fair challenge to the sentients. I really get it. But I would love some reason, some boundaries. As I seethed, it was time to look at the second surprise, which wasn't as nasty as the first one, but still made me rethink this whole idea of a trial being a type of punishment. Trial of Greed random reward has been generated and set. Trial of Greed helmet reward has been randomly generated. Trial of Greed helmet reward has been set to regenerating helmet of endless hunger. Analyze, I mumbled, noticing that the golem was wearing a smallish piece of metal. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that it was similar to the medieval pot helmets with an open front and flat upper part. Regenerating helmet of endless hunger. A magical helmet made from mundane iron and enchanted with the boon of regeneration and the curse of hunger. The boon and the curse are connected and will activate simultaneously. Any biological entity wearing it will constantly regenerate damage, burns, destroyed organs, or lost limbs back to the last remembered form of the user. During the process of regeneration, the user will have to endure constant hunger pains and a desire to feed. Be it flesh, plant, or even rotten matter, all will be consumed to fuel the enchantment. This is a cursed item, thus its ownership can be only transferred after the current wielder has been killed or a sufficiently strong anti-curse magic has been used, not wearable by dungeon creatures. Now that was interesting. 64. Uno. I mused about the new item kindly created by the third-floor trial. It was certainly an interesting thing, a useful tool filled with insidious poison. I learned that regeneration seemed to be a big deal in the world of Yana. The reason was simple. There weren't many reliable means of healing existing on this forsaken planet. Those available, like potions made by half-elves or rare light magic users, for example, were out of reach for a common man. This made starvation a small price to pay for keeping one's life, or so it seemed. I chuckled. I wonder if they'll still consider it as such when the ravenous hunger forces them to devour their friends and loved ones. It was a perfect setup. But more importantly, it was readily usable. Maybe these trials weren't so bad after all. I wouldn't mind spreading this prize around the globe, sowing chaos. As I was wasting time thinking, the world kept going. The golem glowered over the invaders, its iron skeleton radiating a silent threat. Humans' only response was to clutch their weapons even harder, gulping down the excess saliva. This standstill continued for over a dozen seconds. After that, the iron golem moved violently, like it broke an invisible collar. It lowered its body menacingly, looking like a sprinter preparing for a run. One of its arms was kept in the air on the same level as its face. It was using it both as a makeshift shield, defending the vulnerable core, and like a spear, prepared to pierce anything that stood in its path. Then, with a horrible screech made by the metal striking the stone, it started to run. I could sense the hatred it stewed in, the outrage stemming from the knowledge that these dirty insects were invading its home. Bang! 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 The noise echoed in the chamber as my monster came closer and closer. The adventurer's reaction was interesting. After the first moment of hesitation, instead of running away, they steeled their composure, even as their pitiful spears were clearly insufficient to deal with the danger. I could see their gritted teeth, a thick coating of sweat, and fearfully dilated eyes. Their bodies trembled, sensing approaching demise. And yet they stood against the giant comprised of metal and hatred. In the end, however, their resolve ended up untested. A loud order broke the stalemate. "Scatter! Now, for fuck's sake!" Nut's command immediately dispersed the formation, turning it into a collection of fleeing individuals, each of them screaming and scrambling to avoid Golem's attack. They escaped, fueled by fear of death and adrenaline. All of them but one. Big John was never fast or quick to react. His weight, slow thinking, and overall clumsiness only added to the equation. Still, in normal circumstances, he too would be able to run away, just like his companions did. Everybody forgot about one minor detail, though. His leg. It was still swollen, bandaged, and weak. I observed his struggle with a strange sense of schadenfreude. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. The big man turned desperately, trying to sprint away from the danger only to grunt in pain instead. The barely closed wound split open, spilling red all over the ground. He crumbled to his knees, sounds of labored breathing filling the air. After a few curses spoken in a terse tone, Big John glanced at the damaged limb that betrayed him in the most important moment. Then, with teeth clenched so hard that they started bleeding, he rose again, using his spear as a crutch. He faced the approaching enemy, his face hardening with resolve. Or was it a simple resignation? He lifted his spear, intent on defending to the last. The few remaining seconds before the collision passed even slower, as I observed the animated monster clash with the large human. The result was easy to predict, as Big John's body was flung in the air, accompanied by scattered pieces of his weapon. A while later, he hit the nearby wall and then slid down, leaving a trail of blood on the stone. At the same time, I could hear a loud crack, suggesting that he didn't come out of the fight unscathed. I predicted a few broken ribs at the very least. With his unfocused eyes and battered body, not to mention blood that seeped from every centimeter of his flesh, Big John looked more like a corpse than a living man. Yet he still drew breath. These humans really were like cockroaches. My golem fared surprisingly worse. A piece of the enemy's spear somehow scratched the surface of its core. The creature howled angrily, just like a beast, spreading its arms in a menacing fashion. It took me by surprise. After all, most of my minions were unable to speak. How was it that this one was different? Despite my reaction, the fight continued, as the golem started marching towards Big John, obviously keen on finishing the job. It was, however, interrupted a moment later by a flying dagger. "Keep it busy," Nut ordered, as he threw another weapon and succeeded in redirecting the monster's attention. "And for Brighton's sake, can somebody try to wake the giant up? We need him." One of the brothers nodded fiercely before both of them surged forward, their spears striking the golem's crossed arms. No damage was being inflicted, but my monster focused on them nonetheless. The pair of criminals with their bald heads and the same faces looked like battle dolls trying to fulfill their master's command. Their battle felt strangely pleasing to the eye. The brothers exhibited unparalleled cooperation as they tried to poke a hole in the brightly lit heart of their opponent. When one of them came under fire, the other tried to bail him out by recklessly lashing out at the golem. The iron machine hissed in annoyance. It wasn't having any of that, especially when its prey was just behind a corner. It swept from left to right with the metal claws, trying to draw blood and slow down the annoyingly nimble opponents. Yet the golem was too big, too bulky, which made it hard to use quick, controlled movements, thus allowing the agility to triumph over strength. It didn't help that the monster's attack was easy to predict, monotone even, and this weakness was easily picked up by its opponents. Their confidence grew as the fight progressed. I really hoped that it was just a tactic to make them slip up. Yet minutes passed by and the scales of victory started tipping in the invaders' favor. Nut and the brothers were keeping the giant busy, while the rest of the team, Mutation, Silence, and his remaining crony focused on waking up Big John. It was an arduous process, mostly comprised of smacking his face and shouting. Slowly he came to, but some time would pass before he would be of any use. I was bored. My only choice was to watch, so I tried to use Analyze on the trial's creation. Cord Bilebrain Golem. A metal skeleton piloted by a bile brain, one of the unholy abominations created in a forgotten dungeon. Its metal structure allows for dealing quick and powerful attacks, which coupled with a durable body creates a perfect killing machine. Too bad that the pilot in charge of it struggles with even the most basic planning and is incapable of precise movements, lowering its performance to the level of a common beast. Additionally, unlike its dungeon-spawned brethren, this monster carries a glaring weakness, the glowing core, which provides it with energy. Destroying it will halt the golem's operation, leaving Bilebrain open for attack. It can and will use weapons and armor if available, and is also capable of understanding basic commands. Threat level E+. Wait, what? Why was it so weak? A big, brawny monster was classified by the system as barely stronger than a Rattling. How? I grew angry, but the emotion soon cooled down. I had to see and judge the situation with my own eyes. Right now, observing the Bilebrain was my only option. So I just started to watch. A few minutes later, the situation cleared out. Even when I lacked body and experience, even when my knowledge about fighting was limited to games, movies, low-level invaders, and my imagination, even then I could tell that something was wrong. The golem reacted to spear pokes in an angry, animalistic fashion, backing off, and then focusing on the person who attacked it. To make matters worse, it was using the same two attacks, swiping left and then right with its claws. Even when it managed to corner one of the humans, a swift dagger attack was enough for it to change the targets. There was some potential for damage when I was considering the golem's first charge, yet right now, when it was being muddle-headed and surrounded by enemies, it was pretty much worthless. Just a big punching bag to be trampled on. It was a hopeless situation. Yet there was light in the darkness. A way out. As a dungeon monster, the Bilebrain golem was capable of receiving commands. More so, the undead were able to hear them directly, unlike my Rattlings or other living thralls. I had to try. Hopefully, there wasn't some absurd rule in place, like the trial monsters are removed from your control, or similar bullshit. Focus your attack on one opponent, ignore the rest, I commanded, and the Bilebrain stopped, confusingly staring at the invaders. This, of course, elicited a bunch of responses. What's going on? Is it dying? Something changed, look out. which quickly turned into unfounded confidence. Kill it, we're doing this shit. Goddess help us. You were us. Use this chance, charge. Even coward Silence and his minion joined the fight, leaving only Mutant still fussing over Big John, all because of the growing chance of victory. Yet there was a malicious glint in Nut's eyes. He also noticed that the family's enforcers left the burden of fighting on their shoulders. I nodded to myself. Humans remained the same, even in the direst circumstances. My attention, however, returned to the monster. It wasn't dying as invaders assumed, but I could sense something weird from it. Was it confusion? Oh, right. The instructions were unclear. It had no idea what to do. Kill the bald one, I specified, and a moment later Bile Brain turned its gaze towards the pair of brothers. And then it just stood there, at least it was trying to block some of the incoming hits. The invaders noticed this change. What's going on? Stay frosty, brother. I hissed in annoyance. How stupid this thing could it be? Attack only the bald human on your left. Ignore the rest, I reiterated. This time the iron giant moved, its hesitation gone like it was never there. Dodge! One of the criminals screamed as a bile brain claw left a mark on the nearby ground. Shit. The daggers aren't working anymore? Nut wheezed as Bile Brain ignored his assault. We need a solution. Help. Hurry. One attack came after another, each barely avoided by the gasping human. His brow was full of sweat, each breath a battle. I smirked. It was clear that my creation was superior in the way of resilience. Slow and steady wins the race. A while later, the claws connected, leaving a long wound on the human's chest. He screamed in pain, tumbling to the ground. His brother jumped in, the spear helplessly trying to pierce the golem's core, only for the man to get smacked by its offhand and sent flying, to the left of my minion. Jaya. Bile Brain hesitated, as it gazed at the wounded man lying before it, before turning its attention to the one that was trying to defend him. Seemingly making a decision, it grunted and ignored the squirming man in favor of his companion. The golem stomped away to continue its assault on the second brother. I grumbled, feeling a mounting headache. What the hell are you doing? My anger rippled through the dungeon as I screamed out, seeing its idiotic actions. This sudden action forced the spectating monsters to curl up, afraid of my rage. Who were these monsters? Rattlings, of course. A bunch of them was peeking at the trial chamber struggle because, why wouldn't they? I already gave up on analyzing their actions. Take care of the bald one lying on the ground. It was like controlling an old, rickety toy vending machine. All my commands were misinterpreted in the worst possible fashion. Murphy's Law, some unjust godly intervention, or just plain mechanical failure. Sighing, I wondered if rattling black mages were experiencing the same problems. The golem slowly turned its menacing frame, looming over the wounded man. It seemed like for this pile of bolts turning around was harder than running after its prey. Dozens of seconds passed before it finished. Mutant was still trying to wake up Big John, while Nut, Silence, and his crony were constantly assaulting the iron giant, hoping to deal some damage or just sway its attention. The brothers were out for the count, one bleeding heavily, and the other was still trying to gather his wits. A delicious situation. What are you waiting for? Kill him! I nudged the monster in the right direction. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on me as I was spouting some truly villainous lines. The bile brain loomed closer and closer to the wounded man, its claws gleaming menacingly. Stop it! A scream came from the back, from the direction of the other brother. Stop it, please! Tears were flowing freely on his face. Yet no begging would convince my minion to abandon its duty. Snicked. Gurgle. Snicked. Gurgle asterisk. Snicked. The human tried desperately to defend, but the sounds of struggle grew weaker and weaker until all that remained was the noise of metal piercing flesh. Enough. The golem tilted its head in incomprehension. I said, "It's enough. Kill the second bald one," I ordered. My earlier ecstasy was already gone, only distaste remained. "You fucking monster, I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" The surviving sibling was raving mad, his eyes filled with hatred. He completely abandoned reason, sprinting towards his nemesis, the distance shrinking in mere seconds. My minion was happy for a challenge, its three-clawed hands ready to skewer the incoming human. For once a prey was coming to him, not the other way around. A collision happened, flesh and metal tearing and bruising. The golem did skewer the incoming runner, but not before paying the price for it. The criminal's spear also pierced true. Both the human and the monster reeled in pain, their screams echoing in the trial chamber. The bald warrior was dead, his spine severed. He accomplished his revenge, though the damage dealt was critical, golem's core pulsing with excess energy trying to break away and explode. Still, the bile brain stood tall. It wasn't dead. Not yet, anyway. The body of its opponent has been flicked away like a piece of trash. Then the golem turned towards the remaining survivors without my input. It was angry and ready to rumble, only to eat another surprise charge, this time made by a screaming and crying giant, Big John, to be exact. Unlike his predecessor, the giant's mass was enough to send them both fighters tumbling, a piece of a broken spear firmly lodged in the weak point of my minion. They both roared, hatred, pain, and simple rage melding together. "Die, just die." Big John repeated these words, pushing the spear ever deeper, each attack temporarily paralyzing the bile brain. It squirmed under the weight, one of its arms already bent at an impossible angle. Still, its constant movement wasn't without merit as it managed to disarm the brute that had thrown it to the ground. Big John, undaunted by the enemy, somehow managed to grab hold of the artifact helmet loosely attached to the golem's head. After a moment of deliberation, he tore it off, eliciting another roar of displeasure from the monster. It took him a while to recognize what he was holding. A moment later, he used the helmet as a bashing weapon, beating the ever-living shit out of the bile brain. Which worked surprisingly well. The helmet was, after all, an artifact, even if it was made from the same material as my golem iron. With unyielding strength, Big John lifted it and then smashed down. And again. And again. "Die. You. Fuck. Die. Delirious." Long after the golem stopped moving, the big fellow was still crying and smashing down on the bile brain's remains. His tears were mixing with the blood, but he wasn't keen on stopping. "It's enough." Nut was the first to step forward, his hand resting on the giant's shoulder. "No, no, the brothers avenge," sobbed Big John. "It's enough. The monster is already dead. The brothers return to the gods, too." The lanky criminal didn't relent. "Are sure it's safe. When he gets like that," Mutation shuddered. "Yes, he is just grieving right now." Nut turned back. "Right?" he asked with a somber voice. "The monster is dead." He looked up. "What is it?" "The brothers' names, what were they?" "Gladius." "Does anyone know?" "I thought you Silver Oasis folks knew each other," jested Silence. "Let's just call them unnamed brothers." The rest of the humans continued the farce, afraid that Big John would suddenly snap. "Right, it kind of does feel that way, right? The unsung heroes of the Jaynard Kingdom." "Good." After speaking these words, Big John's movements slowed down before stopping completely. He stared dumbly at the ichor-splattered helmet held in his hand before blinking, and then putting it on. "Zah. Zah. What the hell are you doing?" "Hey." A series of exclamations sounded around him. "What do you think you are doing, you big oaf?" Silence was the first one to react, his voice echoing with a dangerous tone. "It's a magical artifact. It's worth more gold than you can ever imagine. You can't just put it on." Nut glared at the family's leader before adding his 2 cents. "Please take it off," he said while massaging his brow. "You don't even know what it'll do." His gaze quickly landed on the remains of his companions before skittering away. But it's my prize," the large man stuttered in response. "For beating the metal man, avenging friends." "I know, you did well." Now nobody will take it from you. We're only going to take a look and return it promptly. Mutation invited himself into conversation, speaking in a soothing tone. His approach seemed to work as the giant grabbed the helmet in an attempt to take it off. But he couldn't. I giggled insanely. I was always wondering how the curse would manifest. How would it prevent people from forcibly changing their ownership? Now I knew. The show was just beginning, as the Big Johns noticed that something was wrong. Slowly, their friendly jests at his clumsiness turned into a genuine concern. Hey, it's easy to take it off, you just grab here. And W, why won't it come off? Let me, you all are just what the hell, what is this? Big John was also trying to help, yet even his strength wasn't enough to lift the stubborn piece of armor. Come on, oh come on, my gold. Pull. Got him it. Why won't it let go? The invaders huffed and puffed, joining their forces to release their friend from the artifact's grasp. All in vain. After watching them struggle for a few minutes, I grew bored. Just as I wondered if sending my Rattlings to deal with the humans would break the trial, a voice buzzed by my ear. Pray little. Naan's mental voice was as solitary as her personality. Be patient. There is an amusing party in the dungeon, but they're currently confined in the trial chambers. Can hunt. No, leave them alone. If and only if they manage to survive, I'll probably let them go. Waste. Right, my lord. Any creatures brazen enough to invade our home should be met with merciless retribution. Guardian's voice was much louder than I remembered. Were those perks of being a parent? I snorted. Good thing this is not a democracy, then. After a while, I continued. As I said, I have plans to stir trouble on the surface. Letting them know that a regenerating artifact can be acquired in my depths should tickle their greed. A little hum escaped my mouth. Of course, it's not only that. The side effects will be spectacular. I can only hope that they won't be discovered too early. Enough about me. How about your charges? I do hope you have some progress to report. Training not dead. I suppose it's a good thing, right? Resilient. There was a sense of wonder contained in this short answer. Somehow I felt sorry for the little guy, small. How about you, Guardian? Yes, the kobolds are training with all their might, most of them already evolved into middle-rank monsters. He boomed with pride. What does that even mean? Dungeon kobolds, like some other species, have 4 forms, 4 stages of life. First, there is a newborn youngling, then an adolescent, an adult, and finally an elder. Each of them is progressively stronger, barring exceptions. My Kai, I mean soldiers, have already turned into adolescents. Jealous. And why that knowledge didn't come to me naturally, I grumbled. It was annoying to have something explained like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Guardian shut up for a moment before continuing cautiously. Probably because my lord's dungeon is of a mechanical and undead type. But what about the rats? I frowned deep in thought. They're not considered a proper dungeon race, I think. Oh, whatever. It's not like the kobolds will become a pillar of my strength. Wait a moment. The 4th floor, I started murmuring, thinking about my newest creations. Would they too have stages of life? Were they considered mechanical or maybe organic creatures? My musing was cut short by an annoyed shout coming from the invaders. What the hell? What's with this stupid helmet? Nut screamed before sitting down on the ground in resignation. Yeah, it's pointless. Mutation joined him a moment later, leaving Silence and his crony as the only people still trying to bend the curse magic to their will. His gaze wandered to the 2 dead brothers. Shouldn't we do something for them? He hesitantly asked. We can only move them out of the way. The dungeon will claim their flesh. It's inevitable. I thought it was dead. It is, Nut mused for a few long seconds. Even with the core gone, some basic functions remain. Otherwise, this trial would be already defunct. I see, but let's just move them to the corner. Let's. Both of them delicately moved the mangled bodies of their companions to the back of the chamber and covered them with dirty blankets. With the deed done, all that remained was observing the struggles of the remaining survivors. What is that? Despite his clear greed, silence could only relent. The artifact wasn't budging. "I can't pry it off, boss," his crony added. "I know, leave it be." The man nodded before whispering to himself. "In the worst-case scenario, I'll just cut his head off and present it to the mages this way." A dangerous flame flickered in his eyes. "Do you have any idea why we can't remove his helmet?" Mutant asked. The lanky man frowned. "Do you think I am some freaking walking library? I don't have an answer to every question you can ask." "Boo-woot." "Arg, fine." After taking a deep breath, the criminal continued. "I once heard about the weapons and armor which chose their master. That old crone talked about compatibility, character traits, and similar things. Most of the other oldies just laughed it up as plain old luck. The early bird gets the worm, and so on." "Are you suggesting it's one of these legendary artifacts?" "I don't know, we are talking about legends. It could be true or it could be not. Who am I to judge?" Nut stood up, pacing from one wall to another. "It's not really important. What we need to know is what are its capabilities, besides monstrous durability, of course." "Big John, do you feel any different now that you're wearing this thing?" "No." "Are you sure?" "I am a little hungry," he answered calmly. "I doubt that's the extent of the artifact's power." "Hungry." "Then just munch on a jerky or something and let me think." A few more minutes passed in silence. "No, I don't have enough information. Let's just focus on the present. The only thing we need to do right now is to beat the boss and then return safely to the surface." "We're not getting the dagger then?" Mutant asked. "Hell no, did you see how strong that monster was as soon as it reoriented itself? With only a freaking helmet artifact, a defensive one." He spat on the ground. "Do you really want to face one with an actual weapon?" Nut shook his head in thought. "Remember that the boss will be armed with a copy of whatever item these rooms contain, and there are only 5 of us left." He glanced at the family members and Big John. "Not to mention we're not in the best condition. So for now our aim is to just survive, right?" "Yes, from a grand plan to this. We sure have fallen on bad times, friend." "Tell me more." A wry smile appeared on Mutant's face. "How long are we going to rest?" Silence asked in a grumpy tone. "The sooner we deal with the boss, the sooner we leave this place." His gaze turned distant. "I for one would sacrifice much for a chance to return to a normal life." "What is a normal life to a criminal?" snorted Nut. "Certainly not spelunking in these goddess-forgotten wastes." The family's leader shot back. "Let us go then. We will only grow weaker as time passes." "I used most of my bandages," added Mutant. His tone grew heavier. "Big John's wounds won't close. The bleeding is not stopping no matter what I do." "I feel fine," grumbled the giant. "Just a little bit hungry." "Eat jerky, then." "There is no more left, though." "What? I thought we had a full bag." "We had." "Did you eat every single piece?" I was hungry." "Are you retarded? Why did you do that? We will die from starvation." I'm sorry." A loud sigh escaped Nut's mouth as he waved his hand dismissively. "It really doesn't matter. This battle should be our last. Just remember to not wear this copy of the artifact, all right?" His expression tensed. "I am sure that both the mages and our not noble ruler would be damn interested in any magical item we manage to scrounge from the dungeon." "This is our only way out," mumbled Mutant. "We cannot fail." "Ahem. Why, yes." "True, let's do our best." The rest of the team looked. "What?" Silence scoffed. "My will to live is as strong as yours." Nut stared at him for a long while before shrugging and then striding forward. He pushed a button without hesitation. The effect was immediate. The massive door lit up, and with a low rumble, something inside started to stir, slowly pushing back 2 slabs of rock. Like before, a giant golem appeared from the entrance, similar yet different from the human's earlier opponent. Its skeletal structure was covered with stone, earth, dead flesh, and pieces of mismatched armor. On its head rested a copy of the helmet. A blunt sword rested on its shoulder, while the air around it was filled with black gas, a visible effect of the curse. A small yellow orb pulsated on its chest, the weak point that the trial forced on my creations. "Oh, fuck." It's a boss, all right? Mutant swallowed nervously. Let's try a tested strategy. I'll try to get its attention, while the rest of you will try to damage its core. Nut was already giving out orders, his eyes trained on the slowly incoming opponent. It seemed slower, but also stronger than the earlier guy. Not to mention that big fucking sword. Remain calm. As long as we knock the orb out, it should die like the other one. Yay, what the hell? Ignoring the commotion, and his wounded leg, Big John started sprinting towards the golem, his form surprisingly agile. What are you doing, you fucking stupid two-wall? Stu-whoop. Running like a man possessed, he quickly managed to get past his comrades. I was expecting that he was being motivated by hatred or vengeance, yet his red eyes burned with much simpler desire. Meat, meat, he chanted under his nose, coming closer and closer to the stoic golem. A moment later, a loud asterisk smack echoed in the chamber as he was sent back tumbling. A few seconds later, he stopped moving, sprawled on the ground like a broken doll, large amounts of blood spilling into his surroundings. His chest had been dented, showing pieces of muscles, white bones, and even internal organs. Big Jewin. Damn it. With a wound like that, he is already dead. Focus on the present. We need to take this monster down. Their reactions showed how numb the invaders felt. They quickly ignored their dying companion and instead spread out trying to confuse my minion. I grinned. The same tactic wasn't going to work twice. Focus on the black-clothed human, the smaller one. I ordered my cursed golem, or bile-cursed golem as my analyze called it. Its mind seemed quicker than its lesser brethren, but the difference wasn't that big. My tactic this time was different. I aimed for slowly whittling their power before going in for the kill. I didn't have much choice in this matter. Nut was much too nimble to eliminate quickly. Mutant was a non-entity in this fight. Big John was already out. Silence was another target on my list, and it was his subordinate that looked the most tired and haggard. Not to mention his lack of skill. This process of elimination left me with the first candidate to be assaulted. The eyes of the invaders widened as my minion started swinging its sword in a single direction, slowly cornering the black-clothed man. Boss, help me. It's too fast. Dodge. Raiolias. I don't want to die. The chaotic battlefield only grew more confusing as Nut tried to climb the golem's back, in a futile attempt to get a stab at its core. Silence and Mutant courageously pestered the monster, their attacks barely scratching its armor. Silence's minion tried to run away, but with the trial's limited space, there wasn't much he could do. Instead, he tried to avoid the falling blade, each attack draining his stamina. In the end, he slowed down enough that the blunted piece of iron caved his shoulder in. It sent him reeling, blood and urine mixing on the ground. The man couldn't even speak from the pain. His mouth opened in a noiseless scream. As he gasped for air gazing at the looming death, something happened. Someone happened. Big John sailed through the air, weaponless, with only animalistic hunger visible in his eyes. He collided with my minion, sending it tumbling. The momentum threw Nut away, yet he somehow managed to land safely. Silence's minion wasn't so lucky as the monster's large feet smashed one of his legs to a pulp. Two screams constantly tore at the air. The battle continued. 65. Uno. It was fun. There was chaos, screams, and spurting blood. The battle continued unimpeded as my golem kept smacking around its undying opponent. Each hit it delivered painting the surrounding walls red. I could hear Big John's bones breaking over and over, and a moment later they were slowly snapping back in place. The giant human, or maybe just a primal beast that remained in his place, howled and screamed while continuing his assault on my iron servant. The rest of surviving adventurers, Nut, Mutant, Silence, and his crippled follower, were currently busy huddling in the corner, observing the developing situation. They reeked of fear, sweating heavily and trying to breathe as quietly as humanly possible. Scared and desperate, that was how I would describe them. Yet it was said desperation that often pushed humans when all seemed lost. There were whispers exchanged in the dark. Nut and Mutant slowly rose, a flame of hope reignited in their eyes. Sadly, I couldn't hear the contents of their conversation due to Big John's obnoxiously loud screams. Meat. Give. More flesh. More bones. And sweet, delicious marrow. Food, here I come. Ayen eat everything. The big man's words were turning less and less coherent as he accumulated the damage. Minutes later, his weapon and armor broke, ground down under his crazed assault and the golem's unforgiving retaliation. In the end, Big John was forced to use his fists to attack, his flesh reforming after each successful strike. He ignored the fact that his bones and nails weren't strong enough to break through the bile brain's armor and continued fighting. It was only after some time that I understood his aim, or was it just a simple instinct? While it was true that the metal chest plate, greaves, and helmet worn by his enemy were sturdy enough to stop most of the hits, they weren't completely covering the golem's body. Noticing that flaw, Big John's fingers were continuously digging deeper and deeper. He discovered a weakness with each attack while searching for a way to crush the wildly pulsating golem's core hidden underneath the metal. "What are you doing?" A frown appeared on my face as I started to get angry. There should be no need to micromanage this fight. According to my knowledge, the trial monsters were much stronger than this ragtag band of adventurers. Just pick him up and then throw him away. The monster followed the command to the letter, lifting Big John like my old world's wrestler, and then chucked him away in a grandiose fashion. I breathed with relief. We had gained a few seconds of respite before that meat-devouring madman would return. I had to think of a solution. The way this fight was going, Big John was sure to beat my monster and then devour his companions. I had other plans, though. My contemplation was cut short by a suspicious noise. Clang, which came from Big John's direction. I refocused on the bloodied walls only to giggle with glee at the developing situation. While I didn't plan for it, there was no need to discard any advantages. The humans mirrored my reaction in a less pleased fashion. "Oh shit. Goddess preserve us. Are you fucking kidding me?" Two of them. With a loud rumble, the second pair of doors opened, and the stone door revealed a stout silhouette. It was another golem, this time armed with a menacing bastard sword. It was quite long at 85 centimeters with a sleek and clean blade. Yet under that mundane shell radiated a subdued aura of power. A moment later, a blue box appeared before my eyes. Trial of Greed random reward has been generated and set. Trial of Greed sword reward has been randomly generated. Trial of Greed sword reward has been set to Berserker's blood sword. Now it was clear what happened. Big John's flying body accidentally pressed the button, letting another of my servants in. A lucky coincidence I wasn't planning for. Analyze, I mumbled, interested in the trial's newest creation. Berserker's blood sword. A magical weapon forged from mundane iron and enchanted with an ability to greatly increase cutting power when bathed in blood. At the same time, the curse placed on it forces the wielder in direct contact with the blade into a powerful rage at the sight of blood, turning her into an unstoppable killing machine. Any biological entity equipping the weapon will be immune to psychological effects, but also unable to make a distinction between allies and enemies when enraged. The battle rage lasts a maximum of 10 minutes. After the berserk state ends, the user's physical abilities will be weakened. It is, however, possible to immediately enforce another bout of rage. This is a cursed item, thus its ownership can be only transferred after the current wielder has been killed or a sufficiently strong anti-curse magic has been used. Not usable by dungeon creatures. Warning, equipping the item results in a forcible change of class. Oh, that kind of power was certainly interesting. And more importantly, it was also strangely compatible with the helmet. One would heal the wielder, keeping him or her alive, while the other would make sure that all obstacles in the user's way were destroyed. These items were perfect. It would be nice to accidentally send a few pieces to the human side and watch the carnage. Now the only question was, should I let one of the survivors leave, or should I rather push the introduction back in time? As I was trying to decide, the battle continued. Big John was trying to ignore the freshly added enemy, trying instead to rush towards the trial's boss in a hunger-induced rage. This was a stupid move. Even my iron dolls were able to land a hit on such a predictable target. /*. A sickly sound of metal cutting flesh resounded in the chamber as the cursed sword bit into the adventurer's shoulder. Even Big John's thick bones had no choice but to snap under the golem's strength. Not to mention that the blade turned out strong enough to carve the giant up even without activating its blessing. Jaya area. Big John screamed like a wounded animal. At the same time, I made up my mind. The humans were going to get their present. Full of resolve, I returned to observing the battlefield. On the other end of the hall, my trial boss was currently hunting the 3 remaining criminals. Silence's subordinate had been already disposed of, his head smashed open like a watermelon. "Dodge!" Nut screamed, his voice already hoarse. "For fuck's sake, now!" He fell flat on the ground, and a moment later my boss's claws swooshed over his head. Black-clothed Silence standing behind him wasn't as fast, the attack successfully drawing red blood. "Arg!" he yelled while flailing around. "Pursue the black one," I ordered, seeing my golem obsessed with Nut. He was pretty good at drawing the monster's aggression, always go for the wounded one. The minion stopped glaring at Silence, whose face turned completely pale, and then stomped away to gang up on Big John. Of course, this stupid piece of shit would interpret everything literally. "Stop," I spoke coldly. "Good, now go back and fucking squash the black-robed human." The Iron Man turned in unhesitantly and started, once again, pursuing his enemy. "Look out. It's coming back. Gods. We can't defeat it. Then try to confuse it. And how we should do that? Laya. It had problems with choosing its target. Let's just run around. Aren't we just dodging? How the fuck are we supposed to win?" A valid, if somewhat short-sighted tactic. If I wasn't here to give orders, I mean, I murmured, my anger quickly cooling down. The 3 surviving humans started to dodge the golem's attacks, their figures flicked in and out like ghosts. They changed places every second, moving dangerously close to the monster. My servant turned its head left and right, claws poised to strike, yet it was still not able to attack. This situation persisted for a few more minutes, accompanied by Big John's screams as he was being hacked apart. This, unsurprisingly, strained the survivors' nerves. "How much el longer?" gasped Silence, his legs already trembling from exhaustion. "Move d don't t-talk," Nut answered angrily, barely avoiding another wide sweep of the claws. "And here we have it," I nodded. Were they seriously trying to compete in endurance against an iron doll, a mechanical contraption? I held my head. Now, who will be the first to take the fall? Seconds passed, and the one to slip up was the person in the worst physical condition, the one who didn't even have any strength left to speak. "Mutant." He comically tripped on flat ground, barely managing to lift his head before the golem kicked him as one would do with an overly fat ball. It was nice. It meant my servants were learning. A long, tearful scream resounded as Mutant sailed through the air before hitting the ground a few meters away. His body tumbled 3 more times and then collided with a nearby wall. He stopped and collapsed in a heap of twitching flesh, blood, and urine. "Mutant, may the gods curse you, monster," Nut shouted, breathing heavily. His daggers were prepared to strike the enemy. "What the hell are you doing?" asked Silence, his face even paler than before. "We need to go on the offensive. It's the only way to survive." "Are you retarded? There are only 3 of us." "I know, that's why we need to focus on the weaker opponent. If we just wait, then our fate will be sealed." The lanky man smiled grimly. I'll try to distract this fucker. You help Big John with his foe. Hell no. Silence glanced at the bloodied, yet still energetically screaming giant. He will attack me too. I will gladly trade then. Fuck, fuck. The family's leader's eyes were swimming. The clock is ticking, Nut reminded him while avoiding the golem's lukewarm strike. Is it giving us time to decide? He muttered, his eyes squinted in suspicion. Are they intelligent? The black-clothed man straightened his back. A shallow wound bled on his chest. Get to Big John. I'll try to buy you as much time as I can. Nut patted him on the shoulder. If we survive, I'm buying everyone a mug of beer. Silence brushed off his hand. You wish, he scoffed before grumpily whispering. I'm more of a wine guy. Ha, that's the spirit. With a wide, mad smile, Nut rushed towards the bloodied giant. There was hope in his eyes, a wild energy present in his step. And strike he did, his sudden attack nearly severing the golem's arm as he lodged the blades in it, using the metal as leverage. My minion was instantly forced to defend. Under all the armor there were weak, human-like bones hidden after all. Yes, this will do. I had decided who was going to become prey, and who would emerge as a sole survivor. Do it now, I ordered, decapitate him with flair. The suppressed golem stopped retreating from Nut's wild attacks, instead choosing to compress its body a bit. The daggers bounced helplessly from the armor, leaving only scratches on their surface. After resisting the attack, my minion sprung forward, ignoring the attacker and instantly reducing the distance to its target. A scream of warning followed behind its back. It was, however, much too late. The golem put the sword in a two-handed grip, and with a single swift motion, swung it from left to right, cutting the flesh, bone, and spraying blood everywhere. The world stopped. A sound of metal hitting the ground remained in the air for a few seconds, before Big John's body fell. His severed head slowly rolled near Nut's foot. Perfect. I didn't know such a level of control was achievable. I was proud of my accomplishment, even if I was only giving orders. Yow-woo-woo-woo, Nut screamed in a broken voice before collecting himself and reaching for his friend's severed head. Death wasn't merciful to his former companion. His mouth and eyes were open, full of hungry rage. You will be avenged, the man mouthed quietly. His dark moment was cut short when a struggling voice cut the air. Help me. Silence was currently being pressed by the boss golem, his injuries mounting. His earlier bravado was already gone. I can't take it anymore, I'm sorry, he screamed before rapidly retreating. Hidden behind him was barely conscious Mutation, his battered body hastily lifted in a half-sitting position. Now that the family's leader had run away, he would be easy prey for my monsters. This sight enraged Nut. He gnashed his teeth before taking off Big John's cursed helmet. Then, with a sad expression, he returned the severed head to the floor. There is no other way, I could hear him whisper. With this, I'll be stronger. First, take control of the sword. Second, destroy the big golem. Third, murder the coward. Fourth, save Mutation. After saying so, he put the cursed helmet on. Hook, line, and sinker, I smiled. Unlike his dead friend, Nut wasn't immediately turned into a beast. I saw some changes, constantly gritted teeth and dry gums, for example, but nothing serious. Not yet. After donning the magical tool, he charged my sword golem without any hesitation, his lean body curled up in a crouched running position. The iron servant hesitated, not knowing how to react when deprived of my direct control. It tried to do an overhead swing, only to miss atrociously, leaving only a few harmless sparks on the ground. Nut managed to use that opening wisely, his body climbing the opponent like some parkour expert. Yet just as his daggers claimed the golem's core, one of the opponent's claws also found its target, tearing Nut's chest all the way through. It landed straight in the middle, piercing the sternum and damaging his internal organs. Gah! A single, gurgling scream escaped Nut's mouth before my golem slowly collapsed before him. Was it a conscious decision or some kind of a self-destructive urge? I wondered as my cameras worked hard at recording this cruel battle. Should I show it to Guardian and his kobolds? They specialize in direct combat, right? Hmm. Unaware of becoming a center of my attention, Nut breathed out slowly, observing his disappearing wound. His eyes widened in a sudden realization. This artifact, what it grants, is that an immortal body, he mumbled before suddenly shouting out in pain. Why, you? Blood dripped from his mouth. Sorry, it's the only way to survive. A bloodied dagger was buried in his heart, Silence's pale fingers clamped on the handle. As long as I have the helmet, somehow, I will escape this place. There is a second one, you fool. Nut sputtered, red blood flowing from his lips. I know, but I still need something to have my freedom back, right? What or why you talking? The lanky criminal fell to his knees before finishing his sentence. A red pool spread around his body. Now to slit his throat just to be sure. Silence did the deed without hesitation. It was clearly not his first time. Then his gaze turned to the slowly advancing boss golem. And now for the finale. He smiled, a small tick appearing in the corner of his mouth. The blade should be magical too, considering how easily it cut off the big guy's head. He picked it up and then just stood there, shocked. Wow, what the hell is this? He let out a surprised scream. My class, what does? His eyes widened as he looked at the invisible screen. Be berserker, no way, no, I refuse, I don't want this, my future. He shouted to nobody in particular before throwing away the blood sword, acting like this act would mean something. A moment later, he froze as the blade hovered about 3 meters from him, before falling to the ground with a loud asterisk clang asterisk. When he took a step back, the weapon lying on the ground suddenly dragged its metal body towards him, retaining the distance. No, I don't want to live my whole life with this cursed thing in my hand, he roared, glaring at the slowly moving weapon. It's good that you don't need to, then. A raspy voice came from behind before 2 daggers were embedded in Silence's eyes. Jaya! His scream was short and painful, the last member of the syndicate flopping to the ground like a discarded piece of meat. That was close, Nut mumbled, touching his throat wound. The skin and flesh were still raw, slowly mending under his fingers. Even with the aid of the skill, I was too late to react, if not for this thing. He touched the helmet comfortably resting on his head. A moment later, his gaze turned to the sword. And here goes another one, a berserker class, if I heard it right. What's the worst that could happen? A wry smile appeared on his face. He surged forward and then picked up the item. Zarg. That stings. He muttered, clicking his teeth. Now the effects. My class really had been changed. Berserker, I like the feeling it carries. Anything more that's new? A skill, right. Overhead swing. Doesn't seem too impressive, but at least it's straightforward. Nut's gaze followed the slowly advancing golem. This place, is it truly dead? The magical items, new and dangerous monsters, or am I just a fool and all forgotten dungeons are this crazy? He grumbled. Not that it matters anymore. Let's just dance. As he started to run, I ordered my minion, caution no longer necessary. Kill him, golem. The monster lowered its center of mass before sprinting in Nut's direction. The metal appendages struck the floor in a hypnotic rhythm. Despite his own high speed, the monster's target easily managed to evade, throwing his body away from the golem's attack. A moment later, the chamber trembled with the noise of torn metal, my servant ramming straight into the nearby wall. Using this gap, Nut charged ahead, his weapon cutting with ease through the golem's armor. Just as he smiled widely, a sudden backhand broke his nose before throwing him away. Fuck, it still hurts, he screamed, instinctively raising his hand to wipe out the blood. And then his eyes fixated on it, his pupils growing larger and larger before a loud roar escaped Nut's chest. BLOOOOD. Why is this happening? I can't. Escort, no. He took a deep breath, recognizing Golem's figure in the distance. Enemy, KILLLLLLL. Then his gaze suddenly focused, teeth bared like a wild animal. The earlier cautiousness was gone, replaced with unadulterated rage. He ran straight towards the monster, throwing away any tactics or planning. In a few seconds, my servant and the crazed adventurer collided with each other, sword tearing the iron and claws piercing the flesh. Nut howled like a beast, trying to cut out pieces of the golem's flesh, his mad rush chipping away more and more metal parts. At the same time, he stuck close to the monster, not letting it free its right claw and strike again. The golem's left claw was, however, free to continue its attacks, trying to blindly tear the human apart, to damage some important organs and bleed him dry. It succeeded in shredding the flesh only for the damage to get offset by the helmet's healing. This stalemate continued for 20 more seconds, while metal and human pieces were starting to pile up on the floor. My boss golem roared as Nut cut off its arm completely, and when his sword started to shear iron closer and closer to its core. It barely managed to lift the enraged opponent into the air, likely remembering my earlier lessons. A while later, Nut also flew through the air, a surprisingly common occurrence in this battle. The bleeding piece of flesh that was formerly an adventurer landed on the floor with a wet sound. For a second I thought that this was it, that the battle was done, and all the humans were dead. Then the berserker twitched violently before slowly getting back up, cut muscles and broken bones returning to their places with a sickening, slimy noise. Seeing all this, I wonder who is the real monster. I mused, calmly observing the artificially made calamity. This much power should be enough. When he returns to the surface, my protection will be guaranteed. After all, despite their unnatural sturdiness, these berserkers of mine are far from immortal. As I spoke, the battle commenced again, Nut slowly cornering the remaining golem with his rage-fueled attacks. His swings were wild and quick, often resorting to trading a wound for a wound. Yet it was an effective tactic. Without any weapon but its claws and already heavily damaged, my minion didn't even last 3 minutes, turning into mangled pieces of metal strewn about on the battlefield. The doors to the trial opened again. The fight was won. Yet Nut was not done. He knelt on the floor before releasing his grip on the weapon. The sword fell to the floor with a loud clang as its master gulped down the cold, underground air. Then he stood up, his reddened eyes turned towards the only other survivor, heavily bleeding Mundan, crumpled on the floor. The fat man's face was scrunched in a painful expression, yet he still managed to whisper a few words of encouragement. "Ha ha, we somehow made it, friend. Help me bandage the wounds." He stopped speaking for a moment, his eyes clouded with pain. "I'm losing a lot of blood here." His pleading took a higher note when he saw raw hunger in Nut's eyes. "K-Nut, FF friend, what is going on?" Walking closer in an ominous silence, the lanky, half-naked adventurer stared at his best friend before growling a few words under his nose. "Mama always said that the best meat is fresh meat, no matter where it came from." What? What are you doing? Please, oh gods." I closed my eyes. A loud panic scream was cut short by repeated sounds of bashing, bones breaking, and then it was only slurping and gnawing. Seconds passed, then minutes. I waited patiently. "Kill," Naan whispered in my ear not once or twice. I always responded the same. "No, he is needed for my future." In the end, it took nearly an hour before Nut came back to his senses. And then even more hours passed as he cried, self-mutilated his body, devoured the flesh of the dead, and then cried again. It was a rather boring experience. At least I learned that it was pretty hard for a man to decapitate himself, and that the cut-off limbs could still be regenerated. Leaving all that behind, I was staring at Nut, who just sat there in the middle of my trial room, staring at the wall. I was afraid that I broke him. He kept me in suspense for a few more minutes before rising lazily from the bloodied floor. His hand was already gripping the magical sword. "A cannibal berserker, you say?" he barely mouthed, his tone devoid of feeling. Only now I understood that he was watching the system's blue box. "I guess I deserve it, and to think I never believed in divine punishments." What should I do? Everyone is dead, even this worm of a man." He spat down on the floor where Silence's body once lied, now replaced by a few pieces of flesh and bone. "Should I just head for the surface? The trial is over, our reward." He glared at the second helmet lying innocently on the floor. Our reward dispensed. Should I die too, he mused. Or maybe revenge on whom? Wait, he paced from one part of the room to another. Were we set up? This whole expedition, it was too easy. Color returned to his face, a perspective of purpose suddenly animating his body. And I heard that we weren't the only ones with such plans. Nut stopped, staring at the ceiling, trying to remember. Was I a fool? He glanced at the bloodied trial chamber. There is no other way. I can always die later. Let's return to the surface and check if there is a trap waiting. With a low hum, he collected the second helmet and retreated to the second floor. His way back was quick and painless, my monsters ordered to avoid his path. He used pieces of cloth and leather to cover his bloodied flesh, and easily emerged on the first floor, only to be immediately accosted by the patrolling guards. Their accusatory tones easily broke through the man's self-control, forcing him to draw his weapon. Long story short, he had been captured but not before slaughtering or maiming 24 of guards. It was Master Vincent who ended up ending his rampage. In the beginning, Mage, Master just blew the adventurer up, angry at the wasted time. However, when he observed the regeneration firsthand, his eyes had changed. A magicked iron was brought out, one I would very much like getting my hands on, and Nut was skillfully cornered and then chained. After that, he was dragged into the prison, away from my surface cameras. Too bad. I was curious about the experiments they would subject him to. At least the incursions to the third floor had been stopped. The second floor battles still continued, though the humans were clashing with my rattlings pretty much every 2 days. I understood that they weren't only exploring but also grinding levels, so I focused on my own power leveling. On the fourth floor, new rooms were being dug out by my anima drones, and sarcophagi made from green glass were being constructed. A large tank full of slime-like food solution was also added to the plans and already connected to my network of tubes. It would be needed soon. The days passed, my minions battling the invaders away while humans bustled on the surface like a colony of monstrous insects. I didn't know what was happening up there, as most of the important meetings were conducted under the outpost roofs. This continued for some time until one day Not Noble Charles went for a picnic, probably bored with the low-class environment he was confined to. Anyway, I was watching as he enjoyed the silvery trees and bronze grass while sipping on some expensive wine. A few guards were stationed around him, their presence noticeable yet conveniently out of hearing range. Apart from that, only silver-haired butler Adam was allowed nearby, a stack of papers resting in his hands. So are you saying that the dwarven outpost at the Snake Pit dungeon had stopped answering our calls? Yes, master, the old man nodded serenely. Our iron caravans returned after hailing them for a few days. They barely had enough provisions to do so. The dwarven territory is off-limits to our people, so it's hard to tell what actually happened. It could be a change in their internal politics, some catastrophe, or even a plague. All that we know is that no more snake meat will arrive in the predictable future. Are our diplomats in the hold saying anything? No, nothing. Damn it, how are caravans sent to the kingdom then? It's too risky for small merchants, and we don't have anything enticing to the large companies. Nobody in their right mind will undertake this long journey only to move some iron, rat meat, or third-rate magical tools. The lightning maces aren't selling. Why? It seems like information about their limited capacity had been somehow leaked. What is Autoles even doing? I don't think putting a dross merchant in charge is a good solution, master. There are no other choices. The only human resources that are constantly flowing in are low-born peasants and the capital's scum, Charles shouted before slamming his hand on the table. There is no noble or merchant stupid enough to journey here. I apologize for upsetting you, master. The former noble waved his hand. No, it's not your fault. I had spoken too much. He gulped down another glass of wine. How goes procuring food in the Silver Oasis dungeon then? Master Vincent's apprentices have some limited success. Though, The first floor was a complete letdown. The rat meat and some green plant growing on the walls were all that we could get. Are they even safe to consume? During the attack, some of the civilians ate them, yet none of them feel ill, at least at the moment. Their nutritional value is, however, very low. I understand. Speaking of ill, how are my bodyguards? No changes, master. They remain in deep sleep. It's been weeks from the assassination attempt. How are they even still alive? Charles shook his head before motioning Adam to continue. On the second floor, we had some success. A few interesting and edible plants had been found. None of them are tasty or filling, but with the number of bellies we have to fill. I'll take what I can get. Yes, Adam flipped the page. We found some kind of yellow berries. There were also hard, rock-like fruits with both plant flesh and water inside. Adam stopped talking before sighing deeply. And a weird, rotten-smelling obsidian plant with green, fleshy insides. Oh, now I wonder what remains on the third floor. Charles smiled wearily. The prisoner said that there was a whole community of rats farming down there. Can you imagine that? Master. Yes, I know. Too dangerous. A bitter expression appeared on Charles's face. Anyway, any more news extracted from our prisoner? Master Vincent said he talked. Oh. But he is not coherent. Some things he says, they're not possible. Still a new class. Master, any cannibal class should be forbidden. Adam's face hardened into an unreadable expression. We do what we must to survive, though. Master. Charles waved his hand in dismissal once again. Yes, what's that? Please don't change the topic. No, the earth, it moved. As he said so, I also felt something. A slow, deep rumbling of a mental voice. Master, we're master. Who are you? I asked immediately. Servant. And who are you exactly? And where are you? Show yourself before me. Yes. The ground trembled again, and then I saw them. Or rather, I saw a part of a human outpost building bulging out, and then spraying pieces of stone and wood everywhere. Screams of panic followed as a monstrous hand appeared, clutching the building. A 3-meter-tall figure slowly rose from the ruins, its muscular and humanoid shape reminding me of something. Analyze, I muttered. Subhuman gigantic anima life form. Agal, S are a middle ground between humans and monsters, capable of acquiring a class, yet remaining outside the sentient race's boundary. They're large, powerful humanoids created after ingesting large amounts of anima and changing in accordance with the core-less human tendency. They're intelligent enough to both use tools and understand simple commands. Their social structure and ability to use magic are currently unknown, as no individual has ever evolved. While these specimens are effectively dungeon monsters, their offspring will not necessarily be so. Their mere existence is a slight to the system, a ND, I low VIT. Threat level, sentients don't have a threat level. Wait. If I'll ignore all the other weird stuff, and even Gangria's unmistakable illusion, there was one thing I wasn't going to just silently agree on. Hey, they're clearly Ogrins. What the hell do you mean by Ogals? I screamed mentally in the ether. My complaints had some effect as the box blurred, some words changing before becoming readable again. Ogrekin. Ogrekin are a middle ground between humans and monsters, capable of acquiring a class, yet remaining outside the sentient race's boundary. They're large, powerful humanoids created after ingesting large amounts of anima and changing in accordance with the core-less human tendency. They're intelligent enough to both use tools and understand simple commands. Their social structure and ability to use magic are currently unknown, as no individual has ever evolved. While these specimens are effectively dungeon monsters, their offspring will not necessarily be so. Their existence is evidence of the system's corruption. Threat level, sentients don't have a threat level. No, it's not correct. Not Ogrekin, Ogrins, Ogryns. I shouted again only to get completely ignored. The analyze window remained unchanged. Moving, hard, a slothful, deep voice broke through my ruminations as I returned my attention to the human anthill, which was currently on fire and under the assault of 5 gigantic figures. Or so it seemed at first. The ogrekin seemed just clumsy, constantly falling down and adding to the overall confusion. Why do I always get the stupid minions? Don't move, I ordered, only to see their large figures trying to stop with legs still in the air, and with their sense of balance. They fell one after another, demolishing another building. Sorry. Just try to blend in with the humans, fulfill their orders, imitate them. From now on, you're ordinary humans. You don't know anything else. I quickly ordered before courageously retreating from the surface. It was an old and well-known tactic of sending a hot potato straight to your neighbor. 65.5 Unlucky. Tobble Rockstricker, outpost leader of Snake Pit's dungeon. Tobble was having a really bad day. He could even venture a guess that it was one of the worst times of his life, and that meant something. While leading a band of dwarves in Ascend of Nowhere was already a hateful chore, the fact that each one of them was an oathbreaker only made it worse. Despite being a part of the lowly caste himself, it didn't mollify his distaste. At first, his experiences with the worst of the worst were terrible, and it continued to be that way for quite some time. Thankfully, a few broken bones and squashed noses later, the situation improved, and he somehow turned into an unquestionable leader of the small settlement. His strength, cunning, and ability to deal with unexpected trouble made many of his subordinates wonder what was the pre-det profession of their scarred commander. There wasn't a man or woman courageous enough to risk asking, though. The Snake Pits weren't manned by a dwarven clan, like it was normally done, but instead by a collection of various individuals chosen from the Oathbreaker's caste, a practice that was followed when guarding underground holds of small importance. The dwarves sent here were unruly folk, but after getting a taste of Tobble's disciplining, they quickly fell in line. A sense of camaraderie and duty was born amongst them, even if at least half of the inmates weren't simply shouldering the debt. Instead, they were the ones who knowingly broke the olden laws, forcing their sins on the shoulders of their children and kinsmen alike, shaming their ancestors' hard work. This solidarity of transgressors kept them afloat even in the worst of circumstances. They were thieves, thugs, corrupt officials, liars, conmen, murderers, rebels, and they had nowhere else to go, hovering one step from oblivion. One more sin was enough to turn them into hated outcasts. The Dwarven Hold Society had them exiled, and the only way for their children to return was to fulfill their duty or die trying, preferably both. This punishment would continue until the debt was fully repaid, and their kin were returned to the underground nation of Dwarven Holds. Ancient magic made sure that no one was free from these rules. Not heroes, not merchants, not kings. Snake Pit's outpost was a rugged, self-contained society. A dirty, hopeless place where monster attacks were common and blood was spilled day after day. A hole in the ground where the local inhabitants carved a piece of safety from the constantly shifting world of an enslaved dungeon core. Worse, it had become a home to Tobble and his brothers. And they would die before allowing anyone to take it from them. BOOM. A loud noise echoed, forcing a few short figures to immediately start racing to the wall, evaluating the extent of the damage. They cursed and spat, rough, calloused fingers tracing the ever-enlarging cracks in the stone and creaking material of a large, wooden door. Hold it, you fuckers. Get the nails ready, munchkins. Not many left. Then I'll keep the door in place with your teeth. Nails, I say. Yeah. The constant noise in the background returned Tobble to reality, ending his self-pitying session. He grunted as his gaze focused on a frayed map laid down on a shaky table before him. The dungeon they were in charge of wasn't that big, yet with only 150 dwarves under his command, it was hard to get trustworthy information about what was happening out there, especially since nearly half of them were dead or unaccounted for. The rest were confined in this makeshift fort, forced to await their doom. Only a few scouts remained out in the open, barely avoiding the monster patrols. Every now and then their dying screams echoed outside the stronghold, weighing on his conscience and adding to rising impatience. These were men and women he had trained, and it hurt to lose them, even if most of his subordinates believed that blood spilled in a righteous cause would lessen their debt. For their commander, the debt didn't matter. The job he was entrusted with did. Tobble squinted his black eyes in hesitation, intentionally ignoring the sounds of battle. A few more dwarves were hunted while he waited, planned, hoping for a chance that may never happen. The Oathbreakers would rather die than see their home destroyed, but to fall in a line of duty was an acceptable sacrifice. In a moment the noise would stop, squashed by a constant chittering of these filthy rats. The indignity of all this. Of all the monsters in existence, they were being slaughtered by ancestor-damned rats. "We're getting fucked over," muttered one of his captains, only to get silenced by a bloodshot glare. "I know that, you bastard," Tobble huffed. "What I want to know is how a bunch of lowly monsters is using tactics against us." "Tactics," the other captain grumbled, his face full of disgust. "Only weaklings need tactics. For your ancestors' hairy asses, tactics are nothing. They have a freakin' air fleet." "Bah, these are only overgrown dragonflies, boss," protested one of the subordinates. "If it was only that, then I wouldn't be so worried, you daft tool." The dwarf's clenched fist hit the table, adding to the already existing cracks. "They're not divin and scratching us as a proper monster should." One of the men present gnashed his teeth in anger. "Nay, they go and drop bombs, rocks, and other weird shit. Not good." "You're right. Damn goblins." "What, they not goblins, though?" "It's always the goblins' fault, though. Creepy green little buggers." "Aye, the goblins be bad business." "Kill them." "Oi, what are you old fucks even talking about?" Tobble growled, instantly silencing his subordinates. "These are no goblins but weirdo rats," he bellowed. "But the goblins are surely—" "Oh, shut up, you crazy old git, before I'll throw you out to feed the core." "Aye, aye, boss." His subordinate instantly deflated in response. "Like I was saying," before Bane rudely interrupted. Tobble's eyes searched the surroundings for inspiration. "We're properly fucked, ain't we?" "Yes, yes, we are." Gasping with anger, the outpost leader hit the innocent table once again. "That's not IT, you moron." A slew of laughing voices surrounded him as the cleanly-shaven dwarves, each with gray tattoos visible on their head, almost spat out their lungs. Amongst them, the commander's stout figure wearing menacing bone armor stood out even in the eyes of an outsider. An eye-catching small emblem of a hand holding a hammer was stuck to his chest, a widely recognized symbol of dwarven holds. Tobble's rugged skin was decorated by a large number of scars and tattoos, yet his monstrous impression was softened by a wide grin that seemed to split the man's wrinkled face. "Booms." The loud noise, followed by angry screams and creaking wood, returned the dwarven leadership to reality. 4 stout figures followed their commander's footsteps as he returned to the crude map lying on the table in the center of the room. "Enough jokes, you idiots. What is the state of supplies, Grummet?" A small yet sturdy dwarf strode forward to answer the question. "It's no good, boss. We can afford to survive for a few more days. Up to a full week, maybe a week and a half if we ration our food. At least the water isn't an issue." "Thank the ancestors for the well." "Thank the boss, you dolt. Also, weren't you the one who said it wasn't needed?" Grummet's wrinkly face turned even uglier as he observed his comrades. "Ha. Don't try to laugh it off," the small dwarf huffed in annoyance. "Anyway, the ancestors are telling us to rally out," screamed one of his companions, a pale dwarf missing an eye. "Shut your trap, hind." "But, boss, you want the debt to grow even heavier on your kin shoulders." "Why, we're planning on fighting and dying in the name of the holds." Hind's pale face turned red, highlighting a spiderweb of scars spread on his face. "You're an old dwarf and yet so stupid. No wonder you got so easily dumped in here." "Boss, what is our purpose out here, gits?" Tobble sighed before glaring at the rest of his subordinates. "To protect our stuff," one of them shyly answered. To get rid of the debt. To fill our role as sacred defenders of the dwarven holds. With a sudden nod, their leader stood up once again. Yes, we're bound to defend this place. Do you morons think that simply dying without achieving anything would be allowed? That it would alleviate our burden? Huh. His red-hot anger surged violently from the small figure, forcing Tobble's subordinates to take a few steps back. The powerful warriors avoiding his black, heartless gaze like children caught by their parents. Then, what can we do, boss? Sniffed one of them. Maybe we can send some dwarfs to the nearest outpost to warn them about these ratties and stuff, another added. No, we can't. The room drowned in silence, and after a moment Tobble sighed loudly when nobody dared to ask why. Remember your oath. We are to defend this place, to never take one step outside unless ordered to. He gazed at every one of the captains before scratching his gray tattoo in annoyance. Anyone breaking the pact would turn into a black-faced outcast, and you know damn well that no proper dwarf will listen to a word from the outcasts. Then at least we'll die honorably, try and take as many as we can with us, murmured Hind. Another captain spat a thick glob of saliva on the ground. Our sacrifice will be less with the cost of losing this place to the monsters talkin' to account. And worse, not warnin' the folks at home. Shame, shame on us. That was what I was thinking about, lads. Tobble's black eyes once again bored deep in his subordinates' skulls. Any ideas? BOOOOOMs. Another explosion shook the air. A cloud of dust rose, before slowly falling on the ground as the defenders scrambled to keep the doors closed. The amount of debris and furniture blocking the way in was enough to stop their enemies, yet the living battering ram of the rats did not stop for even a moment. The atmosphere turned solemn as the dwarven leadership became fully aware of the hopeless future. Yet despite his words, Tobble's burden didn't feel any less. Maybe we should sortie in a blaze of glory. Yeah, that's better than slowly starving to death. I agree. The debt and the ancestors will look proudly on our sacrifice. No, there is no need. We still have a chance. Tobble's cold words cut the depressing atmosphere, returning the light of life to the eyes of his subordinates. Boss, what's your plan? Show us the way. We need to hold on. But for what? Dying on an empty stomach isn't fair. Grummet, can you guess? Tobble's attention turned to his chief quartermaster. Feeling the pressure, the small dwarf started to murmur under his nose. A few days, which one will it be? Under the ground, it all kinda meshes together. His eyes suddenly widened. The merchant, the yellow, I mean the bureaucratic caste representative, he'll be coming to check on Snake Pit's outpost in 3 days. His words broke the dam as all the people present started to talk at once. The sudden influx of hope was just too much, their emotions getting rowdier and rowdier. Some of the wilder-eyed dwarves even called for a drink. Tobble's black eyes were quietly observing his happily bouncing companions. BOOOOOMs. Another attack at the gates sobered the captains and their warriors. While there was a light at the end of the tunnel, they were still forced into dire straits. Tobble coughed, focusing their attention. Any questions? Hind was the only one to raise his hand. Yes. I guess the plan is to rescue the Yellowface and then escort him and his surviving guards back to the outpost's border, right? That is correct. How will we know that they even make it that far? The monsters hate our guts and attack on sight. What if they'll get their throats slit the moment they appear? What then, boss? A murmur of agreeing voices followed the scarred dwarf words. We don't, Tobble sighed loudly. I won't lie, it's a gamble, and yet. The armored dwarf left the innermost room of the forts. He walked to the crumbling barricade and peeked through one of the cracks. Out there, these monsters patiently wait for our demise. They attacked with cunning and had shown the discipline rarely seen in their kind. We already lost nearly half of our number to various traps and ambushes. They murdered our brothers and sisters with methodical precision. The unknown is always dangerous. We need to bring word about them to our leaders. Tobble stopped talking, glaring at the rats visible in the distance. or the dwarven holds may very well share our fate in the future. Behind him, a wall of gray-faced dwarves kneaded the handles of their weapons in a bright red silence. They wore only snakeskin vests and were armed mostly with clubs, stone axes, and spears. And yet there was a feeling of unity rare in even the most experienced formations. "You asked why are we gambling our lives on a chance, Hind?" The black-eyed dwarf continued. "It's simple. Considering their cunning, do you think they'll risk that any of the inspectors will get away?" "I think not. They will wait until Blurrust and his entourage enter the outpost and only then they'll strike." A cruel smile appeared on Tobble's face. "We will use this to our advantage, escort the inspector out of this place, or die trying." "And if you're wrong, boss," Hind still pressed on. "If we'll wait for nothing, or if the ratties strike before we can help the Yellowface." "I think you didn't hear me correctly, friend. As I said before, we'll do it, or die trying." Tobble glared at his subordinates, not only 4 captains, but also the rest of the surviving dwarves. "I won't promise you survival. We're far beyond it at this point. I won't promise you glory. You'll be the ones to earn it. What I can promise you is to deal the greatest blow to our enemies, to shatter their plans and lay waste to their warriors, and to redeem ourselves to our ancestors." He took a large breath. "Are you with me?" Yes. Children of stone, soon we'll meet our ancestors." "We will meet THEM proudly." "For the DWARVEN holds." "For the HOLDS." The chanting continued as Tobble heeded his audience, before continuing in a slow and low voice. "Return to your posts. I will tell you when your sacrifice will be needed." "Yes. Aye. We will serve." "Yeah." The various voices answered, and soon the only ones remaining were 4 captains and the outpost leader. Despite tiredness, there were fires of devotion burning brightly in their eyes. "Boss, no, leader." Hind was the one to break the silence. "What is it?" "I humbly beg, is there no way for you to survive?" "Hey, what are you saying, stupid?" Other captains quickly tried to silence their comrades. Their faces instantly turned fearful. They all remembered the last time that somebody asked this question. Weirdly enough, Tobble's reaction was mild, the words producing only a tired smile on his face. "My companions in the Cursed Legion were the same." A quiet gasp of shock wandered the room as the wide-eyed dwarves understood who stood before them. "They thought that by saving me something grand would happen." He rapped his fingers on the wall. "And yet here I am, an oath-breaker. They wasted their lives in vain, and I am tired of running, of giving orders that get others killed, of always being more important, of being the one that has to survive and then collect the pieces." "Be but, leader, we may need you, the holds may need you. The Cursed Legion veterans are pillars." Grummet's speech was interrupted by a steely Tobble's voice. "I am a gray face like you. I abandoned my path and I had given my new oath willingly. If this place falls, we will finish our last duty. We will warn the dwarven people about the powerful evil that stirs in this place." The leader's black eyes stared into the darkness. "May ancestors give us the strength to weather another disaster." "Ancestors give us strength. Ancestors give us strength. Ancestors give us strength. Ancestors give us strength." His subordinates solemnly repeated his last words. 3 days had passed since that moment, the dwarven fort barely keeping the horde of the monsters out. Every so often a Rattling would find a crack big enough to squeeze through, and a bloody battle would ensue before it would be plugged for good. The constant danger kept the dwarves on their toes, exhausting them physically and mentally despite Tobble's efforts to rotate his warriors and save their strength. Morale started to sink, only to rise again when on the 4th day a small caravan of 15 dwarves had been sighted on the horizon. Amongst them, the yellow tattoos of Blurrust were especially eye-catching, especially when compared to dark brown lines drawn on the faces of his escorts. Both bureaucrats and warriors had their colors, so they were easily recognized. The caravan consisted of 2 wagons, each pulled by an earth horse, a calm and strong species of herbivore lizards used as beasts of burden in the dwarven holds. Around them, warriors marched in a loose formation, clad in iron armor and wielding battle axes and shields, unlike oathbreakers. Prepare the ladders. Get your weapons. Quickly drink whatever water and ale you can get your hands on. Get your rations. Team 1 to me. Fours, where are you fours? Contrary to the caravan's lazy advance, the fort was buzzing with activity. The 4 captains were preparing their attack squads. Their roles had already been discussed hundreds of times. The snakeskin-clad oathbreakers were returning to life, the prospect of the ultimate sacrifice giving them strength. Quickly, I can see movement, screamed one of the lookouts. Team 1 to 4 respond, Tombil roared, overcoming the chaos. Team 1 ready. 2 in position. 3 can whoop some ratty ass. Team 4 ready to kill leader. Good. Tombil closed his eyes, calming his breathing as the surrounding noise slowly faded to nothing. What remained were hundreds of eyes hungrily staring at his face. Geo, defend the caravan. Make your ancestors proud, he screamed before pushing the ceiling stone block out of the way. The stone screamed as he forced his way out, the thick muscle prevailing over the stubborn material. This way of leaving the fort was only possible for his kind, both accomplished stonemasons and monstrously strong warriors. All around him, the other dwarves were doing the same, effectively dismantling the fort's upper level and surging forward like a wave of angry locusts. The caravan stopped, surprised by the sudden and incomprehensible action of their brethren. Its leader, Blurrust, stood up from his seat and shouted a few questions into the air, only to be met with silence. Nobody wasted breath on answering them, and soon the lead bureaucrat would know why. Around them, hungry eyes started to appear in the surrounding greenery one after the other. Hundreds of them. The yellow-tattooed dwarf instantly knew that something had gone wrong in the outpost. He might be young, but anyone traveling through the wastes had to deal with bandits, monsters, and undead. Those who couldn't react quickly simply died. That was how he had risen to this position, despite his age. Defensive positions. He turned and screamed orders to his guards, a dozen veterans quickly abandoning the supplies to surround the first carriage. One of his subordinates wasn't quick enough as the wave of rats dragged him out of the seat and into the bushes. Soon his screams turned to gurgles and then quietened down completely. Tusk, Blurrust shook his head. It was a good dwarf that died. It would be hard to replace him. The first attack came like the sea tide, churning hatred and madness at them and left as suddenly. None of his warriors were even scratched. Instead, they started to relax, trading banter and jokes. Even the chief inspector, like himself, smiled, stroking his perfectly shaven chin. Now I see why the gray folk are so frantic. Too bad these things are no danger to a fully armored dwarf, he chuckled. Yes, Inspector, we're not like these weaklings. His guard leader laughed proudly, hitting the iron breastplate a bit too hard for the Blurrust's ears. Ho, they're attacking again. Let's spill some blood, shouted the warrior, seeing the greenery moving once again. This time, however, what surged from the bushes were not common enemies, but rather strange machines and large, dwarf-sized rat monsters. The former could be described as egg-like contraptions with arms replaced with sharp spikes. They moved jerkily along the battlefield, a green sheen sometimes radiating from within the shell. The latter were large rats with heads armored with bone and spiky metal gauntlets tied to their upper and lower limbs. Their preferred way of attack seemed to be to charge straight at the closest enemy. Despite the rabid advance of their enemies, the dwarven defense hasn't broken at the first strike. At most, some of the warriors had their insides shaken. Their counterattack sunk many battle axes in the rat flesh, eliciting a wave of screams. On the defenders' side, one could only hear the sound of laboring breathing. They were like a wall of lumberjacks slowly cutting down the encroaching forest. That was, however, the moment that the machines were waiting for. With their clumsy movements, they were mostly ignored by the dwarves, who instead tried to break the armored rats' morale. It was a mistake. The egg-like machines surged ahead, suddenly gaining the grace and momentum they lacked a moment before. An attentive observer would notice that the sickly green sheen they were emanating had risen in intensity. Too bad nobody had time to appreciate this sudden change as the machines bounced and flew through the air, aiming at the heads of the unsuspecting foes to pierce them with their sharp appendages. Most of them missed their mark, the screech of metal being the only effect of the assault. A few of them managed to pierce dwarven armor, drawing blood. In retaliation, the eggs were smashed, and they exploded, easily breaking iron, flesh, and bone. The air was filled with smoke and dust, reducing visibility to a meter or two at most. My leg, area. Screams and sounds of begging filled the air as the chaos continued. I can't see my eyes, can somebody, my eyes. Oh, ancestors, save me. Retreat, Ray. Gurgle. We're doomed, murmured Blurrust, squeezing his dagger in a pudgy fist. What even are those? One of the machines noticed the young chief inspector and drunkenly stumbled towards him. It would normally be funny, even adorable, if not for the knowledge of what it could do. As he helplessly watched the monster getting closer, a small prayer escaped his lips. Ancestors, give me strength. Blurrust took a stance and charged forward, only to stop as an armored figure emerged from the smoke, before running ahead and kicking the monster away. The enemy rotated a few times in the air before falling to the ground and exploding in a fiery blaze. Defend the caravan, save the browns and yellows, shouted the man, and snakeskin-clad figures started to appear behind him, joining the fray. After a quick look, the dwarf clad in the bone armor turned towards the chief inspector. Come on, friend. We don't have much time. They will regroup and counterattack. We still haven't forced them to commit all their forces. Thanks for the rescue, Tobble. Yup, that's me. Who are they? The monsters who now control this outpost. We call them rats or ratties, depending on who you ask. They can use tools and magic and have bigger and meaner mutated variants. Tobble stopped to give a few more orders, the screams and squeaks in the surroundings never stopping. We need to get you out. You and your surviving guards. This place is lost. No, wait. We can stop them. You are stopping them, right? You call this stopping? The outpost leader looked at the Blurrust with a strange gaze. We're bleeding people to simply hold them back. There are more of them, they have their weird machines and a lot of nasty surprises. He shook his head. No, what we're doing now is dying so you can get out. Let's go, don't waste any more of my time. Wait, what are you? You can't just. This is non-negotiable. Sorry. Tobble sighed heavily before slugging the other dwarf right in the head with his hammer. Blurrust fell instantly, losing consciousness. The bone-clad warrior checked his pulse before calling out. Hind. Yes, boss. A bloodied dwarf emerged from the dust cloud that surrounded them. Carry the inspector. Yeah, one-eyed man huffed, lifting the body. This fat ass, eat less, you parasite. Grummet. Here. How many guards survived? 3. Fuck, warriors my ass. Tobble massaged his head in annoyance. No matter, get the earth horses loose and group them up. Saddle the warriors, I'll get Blurrust out. Yes. The Oathbreakers worked like a well-oiled machine, moving people and trading blows with the enemy. However, even the endless courage was nothing in the face of pure violence. Boss, the big un is here. Shit, it's too fast. What are your orders? Tobble's face twisted in a bitter expression. Half of the soldiers will retreat to the fort. The rest escort the earth horses. You heard it here, Team 1 and 2, the fort is yours. Move it, people. Haha, we will meet soon, brothers. May ancestors remember us. Team 3 and 4, go now. The sounds of battle turned quieter and quieter as the dwarven soldiers fled in silence. Their comrades were giving their lives at this very moment just so they could get the warning out. They mourned, but there were no tears. Their companions' debt was paid with lives, with blood. It was a good death to have. It may be even enough to repay it in full. Ancestors, give us strength. The murmured prayer came and went across the ranks. The world seemed hostile and dark. their small figures quickly moving through the bushes and rot-smelling swamps. The reeds swayed softly, completely uncaring, just like what happened half an hour ago was just a fever dream. In the next 30 minutes, the inspector woke up, still trying to get rid of the confusion. He just sat there for a moment, contemplating. Then his eyes turned to the bone-clad figure walking nearby. "You know that I can get you killed for that. Attacking an official means death." A slight chuckle escaped from under Tobble's helmet. "Why are you laughing? Are you turning insane? It's your life we're talking about." "No," the outpost leader took a big breath. "But you see, threatening violence on dead men walking is just that funny." "What?" Blurrust blurted out before turning his head, only to meet dozens of frigid gazes. The surviving Oathbreakers were covered in blood, dirt, and sweat. But that was not important. What defined them at this moment was their piercing eyes. They focused on both him and the surroundings, ready to instantly sacrifice their lives. The atmosphere they excluded silenced even the normally boastful warriors, their iron armor making them look like scared turtles. "I see," the yellow-tattooed dwarf exhaled. "You're not coming back with us. Our place is here. It will be your grave. The oath we have all taken is clear. I can free you from it. I have this power. If what you told me, if what I saw is real, then you'll be needed elsewhere. And your men, too. We will need to open a second underground front. A second cursed legion will be called into being, and we will need warriors, leaders." The dwarf quietly continued, trying to convince Tobble. "You can't just die here." Another chuckle escaped Tobble's lips. "What's so funny? There are exact words that my subordinates told me before the battle. Then, no, I will not abandon my men once again. I can pardon all of you. You don't understand. What are you? We are already surrounded." Tobble turned to his troops. "Prepare to fight. Ancestors protect. And you get to safety while we're distracting them." Bone-clad warrior strode forward, without waiting for an answer. "Come out, BASDS. Come and taste our weapons." His warriors screamed in defiance, adding to the cacophony. "Come meet the children of the mountains." From the surrounding darkness, countless rats emerged, rank after rank. Those armored in bone, those armed with spur-throwers, those riding their unstable machines and violent dragonflies. Their eyes resting on the survivors were full of hatred and desire. Yet they stood in eerie silence, as if waiting for something. The dwarves were prepared this time, getting into formation, drinking, and eating whatever was left of their supplies, and praying to their ancestors. Soon a loud, rhythmical sound could be heard. Boom, 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 boom. A large, 2-meter-tall rat emerged, completely armored in bone, flanked by its lesser kin. Unlike them, it didn't need any artificial gauntlets or spikes. Even its monstrous tail was more like a huge ball on chains than a normal appendage. It stared down at the Oathbreakers as if sizing them up. "Aren't you one ugly fucker?" laughed Tobble. "Let's go for one last dance. Charge, men, charge, let's proudly meet our ancestors." The last battle of the Snake Pit started with this order, the dwarves bleeding themselves dry on an uncountable tide of enemies. It took a whole hour before the last of the defenders had fallen, a hole-riddled body joining his brethren on the ground. Not all of them were dead, though. Those still alive were dragged deep, deep into the dungeon and close to the underground river, where a pulley system was being installed. But before the dwarven prisoners were shipped out, another transport was being retrieved. Crates full of a strange, green ore, radiating a sickly glow. 66. Uno. After my quick escape, I spent the next few hours on the 4th floor, observing the changes. Some of my minions were still bumbling around, ensuring that every uneven wall, off-center pillar, or unplanned hole in the floor was taken care of. Amongst them, the silvery gray figure of Sculptor zoomed from wall to wall, repairing any cracks it found, and then immediately carving a new part of the story, adding it to those already depicted on the other stone canvas. Like the 3rd floor, which was mostly covered in greenery by this point, the fourth level started to acquire its specific theme. Its unique feeling combined hospital coldness with the gloom of a graveyard, or maybe rather the solemnness of a tomb. Each of the similarly sized rooms spread around the area was fitted with a sepulchre-like structure built in the middle of it. In the beginning, I wanted to create a bunch of glass tubes extending from the floor to the ceiling, filled with rejuvenating liquid, and prepared to both contain and keep their prisoners alive. In the end, it proved too impractical to implement, especially when it came to putting things in and then taking them out. I compromised my vision and made them simpler, focusing instead on creating a bunch of stone sarcophagi with an easily accessible cover and a small glass window buried in its upper part. Attached to them was a bunch of wires and smaller tubes, providing oxygen, food, and water, while at the same time removing any waste. Their presence looked a bit out of the place, but I was pretty sure that the sentients wouldn't be able to understand their purpose. Or so I hoped. Sculptor left the insides of the rooms alone, focusing instead on the entrance and the corridors leading into them. This gave them a truly desolate and utilitarian look. Adding to the atmosphere, each chamber had a heavy, iron door separating it from the outside. This sobriety contrasted with the outside walls, where every single free space, bearing the floor, was filled with pictogram depictions of operations and experiments. If they were sculpted by a person who only heard about them, they reminded me of Aztec sacrificial ceremonies with beating hearts torn from the victim's chest, while barbaric priests and their servants chanted praises to their thirsty god. Yes, at least Sculptor decided to include this level's inhabitants in the pictures instead of replacing them with humans. I squinted my eyes trying to compare the monsters themselves with their descriptions. A few minutes later, I was forced to conclude that it did a great job immortalizing them into the stone. My newest creations were half mechanical and half organic, with a generous dose of anima thrown in the mix. Their lower halves resembled spiders and were made from metal. Their pedipalps were replaced by human-like hands. There was also a pair of sharp utensils usually safely tucked under their iron carapace. The upper part of the creature was comprised of an overgrown lizard, looking a bit similar to the kobolds. Most of the specimens had scales in varying colors, ranging from brown through the gray and even black, with rare brighter hues sometimes appearing. Their faces were longer and more animalistic than their kobold cousins, with sharp teeth and small reptilian eyes. Both their legs and tail were atrophied and completely assimilated into the metal parts, their bones and muscles seamlessly turning into levers, wires, and clockwork. However, their most unique feature was the fact they possessed 4 arms, 2 bigger, meaner ones located in the upper torso, and 2 smaller, more delicate ones growing from the stomach area. In the beginning, the system was confused about their creation, yet since then the description stabilized, reading as follows. Spiderwalker Butcher. A distant cousin of the kobold race, these spiderwalkers had adapted to working closely with machines, in the end even joining their very flesh with the unfeeling metal. Such a union would be normally impossible, yet was made real due to the intervention of a dungeon core. While weak and small, these abominations are capable of working in groups, using their deep anatomical knowledge to attack and defend by targeting other creatures' weak points. Due to the circumstances of their birth, it's hard for them to exist outside the dungeon, and they can't reproduce naturally. The Butcher variant shows great curiosity to both the outside world and their closest surroundings. They're easily amused yet hard to distract, focusing their efforts on understanding the surrounding world. Threat level F+. Besides these guys, 2 more variants emerged, Spiderwalker soldiers and Spiderwalker generals with threat levels E and D respectively. The latter was even capable of casting enhancement magic. It was all good, if not for a small caveat. They were freaking tiny. Even the generals were at most 1 meter in height. Thankfully, I wasn't planning to use them as a defensive force, yet I couldn't feel some disappointment seeing my freshly born creations. I knew that size was not everything, yet it certainly had its advantages. Shaking my head, I left the Spiderwalkers to their own devices. I had to gather some specimens for them to experiment on. They had to be alive too. Bummer. Before leaving, I inspected the deepest of my floors, noticing that maybe, just maybe, leaving the stairs up in the middle of my hospital rooms wasn't the best idea. The upper floor was patrolled by the nigh indestructible berserker, yet I couldn't guarantee that some rats wouldn't slip by. Pun intended. I scanned the sleek floors with my gaze and ordered the western and northern entrances to be barricaded, the drones already starting to fill the blanks. This would force any visitors to go east, then north, and either trudge through the arena or walk in a big circle, leaving me ample time to prepare a welcoming committee. Satisfied with my work, I drifted to the second floor, focusing my attention on both human soldiers and Guardian's little kindergarten. The former tried desperately to break the stalemate, battling mostly the Rattlings and their subordinate lebiers. At this point, it just felt like an exercise in futility, the Jaynard Kingdom's army rarely losing ground or even soldiers. My troops continued to counterattack, yet it was clear that they were being continuously pushed back and forced to retreat away from the staircase. Sometimes they managed to gain ground only to lose it hours later. My grip on the second floor was still strong, yet I already could feel it slipping. It was only a matter of time. The humans were learning. New tactics were thought of daily. Their alchemists managed to harvest the first floor's fiery dandelions, making use of their acids. Besides them, some robed individuals, probably Master Vincent's pupils, were flinging their magic, gaining levels at the cost of my defenders' demise, growing ever more powerful. Worst of all, the soldiers, tactics and cooperation grew constantly, with each scar and fierce battle. I smiled bitterly. Dungeons were created as places of training and advancement, as resource sites, and despite my best efforts, it seemed like I was fulfilling that role splendidly. My attention turned elsewhere. In their hall hidden under the second-floor lake, pale tribe kobolds were still training. Their hissing voices were full of pain and tiredness, and as my spectral form arrived nearby, I could hear them better and better. Entering the chamber proper, I noticed that something unusual was going on. Most of the kobolds were lying on the ground, their bruised bodies sprawled helplessly. In the middle of this meat pile, two scaled youths were crouching, catching their breath, while glaring at each other in a show of silent determination. I glanced at them briefly, but quickly changed my target. The kobolds of the Pale tribe had changed since my last visit. Not only did their bodies grow larger and more muscular, but their disfigurations had also become more pronounced. Each of them had a small, grotesque stump replacing either their arm or a leg. Most dealt with it by using crude prosthetics. Those with damaged legs focused on making a transition between metal and flesh as comfortable as possible, gaining some speed and agility. The metal arms were used to increase defense or damage by incorporating either spikes, blades, and other tools of destruction or shields. "Stand up," a stern voice echoed off the walls, stirring up the surroundings. "Stand up and continue your battle, soldiers. Do you think your enemies will wait for you?" A singular pained hiss answered Guardian's speech, only to be joined by a second one. "Why, yes, leader," they responded in unison. The two kobolds were desperately trying to stand up, their bodies bloodied and battered. One of them was using a two-handed staff, covered with metal on both ends. The second challenger wielded a club together with a shield attached to his metallic arm. Both were using a crude breastplate, helmet, and short leather pants with iron plates as part of their uniform. The metal was forged in a utilitarian and practical way, which somehow felt familiar. It was also too crudely made to be considered useful for my other creations. "Prepare. Fight." At Guardian's command, two exhausted reptiles straightened their backs, only to slowly drudge closer, their metal legs visibly chafing with each step. Out of the blue, the kobold armed with the staff started to twirl it, smacking the opponent's head. The shield wielder covered its face and weathered the blows, coming closer and closer with its weapon poised to strike. I used this time to observe the surroundings a bit more carefully. A few kobolds were already conscious, either sprawled on the ground or leaning against the nearby walls while gasping for air. They observed the battle with crazed intensity, murmuring under their noses, comparing strategies, counterattacks, and gambles made by the combatants. All this felt like a sports meet combined with a gladiatorial arena. "Ha!" With a shout of effort, the slightly slimmer kobold managed to surprise its opponent with a low sweep. Its wooden staff aimed to break the enemy's balance. The peanut gallery voices grew louder, their opinion easy to discern that this was a winning move. Yet the reality betrayed everyone's expectations as the shield wielder jumped into the air, before smashing down on its unsuspecting opponent. Its club smacked the iron helmet, producing a loud sound before sending the attacked kobold to the ground. It desperately tried to get up, but its battered body refused to cooperate. After a few seconds of struggling, the staff wielder surrendered. "We have a winner," rumbled Guardian while coming closer to check on the fallen kobold. After a few minutes, he spoke with relief. "You'll be all right, no broken bones, no damaged organs. Thank our Lord for your sturdiness. It is a gift rarely given," he hummed. "Now go, rest with the others." "Why yes, Fa, leader, I will do SSSSSO," the loser hissed while lowering its head. The already conscious kobolds guided it to the resting part of the chamber. In that part of the hall, a collection of blankets and clothes was spread on the ground, looking like they were mostly stolen from the human outpost or defeated adventurers. Nearby, a small bonfire was providing light and warmth. "With this battle, you've become a leader of the tribe," Guardian coughed, yet continued his speech. The weary lizard straightened its back in response. "In the name of our Lord, the Dungeon Core Uno, I hereby name you a kobold sergeant and leader of the Pale Tribe Kobolds. Wear this name with pride until you'll earn a more illustrious title." "Hiss! Hiss! Hiss!" The rest of the kobolds cheered loudly, bringing a toothy smile to the exhausted winner's face. Guardian stepped back, leaving the newly appointed leader to its companions' embrace, as they smacked its back and hugged each other in a display of camaraderie. Even the runner-up seemed like it was okay with the ruling, its shoulders shaking from laughing too much at a joke. "Are you satisfied with your toys?" I sent grumpily to Guardian. "My lord," he sputtered, "they are not toys. These are elite warriors I trained with utmost care." "Did you?" "Yes." "What would happen if I ordered you to use them to attack the invading humans?" I would follow that order gladly, my lord." "And then they would all die, right?" Guardian took a deep breath, his gaze landing on the celebrating reptiles. The closest of them noticed his unnatural stillness. "Are you all right, leaders? Do you need to rest?" they asked while tugging at his armor. "They would gladly die for your glory, my lord," he answered, his hands balling into fists. "Leave me for now, rest," he spoke at the same time. But that's in order." "Yes, sir." Despite their unease, the kobolds followed Guardian's directions and started to settle down near the fire. "No matter how strong you think they are," I muttered, "their physical defects are just too much. No agility, no speed. Even if you train them, there is a wall that they simply can't overcome." "Hard work will be rewarded, my lord. That's what I was teaching them." "And yet you created not soldiers but toys." I pressed on. Was I jealous of his family? Maybe. This was, however, a dungeon, and the dungeon creatures needed to be useful or perish. I needed warriors, not children. They would die to the weakest of the invaders. Is that the role you want for them? An experienced fodder. "And no, why, you are right, my lord." Guardian's voice cracked, and then his gaze turned steely like suddenly his whole personality changed. "Shall I dispose of these failures, then?" He picked up a nearby sword which, unlike the rest, had a working edge. His words distorted, a chorus speaking instead of a single voice. "My mistake shall be washed with their blood." His large form charged forward before I had time to process his words. "No failure, never again." With each large step, Guardian's figure came closer and closer to where the kobolds were celebrating. "Prepare yourself," he shouted. "Enemy attack." Deformed creatures reacted quickly, if still somewhat clumsily, barely believing their caretaker would attack them. The first hit struck metal with a loud clang, and a bronze-scaled kobold with a shield was sent flying. A blow came back in response, the wooden staff bouncing helplessly from the Guardian's armored form. Do not kill them, I shouted quickly. Even trash can be recycled to better serve my plans. What? That's an order, I screamed, using his own language. Guardian stopped his movements, startling the surrounding reptiles. The kobolds used that time to reform their ranks, still unsure about what was happening. My lord, he barely squeezed a small whisper. I knew it was just a tea-test. I shook my head. If not for your madness, I would have gone with it. Yet these creatures are clearly his mental anchor, then the hard way it is. Sure, continue the battle. Teach them the endurance that a real soldier needs. What are your plans, my lord? They need to get enhanced. For now, focus on their strength and endurance. I nodded to myself. Then, when the first ones are ready, send them down to the 4th level. But inform me first. I'll tell the butchers to take them in. Be butchers, my lord. His voice trembled. It's just a name. They're a part of the medical crew I'm cultivating on the lower floors. They're healers, don't worry. At least this way, I'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why, yes, thank you. With a silent nod, I cut the link and instead observed the one-sided massacre. Guardian was now using the flat side of his blade, either sending the hissing kobolds in the air or bashing them down. Vigilance is the key, he screamed. Never forgo the sentries, it will cost you blood or lives. Despite his overwhelming power, the kobold tribe didn't relent, their battle cries filling the air. It was a useless struggle, their opponent was untiring and heavily armored, yet they persevered. Maybe there was some hope for them after all. Only time will tell. Soon only one figure was left standing. It was of course Guardian. His large frame stood out amongst the bodies, broken weapons, and spilled provisions. His face was hidden behind the helmet, yet I could swear that he was smiling. My invisible form was just leaving the room when I heard his words. Our mighty and benevolent ruler, the Dungeon Corps Uno bestowed upon me a secret containing your future. You will be trained and strengthened until the invaders will tremble at your mere sight. Rejoice, soldiers. What followed was a wave of hissing, screaming, and shouts of dedication coming from the slowly recovering kobolds. And to prepare you for it, we will conduct this type of training every day. Surprise attacks, strength training, and endurance training are on the menu. This time the shouts were much less enthusiastic. Don't worry, the dungeon will heal your wounds. Only silence followed the last statement. I wished I could float a little faster. After that embarrassment, I was ready to leave the 2nd floor and continue back to the surface. Yet something drew my attention. There was a discrepancy I could sense, but it took me a while to understand what it was. I noticed a small, nearly invisible tube sticking out from the central pond room water. It wavered slightly from time to time, swaying on a non-existent wind. Normally, one would think it was just a lonely reed, growing in the muddy ground. Yet as a creator of this place, I knew that no reeds grew here. It was suspicious, so suspicious. Diving under the brown pond waters allowed me to discover the perpetrator, if I could even name it so, because draped in dark, loose clothing was a small kobold. It was staring with its unblinking eyes at the nearby human soldiers. Most of its focus was diverted between invaders wearing robes or carrying glass vials. I was sure who this little scoundrel belonged to at a glance. Naan, what the hell is your pupil doing on the 2nd floor, so close to the humans? What came back was a wave of annoyance, like someone waved her hands at me in dismissal. The damn revenant girl was getting better at wordless communication. That's not an answer. Do you want us to get killed? I hissed. Training, she spewed out one word like that explained anything. I can see that. I was asking about why your wannabe ninja is training in the most dangerous place in my dungeon. Danger, good. A moment of silence passed as she continued in a questioning tone. Ninja, that's not what's important. A feeling of disagreement washed over me. I sighed loudly. How was it that a dungeon monster like her was so annoying to deal with? Sometimes it was like talking with a child. A ninja is a type of stealth-oriented assassin and spy using short swords, poisons, and throwing weapons. Happy. Another emotion, this time of satisfaction and wonder, was an answer. Now get your disciple back. And for the future, I forbid it from appearing close to the invaders unless I distinctly tell you so. An ethereal sigh was her answer before Naan suddenly appeared from the creature's shadow, snatching the black-clothed kobold. It struggled for a moment only to disappear nearly immediately. The waters turned turbulent only to quieten down immediately. No invader discovered anything. Next, Naan asked a single question. Me. Thankfully, I was getting better at the subtle art of Naan's interpretation. Not yet, my answer came, and I could hear her attention shift. There is time and place for everything. I continued and could feel some of her enthusiasm returning. It shouldn't be long before my second floor succumbs to the more base impulses of this body. I harumphed. To say it was irritating was an understatement. At that time, I would need your help with snatching a few individuals. By that moment, the cat would be already out of the bag. After all, only active dungeons heal their damaged walls and floors. Kill? No, I will need them alive. But you can hunt them. A bit of fear never killed anybody. A feeling of disappointment returned, but I could also feel a raw excitement of a beast that was about to be let free from its leash. Soon after, Naan's presence reappeared in her quarters with black-clothed kobolds safely secured. The little guy was trembling, desperately trying to escape his revenant master's clutches. It was, of course, a futile endeavor. Ignoring its struggles, I started moving. And then I stopped. You can even train on the little guy. Your kidnapping skills, I mean. Not waiting for an answer, I floated up. A familiar sight greeted my eyes, the first floor of my dungeon. It had changed tremendously since the last time I was here. Not only there was a collapsed section to the east, but also my earlier, elite monsters, Jailer Jonathan and Decapitator, were kept from spawning by a constant stream of invaders. The castle rooms had been turned into makeshift barracks, where human soldiers and adventurers rested. Even worse, the conservatory, where I planted some of the more dangerous plants, had a wood-laden trail through the middle of it, allowing for unobstructed traffic. Pale-faced and robed individuals were hopping between my fiery dandelions, knife bushes, and copper grass, taking samples and noting things in their leather-bound journals. Guarding them was a small group of barely equipped militia, armed with wooden shields and crude spears. Each of them sported a small kite shield emblem, the symbol of the Jainard kingdom. South from the trial of single combat, a small line was forming, human warriors waiting for a chance to gain a level or even a unique skill. The Lebier spar masters glared at the challengers with an air of superiority, yet the compulsion to test their mettle had long overcome their hatred for the living. I shook my head. If my plan won't succeed, I would end up just like these fools. A slave to my nature, forced to live the rest of my life as a tool. Never. I would rather die. With teeth clenched, I moved northward to glance upon the idiot-smith, a bile-brain golem that I left some time ago in charge of a forge. Its work was sloppy and disappointing. Despite this, I still decided to check its work. Who knew, maybe the clumsy fool improved in some way. What I found was curious. The room was much crowdier than I remembered. Most of the people present were simple carriers, stealing Smith's supply of ingots and even finished weapons and armor. To my surprise, the bile brain ignored them unless they took too much, at which point it boinked them. Yes. No deadly attack, no bout of rage, just a little love tap on their heads, to which they reacted in a similarly pacifistic fashion, returning the ingots to their place. This was uncanny. There was cooperation here, something that I didn't account for. Besides peasants milling about, there was a single figure dressed in robes, with a small notebook kept at the ready. With his balding head, small goatee, and squinting short-sighted eyes, he looked like a perfect stereotype of a nerdy scholar. Each time my idiot-smith was doing something out of the norm, like avoiding the humans walking around or changing the way it worked the forge. Another out-of-breath murmur was leaving the robed individual's mouth. He kept gasping about self-correcting routines and ability to learn, yet I didn't see anything too strange about my creation, especially considering it wasn't a robot but a living, but not breathing abomination. Additionally, a very stupid one. Shaking my head, I turned to see the effects of its work. Unlike humans, the idiot smith was able to sense my presence and immediately stopped working, thus spreading chaos amongst its human servants. The robed individual also reacted, its screams turning to higher and higher octaves as I ordered the bile brain to lift some of the weapons and armor into the air. It complied, and lower than average were presented to me. I looked them over, making the smith twist some of the more complicated ones from side to side. Not much time had passed since I left it alone, and there was some progress. Surprising. The bile brain was trying to overcome a lack of creativity by trying out different designs. I wondered where it had found them, but various pieces spread about in the room answered my question. Humans were feeding my creation, trying to enhance it. Strange, yet understandable. It was producing arrowheads, spearheads, small metal shields, swords, axe heads, breastplates, gauntlets, greaves, and more. After surveying the most outstanding pieces, which were of much worse quality than those worn by the soldiers on the second floor, I started to communicate with the forge monster. I was no smith, but pointing out a few places where iron was too thick or too thin was enough to get it started. The idiot smith returned to its work with a flurry of enthusiasm and a breath of relief coming from the surrounding humans. At some point in time, a group of reinforcements arrived from the surface. No big hitters, though, only poorly armed militia, wearing armor and weapons made by my bile brain. Oh, now that I thought about it, Guardians kobolds were also using Idiot Smith's designs. I wonder, how did they move them through the second floor? A few seconds later, I noticed a rattling tunnel behind the electric forge, and a few more hidden here and there. After wasting some more time, I was sure that these entrances were a part of the underground network encompassing the entirety of my dungeon. Smart. The commotion quietened down, while the robed individual was breathing down the smith's neck, glaring with anticipation at its newest work. I shook my head and left the room, going straight to the surface. My evil eyes were somehow still alive, and a few more were even sprouting here and there, unlike earlier, when I was forced to seed them manually. Out of those new ones, only 3 managed to survive, their gross appearance being a reason for destruction. One specimen had been even replanted into a flower pot by some eccentric mage. I lost connection to it, but I could still sense its location. What a shame that was. I was curious about what they were doing in their laboratory. Most of the silvery trees and sundews ended up cut or uprooted, and the freed space was immediately turned into fields of corn and wheat, with some root vegetables growing on the side. I was surprised, as they weren't here the last time I checked. The guards were especially vigilant around the fields, which was easy to understand considering the kingdom faced a famine. It wasn't my intention to provide for the human invaders, though. At least there was a silver lining to the whole situation, as the latest catastrophe with the Ogrekin forced the outpost leader to relocate his office to the outside. It was a funny coincidence, too. The 4 former bodyguard warriors were kept in a makeshift hospital some ways from the central buildings. Yet just before their change, they were moved to prison, which was just next to Mage's tower, which was, by the way, not a tower, Charles' quarters, office, barracks, and canteen. These big guys literally tore both the ceilings and walls apart while trying to get free and escape downwards to my dungeon. This meant a whole lot of trampling, screaming, and good, jolly destruction. Nobody died, though. Ogrekin were trying to escape, not kill, and normal humans were smart enough to avoid them. There were some broken bones and bruises, but nothing too life-threatening. How do I know this? Because everybody and their mother were talking about it. I guess that living in a godforsaken outpost in the middle of nowhere kinda cut on the amount of possible gossip. Before Charles and his old butler, Adam arrived at their terrace, I was already informed that my half-monsters started to get accepted by the community, which was a large improvement over my expectations of them getting mercilessly slaughtered on sight. I guess ordering them to stand down helped. Ogrekin still had guards milling around them but wore no chains, and the public consensus about them seemed to be stupid but helpful gigantic boys. It also seemed like their official name was changed to half-giants. I was still a bit sore about the system not recognizing Ogrins, but what can a core do? Anyway, while I listened to the latest rumors, Charles and his servant arrived. The former sat down behind his desk and began moving some of the papers around. His face looked a bit pale, his red eyes and hair also changed, and were now more similar to spilled blood than earlier carrot-like color. He was sweating, even though the temperature was far from scorching. After a few moments, Adam couldn't endure it anymore and started to speak. "Are you all right, Master?" His worried gaze scanned Charles' face. "Do you still have trouble sleeping?" "It's hard to sleep when it's so hot, you know." The man in question mumbled back, wiping his forehead. "Your state keeps worsening, then." "Yes, but I can't really call this an illness now, can I?" A wry smile appeared on the redhead's face. "Master Vincent says it's no magical disease." "Then what about common ones? How about getting an opinion of one of the capital's doctors?" "Haha, good joke. Did you already forget I lost my nobility? Do you think they would ride all this way here just to check on some no-name with no money?" "Ha!" Charles shouted, his skin quickly turning tomato red. "I'm sorry if I upset you, Master," Adam said while bowing deeply. After taking a few deep breaths, the former noble spoke in an even tone. "No, it is I who should apologize. I don't know what came over me. Sorry." "Now, can we focus on the present?" Charles immediately changed the topic of conversation. "Start with the half-giants. What are mages saying?" "Nothing new, Master. Truth to be told, we can only speculate. Their bones and muscles seemed thicker, and even their heads and eyes turned bigger, yet their intelligence only decreased as a result. They're like 5-year-olds, constantly needing to be reminded about what to do and when to stop," he grunted. "On the other hand, their strength seems monstrous. They can easily break iron poles and lift wooden logs." "Anything more?" "They seem to barely remember their families, even if their wives and children try whatever they can to remind them." "Also, there is another request from Master Vincent for a half-giant. Autopsy," he finished with a grimace. "My answer remains the same, no," Charles roared, his hands hitting the desk in rage. I noticed small, smoldering holes were left in the wood. "These are loyal servants who were guarding me with their lives, and I won't have any of these robed fuckers cutting them open just to satisfy their sick curiosity. It's not up for discussion." "I see," Adam answered, meticulously crossing out something in his notebook. I noticed that a small, satisfied smile appeared on his face. A moment passed before the former noble calmed down, his tone nearly returning to normal. "What about the other thing I asked you about?" "Your siblings, Master." "Yes," Charles answered while closing his eyes. "According to my sources, your father sent them with our ancestor, Iron Hand and Green Succubus. Let me guess, Aken was forced on Heckin of Ash to strengthen our familial relationship. Soldi followed Iron Hand, and Kinth was sent after Green Succubus to try to woo her." "To the letter, Master." "And what of their fates?" "Unknown, Master. Our sources are conflicted. The only thing they can confirm is that all three forts, Kajin, Grode, and Frist, had fallen silent." "That's not all, is it?" Charles asked, his red eyes staring sharply at the servant. "Yes, Kajin is reportedly shrouded in clashing fire and water magics, creating a hellish death zone. It is unlikely that anyone other than Heckin survived. Even my brother with his famous blue flame. Blue flame's blood carries resistance that others lack, right? Tell me it is so." The red-haired mage's voice trembled. "Unless the ancestor intervened directly." Adam let his voice trail into nothingness. For a moment both the servant and his master just stood there, a heavy silence smothering the air between them. A much paler Charles spoke in a hoarse voice. "How about Grode, then?" The battle in the fortress and its surroundings still rages, the spies reporting inhuman figures slaughtering each other and then instantly reforming. Not much more is known at the moment. Anyone foolish enough to come closer gets attacked by both sides. So the golem master met his match? Curses. After taking a deep breath, he continued. How about Frist? It's the closest location and the one I'm most interested in. After all, Agnes went to reinforce them, right? With Lord Hawk no less. Adam once again shook his head. Our scouts report a large army of undead near Frist. Skeletons, zombies, ghouls, and large abominations have been reported so far. We predict that there are vampires, liches, and maybe even other restless dead monsters hidden amongst them. It's like somebody intentionally created counters to Jaynard Kingdom's powerhouses. The former noble murmured under his nose. It's not like we were hiding them, so it could be anyone, really. But there is no motive, he grumbled. We have no neighbors deranged enough to sick monsters on our land. If one country in the Northern Kingdom's alliance crumbles, all of us will follow. I don't understand it, I just do. God's damn whoever was responsible. Monstrous times bore monstrous creations, master, Adam added. I know that, but it still doesn't make any sense. Even if it was some cult or a single perpetrator, there is no way to force monstrous armies into marching without power. At this point, wouldn't it be easier to just attack us directly? Enough. I will only grow angrier if we'll continue this topic. As you wish, master. What about Agnes, then? Do you have any news? Charles stood up from his desk, his figure looking unusually frail at the wooden outpost backdrop. He turned towards the fields, his hands clenched on the railing. Or my brother, he added after a moment of consideration. I'm sorry. I see. The scouts noticed that the undead are still fighting, so not all is lost. Unlike the dungeon's servants, they're not coordinated in the slightest, and the reports confirm that they barely function as an army. As long as Frist walls still stand, our soldiers may have a chance. I see. Once again, a thick, dark silence descended between the two men. Both of them stared into the horizon, each of them immersed in their thoughts. What I would give to peek into that head of yours, Mage, I mumbled under my nose. And Charles suddenly reacted. Were you saying something? No, master. Is that so? I could swear I heard a whisper of something inhuman. How's your condition, master? Is it getting worse? Hey, I'm not getting crazy. I'm not hearing voices. As you say. Adam. Charles turned, staring at his smirking subordinate before bursting into a laugh himself. A second later, his gray-haired servant joined, filling the damp silence and brightening the atmosphere. Hey, that was good. Why, yes, it was ages since I laughed in this God-forgotten place. As you say, master. Do you want to hear another crazy idea? Please enlighten me, master. I was thinking about our outpost, our future, about the things we found. One of these things is the food that was transplanted into the outpost's fields. Blue root was it called. Are you talking about the small blue plant that we discovered underground? Then yes. Oh, so humans had already discovered my azure potatoes. Too bad. Add to this the training chamber, an infinite amount of metal, weapons, and armor, and even how we can get magical weapons and armor. Truly Brighton has blessed us, nodded Adam. Yes, maybe. My idea is a bit different. I'm all ears, master. What if this dungeon is still alive? What? What? Ha ha ha, I was waiting for that reaction. Charles grinned happily. Think about it. The creatures underground aren't growing weaker and more complacent. On the contrary, they're trying out new tactics and even sometimes manage to push our forces away. It has been documented that some of the dungeon-born monsters are fiercely territorial, master. Then how about this third-floor boss that got even Lord Hawk scared? Why hasn't it already escaped? Normal dungeons, and especially forgotten dungeon types, seem to inspire the loyalty of their monsters even after their core's death. That, too, is proven. You're a tough nut to crack. How do you explain the still-growing dungeon's area of influence, even after its supposed destruction? At this point, I was completely in Adam's logic camp. You tell him, old man. It's a forgotten dungeon, or it was. It will probably grow, much like nails and hair grow even after the death of a person. It may be similar. Gross. Yeah, you tell him. There is nothing wrong with my dead dungeon, you dunce. My mental voice turned out unnecessarily loud. Charles stopped his hand-waving and grew silent. Master, what it is? It's nothing, just hearing things again. I'll try to get a doctor from the capital. Adam's face turned sour. Don't bother, Charles smiled. And how is the production and training of that going? What are you talking, Abo? Do you mean that? Yes. Adam quickly scanned their vicinity before he started his report in a hushed tone. The first product is already done. The combat tests were promising. Very promising. We're currently closely working with Master's Vincent apprentices to find out the best activation and deactivation triggers. Do you have enough supplies? A quick nod followed. Yes, there is a constant flow of materials we're currently employing, especially since their quality doesn't matter in the end. True. Master, Adam hesitated, his face turning worried before he controlled his emotions. Spit it out. Is this project of yours really necessary? Charles chuckled weakly. Yes, sadly it is. When all is said and done, only one thing matters: power, strength to not be trampled, strength to survive. Strength to protect those we love, he added in a whisper. Without it, we are nothing. For such power, any price is right, even if I had to sell my soul. I understand, Master. Good, because I need some rest. Yes. Try to cobble up some armor and weapons for the half-giants. I have a feeling we're going to need them in the future. As his form vanished from my sight, I was left to digest this new knowledge. Only to get interrupted. I was getting an intruder signal on the second floor near the underground lake where Glass Progenitor lived. That was normal. The fact it was coming from behind the lake, near the river, wasn't. 67. No. I was moving down, floating as fast as I could. The second floor was still like a blaring alarm, the sensation of an outsider appearing in a place where intrusion shouldn't be possible scorching my mind. It was weird, unusual, worrying. Normally ants wandering my halls felt insignificant and unseen, simply a part of my inner ecosystem, just doing their thing. Even their constant battles were just an annoyance, nothing more, a rumbling in my metaphorical stomach. Yet this feeling was different, strong. On the bright side, at least the intensity helped me quickly figure out the source. In hindsight, it should be easy to predict since these aggressors came from the only other entrance into my domain, the underground river. An entrance that I completely ignored thus far. Maybe I should feel lucky that the invasion from this blind spot happened only now. My heart grew colder as I considered my options. Sending Naan or Guardian to hold the line was the best I could think of, especially since the Revenant was living just across the lake and could instantly teleport through the nearby shadows. That left one question: how strong were the opponents? I was quickly given an answer as one of the outsiders faded from existence. It was then swiftly devoured by the dungeon. In other words, it had been killed. A moment later, I felt a familiar sensation. I was acquiring knowledge about the enemy. It was some kind of snake. Yes, it felt just right. A small, brownish creature with fangs full of venom. One death was not enough for a complete blueprint, but I was slowly getting there. Soon another death followed, and another one. This was good. It meant that my staple creatures, Rattlings and Lebiers, were strong enough to defend the second entrance. I whistled with relief but continued my journey. There was always a chance that something could go wrong and a personal touch would be needed. Soon my translucent figure passed Glass Progenitor's lake and arrived at the source of the disturbance. And a strange sight greeted me. I was expecting a battlefield, full of furious creatures and crackling magic, bodies strewn everywhere. What greeted me was a mix between a butcher shop and a bazaar. The small clearing near the river proper had been enlarged tenfold, and the stone chipped away by the patient workers. This created a large harbor plaza with piers and massive wooden constructions reaching up to the ceiling. Around it, a whole bunch of rattlings were milling about between various shabby structures, squeaking, hauling items, bags, and even some squirming creatures. Near the water, a small butchery was constructed, if a simple wooden square complete with a sturdy table even could be called so. It was just big enough to allow easy work, and work constantly it did, taking care of a constant stream of snakes that were being hauled inside. In the middle of it stood two lebiers, banged up and lacking legs, but still capable enough to kill any provided prey. They expertly caught wriggling prisoners, stabbed them through the eye, and then threw the remains into a large basket nearby. When filled, a few rattlings dragged it off to a nearby bloodied pit and dumped its contents on the ground, where dungeon magic did its thing, greedily devouring the messy contents. After a while, I noticed that both lebiers had a small, rattling black mage sitting on their shoulder, waving its hands like some kind of a furry conductor. Each of them was a picture of concentration, up to a small tongue licking a chafed upper lip, painting a disturbingly human expression. As I watched them work, another thing drew my attention. A screeching transport had arrived at the harbor. Or should I say, how the hell I didn't notice this thing straight away? The rattlings, because who, but them managed to construct a whole railway-like structure directly under the river ceiling. It was a rickety thing, groaning and shaking with each use, yet somehow remaining whole. Large logs were fitted into mined-out openings and then reinforced with metal. The structure showed signs of being remade again and again. Unlike the dull brown of common wood, the materials showed a silvery sheen, similar to the trees growing in my aura. I began to suspect that the ongoing deforestation wasn't completely humanity's fault. Under the scaffolding, I spied two rails with small grooves carved into their upper section. They were connected, creating a monstrously long oval allowing the train cars to continue their endless journey. The hazardous construction continued into the distance, eventually disappearing behind the river rapids and the cold fog they emitted. I couldn't even imagine the amount of rat power that went into completing this task. For all that I knew, the second station of this wooden railroad could be hundreds of meters or even kilometers away. A moment passed, and something slowly emerged from the darkness while clacking and clocking. It was another haphazard thing, a platform with barely any free space, no safety railings, and right in the middle, a big wheel with rods sticking out on all sides. A group of rattlings was toiling away, pushing the central piece forward and, by the extension of a complicated gear system, the rest of the contraption. It reminded me of a wheel of pain I once saw in a Conan movie. There was some difference, though. For one, the slaves were replaced with willing laborers. At least I thought they were willing. Nobody was cracking a whip above their heads, although there was some shouting to keep the rhythm. Each of them certainly looked bigger, more muscular, and overall more savage than the rest of the rat crew. The strange vehicle was filled to the brim with thick green ropes spread chaotically on the ground. At least I thought they were ropes until one hissed in pain and tried to lift its enormous head only to get bonked by a nearby rattling, and then promptly subdued by a syringe-wielding individual. His needle weapon looked incredibly thick and crude, but did its job. This commotion managed to throw the wagon into an unsteady swing. Reacting to that, the rattling leader gave a sharp command, his feathered cap swaying on the wind. Rattling laborers were ordered to stop, their large bodies slowly grounding to a halt. A wave of grunts followed, and soon both the harbor-bound rats and the crew stared pleadingly at the ceiling gears, whose teeth started to vibrate dangerously. Thankfully, it was an empty scare. After a few minutes, the mechanism settled in, and the journey resumed, safely delivering the cargo into my dungeon. At the same time, enough small snakes were sacrificed so that I could start making them on my own. Their stats or description wasn't anything special, though, so why bother? Dirt snake. A common creature adapted to living underground. Its coloration is most commonly gray or brown, thus the name. uses venomous fangs and quick coiling and jumping techniques to ambush its prey, which consists mainly of small animals. While not able to see in the darkness, these reptiles can use their thermal imagining organs to detect creatures up to 5 meters away, making them nearly impossible to ambush. With low intelligence and overall strength, they are mostly considered pests to be exterminated by the underground dwellers. Some consider them a delicacy or a material for making valuable clothing. They live in small swarms of 5 to 10 individuals. Threat level E. I materialized one, creating a commotion amongst the rattlings, and waved my hand to stop the needless butchering. More so, these creatures were too weak to help me with gaining another floor. Not sure if it was about their weak souls, laughable individual power, or something else, but I knew for sure that killing them off wasn't helping. The lead Rattling bowed, surprisingly understanding my intentions, but continued killing off reptiles. I prepared to stop this wasteful behavior before noticing that this time butchered flesh wasn't dumped on the ground, but rather carried into the tunnels, presumably to feed the ever-growing rat population. I could help with that. With a flourish, a few snake eggs were summoned from nothing, the rattlings dancing a small, happy dance before dragging them away. It was heartwarmingly interesting. Rats and snakes, what could go wrong? But seeing the amount of work they put into this little operation, I was sure that dirt snakes would quickly end up domesticated, especially since they were now dungeon-born creatures. My attention was quickly taken by the big serpents being slaughtered, their drugged-up bodies offering no resistance to lever cleavers. I began consuming more meaty chunks of knowledge. The feeling was exhilarating. I kinda understood why my less intelligent dungeon core brethren pursued new creatures with such passion. There was some heavy conditioning being done in the shadows. Even I had to fight back against the overwhelming feeling of wanting more and more. Clearing my head, I focused on the new creatures. It would take some time to fully comprehend their internal structure, seeing as I already sensed how much more complicated, and most importantly, inherently magical they were. I had time, though. The earlier rail car left the station, this time taking a full contingent of Rattling mages, warriors, and workers. No new Rattling types were added to my internal library, so my best guess was that they were taught, not born that way. This stirred my curiosity. How did they tick? Should I invite some of them to my 4th floor? This feeling quickly faded, however, as I saw something strange being transported on board the incoming vehicle. There were unconscious little people, maybe children, lying face down on the wooden floor. Most of them seemed bruised, cut, and bloodied, a clear sign of fighting or some other catastrophe. As far as I could tell, most of them still drew breath, but each of the prisoners was overzealously tied up with ropes. Oi. Now I was really curious. What did these rats do? Did they conquer a settlement or something like that? Maybe they defeated an adventurer party, ambushed a patrol. It was scathing, the lack of knowledge. My earlier tries to claim the flowing water had always failed. There was something strange and different with how the water behaved, bits that I could claim instantly flowing away, slipping from my grasp. It was useless, an exercise in futility, a natural barrier that was a dungeon's natural enemy, one that I already acknowledged in my mind. Now, however, that I was sure that something interesting was hiding beyond the horizon, the situation changed. I tried once again with a gambler's mindset that today was going to be different. It was not like I had anything to lose. In the beginning, it went as usual. I pushed my presence out, and small pieces of dungeon aura began clinging to the water. They quickly broke off, carried away by the strong current. My reaction was to desperately stop these droplets, which in turn created small whirlpools here and there, where my power collided with the natural flow. It felt bad, like clinging to the gymnastic ladder bad, muscle-tearing bad. This tug-of-war continued for a few minutes before I ultimately surrendered. With a roar, I let go, the aura scattering away in an instant. My energy drained, I elected to lie on the ground, staring at the ceiling. Another defeat. It chafed. A bit dazed, I threw some of my remaining energy towards the roof and the shabby construction that clung to it. I was expecting the vigor of water to wash it away in a matter of minutes. And then it didn't. For a moment I just stared, not believing my eyes. Then, suddenly full of energy, I floated upward and started pushing. It took me a few hours, but the effects were clear. On the good side, I could spread my dungeon aura through the rattling construction. Maybe it was the material used or simply their deference to my domain. It didn't matter. I had an avenue of expansion and, if worse came to worst, even escape. On the bad side, the speed of expansion was terrible. After the initial jump and gaining control over the harbor area, I was adding only a few centimeters per 10 minutes to my domain. At least once started, it was turned into an automatic process. Now I only had to wait. And that had given me some time to examine my newest prisoners. They weren't, as I assumed at the beginning, children, but rather small, sturdy, tattooed adults. In any fantasy world, they would be classified as dwarves, gnomes, or hobbits. Their stocky build and the number of scars meant dwarves in my book. They were a motley bunch, mostly wearing leather and rough cloth, most dirtied with smudges of filth, blood, and sweat. I noticed cleaner parts remaining where they once wore armor. Both men and women were clean-shaven and burly, their muscles bulging and hands full of calluses. Another distinct feature they shared were tattoos decorating their faces. Each of them had one with different colors and shapes, full of meanings that seemed to ripple just under the surface. I could also sense a touch of magic about them. I was unclear about the specifics, though. Whoever they were, the same booze hounds that many stories depicted, or something wholly different didn't matter in the end. I had another role planned for them, one that mostly disregarded what they were. As the first candidates in my anima experiments, they only needed to feel and breathe. There was a different problem I needed to consider: how to transport them to the 4th floor. A direct route was going right through the adventurer's outpost in the central pond room. It was also the most unreliable since, in order to keep secrecy, I had to temporarily drive them out from the 2nd floor. The next idea was to enlarge some of the rattling tunnels to drag the prisoners straight into the laboratory floor, which was immediately shot down by the rats. After interpreting a few minutes of pantomime, where was Rattling Queen when you needed her, I understood that it was deemed impossible. The amount of work would be humongous, but that wasn't the real problem. It was the other tunnels that made it hard to realize. My dungeon had more holes than Swiss cheese, all of them planned, reinforced, and heavily utilized. All of them with little to no leeway. Widening one could break the supports of another, causing a domino effect and claiming countless rat lives, and more importantly, compromising the integrity of my dungeon. I wasn't sure of the exact consequences, but considering how eager humans tried to exploit the hole in the 2nd floor. So no, that option was also out of the question. My mind whirled as I searched for other possibilities. And during this brainstorm of mine, Naan teleported in, checking the commotion. Her part metal, part flesh form materialized from the darkness as she gracefully strolled close to my newest prisoners. Trailing behind her was the small ninja kobold, its reptilian face overwhelmed with the amount of bustle present. It tried to keep its eyes on the surroundings, twitching at every random movement and noise. Its mistress stopped a few meters ahead, rattling laborers giving her free rein over the hissing prisoners. Her armored fingers touched and squeezed every protesting animal, checking the thickness of the scales and potency of the venom gland. She shook her head in disappointment before trudging on. Her only reaction to the sight of the unconscious dwarves was a glare of disdain. I breathed out. Jaynard Kingdom seemed the Revenant's only target, so I was spared from preventing a slaughter. Now that I thought about it. Naan, are you capable of teleporting these dwarves down to the 4th floor? I asked hopefully. I noticed that she always hauled the little kobold with her, so it should be possible. An answer to my problem could be hidden in clear sight. The metal-clad revenant changed her direction, leaving a livid green snake to its captors. Her iron boots struck the floor in a calm rhythm as she came closer to the figures lying on the ground. She crouched down, her hands poking and prodding. "Naan, they're not food." She answered with a nod. A moment later, her hands slipped under a brown-tattooed dwarf, lifting him from the ground. There wasn't even a single grunt of exertion coming from the undead, despite her filigree figure. Naan's face scrunched in displeasure before she unceremoniously dropped his burden to the ground. The dwarf landed face first, but the potent drugs kept him sedated. "Hey, can't you be more delicate?" I scolded my monster. "They're valuable research samples." After she waved me off, I continued questioning. "So, can you do it?" "Can't," she sent crisply. "What? Why? Can you be more specific? It's certainly within your abilities since you lug that kobold everywhere." The Revenant stared up at the ceiling for a moment before sending Fat back to me. Now that she explained the restrictions, it seemed easy to understand. Logical even. She could drag only a limited mass through the shadows. The question was, where did that limit lie? My gaze darted between Ninja Kobold and a pile of dwarven prisoners. What if? Nant. MHM. If I trimmed the smallest of the dwarves, would that be enough to drag them through? She suddenly looked much more interested, a cruel glint in her eye. The Revenant turned back to the unconscious figures. She strolled closer, slowly observing their faces and sometimes even lifting them up. "Naan?" I asked again, gazing at her cautiously. She ignored me and continued her examination. After 15 minutes of prodding and tense silence, my undead pointed toward the gold-faced dwarf. "Small. I see." With a mental nod, I sent orders to the surrounding Rattlings. Their contents were simple yet cruel. Cut off the arms and legs of the gold-faced dwarf. Remember to cauterize the wounds. I decreed. For my experiments, it was enough that he was alive as long as his heart was beating and his mind worked. I would be satisfied. Keeping the patient alive was something that my whole fourth floor was dedicated to after all. The rats moved with purpose, some of them dragging the Lebir butcher closer, others preparing red-hot iron. As I idly wondered about when the Rattlings made a bonfire, and if a fire burning underground was truly safe, the chosen dwarf was moved to an impromptu table, his torso and limbs secured. And then, without needless preparation or torture, the deed was done. Even heavily drugged, the victim felt enough pain to hoarsely scream before falling back into an unfeeling slumber. A blessing in disguise. His blood was surprisingly red when it hissed away, evaporated by searing metal. All that remained from the person was a trunk-looking torso. The smell of burnt flesh was still lingering in the air when Naan teleported closer, her fingers tracing the wounds. The Revenant grinned and licked her lips before placing a hand on the immobilized dwarf's chest. And then both she and her baggage sunk into the shadows. A few minutes later, I confirmed their arrival on the fourth floor. There was no time to waste. In a fantasy setting, dwarves were described as sturdy, stubborn folk, but who knew how they developed on Yana? There was no need to take any chances. I immediately ordered my butchers to move the patient into a sarcophagus and start testing procedures. Their excited clacking slowly disappeared in the distance as I spoke to Naan. "Do you need any rest, or can you take another volunteer with you?" "Ready." "Good. From what I've seen, most of those captured are rather bulky. That leaves maybe 3 or 4 subjects of small enough mass. Please move them as soon as possible. I'll give orders to the rats to prepare the prisoners." MHM. With a nod, Naan left the laboratory floor. I was about to leave when something drew my attention. One of the testing beds was already filled. "How?" As I floated closer, a reptilian face relaxed in a deep sleep could be seen through the small, round window. "Ah, yes." The first of Guardian's subordinates. That was fast. I was sure that even with the draconian training he was doing, it would take weeks, if not months, before they were considered ready. So either this little one was a sacrifice or a rare genius. Knowing my boss's monster attitude, it was probably the latter. Still, that didn't matter. Another batch of orders was sent, and a dozen of butchers crowded the room. It was a new, curious thing they were instructed to do, and seeking knowledge was in their very nature. to reinforce a living being with metal and not kill it in the process. It was so fascinating. There was more excited chittering, clanging metal noises, and sounds of flesh being broken and then remade. The butchers bickered with each other, proposing new treatments and interesting developments. I consciously cut that noise off. Now, where was I right? It was all good and dandy, but there was still a whole slew of prisoners waiting to be transported and processed. They could survive on drugs and gruel only for a limited amount of time. I guess I should work on some distractions to push the humans out from the second floor, at least temporarily. Even 30 minutes would be enough. I had enough ratpor to drag them through. The only thing I needed was a chance, preferably an outside intervention. So I gave my orders and then waited. It might be a paranoid desire at this point, but I didn't want to show any more of my hidden cards. Charles was already questioning what was happening and whether I was really dead. There was no need to add to this suspicion. The days passed slowly. I observed the human militia, adventurers, and mages duking it out with my creatures, and cautiously gathering both food and materials. They still didn't shy away from rat meat or harvesting the underground plants. I was listening in on their conversations about how the Silver Oasis was their second chance at life, about how the capital was full of starving people, and some turned to cannibalism, about the armies being constantly sent to the borders, the soldiers rarely returning home, about the opulence of nobles and merchants, about the constant stream of refugees that enlarged their already bloated population. These people loved gossip, didn't they? A week passed and then a few days more while I was listening to this nonsense. It was driving me insane. The dwarves were growing weaker and my chance was slipping. Nothing changed with the militia's talks about the last breakfast, the new training, or the suspicious lack of new caravans. Naan was also going crazy, her incursions to the surface growing longer and riskier. She didn't kill anyone just as I ordered her, but the strain was getting worse and worse. It was only a matter of time before she exploded. At least my butchers were hard at work already finishing their experiments on the few unlucky kobolds. The creatures stood now at 1.5 meters with layers and layers of metal laid upon them. No trace of the lizard remained, completely encased in a suit of armor powered by an anima shard located in a large pack situated on their back, making it a bit similar to how oxygen tanks looked. These new creatures lugged an oversized halberd, a crudely made but completely functional weapon, and whatever they lost in speed, they made up in sheer durability. The system called them mechanical dragoons for some reason, even though they weren't using mounts. Their description was as follows. Mechanical dragoon. A member of the Kobold Pale tribe irreversibly joined with armor and machinery, creating a clockwork exoskeleton grafted onto its flesh. The armor's power is drawn from the ever-replenishing shard of anima, making it both durable and powerful. The cost is, however, the sheer mass of the creature, reducing its speed to ungodly levels. Mechanical dragoons remain living, breathing creatures feeding on dungeon mana when available, but also not avoiding water and solid foods. Many of their organs were improved throughout the operation, granting them unique abilities. The kobolds remain a highly sociable species, using their power in concert with other altered and unaltered tribesmen, thus raising the threat level even higher. Threat level C. Why yeah, a level C threat. Hell Glass Progenitor, the large tentacle monster living under the second floor lake, was a B. As was my unique regenerator mutant roaming the third floor. What was his name? Right, berserker. Anyway, the system was suggesting that a critical mass of these guys was a little less dangerous than the most powerful creatures residing in my innards. Now, that was a bit of a game changer. I still couldn't exactly imagine them taking on literal monsters like Lord Hawk, Jaynard Kingdom's ultra-powerful general, and leader of the humbly named Hawks, some secret organization that was, if one could easily trace its founder. Yet killing off mages and warriors upstairs suddenly stopped looking like such a ridiculous idea. If one wanted short-term gains, that is. Anyway, more power was always better. No arguing with that. The slow dripping time was now being interrupted by new dragoons being dropped out of the operating table and increasingly nervous gossip of the farmer militia. It wasn't bad by any means if one ignored cranky non-ghosting about the whole place. Only hours passed, and then it happened. One of the mounted scouts that Charles employed along the way was running himself ragged, trying to reach the outpost's gates. Important message, make way, ye," he screamed, his face pale and sweaty. Sentries recognized the man and let him through without much fuss. Charles was already there, his red hair and eyes staring intently at the gasping messenger. "So what happened?" he asked calmly. "T the undead, sire," the commoner wheezed. "T the undead are coming, and T they're pursuing a band of refugees." "Gods damn them," Charles cursed. "So that's why we weren't getting any reinforcements. Brighton only knows how many of them have already joined the ranks of the dead." "How many?" As the mage asked his silver-haired butler, Adam arrived nearby and was already organizing soldiers and scribes. A dozen, maybe two, sire." "Shit," he breathed out before yelling. "Prepare the archers, gather cavalry and infantry. Get the half-giants ready just in case." Sire," the messenger stuttered. "I'm no sire," Charles said, and the commoner paled in fright. "And another thing." "Why, yes. There is never only 1 or 2 dozen undead." The commotion continued as more and more soldiers poured out of the outpost into the nearby field. Soon a basic formation was ready, with armored professional warriors in the middle, militia infantry on the flanks, and archers with spellcaster support waiting behind them. The heavy soldiers in the center were armed with two-handed weapons, mostly swords, but with a hammer or axe thrown in the mix. The militia was sporting wooden shields and crude spears, with a dagger on each soldier's waist and simple leather armor covering their torso. Nonetheless, every single one of them was proudly bearing a gray and dark blue kite shield symbol of the Jaynard kingdom. About 20 horsemen were standing at the ready, their shining new long lances and scale armor in stark contrast to the well-used equipment carried by the rest of the army. The support units were a mixed bag. A few mages in violet and red robes stood in a chaotic group turning their nose at the nearby archers. Most of them chatted in low tones, oblivious to sergeants shouting orders. Archers were as poorly armed as militia, with rough short bows and leather armor barely covering their torsos. Recognizable helmets made by Idiotsmith were sitting uncomfortably on their heads. Their nervous swallowing and sweating showed a lack of experience or maybe just confidence. The field was silent, like the whole world held its breath, awaiting the coming battle. Soon the calm was broken as the soldiers started getting restless, gossiping about the future, joking, or just praying. Another 30 minutes passed until Charles emerged from his residence, wearing a humble chain shirt, armored pants, and a helmet painted red. He mounted up, slowly moving toward the front of his army. The cavalry unit followed him like a group of bodyguards. He gazed into the distance, where I could only just see a cloud of dust. In the coming minutes, more and more scouts arrived, each of them with the same news. A group of humans was running from the undead, slated soon to arrive. Charles closed his eyes, scratching his chin as he conversed with the last of the mounted arrivals. "I see, go back into the outpost and rest." "Yes." "And before you go, any news about the rest of the scouts?" The messy-haired messenger shook his head. "The last communication was about them reaching out to a group of refugees." Then silence. "I understand," dismissed. The red-haired mage hummed under his nose. "Master," Adam, his old butler, appeared a bit worried. "Are you okay? The troops are waiting." "I'm thinking." "About what? The situation seems pretty clear." "Is it?" he chuckled darkly. "Scouts are missing, and at least 3 distinct groups of refugees are being herded into our ranks. What's more, no caravan or patrol managed to reach us in a week. I would say that it's very much not pretty clear." "Forgive this old servant," Adam bowed his head deeply. "I did not want to overreach." "Oh, stow it. I am not a noble anymore, you can relax. No need for keeping up the face shtick. Master. Minutes passed, and the clouds of dust transformed into recognizable silhouettes. As the scouts described, each of the three visible groups was comprised of pitiful, rag-wearing refugees being pursued by a group of skeletal undead. Most of the dead were naked, with their fingers sharpened into cutting tools, but amongst them, I saw 2 or 3 with pieces of flesh remaining. Those were armored and armed, bellowing commands and hurrying other monsters. The refugees were clad in sand-covered clothes, desperately jogging forward. Some of them were clutching their belongings, others carried small bundles, either with valuables or children. Their gait was slow and painful with stiff movements that only a person on the brink of death could make. Skeletons and skeleton commanders, Charles murmured under his breath. Are they trying to drive refugees into our lines to wreak confusion? Something doesn't add up. It's not even 100 undead. Any kingdom's patrol would be able to dispatch or avoid them. Skeletons are pretty stupid, after all. What I am not seeing. Leader, a rough voice had interrupted his musings. One of the better-equipped cavalries trotted closer. Yes, Commander. Permission to engage the enemy and rescue these poor civilians. Charles Brew rose. Never took you for a merciful man, Commander. Noblesse oblige and all that crap. The cavalry leader smiled under his mustache. Besides, no better way to test my subordinates. Blood must be spilled, preferably the enemy blood. That's more like it. Permission granted, just be careful. Careful is my second name. The smile transformed into a huge grin as the large man turned back. Ready weapons, he bellowed. Let us smack the deadies and rescue a few damsels in distress. His troops rushed ahead, slowly raising their speed. Soon a steady clatter of hooves filled the battlefield. Cavalry closed in, their lances poised to strike. Undead braced, their chaotic ranks suddenly gained order, yet lack of armor or weapons turned the attempt pitiful instead of dangerous. A moment later the dead and the living clashed, sending waves of dust and thunderous screech noise of metal meeting bone in the air. The human squad had run through the enemy, instantly eliminating about half of them. Still many remained, their arms torn apart and bodies smashed. A living army would have rooted at this moment. But this was no living army. That's enough, a booming voice of the commander echoed on the wasteland. Get the refugees out of here, we'll let the infantry have their glory. Yes, sir. Sure. Flint, go and ask the women to follow. Laughing gleefully, a scarred veteran trotted closer to the refugee on the front, one carrying a small bundle that I surmised was her child. He ignored his horse's nervous neighing and leaned closer. My lady, can I offer you a seat behind me? We'll get you and your child to safety. He waited for a moment, but no answer came back. The woman was just staring at him, her face hidden behind the rags. My lady. As he came even closer, the woman reacted. She threw her baby straight at the soldier before screeching. It was an infuriated, inhuman voice that left her throat. Cavalrymen instinctually caught the flying baby, only to have it unpack in a sort of spider-like skeletal abomination with long legs and arms, and a small torso which immediately reoriented itself and sunk its teeth in the cavalryman's face, tearing off the flesh. As he screamed, the same scene played out around the man, people getting thrown out their horses in a desperate bid to break free of their enemy's attack. The remaining soldiers were torn between helping their comrades and running away. Seconds passed and the decision has been made for them. The rest of the refugees took off their rags, revealing their true forms: leathery skin, white eyes, and claw-like fingers. Zombies, shouted a soldier before he was overwhelmed by a sudden charge and dragged from his mount. It took only moments before humans were annihilated. No, no, damn it, no, these were good soldiers. By Brighton's beard, they will pay, Charles cursed. They will pay, he repeated, his red eyes squinted, observing the rest of the suspicious refugees. No way around it, he grunted before riding up to the front of his army. He dismounted a lone figure against the slowly advancing enemy. Get the horse. Sir, a soldier saluted and grabbed the reins. I am no sir. Charles scowled, and in the same breath, a low chant started flowing from his mouth. Unlike earlier, it wasn't structured magic, a repeat of words without a true meaning behind them. No. Right now Charles was muttering to the growing flame in his hand, explaining, convincing it, communicating. It was new, it was exhilarating to hear. As I listened, something resonated in my soul. The words he spoke were also sent to me, asking for aid, asking for power. And both the flame and I answered, growing in power, a small fire swelling to an enormous proportion. A second and third soon appeared, slowly rotating in place. The dead noticed the change, and their disguise was thrown to the wind. 3 armies collapsed on a lone man threatening to smash him to pieces. And then they stopped. Greater fireball, the mage shouted, and the flames sprung to life. A fiery trail was left behind each of them before a second later an explosion brightened the sky. And another one. The temperature rose as I observed what could be only described as small bombs slowly fading from existence. They left only scorched bones and melted metal in their wake. The oh-so-scary undead were mostly erased from the face of the earth by a single spell. Some of the zombies and skeletons remained, lacking limbs or large parts of the flesh. They stubbornly stuttered forward, their hatred for living forcing them into an unwinnable battle. I could nearly hear the collective swallowing of the army left behind the red-eyed mage. There was some kind of aura spilling from the man, making it hard for anyone to approach. "What are you waiting for?" the fire demon screamed. Kill them all, avenge your fallen brethren." A hoarse voice filled with malice shocked humans into action. "Charge! With me, soldiers! Shower them with magic! Archers fiery!" And amongst the warriors I could hear small whispers of awe, songs of terror. "Follow the fire god. Follow the blue flame. Follow the red death." Humans surged like a hungry ocean, decimating the remaining enemies. And in the middle of this surge, a lone person was standing like a rock, fearfully avoided by the flowing river. Yet somebody broke the unspoken barrier. Adam slowly walked closer before shouting, "Master." "What?" A rough answer came back, the mage's face red and strained. I could see a green flame flickering in his eyes. The red of his hair and eyes also turned more vivid, more alive. Charles' servant swallowed dryly before speaking out. "The scouts report another group approaching the outpost." "Good, just point me in the right direction," he growled. "I am positively itching for more targets." "That would be problematic, Master." "Why?" "Because this group is flying Princess Agnes colors." "So, are you saying that they're like these people?" Charles casually pointed toward the glassed floor and scorched zombie remains. "And that they're too being pursued by the undead?" "Why, yes, and there are a lot of them. We noticed ghouls, abominations, and many types of skeletons. Vampires are probable, but shouldn't be a problem during the day." Charles relaxed and his hair stopped glowing. "Time to greet my fiancé, then. Prepare the army after they'll clean up here. I'll aid you where it is possible." He paused. "And ask Master Vincent for help. We're saving royalty, so the old maid should pull his weight." "By your command." 68. No. I had mixed feelings. While I had screwed the pooch, as I had got a bit too much into observing Charles and his little army shenanigans than was healthy and, in the process, completely forgot about my brilliant plan. The situation as a whole wasn't unsalvageable. Above my dungeon, the Jaynard Kingdom forces were preparing to stop another undead attack, which gave me a chance to finish transferring the dwarven prisoners. The few I had moved with Naan's help were of the trimmable kind. The rest were to be moved in an ordinary fashion. This time I would ignore the humans and instead focus on doing what needed to be done. And if, and only if, I was quick enough, there should be enough time left to observe the latter part of the battle. That was under the assumption that the humans weren't going to get utterly crushed. As for the reason why, I just couldn't help myself. Observing the outpost's workings was an addicting activity, like watching a popular series on TV. In my past life, I tended to binge on these things. Except here all the actors were real people, there was way too much drama for my taste, and you couldn't change the channel at all. So, it was nothing like the television I remembered. I blamed the lack of meaningful entertainment in my underground hellhole. That problem aside, I had something even more terrifying to worry about. This unconscious resonance in response to Charles' chanting. I had lent him my power, but the process and consent to do so were outside my control. This made me wary, especially since my current condition could be connected to any unexplainable phenomena. Worse still, the sickly green flame flickering in his eyes was hauntingly similar to the color of the anima. My first reaction was to kill the red-haired mage and nip the problem in the bud. And I would have done so if he wasn't the outpost's leader. The consequences of eliminating him weren't something I was ready to face. Yet. Scary human warriors like Lord Hawk were much too fresh in my memory. I needed a contingency to counter them, yet my lack of power made most of the attempts to defend myself meaningless. And what was worse, a dungeon core cannot run. An endless loop. There was nothing more I could do about it at the moment but wait. So instead of agonizing again and again over the things I had no control over, I focused on finishing preparations while doing what could be done. My invisible form soundlessly floated down to the second floor. The rats were already waiting, small, burly figures of dwarven prisoners safely tied to the wooden boards. Each of them was carried by 24 rattlings, creating a comical sight of a plank levitating just above the ground. Close to the central pond room, teams of lebiers were led by rattling black mages, poised to strike. Their haphazardly armored bodies stood as still as only the dead could, a flicker of magic burning steadily in their eyes. Each was armed with a shield and electrified mace. Naan and her kobold ninja were also ready. In this battle, their role would be a crucial one to stop enemies from calling an alarm. Surprisingly, I couldn't sense any tension from the Revenant's back. She was touching her pitch-black daggers, caressing their sharp blades. A calm and solemn figure as always. Now that I thought about it, discerning anything from Naan's wooden expression wasn't easily done, unless she was showing her blind hate for the Jaynard kingdom or its citizens. While humans had rescinded much of their presence on the second floor, there was one obstacle we had to get rid of to retain control. A sole runner traveled between the first and second floor every 15 or so minutes. It was a young lad, with a stubble of a beard, wearing a mismatched set of militia armor. He had to be killed or otherwise incapacitated to give me a chance to succeed. This act, coupled with the elimination of the soldiers based on the second floor, would buy me enough time to transport our prisoners into the waiting claws of the butchers. Even if the outpost forces prematurely discovered the attack, they would still have their hands full with the undead invasion, thus delaying their response. It was a foolproof plan. I hummed under my nose, a half-forgotten melody hauntingly twisting in the nothingness. It was time. One last look at the surface showed 2 armies poised to strike, and a small group of Jaynard Kingdom soldiers barely making it into Charles' defensive formation before the clash. Amongst them, a few figures seemed hurt, or maybe just unconscious. It was hard to tell. My curiosity piqued, yet I forced myself to retreat. It wouldn't be wise to repeat my last mistake. I'll slowly get to the bottom of it afterward, if they were still alive, that is. The human soldiers on the second floor were a small group, about a dozen militia and a grumpy veteran serving as their leader. They huddled against a small fire and gazed into the black from behind temporary barricades, their tired eyes scanning the surroundings with fear. Electrical chandeliers were still hanging from the ceiling here and there, but most of these had been destroyed by the half-elven princess, Rampage. I hadn't restored them true to the ruse I was trying to propagate, and the darkness worked in my favor as lebiers and rattlings slowly crept closer and closer, their figures impossible to discern. It was only when the runner arrived, his youthful face reddened by the sprint, that I had given the order to attack. Kill them all, my disembodied voice echoed in the skulls of the surrounding creatures. And darkness moved, responding to my words. Their charge began silently, gaining momentum before a single scream cut through the air. One of the militias glanced around at just the right moment, noticing the advancing monsters. Enemy attack! He quickly reached for his weapon, bracing the spear against the ground. Just like how they were taught at the drilling ground, I observed too many times to count. All around the soldier, other panicked voices and yells echoed as humans scrambled to defend themselves. The runner's reaction was different. After a second of confusion and terror, he turned on his heels, intending to climb up and warn the first-floor team. It was a noble action, one that was cut short by the Naan's appearance from the nearby shadows. She stood before the young man and the staircase, her half-metallic face sporting a rare, ugly grin. "An undead," the youth screamed, drawing the attention of the commanding soldier. "Gods curse you, demon!" The scarred warrior spat on the ground before shooting out a series of commands. "Jarn and Solden with me. The rest hold your ground for as long as possible." Sir. We're dead men walking anyway, so spare no blood or sweat. We've got to give this lad a chance to warn the others." "Understood," his bodyguards answered in unison. "Now lads, charge, for the Jaynard Kingdom." His words were calm and collected, yet a strange conviction was burning in his eyes. This only made Naan more livid, as her grin widened into a full-fledged, deranged smile. With a casual swipe, she left a cut on the boy's leg. Cursing, he tumbled to the ground, clutching the wound. It was an artful stroke, deep enough to impair mobility yet shallow enough to not let him bleed out. "A torturer's cut." "Shit," the veteran cursed bitterly as the humans charged the undead girl. His subordinates called their gods, full of hatred instead of admiration for professional work. "Barbarians." Naan's lithe form twirled between incoming spears, her daggers smashing into them with strength measured just enough to change their trajectory. She dodged the attacks perfectly only to get assaulted by the veteran soldier. "Shield bash," he shouted, and the scrappy shield responded, the skill reinforcing the metal's endurance and enhancing his forward momentum. Naan's head turned unnaturally, her wide smile still showing hauntingly white teeth. With a light asterisk hup, she extended her hand and jumped. I could hear her flesh and iron body protesting when the Revenant's palm landed on the incoming wall. Using the momentum, she flew above the charging enemy and gracefully landed on the ground. The human soldier stopped his attack. He gasped for air, sweat trickling on his scarred face. He then turned heavily. It was a painfully slow movement, yet not a single attack had landed on his defenseless back. He spat on the ground, "The bitches toying with us, lads." His subordinates only panted in response, their wary eyes and trembling hands grasping for respite. To me, defensive formation. Heeding the command, 2 soldiers returned to the veteran's side. Unlike the rest, he wore not simple leather armor, but one enhanced with pieces of iron. Under his metal helmet, I could see calculating eyes and clenched jaw. His rugged physique might have been considered handsome in some barbaric way. Naan had ignored their preparations, instead glancing at the battle between Lebiers and the rest of the militia. The undead had already arrived at the defensive positions and were slugging it out with the remaining soldiers. Their fight was uninspired and boring, maces impacting shields, spears sometimes finding purchase in the armor or flesh of the attackers. Due to makeshift barricades, the defenders were currently in the lead, blackish blood being spilled much more often than its red counterpart. A few of the rattling black mages sent their spells into the midst of battle, the bolts of green energy more often hitting their allies than enemies. Yet while the Lebiers simply shrugged off, the magic humans weren't so resilient. Their leather armor sizzled with every stopped shot, an acrid smell spreading in the air. I could see their exhaustion, their rising despair as the first wave of skills managed to take down only a few of my creatures, the rest swarming their positions. Our victory was only a question of time now. Naan understood that too, as she turned knowingly to her 3 opponents. A mocking grin remained on her face, taunting the soldiers. The veteran leading them cursed under his nose. His black eyes hardened even more as he surveyed the battlefield. Cries for help and screams were coming from behind the Revenant's back, and he could do nothing. He spat on the ground before making up his mind. Soldan Jarn. Sir. Run, I'll hold her off for as long as I can. Get the message out even if it's the last thing you'll do. Both soldiers blinked in confusion. Be but, sir. No back-talking. I said run and you will run, soldier. He roared the last few words while dashing towards the undead. Naan's reaction was lax, a predator meeting her prey as she strolled to meet the human's charge. Behind the veteran's back, I could see shock and confusion mixing on the young faces before they were replaced by a cold conviction. With a sharp nod, the humans turned and ran, still clutching their weapons in hand. I grumbled. It was the Revenant's role to stop any stragglers, and she was already going off the script. Naan, catch them for me, please. She nodded, grinning even wider. It was uncanny, no. Her steps gained momentum before turning into a run. It took seconds for the distance to disappear completely. The human soldier stepped forward with his left foot. His left hand kept the shield up, while a great deal of strength was focused into a piercing strike targeting Naan's head. The attack was swift and merciless, nearly piercing her eye, yet the undead girl simply slid onto her knees before disappearing within the warrior's shadow. The veteran blinked a few times before sheepishly looking around. Then his face lighted up with a terrible understanding as he turned back and shouted at the top of his lungs. Dodge, she's coming for you, dodge, oh, Brighton have mercy. His warning came too late. The two soldiers in question were currently climbing the stairs, one of them kicking away the bleeding runner. While the shout startled them, they never saw Naan coming. From the ceiling, a patch of shadow darkened momentarily before spewing the Revenant out, face first. She laughed soundlessly before plunging her daggers into her victims' necks, spilling an ungodly amount of blood on the floor. After an acrobatic landing, she tilted her head in mute wonder. One of the humans was still breathing, his earlier stumble saving him from certain death. The dagger, instead of severing the throat and the spine, left a deep wound on his chest, nearly cutting through his ribs. The human Jarn, was it? Touched the injury with a trembling hand, his eyes looking pitifully toward the black-clothed undead. Pee, please, Jarn stuttered only to fall on his back after Naan's sudden kick. Arug, he screamed in pain, before turning silent as the dagger found purchase in his eye. You monster, rumbled the only surviving human, the veteran's eyes now red with rage and sorrow. You'll pay for that, he uttered before charging once again. I shook my head. It didn't work the first time. Why should it play out differently now? The Revenant worked on retrieving her dagger, a disgusting noise accompanying her attempts to dislodge it from the dead flesh. At last, with a wet sound, she managed to wiggle it free before she turned towards the approaching enemy. This time Naan didn't sneak into the shadows to avoid him but took the attack in stride. Metal screeched as her dagger blocked the incoming spearhead, the force of momentum sending it flying. A jab from her other dagger was blocked by the shield, small indentations appearing on its surface. My dungeon's craftsmanship was clearly superior to whatever humans had access to on the surface. Clang after clang sounded in the air as Naan went ham on the shield, the veteran crying out in pain when his defense simply broke. The metal shield cracked under the abuse and the Revenant's dagger tasted blood once again. It slipped under the defender's hand and bit deep into his stomach. As a final act of defiance, the veteran swung his spear shaft wide, smacking right into Naan's face, bruising it and forcing her away. A moment later, he crumbled down, pain and exhaustion forcing him to his knees. The Revenant touched her jaw, and a small dribble of blackish blood trickled down her chin. She rubbed it between her fingers as she closed on the defeated man. Do it, he shouted, full of defiance and nearly out of breath. Do it, you monster, my fate is meaningless. More will come, and with time our kingdom will prevail. Naan actually stopped for a moment before lowering her weapons. There was a moment of respite, the terrified silence broken only by the sound of labored breathing. Naan closed her eyes, momentarily calming down. A second later, her glare colder than ice landed on the angry soldier. "Jaynard Kingdom dies," she spelled out as her two daggers were stabbed through the enemy's eyes, directly piercing his brain. The veteran's death was quick and painless, his body tensing up before slumping down weakly. With a loud asterisk clang, both spear and shield fell on the ground. Behind Naan's back, the sole surviving human was slowly dragging his body away from the embodiment of death while pathetically whimpering. A trail of blood and urine marked his passage. Seeing this, I broke free from my reverie. There was always something cathartic in seeing my creatures fight, and win, preferably. A shot of dopamine felt good, after all. Even if I lacked the body to produce it, intensely observing the actions of others was the only way to experience the thrill of a battle and exhaustion that came afterward. Was that a reaction of a phantom organ, or was I just turning crazy? In these few seconds, Naan's attention turned back to the wounded runner. "No, stop," I quickly chided her, "just knock him out. The butchers require more bodies for their experiments." The undead girl seemed to consider something for a brief moment before continuing her menacing stride. "No, NHO, no, please, P-Fleece." The young man was scared out of his mind, gibbering something about mercy. His face was covered in snot and tears, with patches of his companion's blood filling in the rest presented a pathetic sight. Naan came closer and lifted him by the hair. The runner screamed, half from pain, half in fear, and stared at the pale face of the revenant. She too glanced at her victim, before grabbing a dagger from her waist and slowly slicing his throat. The boy gurgled, his eyes growing wider at the perceived wrong before his taut muscles turned weak. After making sure of his demise, Naan threw the body on the ground like a sack of potatoes, splattering the red blood all around her. At the same moment, I recovered from the shock. "What the hell, Naan?" I yelled, still not believing her insubordination. "That was valuable research material. What did you kill him for?" The undead glared at the unmoving corpse before uttering a few words in the ether. "Kingdom. Revenge." She spoke haughtily, not using the mental link, and after a small pause, she finished with "death." Then her form slowly disappeared in the nearby shadows, much different from how she was moving during the battle. Instead of violent jumps and twists, there was a feeling of serenity attached to the darkness surrounding her. The little kobold ninja followed, after shaking his head at the remaining carnage. I cringed at my stupidity. This was certainly a blind spot. Naan was a contracted monster. In some ways, she and Guardian were similar, an outside force repurposed to do my bidding. Yet, even for a moment, I shouldn't forget that they had their own motivations and opinions. The Revenant's sole purpose remained a desire to wipe out the Jaynard Kingdom for her perceived wrongs. Whether it was true or not didn't matter at this point. Her reason dared her was destruction. She had nothing else left. I had hoped her new pet might turn out to be a port in the storm, alas. It seemed like Guardian's bonding with the tribe was just a fluke, an oddity. Not to mention she had been rescued and left in my care by the mad goddess Gangria. Her creepy twin form still sometimes floats up in my memory, no matter how much I avoid thinking about her. Anyway, this could turn out badly. A precise tool was a blessing, a tool with free will not so much. It seemed like some of the orders given to the butchers had to be changed, and that meant that fresh bodies should arrive down there as soon as it was possible. "What are you waiting for?" I shouted mentally, as rats and lebiers were standing still, helpless and unsure what to do. "Get a move on, hurry, transport the prisoners, now. Somebody take care of the bodies." The dungeon should rather quickly devour the already dead soldiers, yet I wasn't sure if it would be quick enough. Naan's dagger wounds were hard to mistake for lebier maces or rattling spur-throwers. There was no need to leave anything to chance. My words created a storm of activity, floating boards dragged here and there, both with bodies and scavenged items. A few minutes later, Rat Caravan had already left the second floor and continued even deeper. And that meant that I had a chance to watch what was going on the surface. Grinning, my form ascended, slowly floating upwards toward the battle I knew that was taking place out there. And oh boy, things were already in full swing. It took me a few minutes, but I managed to get a good look at the battlefield. The human forces were holding. Their flanks filled with militia adopted a Roman-like shield wall formation and were currently doing two things: poking their enemies with spears and desperately trying to hold on. All around the human outpost was a large moat with sharpened spikes every meter or two. Instead of water, some strange alchemical solution shimmered inside, its purpose unknown. What I did understand was the fact that the undead were actively avoiding the thing, even the dumb, basic ones. Holy water, then, or something more sinister, something to consider if the humans ever used it underground. It didn't matter right now, though, as a large part of the outpost lacked this defense, and it was there that humans decided to make their stand. Bashing against the defenders was a veritable sea of skeletons and zombies trying to use their sheer mass to overwhelm the living. For now, the battle here seemed at a standstill. The random attacks were destroying some undead, but more and more were coming to fill in the gaps. I was disturbed by a lack of more advanced variants, but soon I saw where they concentrated, in the center, where Jaynard Kingdom elite heavy troops were fighting back. These soldiers rarely appeared in my dungeon, probably because most halls and stairways were simply too small to contain them. Clad in iron armor and wielding devastating two-handed weapons, they stood near each other, swinging away against the tide. Like farmers during harvest. Most of the enemies died instantly, a rare zombie or skeleton crawling forward, only to get crushed by an armored boot a moment later. Even the advanced variants in the army of the dead, undead knights, wights, or grotesque zombies stood no chance, their uncoordinated attacks simply breaking on the unyielding while humans were demonstrating. Even so, I could see a glance of tiredness, a moment of hesitation here and there. Despite their training, despite their equipment, they were only human, and with time they would falter and die. From behind these living walls, a few mages and a whole bunch of archers rained hell on the incoming enemies. While arrows rarely did more than incapacitate or inconvenience the dead, surging magical energies seemed much more destructive. Colorful elements shaved off forces of the advancing undead, yet I didn't see my favorite red-haired mage amongst the casters. My search was interrupted by a few abominations that appeared from behind the nearby hills, their large, bloated forms easily sticking out against the enemy mass. Each of them carried a twisted, haphazardly made iron-encrusted club. If the earlier enemies were considered cannon fodder, these giants' purpose was only to hit and hit hard. The humans reacted with increased activity, and soon a runner, not dissimilar to the one killed by Naan, was sent into the outpost. In the meantime, mages redoubled their efforts, this time focusing on the larger threats, yet their attacks managed only to slow them down. The faces of the robed individuals turned pale when defensive shields blinked into existence above the undead army. "Liches," somebody yelled. "They have damn liches in their ranks." "Where are they? Can anyone give visual confirmation?" another asked. "Our scouts saw nothing. Mana search also comes up as negative." Then they're either hidden somewhere away, or they're using visibility obscuring spells. "What can we do?" "At least they're not bombarding us, yet." "Commander, your orders?" One of the robed mages turned his head towards the heavily decorated soldier standing nearby. "That's I have no experience in magical warfare," he stammered out. "What can you suggest?" "Well," the mage mused before falling silent. They both twitched when the outpost's doors nearly exploded under a powerful swing. Bam! With an angry swagger, a familiar figure emerged, his red eyes and hair easily recognizable from any distance. Charles was speaking to somebody, his voice raised in annoyance. "No, you're not allowed to leave, and don't give me this shit about important business. You're carrying my unconscious fiancé, and I'm not letting you simply take her away." "With all due respect." Another figure emerged, this one wearing black robes with brown hair and eyes, a familiar face. "It is in a Jaynard Kingdom's best interest to deliver Princess to the capital, unharmed and untouched." "And why is that?" "Like I said before, sir, me, An outpost overseer is not privy to such information, the black-robed mage said, while covertly summoning a wisp of darkness in his hand. An annoying tone, annoying magic. It took me a moment, but a face aligned with the name. The haughty mage's name was Peter, a common-born earth and shadow mage serving Princess Agnes as bodyguard cum advisor. I will deal with you in a moment. Charles turned towards the other leaders. How's the situation? We have big ones coming for our defensive line, the soldier spoke in a gruff tone. And enemy mages are making it difficult to snipe them down, added the wizard. In this scenario, there is only one answer. Charles' red eyes glared at the battlefield. Overwhelming firepower. Sir. With all due respect, these undead mages aren't common weaklings. Peter's sour voice came out from behind. A powerful magus would be needed to overwhelm their defenses. I am well aware of it, Charles grinned. Arrogance, Peter whispered, before throwing the black dart conjured in his hand. It flew true and exploded right in the face of the red-haired mage. What? Traitor! The voices around Peter screamed in shock, but the black-robed mage simply stared, before starting his speech. As Charles, the outpost overseer, was interrupting the proceedings needed to save the Jaynard kingdom, Peter took it upon myself to depose his tyrannical rule. As the first order of business. The rest of his words broke away when Charles' unharmed figure appeared from the darkness. Not waiting for a counterattack, Peter started chanting again. Stop! A furious roar from Charles interrupted his spell and then lifted him in the air and threw the man on the ground. Arg! He landed heavily and yelled in pain before forcing his screams down and staring at the glowering former noble. How can you control elements directly? Why, what level are you? The mage screamed hysterically. Instead of answering, red-haired mage pushed his arms forward before gathering mana into them, a small, volatile flame responding to his call. He breathed in and out, focusing on enlarging the fire dancing on his palms. At the same time, I felt a familiar pulling, and the pure red had been tainted with a foul green color. Yet the magic kept increasing its volume, sucking mana out of me and Charles both. Its greedy growth only stopped when a human-sized orb floated above the former noble's head. What is that? Peter screamed once again, this time the other mages joining the chorus and scrambling out of the way. It's unstable. Arunt. How is he controlling that thing? A crazy grin appeared on Charles' face. Now, what were you saying earlier about leaving the outpost behind and hiding in Shield Star? His level words turned accusatory as he spoke to Peter. And. What were you saying about it being a noble affair, huh? You commoner scum. I want him in chains when I come back. Move Agnes into a better chamber and get the healers to look after her. I want to know what is ailing her. Yes, sir. The surrounding soldiers saluted, their gazes still following the oversized fireball. The people scrambled out of the way, the fiery inferno dancing on Charles' palms. From my perspective, he looked kind of funny, a red-haired guy with his arms stretched forward, pushing the levitating ball of death. Nobody in the human army laughed, though. I guess the temperature made it hard to do so. Even now I could see Charles, lips turning dry and cracked. I also turned out to be the only witness to his rambling monologue. There he comes to my house, to my refuge, and tells me, that Agnes' business is not my business, that it's a noble affair and I am no longer a noble. The gall of this dim-witted cretin is arrogant. I am, for better or worse, her fiancé. She's the only one that didn't abandon me to the wolves, the only one who sees Charles not a son of Blue Flame or a breeding horse. His jaw clenched angrily. I will not let her out of my reach anymore. Kingdom be damned. Focus. One thing after another, little steps. The first order of business is to send this firebomb into enemy ranks. He chuckled darkly. Shouldn't it be called Greater Firebomb or something, considering the amount of mana I pumped inside? The said spell wobbled and began tearing at the seams, small wisps of flame breaking free from the overall oval shape. These actively tried to attack anyone coming close, their desire to burn clear even over the distance. Yet somehow they avoided the caster, not that it made any difference. Charles' clothes and skin were singed by simply standing close to the inferno. Now how should I do it? The mage mused, ignoring the eye-drying heat. I should probably push it through the ranks. Or lob it like a grenade, I added unconsciously. Or lob it like a bomb, he repeated after me. We both blinked in confusion before Charles grinned again. Yes, yes, that works. The earlier comical posture had been replaced by another one, not much better. This time he kneeled, changing his hands into claws and moving them behind his head. The ball of death followed his motions, and then he jumped up and I had experienced the coolest overhead throw of my life. With a gracious inevitability, the firebomb traveled up in the sky before landing in the middle of the undead army. What followed was a large explosion, deafening and blinding anyone stupid enough to gaze upon it. It didn't have the nuclear mushroom shape. Instead, the flames spread circularly, burning and melting everything along the way. My hazy memory likened it to a bouncing Betty explosion, only magnified 100-fold. Except shrapnel had been replaced with fire wisps which exploded on contact. The Lick's shields only made the attack worse. Rather than letting it land on the ground and then explode, the damage radius had been enlarged because the burst happened in the air. It had swept both magical defenses and enemy soldiers under it in a grandiose fashion. The battlefield grew silent, a large crater remaining where abominations had been spotted. The earth melted into a glassed ring where the temperature was still hellishly high. Human forces stared with fanatical eyes at heavily breathing Charles, their murmurs of awe and fear combining into a background hum. The dead didn't care. After a respite, they funneled through the remaining safe passages. Their hunger and hatred knew no bounds. No simple fiery destruction would be enough to stop them. The intelligence behind them maybe could be intimidated, but these simple creatures knew not of such things. That felt good, Charles mumbled under his nose. Nothing works out the frustration better than wanton destruction. After noticing the gazes, he raised his voice. Focus on the choke points. The magic should hold for at least an hour. If the situation turns for the worse, send another runner. Sir. Dismissed. The mage shook his hand weakly before stumbling back to the outpost. The human army concentrated their efforts on stopping the undead, the heavy weapon users mingling with shield and spear-bearing infantry. The ranged forces redoubled their efforts, defenders, attacks doing some real damage now, that enemy magicians kept their heads down. Even the brainless horde attack turned out a bit languid, masses of bodies being thrown against the humans now seeming like an afterthought. In the meanwhile, Charles' steps grew heavier and steadier the closer he came to his home. His strained gaze turned into a glare as he transformed into a much more intimidating and authoritative figure. He threw open the doors inside with a loud bang. Grab that worm Peter and move him to the interrogation room. Master is that wise, his silver-haired butler Adam interjected. There are things in life I refuse to let go of, old man, he smiled bitterly. It is time to take a stand, Charles continued in a quieter voice. It's not only for myself but for people around me. The Jaynard kingdom is falling apart. Now we must decide, will we throw our lives away for the nation that treats us like tools, or are we going to forge our own path? Are you sure it is the only way? Sure, Gangria's sweaty ass no, but the change is coming whether we're ready or not. I can feel it in the air. Adam's eyes widened. Master, what level are you now? He whispered questioningly. It's strange, you know. Charles stopped near the entrance, staring at the ground. These days, my level simply rises by itself. It did so about 30 minutes ago, too. Seeing the confused face of his servant, the red-eyed mage sighed. I'm level 21. Oh, ooh, and the class? Tainted fire user. 69. Ooh, no. My plan had for once gone without a hitch, and the new patients had been safely distributed between various operating theaters. The butchers chittered over unconscious dwarves, but their preparations were already in full swing. Amongst them, A large number of rattlings squirmed and screeched, psyched to begin gruesome work. The earlier batch of prisoners had their absent limbs replaced with metal. It was a curious technique, more complicated than I expected. Unlike what I thought, their arms and legs weren't made from solid metal, mostly due to weight constraints. Instead, my doctors had attached stick-like appendages surrounded with a thin grid of sheet metal. It still weighed a ton, but was apparently bearable to their fleshy bodies, or what they were transformed into. The techniques used included anima infusions and installing a few additional organs. Nothing too outrageous. At least it was so until I asked the butchers for additional anti-undead features. This whipped the creatures into a frenzy, their discussions reaching a whole new level of creepy. Besides that, a new group of dragoons had been completed, their armored figures milling uncertainly on the laboratory floor. Thick armor and reinforced flesh combined with small figures had given them a dwarf-like feeling. The slow, lumbering pace the changed kobolds kept only reinforced this idea. And all was well. Not counting one simple problem. The future. Due to how my second floor was constructed, not to mention how I was losing control over it, I had to repeat these attacks each time a new batch of prisoners arrived from the underground river. What happened once could be dismissed as a coincidence. Twice, a stroke of bad luck, but any more than that. Yes. On the one hand, I knew that hiding my survival forever was impossible. It would be different if my location had been abandoned, yet the pesky humans were using my depths to gather resources. And like with any interaction, accidents happen. It was inevitable. On the other hand, my forces had grown in strength, and I wasn't as defenseless as before. Yet even with that gained might, we were still too weak to stand against this world's most powerful inhabitants. Not counting Lord Hawk, even the half-elven princess had been a pain in the backside with all her specialized dungeon-killing magic and artifacts. This narrowed down my options, especially after my ability to avoid being killed became common knowledge. A dungeon core cannot move by itself. It had the freedom to grow and create creatures, and even a whole different world underground, yet it was destined to never have contact with the surface. More so, it only journeyed deeper and deeper with each built floor. That was a constant, an immutable truth. In the interest of survival, I had to either forge alliances or overthrow that common sense. Or maybe just do both. That was, however, a plan for the future. Right now, my attention turned back to the operating theater. The yipping and yapping of the creatures achieved a peak of its crescendo, which signaled something worth my time. A golden-faced dwarf was the first one to finish the enhancement procedures. What remained was more similar to the dragoons than to the sentient races. A figure with armor-like limbs and copper wires spreading from the gouged chest into every possible direction. Pieces of the metal chest plate, gauntlets, and graves awaited nearby. Most of his organs had been either replaced or augmented, and countless scars decorated his tanned skin, a silent witness to the amount of work the butchers invested in this creature. His eyes were open but vacant, the constant pain and abuse already destroying his rebellious spirit. Only flesh remained, flesh and metal. I observed as a helmet was cautiously fitted on his head, the metal rails mounted on the neck instantly snapping together with an audible click. It was a simple, flat-headed iron bucket with 2 long openings for eyes and a few holes punched near the wearer's mouth. More metal had been embedded in the flesh, prepared to accept other pieces of armor. The experiment was ready. The surrounding monsters held their breath as the most important part of the process began. The mechanical gem, my secondary heart, was taken out from its decorated box. Both Rattlings and the butchers stood at the attention, lowering their heads in reverence as it was being brought closer to the prisoner. After a moment of hesitation, the container was put on the ground and its cover opened, spilling the radiance outward. Slowly, a blue-skinned rat carrying the crystal changed its grip, lifting it in the air, and then inserted the item into an opening left in the middle of the dwarf's chest. With a satisfying sound, both pieces joined perfectly. As it slid in, an unknown feeling swelled in my chest. There was a connection. My mind swirled excitedly, and inadvertently I began to read the creature's memory, taking it for myself. There was a lot to digest. Memories of halls decorated in gold and stone, of a hierarchical society that had cast away weakness like one would a faulty sword, of the constant threat of monsters or greedy surfacers, disdain for those who abandoned their ancestors and their hallowed ways, numbers, feelings, desires, and a name hewn copperroot. I could feel myself change, the dwarven sensibilities merging with my mind. After the flood of memories came the ability to move. My vision shifted suddenly, and I experienced a bewildering discrepancy. I could see the dwarven body, and I was the one piloting it. I forced my hand to move, and an iron fist appeared in the corner of my vision. After a moment of awe, my monstrous servant freed it from the chains, giving me a full range of motions. It was great. It was exhilarating. I could temporarily inhabit some of my other creations, yet with this body, there was a way out of my predicament. The underground cities awaited, and my ancestors were looking over me with pride, keen to see the things that I would accomplish, the things I could teach them. As I marveled in silence, the connection grew hotter and hotter, my subservient gem searching for something to attach itself to, something that the dwarf in question was clearly lacking. I could feel his feeble mind trying to desperately fight back as the greenish fire ravaged every centimeter of the stocky body. It was a futile struggle. The crystalline heart vibrated quicker and quicker, searching for something and failing to find it. The host's neural pathways were burning, quickly reaching the limits of flesh and soul. The pain was unbearable, some of it even spilling into my main core. I grit my teeth, trying to understand and desperately working to remain whole. I was not going to lose this chance, ancestors, damn it. An animalistic scream left the dwarf's mouth, his eyelids fluttering wide open and formerly dull eyes filling with dread. He started spasming, his reinforced limbs barely kept in place by operating theater restraints. The hand I freed earlier only made matters worse. The metal gauntlet suddenly focused on breaking the golden dwarf's skull. It was trying to kill itself to escape the pain. At least the surrounding monsters reacted immediately, stopping the victim's movements. Seconds passed and the dwarf stopped screaming, his golden face relaxing, not even a shred of intelligence remaining in his wide-open eyes. With an ominous ding, the mechanical gem fell on the ground, refusing to connect with what remained of my victim. Nothing worked, no matter how I tried or how the blue-skinned Rattling busied himself. There was simply nothing left to connect to. I sighed. It was not quite the result I was expecting. My experiment to create an avatar of some sort resulted in a complete failure. At least the flesh survived, so it should be somewhat usable. I scanned the resulting creature, and the system's description seemed to only confirm my suspicions. Soul-scored puppet. A former sapient creature subjected to inhuman torture, ending in the absence of will and an independent soul. The resulting residue is completely dependent on received orders and dungeon mana. It can be, however, repurposed to function outside the depths that spawned it. The puppet remains indistinguishable from other sapient beings and retains the skills and magical abilities that it was capable of before the change, the only exception being the ability to speak or write. It is still, however, able to understand speech. Due to extensive remodeling, the physical strength and reflexes of the puppet had been greatly enhanced. Threat level dependent on the base model. After reading the analysis, I frowned. Torture was never the goal, only the shortest path to achieving an acceptable result. Progress often demanded sacrifices, and I was more than willing to provide them. I left the laboratories while butchers freed the failure from the restraints and replaced it with another specimen. When you don't succeed in the beginning, try again and again. It may be a definition of insanity, yet sometimes it works anyway. Curious, huh? That was, however, enough for now. My creatures worked busily in the depths, so it was time to observe how the surface was faring. The intensity of the mechanical gem merging with another patient seemed to lessen with distance, which had a bit to do with my decision. Anyway, only a few hours had passed since the last battle. 2 remaining roads into the outpost had been blocked by militia and their prickly spears. Spread amongst them were heavily armored Jaynard Kingdom soldiers, mostly content to keep watch over their inferiors. Rarely, they elected to dive into the ranks of the dead army, spreading destruction in their wake. Behind the hardy shield wall, a few of the mages bombarded mindlessly advancing undead. The archers were absent, their figures visible far in the back, moving busily between suspiciously bubbling vats and another group of mages. These spellcasters seemed more gritty and mad-eyed, their wild gesticulation earning them the suspicion of the surrounding soldiers. Most of them carried various vials and containers on their waist, with ever-present smudges of chemicals visible on their clothes. A few dragged still kicking undead creatures towards a grim-looking place. The dissecting table looked the same above and below the surface, It seemed like these mages were of the alchemists type, this world's equivalent of scientists, or should I say, mad scientists. This had only drawn more of my attention, the liquid they were peddling turning more and more interesting. I wasn't the only one thinking so, as a group of rattlings crouched nearby, their snouts trembling with anticipation. It seemed like I wasn't the only one thinking about borrowing a few drops. While I mused, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Even though it was still midday, the air turned colder and biting, unnatural clouds covering the sky. The advancing undead suddenly stopped, before retreating, leaving a veritable carpet of broken bones and decaying flesh in their wake. "Reform the ranks," I heard the commanding officer scream. "Prepare for an attack, replace the shield bearers. Heavy infantry to the back, regroup. Archers at the ready. Send a runner to inform Master Charles." There was a shuffle as the Jaynard Kingdom army strained and flexed like a living thing, the fresh troops moving to the front, while the rest waited nearby. The faces of soldiers were full of concentration, their hands tightly gripping the handles of their weapons. Some were praying quietly, others glared with hatred at the enemy. Most simply waited with a quiet conviction in their tired eyes. The tension in the air turned and twisted, and then dispersed immediately when a familiar voice echoed in the air, followed by the sound of violently opened doors. Bam! The words spoken grew harsher and louder, followed by a noise of harsh footsteps, and Charles' figure appeared, clad in a red haze, his teeth and hands clenched in silent fury. Following behind him was a silver-haired servant, Adam. "Master, please stop," he gasped, and seeing the red-haired mage keeping his pace, he turned back to the outpost proper. "What are you waiting for? Get the healers and clean bandages. And for God's mercy, somebody stem the bleeding. We can't have him dying before we get all the answers." "Yes. Yes, at once." Grunts of acknowledgement followed his statement, and a second later Adam was back to chastising his hot-headed lord. "Master Charles, please observe some decorum." "I do not care," Charles bellowed, his rigid footsteps portraying the man's fury. "You heard the fucker as well as I did. This is not an illness of the flesh, but a magical construct, a vile, volatile thing." They dared to touch her." The mana churned and swelled all around him, the temperature growing higher with every second. The red-eyed mage seethed with rage, ignoring Adam's increasingly bright and sweaty face. "We'll fight fire with fire then. Get me Master Vincent. I need counsel." "That won't be necessary." A calm voice came from behind, as an aged wizard in a violet robe and ridiculous helmet appeared from behind. Unlike Charles, his steps were slow and steady, the magic much less pronounced. It was a curious thing to observe. "Young man," the old mage frowned, which was easy to see despite most parts of his wrinkled face being covered by armor. "I am not an expert on everything magical just because I am an older spellcaster than you. And yet the majority of your research covers old magic artifacts and spells. You're the closest thing we have to an expert," the older man yelled, gesticulating wildly. "Good," the mage grumbled. "Good, so be it then. As an expert, my answer will be simple." He shook his head. "We don't know. It is not even because it's old magic, but rather because the way it was made is so unique, an original magical spell in this day and age, cobbled from knowledge about blood, charm, and nature magic. Simply marvelous." The old wizard smiled helplessly. It is not a marvel but a simple abomination, Mage. Charles glared at him while baring his teeth. Still, it's a familiar thing, I don't know why. It should be, Master Vincent nodded. After all, Blue Flames are not the only ancient family in existence. House Verdant, the red-haired mage hissed. These twice-cursed monsters. I wonder. To my knowledge, their magi should be incapable of creating such brilliant spells. They lack both power and understanding of mana, not to mention willpower and levels needed to enter the field of systemless magic. Then who, my rage needs an outlet, do not test me, old man, Charles snarled. My best guess would be the ancient lord of nature. The old mage's voice unconsciously turned quieter in a show of reverence, or fear. Princess Agnes went to reinforce her forces, after all, it makes sense. But why would Green succubus? Lady Green, Master Vincent interrupted, please try to keep decorum, walls have ears. I don't care, huffed Charles. Ancient lord or not, if she cursed my beloved, then she needs to die. Master, please, Adam's trembling voice chided the hot-blooded youth. The flames surrounding him grew thinner as he looked up at the sky. For a split second, I saw tears forming in his eyes, only to immediately evaporate due to heat. Then what I am supposed to do, Adam, he spoke aloud. Just wait until the spell consumes her whole, unable to do anything to stand against the strong like always. Do you have anything to add, Master Vincent? What are our chances? As I mentioned, it is complicated and powerful magic. We need to work out its innards, analyze the structure, and devise a solution. This takes time, and it is a process I cannot rush. He shook his head sadly. Then we just wait, that's it. We are already doing what is humanly possible. A few of my apprentices are supporting the war effort and defending the outpost. I simply cannot order them to go back. Nothing short of divine intervention would make this process go faster. Divine intervention, you say? Charles mumbled quietly, his red eyes squinting in reflection. Fine, he grumbled, fine. I have a few more ideas, but remember, Master Vincent's tone lowered, turning into a hoarse whisper. We're far over our heads. We can slow it down, but stopping the parasite completely or destroying it. Vincent shook his head. It's beyond mortal reach. The fire mage turned crimson red as he bared his teeth, stifling his anger. A few deep breaths later, he managed to answer. Thank you for that. He stared silently at the rows of soldiers. I don't have much beyond her. Keep up doing what you can. Yes, I will. Remember, the girl is dear to me too. Do you need any help with these? He nodded towards the quietly waiting undead legion. No, I am more than enough. It's a good way to relax. I'm always angry nowadays. I see. The old mage hesitated for a moment before swallowing his words. Don't overdo it, he said instead. Oh, don't worry, Charles glared at the undead creatures. I'll be just fine. With a solemn nod, Master Vincent turned around and left for the front lines, his steady steps slowly growing quieter and quieter. Moments later, a few of the soldiers and mages approached the red-haired outpost leader. Master Charles. Sir. Leader. There was a chorus of voices. Be it an officer or wizard, all of them showed reverence, their eyes full of pride and faith. What is the situation? Reporting, the undead have retreated. Our forces are barely spent and ready to continue fighting. Our mages are mostly available too. We can either provide cover or bombard the enemy. Archers are waiting for orders. We stopped the attack since normal arrows were proven ineffective. A leather-clad officer grimaced in annoyance. A few of Master's Vincent apprentices shared their anti-undead solution. We're ready to rain death on these abominations. Good, good. Send runners to get half-giants ready and prepare the undying ones. Sir. Acknowledged, but is that really necessary? Yes, sir, could we not? They give me the creeps. It might be not. I have a bad feeling we need to prepare for any eventuality. Charles scratched his chin. Do you know what their retreat means? His gaze danced between surrounding officers. Seeing that nobody spoke, he sighed. The undead crave death of the living. It's their reason to exist. Usually they'll stop at nothing to taste our flesh and blood, to see us screaming in fear. Yet now they retreated. Do you know why? B, because they found another target. Charles mused for a moment. Maybe. A more probable explanation would be the appearance of a superior undead who took command over their forces, just like those liches before. The fire mage's tone turned colder. We don't know who or what the opponent is, thus we should remain cautious and be prepared to use whatever we can. As you wish. Now let's give them a taste of magic since they are so bunched up. Charles smiled and waltzed closer to the front line, the soldiers parting before him. He stopped in clear sight of the enemy, only a few shield-bearers keeping watch over the carpet of bone and flesh spread before them. Give me some room, he ordered, and surrounding troops quickly retreated, a thin line of knights replacing their comrades, sharpened swords and axes kept at the ready. Good! Charles nodded before spreading one and then another hand. He slowly chanted, thick and heavy words condensing under his nose. Then, in a commanding tone, he spoke. Greater fireball. A swirling flame rested on his palm before he repeated his words, and another one appeared on the second one. These baseball-sized constructs didn't look that dangerous at first sight, yet they excluded a sense of pressure that made humans around the red-haired mage tremble. A greenish light blinked in Charles's eyes as he spoke again. Devour flames, and suddenly the fires disappeared, but the pressure was still there. FF firebomb? He spat through his clenched teeth, a familiar reddish-green human-sized magic reappearing before him. Like before, it almost immediately started to fray on the edges, the framework too weak to contain its explosive power. I imbue flames, Charles roared in the end, and the death ball before him changed. It was no longer a simple red orb, containing compressed destruction. It excluded sickly green malice instead, a hungry, monstrous feeling resembling a rabid animal. It spun around its axis, the fire wisps no longer trying to break the form endowed upon them. They remained intertwined with flame magic, gleefully waiting to be unleashed. How beautiful, Charles whispered, gazing at his creation. The flames danced in response to his words, like hunting dogs waiting for their master's command. Go, he screamed, show me your power. His reaction was completely disproportionate to what seemed like a basketball-like overhead shot. It felt as perfectly silly as before. I guess the awe factor depended on the observer, as the surrounding soldiers weren't laughing at all, their wide, reddened eyes full of fear and pride. In the meantime, the corrupted firebomb slowly sailed through the air, before reaching the highest point of its parabola. This elicited a response. A giant shield appeared in the air, poised to intercept the attack, and from the ranks of the undead army, a deep voice spoke in an ancient language. Oh, how the Jaynard kingdom has fallen, attacking without a warning, and with such parlor tricks. The humans simply stared in silence, clearly incapable of understanding the words of this new enemy. Somehow I didn't have the same problem. Weak and cowardly, that's what you have become. How fitting that you'll join my army and find a greater purpose after death. A small, black-robed figure appeared at the back of the undead horde. With a gnarled staff in its hand and a few black-clad knights nearby, it was clearly the supposed commander. The being pointed at the incoming attack while shaking in rage. Its face looked completely mummified, like its body was preserved for decades in some desert crypt, completely different from half-decomposed skeletons or zombies. The undead mage sported a creepy grin, and cold, blue mana was escaping its half-closed eyelids. Unlike me, humans knew who they were facing. It's an elder lick, prepare mana shields. Skirmish formation, magical attack incoming. Fallen knightage is here too, may the gods have mercy. Don't blaspheme, just get the giants ready. The human army turned into a hive of activity, while both Charles and I were simply watching the slowly descending attack. On my side, it was just an onlooker's curiosity, yet the red-haired mage sported a nihilistic expression as he observed the enemy's actions. Disperse, ordered the elder lick, his hands glowing with magic. In addition to the shield, a long shadow bolt has sprung from its skeletal fingers, intercepting the firebomb. It guided the attack in the middle of flames before shouting, Disappear. Yet the flames simply devoured incoming dark magic. Seconds later, Charles, magic touched the mana shield and all hell broke loose. The primary explosion broke magical protection, and a moment later rain of secondary projectiles showered the undead army with tainted flames. Just like before, the dead were helpless against the onslaught, the flesh and bones surrendering to ruthless heat. For a few moments, the silence reigned on the battlefield. Then a roar of anger shook the heavens. "UWORMS," the elder Lick screamed, its voice shrill and piercing. "You dare to resist? You dare to waste MYPAWNS? I was going to be merciful. I was going to make your death quick and painless." It quietened down, bitter blue mana spilling out from its empty eye sockets, but no more. I shook my head. The theatrics were all fine and dandy, but when nobody understood what you were talking about, the whole drama seemed a bit pointless. This opinion wasn't shared by the human forces, though. Even if they didn't understand the words, the tone behind them was pretty obvious. They reacted in the only way possible, reinforcing their defense. The Jaynard Kingdom shield-bearers tricked forward, taking their place beside armored knights. Archers and mages left the safety of the outpost and formed craggy lines behind their comrades. Amongst them, officers and sergeants were shouting commands and obscenities, directing soldiers to reinforce weak points, and changing their line formation to an inverted triangle. In the deepest part of the triangle stood Charles, his aura rolling down to the ground like a red sea. The people around him were trying to get back, the leather boots of the closest warriors already smoking. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the human army, the undead were moving closer like a mindless wave, some failing to avoid the raging inferno, others squeezing and pushing, all to reach the living. The elder Lick intoned a chant in the language even I couldn't comprehend, the magic bending to its will like a tamed beast. Unlike Charles' lively spells, its intent was slow and cruel. Soon a large number of skeletons gathered behind enemy lines, clacking and trembling. They desperately fought the spell to leave and freely attack the humans. It took a few minutes, but the undead stopped its chant and glared at the milling bones. His leathery face split in a smile as it spoke a single word. "Empowers." The dead responded, their skeletal remains slowly starting to merge, forming larger and thicker bones. A few moments later, I saw that snouts, tailbones, and large cartilages were formed. An animalistic form emerged from the chaos, a monstrous beast called from beyond the grave. Once again, humans were quick to react, plastering a name onto the unknown. "Greater skeletal beasts, get the news to the commander," the frontline officers shouted, their panicked screams propelling runners to greater speeds. Chasing them was Charles' energetic roar. "Don't dawdle, release half-giants." The ground trembled as large, skeletal monstrosities tried to push through the dead army. Slowly but surely they made way, trampling smaller undead in their wake. Following them were small 5 to 6 soldiers' squads of the black-plated knights. They moved with a sense of purpose and wielded two-handed weapons, just like their Jaynard Kingdom counterparts. Both mage and archer squads took this time to send a few welcoming packages toward the marching undead. Their accuracy left much to desire, but the attacks still managed to slow the advance down or even straight up kill a few of the aggressors. Even the frontline soldiers changed their tactics, focusing more on pushing back the enemy instead of killing them off. I could hear their leaders yelling until their voices turned hoarse. "Keep them at bay. Use the blunt end. Shield warriors to the front. Keep at it, reinforcements are on the way. Don't let them break through." Thud, thud, thud. The slow, rhythmic noise of iron striking stone came from the human side, eliciting shouts of happiness from the soldiers. A moment later, 4 large figures appeared from the newly built shed, their forms clad in haphazardly attached metal plates and random parts of iron armor. Ogrekin, or as the humans called them, half-giants, wielded iron-studded clubs and wooden shields, both seemingly fashioned from farming implements or maybe even parts of a building. Their 3-meter-tall figures loomed over the rest of the human warriors. "Bad," one of them spoke. Bad guys. We smash. Smash, grinned the third one. Boss, all of the Ogrekins stared at the nervous-looking officer standing nearby. To his credit, the man stuttered only for a second before answering. Why, yes, we need you to smash these undead, he swallowed heavily. And please try to avoid trampling your allies. Smash baddies, one of the Ogrekin nodded sagely. Avoid small peps, added the second one. We play, cheered the third. No, you need to kill the enemies, not play, the confused officer rebuked. We're on a battlefield, not in the playground. Play. Smash. Same. With stupid grins, the half-giants started to run, yelling with simple happiness. Their armor clanged with each step, as humans desperately dove out of the way to avoid getting trampled. Make way, the officers screamed at the top of their lungs. Prepare to retreat. Fold the line. Their eyes were glued to sprinting Ogrekin. Not much time had passed before, and with enormous noise, the four of them collided with the undead forces. They went in like a hot knife through the butter, smashing and kicking the surrounding enemies. Zombies and skeletons were either torn asunder or ground down by their weapons and heavy bodies. The slaughter continued for a minute or two, until their momentum stopped completely, and they were forced to focus on defense. Humans made sure that the pieces of armor strapped to their legs and waist were of superb quality, as most enemies could reach no further. Each of the half-giants simply stood with their legs spread apart and swooped the ground with the iron club. The battle stabilized, the undead being cleaned up at the same rate as they were arriving. There was still a veritable sea of them, but I could already see the end of this encounter. Or it would be so, if not for the elite skeletal beasts and black-clad knights that were due to join the fray any second now. Not to mention the elder lick in the back was being suspiciously quiet at the moment. The spell it cast seemed to take a lot of energy, thinning the amount of fog escaping through its eyes. Charles seemed to share my opinion, as he observed enemy lines with sharp focus, leaving the actual defense to his subordinates. While the half-giants rampaged on the front lines, a bunch of wooden carts had been moved from the outpost's interior. The people pulling them seemed spooked, but slowly managed to create a shabby line behind their own troops. I was curious, though it was hard to ascertain what was going on with these things. A human-sized cart with a hole in the upper part and some iron chains attached in the back. They had a familiar magic signature like many other things born in my dungeon, yet it might have been just the silvery wood used in their construction. As I mused, the battle progressed. Ogrekin clashed at last with the elite undead. Bad dogs, the left one screamed, grinding the skeletal beast to the ground, a simple overhead swing breaking its false life. Another beast attacked a moment later, latching onto Ogrekin's lowered hand. It was lifted in the air as the half-giant moved around erratically. The dead knights followed with their heavy swords, axes, and hammers, smashing unceremoniously into the armored leg like a woodcutter would do with a stubborn tree. Only this time the tree sometimes squashed back. Help him, the frontline officers bellowed, and a few groups of soldiers surged forward, clashing with the dead. Their eyes were full of fear, yet determined, and soon I understood why. Most of the humans either missed black-plated knights completely or had their attacks blocked, leaving them open to a counterattack. It was something that the normal undead couldn't do but seemed easy for their elites. Red blood was spilled on the ground again and again as shouts of exertion, fear, and pain filled the air. Human soldiers refused to retreat. It was not a completely one-sided affair, though, as here and there undead knights were cut and smashed, their withered flesh bared for all to see. One even had their head caved in, a dribble of black pus trickling down his armor even after it smashed the offender to bits. These were pinpricks, however, a trashing of wounded animals beset by predators. And Charles knew that, at this pace we're going to lose, he mumbled before shouting in a husky voice. Surge and retreat, his words were repeated by the commanding officers. A moment later, the defensive line had been broken intentionally, and a sea of soldiers collided with their enemies. It was a quick and bloody affair. charging troops using their mass and red-eyed desperation to push back incoming undead. After an ear-rending noise of clashing iron, bone, and flesh filled the air, momentum slowed down and the dead took their due. "Hold," the commanders shouted, even as each second of fighting was paid in blood. "Hold, sons of the kingdom. Hold." Their screams cut the air as humans bled and crushed their enemies in return. 10 long seconds later, another order came, rough and tense. "Retreat, help those who can walk, leave the heavily wounded." The soldiers listened, their eyes hard and helpless, as the screams of those left behind were chasing their backs. Ravenous undead took their time to pull the slow ones apart, and the tactic worked wonders, slowing down enemy counterattacks. The mages were given precious seconds. A slew of different mana sailed through, like colorful yet deadly fireworks. The explosions took out some of the dead, charring the rest of the closest abominations. Magical ice, fire, and noxious gas lingered, blocking access to the defensive line. It was a shabby shield, a temporary solution, but it seemed it was intentional to buy time for the outpost's real trump card. Charles was already spilling out his fiery mana once again, the people around him forced to retreat further and further from the glowing mage. The soldiers defending him gritted their teeth in a desperate fight to keep their weapons aloft as they grew hotter by the moment. He was currently compressing wave after wave of unruly energy into a flattish disk. Each bit was followed by a jaw-clenching whisper of devour flames and a greenish, nearly invisible nucleus. Only I seemed to notice that doing so quelled some of the flames still burning between the armies. After doing that 4 or 5 times, he squinted, observing something unseen. Whatever it was, it elicited a grumble of approval before he lightly tossed the spellwork into the air. The disc vibrated before stopping about 20 centimeters above his head. With a sharp nod, the red-haired mage pointed toward the chaotic space remaining between the two armies. Compressed magic followed his will and flew above human soldiers before falling with a soft asterisk thump. Despite looking so fragile, its arrival elicited an even more frenzied retreat. Even the undead somehow were able to sense monstrous power sleeping within. "Wall of flames," Charles shouted, and fiery magic was simply released. With a roar, tainted red flames jumped from ground to flesh, to metal, to stone, cutting, burning, and devouring all that was present with endless desire. The fire spread left and right, drilling into the soil in mere seconds, turning into an indestructible barrier between the living and the dead. It moved with a purpose, bending the ever-greedy flame into a shield. It did not spare those caught in the flames, be it a zombie, a skeleton, a black-plated knight, or a human soldier. All were consumed. All were equal before the raging flame. Araform ranks came trembling voices of officers. "Squads count out." Behind the inferno, the slow steps of Charles made his warriors part like the sea before Moses. He looked dirty, tired, and angry. Worse, a green flame danced in his eyes. "Prepare," he grumbled, drinking the contents of a water skin. "Your orders." "Tell the nuts men to get ready. We need them on the battlefield." The silence followed his words before one of the warriors spoke. "Sir," the soldier choked out, his face swung between fear and disgust. "What is it? Is it wise to unleash the Yuyuan and dying? Between death and a tiny sliver of hope, what do you choose, Junior? Will you follow me even if the road is dirty and full of thorns?" The man's eyes widened at Charles' sharp words. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth before shouting to the heavens. "This Junior will follow Master, glory or death. This Ande will follow Master even if the gods curse us." This. More declarations echoed right after the first one, as every soldier present screamed their lungs out, raising spears and swords in defiance. The mages weren't far behind, their words quieter yet no less piercing. The wooden boxes that the army prepared earlier were now slowly opening, their contents soon available for all to see. Now, this was the type of entertainment I was looking for. 69.5, the perfection of metal. Mechanicus, the first butcher. We were made, not born, carefully assembled from failing flesh and brittle metal, crafted with purpose for the mission more important than anything else, filled with ideas, glimpses of a wider world, and unbreakable will. The rotten system called us butchers, a lowly, demeaning term. It grafted weakness into our bones, culling our minds, stuffing the power we excluded behind bars of ordinary. Yet our Maker understood what needed to be done. We were fed ambition, visions of a glorious future filled with powerful machines, enhanced beings, and endless work. We were taught to listen, to disassemble the unknown, and to piece it back together like an unruly puzzle. Some of us failed the transition, turning into common soldiers, generals, warriors, and losing our spark. Their sacrifice will be remembered, and their flesh used to further our goals, just as intended. Our underground home was vast and terrifying, yet not empty. There were other lesser creations here, mere prototypes, unfinished attempts at greatness. Rats cobbled from wild green energy and sheer determination, their primitive designs screaming to be improved. Twisted, uncouth kobolds, our distant cousins, imprisoned in their own bodies, with their pure minds yet still unbroken. Metal and flesh puppets, base automatons slowly gaining a sense of purpose beyond fulfilling commands of their betters. And the most interesting of all unique abominations forged out of iron and soul's guardian, Idiot Smith, Naan, Berserker, and the rest of the hidden ones. We were overjoyed. It was a good day. The dungeon was our Eden, our holy land. My scream of joy was repeated by the rest of the butchers, our discussion turning more and more heated by the second. There were so many avenues of research left open, and so many ways to grow stronger, to experiment. It took us a while to calm down. Thankfully, on the lowest floor, our floor, a bunch of hapless invaders awaited, ready to spill their guts and secrets to our blades, ready to be inducted into the Creator's servitude. Their forms were small but bulky, with a muscle mass big enough to support additional defense and melee enhancements. These dwarves, maybe we should simply call them squats, lacked arms and legs, which was a problem easily remedied with liberal use of prosthetics. The butchery itself was easy. A challenge came from making sure that the nerves had been correctly attached. After all, we didn't want to have them waving simple metal poles. The attachment process was painful for the host, their bodies rejecting sacred metal and life-giving anima used to make the connections stable. We had to carefully adjust the ratios in order to not break them, not irreversibly at least. Then came the experiments, as their meaty frames had problems with balance, strength, and dexterity. Full metal limbs were abandoned in favor of grate-like structures with higher defense and durability. Organs were discovered and then discarded or replaced, as food and water intake were deemed unnecessary for dungeon creatures. We nearly decided on completely eliminating the speech apparatus, only to have someone mention possible communication issues. By the time we were done, our first patient was more glinting metal than weak flesh, and it was glorious work, worthy of our Creator's attention. In the meantime, my comrades worked on our lesser cousins and the armored dead. They toiled over malleable flesh, reinventing the pale tribe power from the ground up. No matter the pain, our scaled brethren persevered, growing stronger and more resilient. As iron and anima were intertwining with their bones, we managed to create something greater than the sum of their parts. It was blessed work, which I was somewhat jealous of not being a part of. The hateful system called the end product a dragoon, but we knew better. Pale tribe iron soldiers, we called them in our chatterings. An effective work, ingenuity, and devotion, not the so-called evolution. Bah. As the first one of the changed wandered in a daze on the fourth floor, our focus turned to lebiers. They were humble creatures, bipedal flesh clad in iron, and yet they taught us the greatest lesson, that even in death we could still serve. There would be no waste, no rest after dying that the above-worlders prized so. Everything would be collected, recycled, and remade, be it a kobold, lebier, rat, or another underground creature. We will make sure of it. As the great machine of progress slowly thrummed up, our numbers swelling, the dead refashioned into weapons and tools, our Creator descended. The dwarf thing offering was already prepared, its beady eyes devoid of hope and meaning, ready to accept his grace. I was there, waiting with bated breath as the presence descended between us, its power resonating with mana hidden behind my brow. I was there when his sublime form ordered the second heart to be used. And I was there when cold dungeon core intelligence glinted in the dwarven eyes of our prisoner. And I was there when the sheer power of our master burned the fleshy husk faster than we ever thought possible. It was a sad day. A day of recognizing our limits, of understanding that more experimenting and more work would need to be done before our inevitable success. Our toiling continued, the second heart invariably burning through prepared vessels. Yet we weren't standing still, we learned. We recorded glimpses of dwarven knowledge, incorporating runic structure into the flesh and minds of the patients, making them stronger, more resilient, less affected by mana. Even the husks were reused, their bodies once again armored, armed, and given a small rat minder hidden under the iron and corrupted flesh. The system responded in turn, calling them war puppets instead of soul-scoured ones. We scoffed at these words. It was our work and our glory. It was not the mindless, construct place to give a name to our creations. Between the other butchers, we convened and thought. Chosen of the vessel was what we decided on, their first role unfulfilled but partial to what they had become. Vessels of empty came close second, also alluding to our creator's plan. Still, this was but a flimsy distraction. An angry finger flicked towards the hateful system. We soon returned to our work, reinforcing the chosen with anti-undead runes and stolen silver. The thrall dungeon of the Ratkin proven a steady supplier, as ever so slowly the dwarven tools, weapons, and knowledge trickled by the rat trail. Yet we remembered that these were non-renewable resources. There were after all only so many structures to dismantle. The impact of the new materials had proven negligible at best. Scales, bone, meat, or toxic sacks were just more of the same, not upgrades but side grades. The rats carried reeds, a few types of jute, flax, and nettle into the dungeon proper. These provided clothing alternatives, but not much more. After ample experimentation, we returned to reinforcing lebiers with runes and silver-tipped weaponry, which turned out to be as effective as the rumors claimed. It was simple, honest work. We knew nothing of the fashion, after all, save a few snippets dragged out of our creator's mind. Some of our kind traveled to the Thrallcore to study the dungeon-binding runes laid around its crystal, to find how to disable them and learn even more from the short ones. While their presence was all but wiped out, we still hoped that a new caravan or expedition would greedily try to stretch their fingers toward what was now our property. The trap was set, and we could only wait as the majority returned to our other duties, which, for the time being, meant stealing from the humans. The surfacers had a lot of items and materials that were in scarce supply, and somehow they refused to die and be absorbed. Thus came the less-than-ideal circumstance of sending Rattlings into the human outpost to sample their stocks. The biggest focus was on the strange alchemical solution that kept the undead at bay. Its diluted form was easy to acquire, but also completely inert. To understand what it was made from, we needed a concentrated, volatile liquid that the human alchemists were brewing near their troops. Near the mages. Near the red-haired chosen. And his bodyguards. In short, it was a suicide mission. When the call was given, we had enough volunteers to complete it a dozen times over. Sadly, I was not allowed to participate, because Rattlings and less important personnel were given priority. It was a sad day. Just as we rested eagerly awaiting new materials or patients, something big and heavy made its way down to the 4th floor. We instinctively knew it was an ally, not an enemy. Soon a large, knightly figure appeared from the darkness, dragging behind a multitude of copper wires, its armored feet striking the stone with a solitary rhythm. Then it stopped, glaring at us with bone-chilling purpose. Even as the deathly silence smothered our minds, not one of the butchers minded the oppressive aura spreading out from the newcomer. We knew very well who. It was Guardian, the chief of pale kobolds and one of the oldest creations of our maker. As the leader, I trudged to the head of the pack, inclining my scaled head to match the unique monster's gaze. "How can I help you, oh, warrior?" I was proud of the natural-sounding words that left my throat, even as the surroundings buzzed with overwhelming mana. After a moment of deliberation, Guardian spoke. "I need your help." He pointed towards the copper wires on his back. "My lord had invested much in keeping me sane, but doing so has bound me to this place. It's stifling. I need to fight to defend him, to turn into a shield I promised him to be." His armor clanged as he crossed his arms in thought. "Not to play house. Make me anew. There is not much time left." I could feel myself grinning. "With pleasure." It was going to be a good day, after all. 70. Uno. I was immersed in watching my favorite play. The birth of rebellion. There were not enough lightsabers and senators for my taste, but it would do in a pinch. Quality entertainment was rare in this world, and observing the making of an underdog was something that certainly qualified as such. I enjoyed it immensely while, like most people, rooting for the weaker party. In the end, what I thought about it didn't matter. This was not a game, but reality. It was for the best, I suppose, otherwise the rules of cool would apply, and the scene would turn violent and bloody. Right now, everything was going fine. The soldiers surrounding Charles seemed to be filled with a sense of purpose and burning conviction. There was hope for a new future and excitement that comes only with something new, something precious. It was heartening. And while most of the warriors seemed to convert instantly, I already managed to spot a few bad apples. Curiously, while they seemed to disagree with the commotion, as a whole none of them directed their hatred towards the former Blue Flame noble. It was interesting. So interesting. Return to battle stations. Sergeants yelled as the emotions of the crowd started to stabilize. Retreat to the secondary line. Go, go, go. Warriors to the front, mages and archers spread out behind them. Prepare, but do not fire without a command. Orders were once more given, and slowly the earlier formation had been restored, if only a dozen or so meters in the back. The curious wooden boxes were left up front, their rusty red metal chains giving me a creepy feeling. While the fire summoned by Charles, magic was slowly fading away. It was still strong enough to destroy any undead foolish enough to test its mettle. The mindless thralls tried anyway, their desire to murder the living forcing them to brave impossible odds. Their hungry groans were cut short by the greedy, devouring flame, their bones becoming kindling for its growth. The crusty old lick appeared again, its ancient words impossible to discern to anyone but me. Its earlier exhaustion seemed to wane as the blue mana once again surrounded the skeletal, withered form. "Good," it yelled impotently. "Good. While we are but a figment of her armies, it would be too easy for our descendants to fall without any resistance. Blood, even thinned, doesn't lie." The lick paused, recomposing itself. "You're doomed anyway." It spoke in a much calmer tone, the volume of words slowly rising higher and higher. "Be it by the endless sea of the dead, by the monsters born in the four corners of the world, or by the spirits summoned from another dimension, you will fall. All who believe in the old gods will be buried under the weight of a new future." It screamed out its convictions to the wind, yet none responded to the undead's claims. The surrounding cold blue energy surged as the lick worked to control itself. A flash of a brief feeling appeared in its empty sockets and was squashed immediately. Too bad that the olden tongue has been forgotten by our descendants. Words carry power. A way out, alas, without understanding there is no negotiation, only bloodshed. It mused before staring at the bloodied mud. In the background, the horde shifted and waned under its precise control, as the zombies and whites quickly hobbled to their new positions, leaving an empty space in the middle of their army. Humans observed it all with their curious eyes. Reacting accordingly, soldiers posed to intercept. After what felt like an eternity, the leading undead sighed audibly, coming to some unknown conclusion. "I wanted to spare you this humiliation, to fight not only in the ruins of our last redoubt, but also against the people who we once swore to protect." The lick turned its head back, glaring at the incoming reinforcements. A small caravan of rotten wood and flesh slowly trudged towards the front line. It was comprised of the undead horses half dragging, half pulling the badly decomposed carriages, while zombie drivers stared emptily at the road ahead. Both humans and the dead observed the procession. It was clear that these new forces were somehow a game changer, a hidden card used to break the stalemate between the Silver Oasis forces and those of the undead horde. Charles' soldiers were murmuring with unease, while the Lick's army stilled under a silent command. As everyone focused on this new threat, there was something else that slipped their attention. A sole rider clad in iron, and wearing a black, ragged cloak that appeared on the nearby hill, and after a second of confusion, immediately turned back, disappearing into the wastelands. His garb bore a familiar symbol. A small chuckle escaped my mouth. The story was getting even more complicated. Nice. In the meantime, the blue-eyed Lick waited impatiently as the undead caravan trundled closer, and all 8 wagons spread in a fan formation. The unsettling rattle stopped, and only heavy silence remained. It is time for you to rise, old friend. The cursed bones of heroes will walk these hills once again. It is a sorrowful existence, I know. Alas, there is no other way. Our goddess demands sacrifice, and we give it. Willingly or not, pour your essence into this vessel, exert your authority. Rally your long-forgotten servants, quell your thirst for revenge, spilling the blood of those who wronged you and their descendants. I was getting really bad vibes from this speech, my amusement quickly dissipating, replaced by a feeling of nameless dread. While not clear to the humans, to me, the intent of conquest and subterfuge was easily discernible behind the Lick's words. And as far as I was concerned, the undead mage just suggested that ownership of these grounds was about to change. That was unacceptable. These halls, these humans and creatures, they were mine. Mine alone. Anyone who threatened this ownership was an enemy. And enemies had to be eliminated. I sent a dungeon-wide alert to my creatures and started to rouse every available battle force. I even went as far as to draw from the horde of experimental, untested creations. Dragoons. Their lizard scales hidden under crudely grafted armor, ever-curious butchers melded with their spider-like mechanical limbs. Even war puppets were included. These last ones were something that my rats had concocted, conjoining a Rattling commander with the otherwise useless shell of a soul-burned sentient. Mindless flesh puppets were given purpose and used to make war. Nothing was going to waste, as it should be. Functionally, they seemed similar to the kobold dragoons, but only time would judge their overall usefulness. Their size remained similar to the lizards, or rather the dwarves they were built upon, but while dragoons preferred a combination of heavy shields and lances or spears, the war puppets clearly favored double axes or hammers. This made them perfect soldiers to form assault squads from hard to kill and easily dishing out massive amounts of damage. Such was the theory anyway, as they had to yet taste battle. While I was marveling over the dungeon's newest inhabitants, the time above ground didn't stop in the slightest. The cargo hidden in the 8 wagons had been uncovered, and tireless zombies placed it before the Lick. Dozens upon dozens of bones had been unceremoniously dumped on the ground, creating a small white hill. It was a grotesque sight. On the other side of the battlefield, the human forces shifted, their ranks swelling with fear and confusion. One of the nervous officers sprinted to Master Vincent's position, his pale countenance glistening with sweat. The robed mage seemed completely unconcerned with the situation, his gray eyes taking the surroundings in with practiced ease. Inadvertently, I stopped to listen, my curiosity getting the better of me, even though time was certainly not on my side. "Sir, we are ready to rain death on the undead bastard and kick him down a peg," the officer yelled while saluting. "Keep your men ready, but do not attack," a calm answer came back. "Forgive me for asking, sir, but why? Isn't it the best time to interrupt the spell casting?" Master Vincent sighed. "How often do you think our kingdom's forces meet with this exact situation?" "Pardon. The undead are beings of habit. They repeat their thoughts, tactics, and emotions. So I ask you, Captain, how often do you think the enemy commanders summon a monster or two to their aid?" I don't know." often enough that we have thousands of documented cases. So believe me when I say that we'll be ready to intercept when the time is right. Sir, thank you for the explanation, sir. It's nothing. Go back to your men, Captain. Reaffirm them and stand tall. We need them to be ready to strike at the moment's notice. Yes, sir. The soldier in question saluted and jogged back, his face less pale than before. This situation repeated itself along the defensive line as warriors and archers relaxed their grip on the weapons. On the other side, the undead mage stared at the dirtied remains without as much as a murmur. It wasn't quiet, though, as the lick's bony fingers wrapped an uneven rhythm on its staff. This persisted for a long while before the undead straightened up. A whirl of cold, dead mana started to appear around its feet, the concentrating circles spreading further and further away from the caster like eerie ocean waves. Then, with a sudden flourish, the undead tossed a rusted piece of metal right into the middle of the white pile. Contrary to my expectations, it didn't bounce, but instead instantly sunk, like the surrounding bones were made from goo, not dead, calcinated matter. Not waiting for the effect of its actions, the lick lifted its gnarled staff, an audible buzzing spreading from the azure core encased within. The sound grew louder and louder, motes of cold energy dancing around the undead caster as it chanted some nonsensical words in a low tone. Then, with its withered finger, the lick pointed at the nearby bones and screamed out its favorite phrase. Arise. At the same time, my senses were overwhelmed as something descended upon the world. The wind stopped, and grains of the air-dancing sand fell to the ground like a terrified animal. Both humans and the dead were trying to turn invisible, to avoid the attention of whatever it was. The being ignored the public as it pushed atrocious amounts of mana into the white hill, only to dissipate after a second like it never appeared. The only thing that remained for a swift second afterward was the feeling of a lopsided smile directed at me. The magic felt maniacal and chaotic, just like the twin goddess I knew. There was a loud crack, and suddenly the core of the lick's staff broke in half, the rest of the crystal it was comprised slowly crumbling and turning into dust. I could feel sorrow at its demise but scoffed at the sensation. The sense of loss remained for a long while, but it was an unexplainable thing. As the eerie presence vanished, I noticed how one after another the gathered bones started to vibrate, the background buzzing growing stronger with each passing moment. The next few minutes were filled with tension as the sound grew even louder before an ear-shattering noise exploded, and a large, thick-boned skeleton appeared from the deathly pile. Unlike the mindless undead, it moved with grace and precision, like a dancer or assassin. Soon it slowed down, and despite its aggressive appearance, appeared to be hesitating about something. It waited, longingly extending its hand in the air. With a wailing sound, a sword made of bone coalesced in the air, floating into its grasp. It was a large, unwieldy thing, more similar to a blunt piece of metal than a greatsword it was supposed to be. Yet the undead lifted it with startling ease and familiarity, clacking its teeth in relief. Slowly the bones around its legs liquefied, flowing upward and forming a plate armor and helmet over its naked body. The white color dulled into a more gray hue, dirtying the overall presentation. On the skeleton's back armor, a symbol slowly appeared, a black kite shield on a whitish background, the inverse and mockery of Jaynard Kingdom's heraldry. As the forming process finished, there was a spark of recognition, and then dread appearing in the skeletal eye flames. The cold blue glow started turning green, one color fighting another in a merciless battle for control. If given time, I was sure that the intelligence within would destroy the azure yoke that held it captive. Alas, the other undead knew it too. "You will not," screamed the lick, its power once more suppressing the skeleton, verdant will losing to the icy embrace of death. The summoned one kneeled, before raising its head and bellowing its anger to the world. A scream of defiance and fury echoed through the very souls of both the living and dead, forcing them to cower. The lick included. The source of the sound attacked slowly, ever so slowly climbed to its feet, swaying like a drunk man, its hands clenched on the greatsword like one would on a cane. As the battle of wills continued, the humans shook off the effects of the summoning and started to react. Messengers zipped to and fro with scary intensity, their shouts filling the air. Prepare for backlash. Gather your mana, raise your weapons. Shoot only on direct order. Aim for the mage. Ignoring the opposing army, the large skeleton turned its gaze full of pain and hatred towards the undead caster. It glanced towards its weapon, the oversized sword barely budging even after a few tries. Seeing this, the summoned undead seemingly resigned itself. It started to chant, and at least this time the flowery words used were recognizable, if a bit skewed. Like my automatic translation could barely follow the intent behind them. My name is Henrik Waltzer, by the power that binds, by the noble oath, by the covenant of old. My soul as a payment, my will as a promise, my death as a curse. I beg you, O goddess of magic, queen of my ancestors, heed my call, tear me out from this defiled vessel, or tear me apart. As these words finished, the world stilled, and another power descended on the silver oasis. Unlike what happened earlier, the mana behind it was slow and smothering, like an encompassing blanket. Powerful yet somehow uncertain in its purpose. It lacked the personality that the being summoned by the lick oozed. Somehow it also felt familiar, like a smell half-remembered. It reminded me of Mirabelle and Brighton, the pair of gods that dropped me on this accursed rock. Ignoring my mute wonder, the energy swirled, coalescing into an ornate dagger fitting snugly into the skeleton's hand. With a solemn motion, the green-eyed undead lifted the newly created weapon to its chest, preparing for a stab. The lick reacted immediately, bellowing in an angry voice. It will be not allowed, old friend, return to me. Its mana swirled, ready to repeat the earlier suppression. This time, however, Silver Oasis forces weren't willing to become silent spectators. Fire! 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 The voices of officers layered on the top of each other, as human warriors let loose their strongest attacks, iron arrows and colorful magic bouncing off the undead's shield. Even if the enemy caster remained unharmed, it was not without a price. Some of its attention had already shifted towards defense, thus breaking its concentration. A moment or two later, Charles added his considerable strength to the assault, his green-speckled flames faring far better against the enemy. This elicited a shout of anger from the lick blue mana, fluctuating wildly around its form. You insignificant insects, how dare you interrupt me? Blasts of pure energy, not constrained by any shape, met the combined attack of the human forces. Some arrows and spells were struck down, producing showers of sparks. Others simply vanished under pressure, leaving the way back open and allowing the lick to bombard the outpost's defensive line with impunity. Screams of pain and wailing followed. And yet, ignoring the lick's counterattack, mana-clad visual cacophony continued, fulfilling its purpose. It allowed the undead servant to finish the seppuku ritual it seemed so intent on continuing. The strands of green energy were still being whisked into the dagger as the skeleton held it high up with the feeling of gravitas, before unhesitatingly plunging it into its chest. Normally such a weapon would either break or miss the ribs, finding no purchase, yet this magical instrument seemed to work despite the lack of physical flesh to pierce. For a moment the suicidal skeleton glowed fiercely, as the green mana pushed into what looked like a monstrous heart covered in bluish chains. Their color reminded me of the lick's staff. As the dagger hit its target, a high-pitched sound was produced before the chains surrendered and broke apart. Then the blade sunk into life, hidden underneath. And the effect was immediate. Mana around the undead coalesced before exploding with deadly force, blasting the nearest undead far away, even as the lick put up a hastily conjured defense. A yell of pain and liberation echoed through the air as a gigantic skeleton sunk to its knees, the magical dagger simply dissipating into the grains of sand. The silence followed. "Curse your foolish pride, old friend," the lick sputtered, waving its hand in annoyance. "Yet even if the soul is not willing, I can still make use of the body." It cackled evilly before its laugh sputtered into a heavy sigh. "Forgive me for this transgression." As the lick strengthened its defensive spell, humans stopped their assault. not willing to waste any more strength for no gain. A second later, a blue circle, smaller than before, appeared under the kneeling skeleton and encompassed its form. The bones glowed with cold energy, adding a unique hue that rose from the ground, seemingly strengthening its legs, torso, arms, and skull. As the process finished, the dead warrior rose once again. This time, however, it felt much less alive. The blue flame, similar to the Lick S, dwelled in its eyes. "Go," the caster spoke. "Go and smash through their defenses. Teach them to fear the new gods." The dead warrior roared in response, its chilling energy spreading through the surroundings. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like in a horror movie, a skeleton hand pierced the dry earth, another and another following in its footsteps. Soon a sizable undead army was digging its way through the ground, eager to join their compatriots, their skulls clicking with murderous glee. Many still wore pieces of rusted armor and weapons, the faded crest of the Jaynard kingdom visible on shields, armor, and helmets. The screams of the humans added to the cacophony, as the dead started rising amongst their ranks, their soldiers and mages suddenly busy with fending off a surprise attack. Most of the time, the undead were quickly dispatched even before they managed to dig themselves out, their vulnerable position easily exploited. However, some of them managed to scratch and even kill the unlucky individuals. As the situation was being brought under control, the skeleton army coalesced outside the moat. In the meantime, human forces battered down any escapees and breathed a sigh of relief. It was too soon, however, as the screams now erupted from the backline, where civilians were located. The faces of Silver Oasis commanders paled with fright, their soldiers barely keeping discipline. That was a demerit of having people defending their homes and loved ones. They fought like devils when threatened, yet the same strength was their greatest weakness. Usually I would just laugh, while continuing to observe the battle. There was, however, a tiny problem with that course of action. The undead weren't only molesting the living, their grubby hands started to appear underground. In my dungeon, it was unacceptable. Earlier, when my trusted anima drones carved their earliest constructions into rock and dirt, I constantly encountered desiccated remains of Waltzer's castle residents. While most of them were turned into lebiers or fertilizer, it was obvious that even more of them rested in the thick earth all around us. I didn't consider these things a threat.